Introduction asterisk. Transcending to godhood? No, I first consumed an entire undead calamity. M.O. ran. Once the devourer of countless celestial beings and demonic entities, the Nine-Nether Demon Lord, was obliterated under heavenly tribulations, only to unexpectedly plummet into the winter hell of Game of Thrones. Here, he became a being more terrifying than the White Walkers, endowed with the supreme demonic art of the cultivation realm, the Nine-Nether Soul Devouring technique. The corpse demons served as his nourishment. The soul flames of the White Walkers became his resources for ascension, and even the fervent prayers of the Red Priestess transformed into the fuel to ignite his divine fire. When eternal night descends and all things wither, Melisandre witnessed his figure in the holy flames, fervently proclaiming, "He is the shadow of the King of Light, the prophesied Savior." Jon Snow fought alongside him, yet felt an icy dread within the undead city. He grants order but devours souls. Is he the god who ends the long night, or the demon that brings eternal silence? And the mother of dragons, Daenerys, leading 3 dragons across the sea, burned with a familiar hatred. She was the very disciple from the cultivation world who had cast ammo, ran into the abyss in a past life. As the undead army bowed beneath him and the ice throne was remade for him, M.O. Ran surveyed the world from above. He devoured the Night King, becoming the sole deity of the North. However, at that moment, the sky shattered, revealing the cold, mechanical hull of reincarnation behind it. This so-called epic was merely a cruel experiment of a higher dimension. Chapter 0, Prologue, The Hook. Snow is dead. It does not fall from the sky, but instead spills forth from the endless gray void, bearing a weighty chill capable of crushing the soul. M.O. Ran's consciousness sank slowly in this white sea of death, like a stone frozen stiff. He could feel the functions of this body coming to a complete halt, the blood in his limbs and bones freezing into shards of ice, each feeble breath tearing at his lungs. More vivid than the agony of flesh was the quivering deep within his soul, a primal hunger born of instinct. 20 years ago, he traversed the realm of cultivation, mastering the Nine-Nether Soul Devouring technique in the Nine-Nether Demon Palace, consuming souls and spirits, ultimately becoming a formidable demon lord, only to perish under heavenly tribulations. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this cursed place of eternal winter. The last fragments of memory were the cold, merciless notifications from the Hall of Reincarnation. Trial world, realm of eternal winter. Core mission, survive, conquer. Unwilling. A flicker of thought stirred, like the final flame of a dying candle. At that moment, something colder and purer collided with his dying senses. It was not the warmth of life, but rather moving ice, enveloped in the decay and malice of death. Corpse demons. At least, in this world, they were referred to as such. A few raggedly clad humans, who seemed to call themselves Night's Watch, were struggling in the snow, retreating while fighting. Rusted swords clashed against the pale, blue-skinned monsters with glowing eyes, producing mere shards of ice, utterly futile. One Night's Watchman was toppled, his throat torn open by sharp teeth, warm blood gushing forth, instantly vaporizing into crimson mist in the frigid air. His eyes quickly lost their luster, his soul like wisps of smoke, about to dissipate. Now's the time. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. M.O. Ran concentrated all the remaining power of his soul, directing it towards the dissipating spirit, towards the blue soul flames at the core of those corpse demons, unleashing a silent roar and devouring. Buzz. A bone-chilling stream, yet imbued with strange energy, forcibly surged into his almost desiccated meridians and consciousness. The agony of his body was instantly overshadowed by a deeper, predatory ecstasy. His withered fingers twitched involuntarily, tips brushing against the ice and snow beneath him. Hiss! A barely perceptible black wisp seeped from his fingertips into the ice. In the next moment, a sickly, almost transparent black flower broke through the thick ice, trembling as it bloomed at his fingertips. The petals swayed, greedily absorbing the deathly aura permeating the air and the faint echoes of lingering souls. In the distance atop a hill, a witch clad in blood-red robes, Melisandre, raised her hands in prayer to her deity. Her gaze inadvertently swept across the edge of the battlefield, landing on the man who should have been a corpse, and the dark flower that defied the laws of life and death blooming at his fingertips. Her eyes, aflame with fervor, suddenly froze. The holy fire in her mind conjured the illusion of a savior wielding the sword of ice and fire, destined to end the long night, and in that moment, it eerily overlapped with the ominous shadow, exuding an aura of devouring in the snow. "King of Light," she murmured, her voice trembling with excitement. "Have you sent your shadowy vanguard?" Rand remained oblivious to this. He merely felt the cold, powerful energy flowing anew within him, slowly opening his eyes. In those bottomless black pupils, there was no longer confusion or weakness, only the ancient chill of the northern glaciers and a newly awakened, insatiable thirst for the countless souls of this world. Upon the cold bones, the death flower had silently bloomed. Chapter 1. The Outsider's Soul in Eternal Winter. Cold, deep to the marrow, as if attempting to freeze the very soul into shards of ice. Rand's consciousness struggled to rise from a chaotic darkness, the first sensation being the pervasive chill that penetrated everywhere. He abruptly opened his eyes, yet his vision was obscured by swirling white snowflakes. The howling wind sliced across his bare cheeks like a blade, bringing sharp stings of pain. He instinctively sought to channel his internal energy to ward off the cold, but his dantian was empty, containing only a dim, cracked golden core, akin to a dead star, lying silent. Damn! A weak curse, tinged with a modern accent, escaped his cracked lips, only to be swallowed by the howling wind. Rand propped up his frail body and surveyed his surroundings. What met his eyes was an endless expanse of snow, desolate and lifeless. The sky was leaden, oppressive enough to stifle breath. In the distance, an unimaginable grand ice wall loomed, like a blue cliff connecting heaven and earth, reflecting the faint, cold light of the sky, evoking a sense of awe and oppression. Where's this place? He distinctly remembered being amidst the 9 heavenly tribulations, preparing to ascend to the celestial realm. The cataclysmic thunder had nearly crushed his demonic form, causing his golden core to shatter. In the final trial of heart demons, he saw his betraying junior sister, Lin Qingxian, pierce his heart with a sword. And then came this moment. So, have I transcended once more? Rand's lips twitched. As a well-read student of the 21st century, he was no stranger to the term transcend. In fact, he himself was a transcender. From Earth to that brutal realm of cultivation, where the weak were preyed upon and treasure snatched, he had spent 500 years, rising from an unrooted mortal to become the soul-devouring demon lord, revered as the soul-devouring demon king. He had thought ascension would mark the end, but little did he know that beyond the endpoint lay surprises. Falling from a high magic cultivation world to such a barren, frigid place where even spiritual energy was nearly undetectable. Wasn't that a rather vast leap? This cursed place, devoid of any reference points, is a nightmare in geography. The air is so humid, the temperature at least minus 30 degrees, and not a shred of decent thermal undergarment in sight. Is this meant to be a survival experience like Bear Grylls? He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, attempting to dispel the unease and confusion within. Within his body, the technique of the 9 nether soul devouring art lay dormant like a hibernating serpent, unresponsive to the sparse energies of this world. This once mighty demonic art, which had allowed him to dominate the realm of cultivation, revolved around the concept of devouring. It was designed to consume souls, siphon away deathly energies, and absorb all negative forces for personal gain. Yet now, he could scarcely find a living creature, let alone a soul. A tide of hunger surged forth, accompanied by sharp pangs in his stomach. With his golden core shattered, he had been nearly reduced to his original state, experiencing all the frailty and desires of a mere mortal. Just as he felt on the brink of freezing, several moving black dots appeared in the distant snowfield. Rand squinted his eyes. Although his broken golden core could not bestow him with immense power, it still granted him vision far superior to that of an ordinary person. He discerned that there were 3 individuals on horseback, cloaked in heavy black furs, struggling against the biting wind and snow as they made their way toward the ice wall. Were they inhabitants of this world? His instinct for survival urged him to call out, but 5 centuries of vigilance as a demon lord restrained his impulse. Revealing himself without understanding their nature would be the height of folly. He struggled to crawl toward a low mound of snow, curling his frail body into a ball, leaving only his eyes visible as he observed silently. The horsemen drew nearer, their fragmented conversations carried by the wind. "Damn this cursed weather, Sir Weimer. We ought to turn back. There's nothing here but snow and ice," one voice complained, youthful and unmistakably disgruntled. "Silence, Will," another voice interjected, haughty and cold. "We are the night watchers, rangers tasked with patrolling this land. Until we find the trace of those savages, No one is permitted to utter the words, turn back. But Gary is right, the first voice countered. We've been out here for nearly half a month, and our food is nearly gone. Those savages are like rats in the snow. Who knows where they've hidden? Night watchers? Savages? Mo ran silently mulled over these unfamiliar terms, his mind racing to construct an initial understanding of this world from the scant information available. It sounded like a low-magic realm, rife with some form of military organization and hostile factions. At that moment, the leader, Sir Weimer, suddenly halted his horse, his keen gaze sweeping towards Mo Rand's hiding place. Had he been discovered? A tightness gripped Mo Rand's heart, and instinctively, he held his breath. In his current condition, he would struggle to fend off even a robust farmer, let alone a cultivator. However, Sir Weimer's gaze did not linger on him. Rather, it passed over him and focused on a small thicket not far behind. A grave expression crossed his face. Wait, what is that? The other two followed his gaze, gasping in muted horror. Curious, Mo Rand turned to look. In the sparse, snow-covered grove of dead trees, something was moving. Not one, but a multitude. Their movements were stiff and grotesque, their skin an unnatural ashen hue, with no spark of life in their eyes, only 2 points of ghostly blue light that flickered like will-o'-the-wisps. Ghouls. In the realm of cultivation, such base, undead creatures could be obliterated with a mere thought. Yet at this moment, rather than disdain, an indescribable thirst surged within him. Death energy, pure death energy, and the faint but tangible remnants of souls within them. The Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art seemed to awaken like a shark sensing blood, as the dormant meridians within him began to stir and flow of their own accord. The three night watchers instinctively recognized the impending peril. Oh heavens! It's those things. Young Will's voice quivered, his grip on his sword faltering. Draw your swords, Sir Weimer commanded sharply, though his voice betrayed a tremor. He unsheathed his long sword, its blade reflecting a cold gleam in the dim light of the overcast sky. The battle erupted in an instant. The ghouls emitted silent howls, lunging at them with twisted forms. They felt no pain and feared no blades. Sir Weimer, a skilled swordsman, severed one ghoul's head with a single strike, yet the headless corpse continued to flail its arms, reaching for him. Chaos and bloodshed ensued. Mo ran, hidden behind the snow mound, felt his heart racing, not from fear, but from exhilaration. His gaze fixed on the ghouls, and he observed a faint black mist swirling around them, a manifestation of death energy. With each fallen ghoul, the black mist dissipated, accompanied by a nearly invisible blue light of lingering souls that floated into the air. These were his treasures. A daring thought ignited like wildfire within him. He must seize them. The skirmish did not last long. Despite the night watchers' desperate resistance, the ghouls overwhelmed them. Young was the first to be brought down, his scream abruptly silenced. Gary was dragged from his horse by a ghoul, quickly engulfed. Only Sir Weimer remained, desperately holding on. His sword cleaved through one stiff arm after another, yet more ghouls closed in. Despair and defiance filled his expression. Mo Rand knew his opportunity had arrived. He no longer concealed himself, but stumbled upright from behind the snow mound. His sudden appearance momentarily halted the ghouls assailing Sir Weimer, their hollow, blue flame-lit eyes turning in unison toward him. Sir Weimer also caught sight of him, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. Before them stood an exceedingly frail Eastern youth, clad in tattered black robes, barefoot in the snow, his disheveled black hair whipped by the wind. His face was as pale as the snow, yet his eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance. "Run, you fool!" Sir Weimer bellowed with his last ounce of strength. Yet Mo Rand did not flee. He faced the ghouls, meeting Sir Weimer's incredulous gaze, and slowly extended his right hand. He was about to undertake a reckless endeavor. He would force the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art to operate without any protective spiritual energy. A searing pain shot through his meridians, and his shattered golden core emitted a mournful cry. But Mo Rand disregarded it, pushing the technique to its utmost limit. An invisible, faint pull emanated from his palm, quietly radiating outward. The nearest ghoul, just cleaved in half by Sir Weimer's blade, released a wisp of pure death energy, accompanied by a trace of ghostly blue soul escaping from its body. Now, Mo Rand urged inwardly. That wisp of death energy and lingering soul seemed irresistibly drawn, abruptly altering its course, transforming into a nearly imperceptible stream of light that darted into his palm in an instant. Boom! A rush of cold and pure energy surged into his parched meridians, like the first rain on a long dry riverbed. Though feeble, the power was undeniably real. It swiftly circulated through his body, nourishing his nearly depleted form, alleviating some of his hunger and cold. Effective. Joy surged within Moran. He lifted his gaze toward the ghouls, who had temporarily paused due to his abrupt movement, no longer filled with caution and observation, but rather resembling a starved beast that had encountered a lavish feast. These walking repositories of experience, these moving vessels of blood, are all mine. Sir Wymer stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the inexplicable actions of a youth before him. He distinctly perceived that as a corpse demon fell, the nauseating malevolence emanating from it seemed to be drawn away by the boy. At that moment, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The tips of M.O. Rant's fingers, having absorbed a fragment of a lingering soul and the essence of death, crystallized into a diminutive, translucent ice flower. This flower, exhibiting an eerie azure hue, radiated a bewitching and exquisite brilliance against the backdrop of the gray and white world. Cold bones blossoming. This phenomenon was a manifestation that would only appear after achieving a modest success in the soul-devouring phase of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by another team of night watchers hastening from the distance to provide support. At the forefront of the group, a woman clad in a flowing red robe, her figure graceful and enchanting, rode upon her steed. Upon beholding the ethereal blue ice flower blooming at the youth's fingertips, an unparalleled fervor and reverence erupted within her beautiful gaze. She dismounted with haste, heedless of the depth of the snow, and knelt on one knee towards Mo Ran, her voice trembling with an almost lyrical quality as she softly murmured, "The flames herald all. As the long summer wanes and the stars weep blood, a king born for the eternal night shall awaken from the frost and death. Ralho, king of light, is this your revelation?" Chapter 2. The shattered demon lord's golden core. The ethereal azure ice flowers blossomed quietly at M.O. Rant's fingertips, each crystalline facet reflecting the soul brilliance in this pale world. Both enchanting and resplendent. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The howling wind continued to roar, while the hollow eye sockets of the undead were agitated by flickering blue soul flames. They appeared to sense a threat emanating from M.O. Ran, one far more lethal than any sharp blade. The surviving Sir Wymer Royce leaned against his fallen steed, his chest heaving violently, his terrified gaze darting between M.O. Ran, the undead, and the crimson-robed woman kneeling in the snow, his mind struggling to comprehend this surreal tableau. At this moment, M.O. Ran was entirely absorbed in sensing the meager warmth flowing within him. No, it was not warmth. It was the exclusive spiritual power of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, formed from the purest essence of death and lingering souls, inherently frigid and domineering, now cautiously coursing through his cracked and desiccated meridians. This power was so feeble, akin to a single drop of water injected into a parched riverbed, instantaneously absorbed, yet providing a fleeting moment of moisture. His consciousness sank into his dantian, the once resplendent golden core. Capable of standing against the most formidable of foes during the tribulation period, now lay dull as a dead star. Great fissures crisscrossed its surface like a chasm, threatening to shatter the core into fragments. The Dantian's energy sea was utterly desolate, void of anything. Indeed, it was completely shattered, M.O. Ran mused bitterly. This state was even worse than that of a novice in the chi refining phase of cultivation. At least those practitioners could still draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, while his shattered golden core resembled a barrel with a gaping hole, incapable of storing any spiritual power. The minute energy he had just absorbed dissipated almost entirely through the cracks of the core, leaving only a paltry remnant. The sole distinction was that, despite its leakage, his barrel was crafted from celestial gold and divine wood. His meridians and demonic body, honed through 5 centuries of relentless trials, possessed a resilience beyond that of ordinary mortals. This allowed him to withstand the tremendous pressure of forcibly operating his techniques without exploding on the spot. A classic case of charging for 5 minutes, yet lasting less than a second. No, even less than a second. Moreover, it was an irreversible hardware damage. He found himself wryly critiquing his predicament with the analytical mindset of a former science student, realizing that to restore this core, relying on the nearly negligible spiritual energy of this world would yield no hope, even until the end of time. The only solution lay in ceaseless consumption, devouring more powerful souls, absorbing more profound death energy, using an immense influx of external energy to cleanse, bind, and repair this shattered golden core. As this thought took root, Mo Rand's gaze shifted once more toward the restless undead. His expression transformed. If his earlier look had resembled that of a famished beast discovering sustenance, now it mirrored a dying patient beholding the sole life-saving remedy. A guttural roar, seemingly incited by the unmasked greed glimmering in Mo Rand's eyes, erupted from the nearest corpse demon, which then lumbered forward with a stiff gait. With the first came the second and third. The brief hesitation of the other corpse demons dissipated, transforming them once more into an unyielding tide of death, devoid of fatigue or fear. Excellent. Mo Rand did not retreat but advanced, stepping boldly towards the approaching demon. Wight felt his heart leap into his throat. He wished to cry out a warning, yet found himself utterly incapable of producing even a sound. Just as the corpse demon's claw, shimmering with a dark violet chill, was about to graze Mo Rand's neck, his right hand rose once more. This time, it was not a tentative absorption, but a full-throttle invocation. 9 hell's devouring souls, a myriad of souls forged into a furnace. He silently recited the incantation, as the fractured golden core emitted a strained hum, and a piercing pain coursed through his meridians like needles. Yet, he paid it no heed. After 5 centuries in the demonic path, he had long since grown accustomed to dancing on the precipice of pain and death. An invisible force, exponentially stronger than before, erupted from his center. The corpse demon, lunging forward, suddenly froze, its eye sockets aflame with ethereal blue soul fire, flickering violently as if buffeted by a tempest. Drawn toward Mo Rand's palm by an unseen power, with a faint sound, almost imperceptible, the soul fire along with all the deathly energy within the demon was forcibly extracted, transforming into a deep blue stream that vanished into his grasp. Deprived of its energy source, the demon's movements ceased instantaneously. A fine layer of frost spread visibly from its feet to envelop its entire form, encasing it in ice within mere breaths. With a crack, the ice sculpture shattered into a cascade of frigid dust, scattering with the wind. Having struck successfully, Mo Rand did not falter. More energy surged within him. Although it continued to dissipate rapidly, the increased flow allowed him to sustain his technique for a longer duration. He seemed to metamorphose into a walking black vortex, a chasm dedicated to consuming souls and death. No longer a passive observer, he plunged into the throng of corpse demons. His steps were unsteady, his body frail. Yet he deftly evaded each physical assault. He neither struck with fists nor kicked, but continuously extended that right hand, seemingly capable of devouring all. One by one, the corpse demons before him froze, encased in ice, and shattered. This was no longer combat. It had transformed into a bizarre banquet of gluttony. Wight was utterly petrified, his sword-wielding hand trembling uncontrollably. Before him, this Eastern youth wielded a method of obliteration that he could not comprehend, let alone imagine, against these undead monstrosities. This spiritual onslaught was far more terrifying than any exquisite swordplay. Meanwhile, from a distance, Melisandre's eyes blazed with an ever-growing fervor. What she beheld was a scene entirely different from the one unfolding before Wight. In her vision, those undead were the minions of the great other from the far north, embodiments of pure darkness and cold. Yet, Mo Rand, the man heralded by flames, bore a chilling power imbued with a sense of order and the will of finality. He did not confront darkness with darkness. Instead, he wielded a higher form of shadow, poised to devour, to judge, and to eradicate the inferior shades. He was not merely fire. He was the shadow that consumed all. The deepest shadow cast by the sacred flame, where it touched, all things succumbed to silence. "Ah, Rollo, your will is unfathomable," she murmured, her chest heaving with excitement. Mo Rand remained oblivious to the fact that he had been envisioned by a fervent devotee as the shadowy vanguard of the King of Light. At this moment, he was immersed in the long-awaited euphoria of returning power. As the number of devoured undead increased, the ghostly flower at his fingertips blossomed larger and more resplendent. An influx of spiritual energy surged through his veins, painting an unnatural flush upon his pallid visage. However, the sheer number of undead was overwhelming. After devouring the 10th, the strain of forcibly channeling his powers reached its zenith. His veins throbbed as if torn apart, and the shattered golden core emitted a mournful cry. Teetering on the brink of collapse, with a sudden expulsion of blood, Mo Rand crumpled to one knee. The vortex dissipated. The remaining dozen undead, freed from their suppressed state, roared and lunged toward the kneeling Mo Rand from all directions. It was over. A weight settled in Wights' heart. Just at that critical moment, a searing wave of heat surged from behind. In the name of Rollo, darkness shall surely retreat. Melisandre's voice rang out, cold and resolute. Unbeknownst to him, she had stepped forward, positioning herself behind Imoran. Extending her delicate hand, a brilliant flame ignited in her palm. The oppressive heat dispelled the biting cold. The undead, as if encountering their nemesis, emitted silent shrieks, their movements slowing, wisps of black smoke rising from their forms. Seizing the opportunity, several Night Watch Rangers behind her finally reacted, charging forward with furious cries, wielding their long swords to fell the remaining undead one by one. The crisis was temporarily averted. Imoran gasped for breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. He lifted his gaze to the red figure standing before him. Melisandre slowly turned, looking down at him from her elevated stance. Her crimson eyes shone astonishingly in the snowstorm, akin to two burning flames, devoid of fear, only revealing unabashed fervor and scrutiny. I have seen you in the sacred fire. Her voice carried a peculiar cadence, as if reciting an ancient prophecy. When the long night shrouds the world and the relentless winter winds rage, you shall return from the realm of the dead. Crowned as king, Imoran said nothing, merely regarding her with his cold, obsidian gaze. In his mind, he could not help but scoff at the absurdity of her words. What is this juvenile dialogue? And being crowned as a king? My dear, have you indulged too much in fantastical novels? However, this woman appears to possess some depth. Her recent display of fire magic was rather impressive, and it seems she regards me as a person of great significance. This is intriguing. I find myself devoid of resources, my power at its nadir, and I am in dire need of an identity to serve as a facade. This woman, who seems both formidable and somewhat eccentric, presents herself as the perfect candidate. Noticing that Imoran remained silent, Melisandre grew increasingly convinced of her assessment. In her eyes, this was precisely the demeanor of the prophesied king, aloof, profound, and unmoved by the mundane. She tempered her presence, kneeling before the single knee Imoran, slowly bowing her head with solemnity, placing her right hand upon her chest as she performed a dignified gesture. I am Melisandre, the humble servant of the King of Light. Her voice was imbued with reverence. Please allow me to follow in your footsteps and witness your establishment of order in this world. Imoran regarded her, then glanced at the ethereal blue ice flower at his fingertips, which had grown increasingly resplendent after absorbing the essence of 10 corpses. Lifting his gaze toward the towering, seemingly apocalyptic great wall in the distance, he understood that his path to survival in this frigid realm would, from this moment forth, take a drastically different turn. A shattered demon lord, a fervent devotee, and a fate intertwining two worlds were poised to unfold upon this desolate expanse of snow, heralding the beginning of an epic tale. Chapter 3. The Night Watcher's copper and iron medallion. Melisandre knelt reverently in the snow, her crimson robe resembling blood, casting a striking hue against the pale expanse of sky and earth. Her head bowed, her posture exuded utmost humility, as if she were worshipping a living deity. The surrounding air fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the mournful howl of the wind and snow across the icy plain. Imoran knelt on one knee, waves of excruciating pain still coursing through his chest, a remnant of the forced activation of the shattered golden core. He coldly observed the woman who claimed to be a servant of the King of Light, while his mind raced with astonishing speed. A servant of the King of Light? That sounds like a cult organization, and a zealot at that. He mentally ridiculed her assertion of having seen him in the sacred fire. This seems akin to our realm's water mirror technique or divination. 9 times out of 10, it is mere deception, and the remaining time, self-deception. Yet, she appears to genuinely believe it. Imoran discreetly cast a glance at the lingering, ethereal blue ice flower at his fingertips. The manifestation of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art had, in her mind, been transformed into some miraculous sign of a king's return. This misunderstanding is quite delightful. What do I lack the most at this moment? Time, a safe environment for recovery, intelligence about this world, and a continuous supply of cultivation resources. Both souls and death energy. And this woman, along with the entourage behind her, seems capable of providing all that I require. A perfect beginning. Thus, Imoran chose the most fitting response to the prophecy's portrayal of a king: silence and indifference. He rose slowly, casting a profound and inscrutable glance at Melisandre, neither accepting nor rejecting her. Instead, he turned his attention to the sole survivor of this conflict, Sir Wymar Royce. Sir Wymar struggled to stand, his long sword still dusted with frost, his complexion paler than the surrounding snow. Fear, confusion, and a hint of offended noble arrogance intertwined in his gaze. Who exactly are you? He questioned, his voice trembling. Despite his lack of conviction, as the commander of the patrol, he felt compelled to seek clarity. Before Mo Rand could respond, Melisandre rose, her icy gaze sweeping over Weimar. Sir Weimar Royce, she intoned, her voice devoid of the reverence she previously held for Mo Rand, now imbued with undeniable authority. Mind your words. Before you stands the one heralded by flames, the hope that shall end the long night. Your inquiry is itself a sacrilege. Sacrilege? Weimar scoffed, as if hearing the most ludicrous jest. He pointed at Mo Rand and then at the icy remnants of the corpses. This man wields a power as cold and malevolent as those monsters. You call this hope? Though he could not comprehend Mo Rand's methods, he distinctly felt the consuming force of life and soul that belonged to none of the light they understood. Foolishness, Melisandre coldly retorted. Flames bring light. Yet they also cast shadows. Only the deepest shadows can devour the filth of this world. This is the will of Lawler, a truth beyond mortal grasp. Weimar wished to argue further, but upon meeting Melisandre's piercing crimson eyes, which seemed to see into his very soul, he found his words trapped in his throat. This woman held a unique position within the Black Castle. She was the esteemed guest of King Stannis. Even the Lord Commander showed her deference. As a fledgling noble, he had no right to contest her. Assist him onto the horse, Melisandre commanded a ranger behind her, ignoring Weimar. Wrap him in the thickest fur cloak. We must return to the Black Castle at once. Yes, my lady. The ranger cast a reverent glance at Mo Rand before hastily advancing. Mo Rand offered no resistance. His current condition was dire, and assistance was indeed welcome. He allowed the ranger to drape a heavy, warm black fur cloak over him and helped him mount a stout warhorse. At that moment, another ranger approached the fallen bodies of Will and Gary. Only 2 mutilated corpses remained in the snow, unrecognizable from their brutal mauling. The ranger silently knelt, searching the remains of his comrades, ultimately retrieving a small, dull metal token. Mo Rand's gaze was drawn to it. It was a token forged of bronze and black iron, archaic in design, emblazoned with a soaring raven and the oath of the Night's Watch. The token, stained with blood and mud, appeared cold and heavy. The ranger gripped it tightly, for it symbolized their identity and the resting place of their honor. Every brother who joined the Night Watch received such a token, bound together in life and death. This, it seemed, was indeed the emblem of the Night Watch. Mo Rand silently mused, observing that it was a group imbued with a sense of honor and cohesion. However, to me, the worth of this trinket pales in comparison to the remnants of a corpse fiend's soul. After attending to the affairs of his fallen comrade, the squad regrouped. Weimar Royce was positioned at the rear, his countenance dark, evidently still brooding over recent events. Melisandre personally held the reins of Mo Rand's warhorse, leading the procession at the forefront, her demeanor solemn, as if guiding a king surveying his dominion. Mo Rand sat astride his steed, his hood obscuring most of his face, revealing only a pair of fathomless eyes that quietly observed the surroundings, while he subtly delved his consciousness inward. The energy he had absorbed from 10 corpse fiends, though largely dissipated, was being meticulously channeled to mend the tiniest fissures within his dantian. This was an exceedingly delicate endeavor, requiring patience. This woman, named Melisandre, served as an excellent shield. At least until my powers are restored, she could help me navigate many troubles. Furthermore, the Night Watch appeared to be the front line against those corpse fiends, suggesting a continuous supply of sustenance. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Mo Rand's mouth, concealed by the shadow of his hood. Awakening from dire straits, he had swiftly found hope for regaining his strength, even acquiring a formidable protector along the way, an impeccable start. The group braved the biting wind and snow, advancing towards the magnificent ice wall that loomed ever closer. Upon reaching its base, even Mo Rand, accustomed to the towering edifices and floating celestial mountains of the cultivation realm, was struck with awe. The wall, entirely composed of ice and snow, soared into the clouds, its surface reflecting a ghostly blue sheen beneath the dim sky, resembling a colossal ice dragon coiled upon the earth, cleaving the world in two. The ancient, desolate, yet resolute aura it emanated was unlike anything Mo Rand had ever encountered. To construct such a marvel with mere mortal strength suggested that this world was not as simple as he had once imagined. At the foot of the ice wall lay a vast entrance to a tunnel, forged from iron and timber. 2 heavy iron gates stood firmly closed. Melisandre stepped forward and called out the command. With a cacophony that gripped the teeth, the massive iron gates slowly ascended. The tunnel within was enveloped in darkness, akin to the throat of a colossal beast, leading to another realm. As they traversed the lengthy, frigid passage and emerged into the light, A castle constructed of black stone materialized before Mo Rand's eyes. The Black Castle, the headquarters of the Night Watch. Their arrival instantly captivated the attention of all within the castle. Countless gazes, curious, vigilant, and perplexed, were directed towards the returning patrol and the enigmatic boy in the black robe, personally guided by Melisandre. Mo Rand slowly lifted his head, meeting the scrutiny of the crowd, his gaze as tranquil as an abyss. He understood that from the moment he stepped into this fortress, his rebirth as the soul-devouring demon king Mo Rand would truly commence. The world known as Westeros would soon tremble beneath his feet like never before. Chapter 4. The scrutiny of Black Castle. As Mo Rand and his companions traversed the tunnel and entered the training yard of Black Castle, it felt as though they had burst forth from a silent, icy realm into a rough, yet vibrant domain of mortals. The air was thick with the scent of burning coal, hay from the stables, and a complex melange of sweat and inferior ale. The wind whistled through the towers, producing eerie sounds that were sharper than those encountered in the wilderness. Men clad in various shades of black halted their tasks, chopping wood, feeding horses, and forging iron, casting curious and scrutinizing glances upon the newcomers. Among these gazes, there was neither reverence nor kindness. Instead, they bore a numbed, weathered quality. They were the forsaken of Westeros, criminals, bastards, fallen nobility, a flock of crows forgotten on the northern fringes. They placed their faith solely in the swords they wielded and the stark reality before them, long since dismissing miracles or prophecies as mere folly. Mo Rand sat upon his steed, allowing the penetrating stares to sweep over him like searchlights. He concealed his expression beneath the shadow of his hood, while his mind remained composed in analysis. A standard border stronghold, or perhaps a place of exile. Morale was low, yet every soul bore the mark of battle. All had tasted blood. The architecture was coarse and devoid of beauty, prioritizing functionality above all. Indeed, it was somewhat more squalid than he had envisioned. However, for him, such a place was preferable. The greater the chaos and disorder, the more saturated it was with negative emotions and the essence of death, the better it would serve the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique. The procession halted in the center of the courtyard as a burly, gray-bearded elder, accompanied by a pitch-black raven, descended the steps of the command tower. Draped in a heavy bear fur cloak, his gaze was sharp as an eagle's, exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. Even from a distance, Mo Rand could sense the iron-blooded presence of a seasoned warrior. Lord Commander. The cavalrymen behind Melisandre dismounted and saluted with a hand to their chests. Jeor Mormont. Mo Rand promptly labeled the elder in his mind, recognizing him as the highest commander here, the old bear. He seemed far more formidable than the rumors suggested. Accompanying Mormont was a stooped, blind elder adorned with a scholar's chain around his neck. He walked slowly, yet with remarkable steadiness. Maester Aemon. Mo Rand's gaze lingered briefly on the old man. A Targaryen by blood, a living repository of knowledge who had endured for over a century. His understanding likely surpassed that of most individuals in this world. Lady Melisandre, Sir Royce, and Lord Commander Mormont's voices resonated with a low, gravelly timbre, akin to the grinding of stones against one another. Your patrol has returned prematurely, and 2 of your number are missing. His gaze swept across the ranks, ultimately settling on the supported figure of Mo Rand. What transpired? Before Melisandre could respond, the surviving Wyman Royce interjected, tumbling from his horse in a flurry, pointing at Mo Rand with a voice sharp with fear and agitation. My Lord Commander, we encountered those creatures, the others. Will and Gary, they are dead. It is he. His trembling finger directed towards Mo Rand. He employed malevolent sorcery. Those monsters were not slain. They were drained of life. Drained of life? Mormont's brow furrowed deeply, his piercing gaze, as tangible as a blade, fixed upon Mo Rand. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew instantly tense, with all the Night's Watchmen encircling, whispers rising and falling like the tide. Malevolent sorcery? Creatures akin to the others? Where did the Red Woman find such a fiend? Melisandre stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Mo Rand, her vibrant crimson robes blazing like a flame amidst the drab crowd. My Lord Commander, Sir Royce has distorted the truth out of fear. Her voice was cool and imperious, exuding an unassailable authority. What we witnessed was not sorcery, but a miracle. She turned, her tone nearly lyrical as she proclaimed to the assembly, the long night approaches. Darkness encroaches, yet the Lord of Light has not forsaken us. The flames have foretold all. A king shall rise from ice and death, becoming the ultimate weapon against the great other. He wields the power over death and devours the darkness. Today, in the haunted forest, he, immortal form, effortlessly vanquished a dozen wights. I witnessed it with mine own eyes. Her words overflowed with fervor and incitement, yet to the pragmatic ears of the night's watchman, they seemed ethereal and insubstantial. Vanquished wights? Mormont appeared more concerned with the outcome, casting his gaze once again upon Wyman Royce. Is her claim true? Did he truly defeat those creatures? Indeed, my lord. Wyman managed to nod. They were reduced to ice shards. However, the manner in which Mormont interrupted him, his focus relocking onto the silent M.O. Ran. He descended the steps, striding to the front of M.O. Ran's horse, scrutinizing the enigmatic youth from the east at close quarters. M.O. Ran met his gaze with tranquil composure. He felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, the distinctive aura of a leader commanding thousands, a stalwart guardian of the realm for decades. Any ordinary man would have faltered under such scrutiny. But who was M.O. Ran? He was the soul devouring demon lord. With a 5-century-long path in the demonic arts, he had encountered countless emperors and dignitaries, with those who perished at his hands numbering in the multitude. In terms of presence, he had never known defeat. He sat quietly upon his steed, his eyes a placid well, as though Mormont were not appraising him, but rather a mere stone by the roadside. What is your name? Mormont inquired in a low, resonant voice. M.O. Ran slowly lifted his eyelids, parting his thin lips to utter 2 words. M.O. Ran. His voice was soft, even somewhat frail, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. At that moment, the raven perched on Mormont's shoulder suddenly flapped its wings, craning its neck to fix its dark, bead-like eyes upon M.O. Ran, rasping out a call. King! King! An instant silence enveloped the training ground, as all gazes turned in astonishment toward the raven. They were all aware that the Supreme Commander-S Raven possessed a remarkable intelligence, yet it rarely vocalized its thoughts to a stranger, and to address someone as a king? Melisandre's face instantaneously radiated with fervor. Her fists clenched in excitement. Did you hear that, Commander? Even the immortal creature can sense the innate regal aura that surrounds him. This is the prophecy. Mormont's expression darkened significantly as he gestured for the noisy raven to cease its clamor. Yet the internal turmoil he experienced was far more profound than his outward demeanor suggested. Humph, merely a coincidence, he scoffed, but the uncertainty in his tone was palpable. The previously silent Maester Eamon now slowly turned his blind gaze toward M.O. Ran, taking a deep breath of the surrounding air. He spoke in a voice that was ancient and resonant. Commander, this young man bears no trace of a living soul. He is cold, colder than the biting winds and snows of this northern realm. Eamon's words struck like a boulder cast into a lake, stirring greater ripples of unease. If Melisandre's prophecy was an ethereal belief, then Eamon's perception was the crystallization of wisdom and experience, garnering even greater trust from the Night's watch. A being devoid of the essence of life. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly eerie, with fear and curiosity intertwining within the hearts of every member of the Night's watch. M.O. Ran chuckled inwardly. This old man possesses a certain intrigue. His perception is indeed sharp. My cursed body leans toward the frigid, and with my golden core shattered, life has ceased to flow within me. Perhaps I resemble a living dead. After a prolonged silence, Mormont ultimately reached a decision. The truth was that Will and Garrod were dead, and indeed, several wights had been vanquished. His voice regained its familiar steadiness and authority. Regardless of the means employed, he is not our enemy for the time being. Yet his origins and capabilities remain shrouded in uncertainty. He turned to an aide beside him, Bowen Marsh. Take him to the guest quarters of the King's Tower for rest. No one is to disturb him or allow him to leave the room without my command. Post 2 of our most trustworthy brothers to guard the door. Yes, Commander. This was a cautious and pragmatic decision, soothing Melisandre while containing this unpredictable variable. M.O. Ran had no objections. He indeed required a place to recuperate. He was assisted down from his horse, his steps a tad unsteady. As he was led away, he brushed past Maester Eamon, who suddenly spoke to him in a low voice, uttering a phrase in an ancient, nearly forgotten tongue. It was neither the common tongue of Westeros nor Valyrian, but a language that M.O. Ran was profoundly familiar with. It was Mandarin. Scholar Eamon, speaking in eloquent Mandarin, gently inquired, "Do you hail from beyond the wall, or from the other side of the world?" M.O. Ran's steps abruptly halted. Chapter 5. The soft whimper of the ice wolf Eamon's voice was as delicate as falling snowflakes, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within the tranquil lake of M.O. Ran's heart. Mandarin. In this foreign realm, steeped in the essence of a medieval Western world, he had unexpectedly heard the language of his homeland, Earth. In that instant, M.O. Ran's body stiffened. 5 centuries of cultivating his spirit, tempered by blood and fire, had forged within him a heart as placid as an ancient well. Yet at this moment, this simple phrase acted as a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of his deepest memories. Fragments of recollections from the bustling cities of the 21st century, long sealed away by his own design, surged forth like a deluge. His pupils imperceptibly contracted, yet the tumult of emotions within him was fiercely quelled by his formidable will. He did not turn back, nor did he respond. He merely paused for a moment before continuing to follow the officer, Bovenmarsky. However, he was acutely aware that the blind old scholar had sensed his fleeting lapse in composure. Eamon remained rooted to the spot, his unseen eyes seemingly piercing through the wind and snow, gazing at Mo Rand's retreating figure. For the first time, his face displayed a complex array of emotions beyond mere astonishment. It was a mixture of suspicion, nostalgia, and even a hint of trepidation. His withered lips moved slightly, as if he wished to articulate something further, but ultimately, it transformed into a long, drawn-out sigh that dissipated in the bone-chilling northern winds. Eamon, Jayamormer noticed the old scholar's unusual demeanor. "It is nothing, Commander." Eamon slowly shook his head, regaining his usual calm, though the wind seemed to grow colder. The King's Tower was the most comfortable structure within the Black Castle, serving as the venue for esteemed guests. Mo Rand was assigned to a modest yet clean room. Rough tapestries adorned the stone walls to ward off the cold, and a roaring fire in the hearth dispelled the chill of the interior. Bovenmarsky's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant. He prepared warm water and some sustenance, dark bread, salted meat, and a cup of lukewarm ale, before stepping out and dutifully assigning 2 guards outside the door. The heavy door was shut, severing all external prying. Mo Rand did not partake of the food. For a being of his altered magical form, mortal sustenance held no significance and could potentially introduce impurities. He moved to the center of the room, sitting cross-legged, swiftly entering a state of introspection. The impact of Eamon's Mandarin had awakened him to the realization that this world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. How could he speak Mandarin? Was he also a traveler from another realm? Impossible. The ages did not align. Could it be that the Targaryen lineage had some connection to Earth? Yet, could it be that deeper secrets lie concealed within? Countless inquiries swirled within his mind, but he swiftly quelled these distractions. The immediate priority was not to unravel the mysteries of this world, but rather to restore his own strength. In this realm teeming with uncertainty and peril, only absolute power serves as a genuine safeguard. He plunged his consciousness entirely into his dantian. The shattered golden core remained dim and lifeless, yet under his deliberate guidance. The pure energy previously absorbed from the corpse spirits diligently mended the most delicate fissures within the sea of chi in his dantian, akin to industrious worker ants. This process was exceedingly slow, yet undeniably effective. However, it was insufficient, far from adequate. As he sensed the rapid depletion of energy within him, he furrowed his brow. The soul energy from merely 10 corpse spirits was but a drop in the ocean. To witness a substantial improvement in his golden core, he needed to consume hundreds, if not thousands, or even tens of thousands of souls. The dark castle, with its night's watch, was his natural hunting ground. Just as he focused on his recovery, a faint, suppressed whimper suddenly emanated from beyond the door. The sound did not seem human. Rather, it resembled some young creature expressing unease and fear. Moran opened his eyes from his meditative state, his brow slightly furrowed. His keen perception pierced through the heavy stone walls and wooden door, capturing the source of the sound. Outside the door, in addition to 2 guards standing like statues, there curled a snow-white ice wolf in the shadows of the corridor. It was larger than an ordinary wolf, its fur an immaculate white devoid of any blemish, and its eyes, crimson as blood, fixated intently on the door wherein resided, emitting a low, menacing growl from its throat. Beside the ice wolf stood a similarly clad young man in black. He appeared only slightly older than Ma, with a head of curly black hair and a countenance marked by seriousness and melancholy. He was continuously attempting to soothe his ice wolf, though his efforts were evidently in vain. "Bai Ling, be quiet," the young man murmured. He was Jon Snow, who had hurriedly come from the training grounds. After Mon was taken away, Jon had heard of the events that transpired at the training ground. Driven by an inexplicable intuition, coupled with the unprecedented agitation of his ice wolf Bai Ling, he could not resist following. Bai Ling was his companion, a part of his very essence. He could distinctly feel the emotions radiating from Bai Ling, not the aggression one encounters with beasts, nor the fury faced in the presence of foes, but a profound terror and aversion that emanated from the depths of the soul. It was as though behind that door resided not a mere human, but a walking, frigid tomb. Who exactly was he? Jon Snow clenched the hilt of his long-clawed sword at his waist. As the illegitimate son of the Lord of Winterfell, He bore the honor and sense of duty of House Stark in his very blood. He could not stand idly by while anything posed a threat to the wall or the existence of the Night's Watch. Within the room, a playful smile curled at the corners of one's lips. An ice wolf? How intriguing. He could distinctly sense the hostility emanating from the ice-field wolf outside the door, as well as the unique energy within it, seemingly bound to its very soul. Is this the spiritual beast of this world? The purity of its soul was striking. Yet the fleeting thought of devouring it was swiftly extinguished by him. Now was not the time to invite unnecessary complications. However, the wolf's reaction confirmed one crucial fact. The aura of death surrounding him could not be entirely concealed from the extraordinary beings of this realm. Perhaps that scholar, Eamon, had also sensed his anomaly through a similar innate ability. It seemed that the plan of playing the fool to catch the wise would require even greater caution. He chose to disregard the commotion outside, closed his eyes once more, and continued to mend his insignificant injuries. Meanwhile, the standoff between Jon Snow and the White Spirit persisted. Regardless of Jon's attempts at soothing, the White Spirit remained resolute, lying steadfastly on the ground, its crimson eyes fixed unwaveringly on the door, the whimpering from its throat never ceasing, as if it were guarding something in its own manner, while also remaining vigilant. This silent confrontation heralded the initial, intangible clash between two distinctly opposing forces within the frigid Black Castle. One, the son of the Icefield Wolf, symbolizing honor and protection from the north. The other, the Soul Devourer from another realm, representing consumption and annihilation. From this moment onward, their fates had quietly intertwined. Unbeknownst to them, in the near future, they would become each other's most vigilant allies and most tormenting foes. Chapter 6. The howl of the undead nightfall descended quietly. The nights in the Black Castle were colder than the days in the north, enveloped in an eerie silence. Apart from the footsteps of the sentinel atop the tower and the mournful whispers of the wind, no other sounds could be heard. Within the chamber, the flames of the hearth stretched Mo Rand's shadow long against the frigid stone walls, flickering gently like a silent specter. He had maintained his meditative posture for over 6 hours. The restoration within him progressed at an agonizingly slow pace. The energy brought by the 10 undead was but a drop of water in the desert for his shattered golden core. He could sense that his physical condition had improved somewhat, no longer embodying the frailty that would topple at the slightest breeze. Yet he was still leagues away from wielding his powers freely. The efficiency was dismal. Mo Rand sighed inwardly, likening it to charging an aircraft carrier with a single AA battery. He needed to devise a means to acquire a more substantial energy source. He thought of the vast expanse beyond the Great Wall, known as the Shadow of Ghost's Forest. There lay everything he required. Yet, at present, he was confined within this tower, akin to a beast trapped in a cage, gazing longingly at the abundant prey, yet unable to hunt. Jammerman, that old man, was filled with suspicion towards him. Convincing him to release him would likely not be an easy feat, unless an opportunity were to arise. An opportunity that allows him to manifest irreplaceable value while justifiably indulging in sustenance. He was deep in contemplation when the mournful howling of the ice wolf outside had inexplicably ceased. The young man known as Jon Snow seemed to have departed as well. The corridor returned to a profound silence. Yet, amidst this hushed midnight, a piercing, inhuman scream suddenly shattered the stillness of the Black Castle. That sound was filled with sheer terror and agony, as if someone were being torn apart alive. Immediately thereafter, an urgent alarm bell tolled. Dong, dong, dong. The jarring chimes reverberated through every corner of the castle, rousing all slumbering ravens from their dreams. Mo Rand abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his dark pupils. It has begun. He could distinctly hear the guards outside exclaiming and cursing, along with the hurried sound of their retreating footsteps. Hurry, to the commander's chamber. Something has happened. By the heavens, what is that sound? The chaos spread like wildfire. The entire Black Castle resembled a hornet's nest that had been prodded, instantly boiling over. Shouts, the clanging of swords, and the thud of heavy objects falling intertwined to create a cacophony of disarray. Mo Rand rose to his feet and approached the door, straining to listen. His hearing surpassed that of ordinary men. The tumultuous sounds were automatically filtered and analyzed in his ears. Blue eyes, just as Uncle Yang had mentioned in his letter. It is Oder. He has killed Jifer. His strength is too great. My sword cannot cut through. Quickly use fire. Use fire. Oder Willis, Jifer Fohua. These names rang a bell for Mo Rand. They seemed to belong to the two brothers of the Night's Watch that Jon Snow and Samwell Tarly discovered outside the wall this afternoon. Had the bodies they brought back undergone necrosis? The corners of Mo Rand's mouth slowly curled into a chilling smile. It truly was as if a pillow were delivered just as he felt drowsy, or rather, a meal served right to his door. He hesitated no longer, reaching to grasp the cold iron doorknob. A faint, deathly chill oozed from his palm, silently infiltrating the lock. Click! With a soft sound, the sturdy lock gave way. Pushing the door open, he found the corridor deserted, save for the distant tumult and the flickering light of torches. Rand donned his hood, his figure like a wraith, silently melding into the shadows of the tower as he stealthily made his way toward the source of the greatest upheaval, the commander's tower. Upon his arrival, the scene had descended into utter chaos. At the entrance to Commander Gior Mormont's chamber, several members of the Night's Watch were fearfully besieging an individual. That individual was the Ranger Odor, but in this moment, his appearance bore a striking resemblance to the corpses Rand had encountered during the day. His skin was a sickly hue, and his eyes burned with a ghostly blue fire. In his hand, he grasped a dagger, stained with fresh blood. Another ranger, Gifer, lay at his feet, his throat gruesomely slit. Ode's objective was unequivocal, the elderly Geomormont, who held a lantern in the room, his pallid face betraying a facade of composure. Damn it! It cannot be killed, a Night's Watchman bellowed, striking Ode's shoulder with his sword, the blade embedding deeply yet failing to draw a single drop of blood. Ode appeared impervious to the pain, swiftly retaliating with a powerful sweep that sent the Watchman and his sword crashing against the wall. At that moment, Jon Snow, accompanied by his direwolf Ghost, charged forward. "My Lord Commander, be cautious," Jon shouted as Ghost, akin to a flash of white lightning, lunged at the white Ode, sinking its sharp teeth into Ode's arm wielding the blade. The Wight's movements were momentarily hindered. "Quick, use fire," Jon urged the stunned onlookers, drawing his sword-long claw. Ready to assist, Commander Mormont, having regained his composure after an initial shock, seized the moment and hurled the lantern with all his might at the Wight. The lantern shattered upon impact, spilling oil that was instantly ignited by the flames. The fire rapidly engulfed the white Ode, which emitted a howl that was far from human, echoing with agony and malice. This was the Wight's inaugural roar within the Black Castle. It writhed in a frenzied struggle against the flames, attempting to extinguish them. Yet the mundane fire inflicted only limited damage. Its blue eyes remained fixated on Mormont, brimming with undying resentment. Concealed in the shadows, Murin observed the spectacle with an expression devoid of any turmoil. Using fire was indeed a correct approach, yet lamentably inefficient, he muttered quietly, and excessively wasteful. Just as the Wight seemed poised to break free from the fiery confines, Jon prepared to charge heedlessly into the fray when Murin made his move. Like a wisp of smoke, he emerged from the shadows, appearing instantaneously before the burning Wight. His sudden presence rendered all, including Jon and Mormont, momentarily speechless. "It's you," Jon exclaimed in disbelief. Murin paid no heed to anyone. He faced the searing flames, confronting the roaring Wight, and slowly extended his right hand. The same motion, the same stance, reminiscent of his earlier presence on the snowy plains. "Step back," he uttered softly, his voice barely above a whisper yet imbued with an irresistible authority. In the next instant, an invisible, terrifying force erupted from his palm, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The fierce flames encircling the Wight seemed to be seized by an unseen hand, collapsing inward and extinguishing instantly. The howling Wight ceased its movements. For the first time, its eyes, ablaze with ghostly blue fire, reflected a semblance of fear. It could sense an irresistible force, inexorably extracting the very foundation of its existence from its corporeal form. A deep azure luminescence, more robust and substantial than any preceding, intertwined with the soul fire of the undead and the overwhelming essence of death, was forcibly drawn out by Rand, transforming into a spectral ribbon of demise that entirely enveloped his palm. The undead Odor emitted a final, sigh-like whimper as his body rapidly succumbed to frost. Under the awestruck gaze of onlookers, the blazing corpse, along with the flames, was frozen into a crystalline ice sculpture, which then shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering into a ground strewn with soot-laden ice dust. Silence reigned. The entire command tower was enveloped in a deathly stillness. All present stood aghast, fixated on Rand, who stood amidst the icy remnants. His dark cloak fluttered slightly in the draft, and upon his fingertips blossomed an ethereal blue ice flower, more intricate and otherworldly than anything seen in daylight, slowly unfurling. Rand felt an influx of energy, exponentially more potent than before, coursing through him, almost eliciting a moan of pleasure. He gradually lifted his gaze, meeting the complex expression of shock, trepidation, and a hint of fervor in Geomormont's eyes. Rand understood that his opportunity had arrived. Chapter 7. The ghostly bloom at his fingertips silence. It was as if even the wind had crystallized. In the corridor of the command tower, only the glistening ice dust remained, reflecting a chilling glimmer in the torchlight. The heat and chaos brought by the undead's roar were supplanted by a deeper, more primal cold. This chill did not stem from the harsh winters of the north, but arose from the very depths of the soul's present, evoking a tremor of dread. All eyes were fixed intently on the dark-cloaked youth standing amidst the ice dust. Jon Snow's grip on his long sword tightened, knuckles whitening from the effort. His direwolf, Ghost, with its tail tucked, emitted an anxious growl, its crimson eyes filled with apprehension. No longer fierce in the face of an adversary, it exhibited an instinctual fear akin to that of facing a natural disaster. Giamermong, the battle-hardened veteran, felt the first fissures in his once unshakable composure. He had witnessed wights and heard legends of the undead, yet he had never seen, nor even conceived, anyone capable of ending an immortal in such a bizarre and thorough manner. It was neither combat nor banishment. It was consumption, a predation of a higher order, emanating from the apex of the food chain. At the very center of it all, Ran slowly raised his right hand, admiring the masterpiece at his fingertips. The ethereal blue ice flower had fully bloomed, now larger than the one formed on the snowfield by day, its shape more elaborate, layer upon layer of ice crystal petals, as delicate as gossamer, revealed visible deep blue veins resembling meridians. It had transcended mere energy condensation, becoming a living artwork, nurtured by death and soul. A thread of pure energy continuously emanated from the ghostly flower, flowing back into Rand's body. With a sigh of satisfaction, he acknowledged the distinct quality of this essence. The 10 wild men he had encountered during the day were likely long deceased, their souls shattered and their deathly aura chaotic, akin to 3-day-old leftovers, barely sufficient to stave off hunger. In contrast, the one named Ode had recently perished, his resentment abundant and his soul relatively intact. The flavor was exquisite, reminiscent of a perfectly seared steak. While not gourmet, it was a delicacy compared to the remnants of yesteryear. He could distinctly feel that this fresh energy, upon entering his dantian, would repair his shattered golden core far more effectively than the combined essence of the previous 10. Subtle cracks began to show signs of mending under the nourishment of this energy. As he reveled in the long-awaited return of power, a quivering voice, imbued with scholarly curiosity, shattered the silence. "What is that? Is it a flower at your fingertips?" The speaker was Sam Wiltari, who had somehow appeared, peering from behind a sturdy night's watchman. His round face was marked by fear, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable thirst for knowledge. The gaze of all present shifted to the enchanting ice flower in response to Sam's words. Rand slowly lifted his eyelids, his dark gaze sweeping over each individual present before finally resting upon the face of Commander Mormont. He chose not to answer Sam's inquiry. Instead, he spoke in a tone that was calm to the point of coldness to the highest authority in the room. "Commander, you have an insurmountable predicament." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. He slightly raised his right hand, adorned with the blossoming ice flower, as if it were the only answer needed. Foolhardy, utterly audacious. Yet, in that moment, no one deemed him to be boasting. The evidence lay before them, the ground strewn with ice dust, irrefutable proof of his claims. Jon Snow's brow furrowed even deeper. He detested Rand's demeanor, his indifference towards the lives of others, his arrogance that placed himself above all, stirred profound discomfort within him. "What have you done?" Jon could not restrain himself from stepping forward, his voice sharp with accusation. "That is not the power a night's watchman should wield." At last, Rand turned his gaze upon him, an almost imperceptible glint of mockery in his eyes, as if regarding a naive child. "The power a night's watchman should wield?" he retorted. "Is it to slowly burn with torches, praying they turn to ash before being torn apart? Or to wield your decent iron sword against a horde of unfeeling, undead monstrosities?" He took a step forward, an intangible chill causing Jon to instinctively retreat half a step. "Naive. When you gaze into the abyss, do not expect the abyss to respond with light." M's voice was low yet imbued with a bewitching allure, suggesting that to confront darkness, one must delve deeper into shadows. And to face death, one must master it. As he spoke, he brought the ice flower closer to his eyes, as if admiring a rare treasure. In response to the earlier query posed by the rotund man, he murmured softly, as if engaged in a soliloquy or proclaiming to all present, "It is a flower. A bloom whose roots are nourished by the bones of the deceased, and whose essence is sustained by the souls of the departed, blossoming only in the frigid despair of the utmost cold." He extended another hand, gently caressing the crystalline petals, his touch delicate as though brushing against a lover's cheek. I call it the soul flower. The very utterance of this name sent a shiver through all in attendance, as if enchanted, perfectly encapsulating the flower's eerie yet lethal beauty. Jean-Mormont's gaze became exceedingly complex as he regarded Vron and then the flower, a flicker of uncertainty appearing on his weathered face for the first time. The Night's Watch, steeped in an 8,000-year legacy, held their oaths, honor, and combat methods ingrained in their very bones. Yet now, an unprecedented foe had arisen, one that could not be vanquished by traditional means. And Moan, this enigmatic youth, presented a similarly unprecedented, revolutionary solution. To accept him might signify a betrayal of the traditions and light upheld by the Night's Watch for millennia. Conversely, to reject him could mean witnessing the long night descend. Watching as the entire Brotherhood, and indeed all of Westeros, were consumed by the army of the dead. This was a harrowing choice. Ultimately, reason and responsibility triumphed over tradition and doubt. All present, including Commander Mormont, took a deep breath, and with his authoritative voice, issued the command to clear the area. As for Jaefor's death, I shall personally inform his family. Regarding oath, we shall consider him to have perished beyond the wall. This served to characterize the events of the night and acted as a veiled gag order. He then turned his gaze sharply towards Sun, his eyes as keen as a blade. You, come with me. A fleeting smile graced Ant's lips beneath the shadows of his hood. He recognized that he had triumphed in this psychological duel. No longer was he a prisoner in need of surveillance, but rather a dangerous ally that demanded recognition. The soul flower at his fingertips, responding to his thoughts, transformed into shimmering blue motes of light, merging with his essence and vanishing from sight. That immense energy was wholly absorbed within him, commencing a new cycle of refining his core. Amidst the awe, fear, and a hint of curiosity reflected in the gazes of the Night's Watch, Voron followed Jean-Mormont deeper into the commander's office. A midnight conversation that would determine the fate of Castle Black and the entire North was about to commence. Chapter 8. The fiery gaze of the lady in red within the commander's office. The fireplace blazed brightly, dispelling the chill from the corridor. A massive map of the North adorned the wall, accompanied by several ancient longswords, serving as decoration. The air was thick with the scents of aged parchment, beeswax, and potent spirits. J.L. Mormont sat behind his expansive desk, crafted from dark oak, cluttered with disheveled letters and reports. He did not speak immediately, instead pouring himself a generous glass of amber liquor and then extending the bottle towards M.O. Ran. Care for a drink? It might warm you, he offered. His voice gravelly and low, both tentative and assertive. M.O. Ran pulled up a chair, casually seating himself, locking eyes with Mormont across the desk. He shook his head, responding calmly, I am not cold. This was a truth. Having cultivated the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, he was impervious to the elements. Although the energy within him remained feeble after consuming Ode soul power, it was more than sufficient to sustain his bodily functions. Mormont's gaze sharpened slightly as he downed the fiery liquid in one gulp, the harsh drink seemingly invigorating him. Then, Mr. M.O. Ran, he deliberately emphasized the title, signifying a shift to a more egalitarian and respectful stance. Let us converse. Let us discuss you, your abilities, and what it is you desire. This opening was remarkably direct, imbued with a pragmatic essence that resonated with Mormont's character. M.O. Ran appreciated this straightforwardness. He had little patience for circumlocution. I am M.O. Ran, hailing from a distant land. He began his self-introduction, a blend of truth and pretense. As for my abilities, you have already witnessed them. I can contend with those entities you refer to as ghouls, and I do so with far greater efficacy than any of your methods. I have observed, Mormont replied in a grave tone, yet that power unsettles me. Scholar Iman has remarked that you lack the essence of the living. Only the dead can more effectively confront the dead, can they not? M.O. Ran retorted with a light chuckle. Mormont found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, momentarily choked by the insight. As for what I desire, M.O. Ran leaned forward slightly, his pitch-black gaze illuminated by the flickering firelight, resembling two unfathomable abysses. It is quite simple. I need them. Them? The ghouls. Or rather, all that has perished and possesses residual souls. M.O. Ran unabashedly revealed his intentions. For me, they are both sustenance and medicine. He gestured to his chest. I have sustained severe injuries, and only by consuming a significant amount of death can I restore myself. Therefore, I require you to provide me with prey. The more, the better. Mormont's pupils dilated suddenly. This demand confirmed his darkest suspicions. The youth before him was indeed a monster that fed on death. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to an icy chill. You would treat the enemies of the Night's Watch as your sustenance? Mormont's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. You would consider our fallen brethren as your remedy? If that is how you perceive it, then so be it. Morin's response was as calm as a tranquil sea, as though he were merely stating an undeniable truth, rather than allowing them to transform into mindless monsters that attack the living, only to be consumed by flames. It would be more efficient to assimilate them into my power to confront even greater monstrosities. Is this not a more effective means of recycling? The very notion of recycling struck Mormont with an unprecedented shock to his worldview. He had never encountered such a chilling, sacrilegious yet infuriatingly logical assertion. He gazed intently at Afar, searching for a hint of malice or madness upon his countenance, but found none. Morin's expression was one of indifference, akin to a starving individual contemplating their next meal with an air of inevitability. Just as the tension reached its zenith between the two, a gentle knock resonated from the office door. "Commander," came the voice of Melisandre. Mormont furrowed his brow, but replied in a low tone, "Enter." The door swung open, revealing the figure of the woman in red. She had evidently heard the earlier commotion and rushed to the scene. Her gaze bypassed Mormont and settled directly on Lon, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Unlike Mormont's apprehension and ire, Melisandre's expression radiated an intensifying zeal and admiration. "I have heard, Commander," she said, gliding into the room, her attention unwaveringly fixed on Morin. She sensed it, the purifying force, the shadowy power that devours darkness, had once again descended. Approaching Lon, she spoke in an almost entranced tone. "You see, Commander, he speaks no falsehood. He was born for this purpose. The unclean dead are meant to be the foundation of his power, the very bricks and mortar for constructing the Eternal Night Dynasty." Eternal Night Dynasty? Mormont keenly seized upon the term. "Indeed," Melisandre replied, turning to face him. At that moment, her aura eclipsed even that of the Night's Watch commander, as the flames of Lawler foretold all. When the long night descends and the White Walkers advance, the realms of mortals will extinguish like candles in the wind. Only one king shall command death, establishing an imperishable dynasty for the dead, in defiance of the ultimate chill. She extended her hand, pointing at Thrawn, "And he is the prophesied Night King." Her voice was imbued with an enchanting power, as if she were reciting a grand epic. Voran sat in his chair, listening to Melisandre's live interpretation, his heart unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. Night King? What a captivating title. Far more stylish than Soul Eater Lord. This charlatan truly is talented. Not only has she resolved my identity crisis, but also mapped out my future career. Such business acumen would make her an unparalleled leader in our neck of the woods. Mormont's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. He harbored no belief in the tales of the Night King, yet Melisandre's words provided him with a stepping stone, a rationale for accepting the existence of Morin. If one were to define Morin's actions as the divine will, a necessary sacrifice in the battle against the long night, then the acceptance of him by the Night's Watch was not an alliance with evil, but rather adherence to a higher purpose. This was paramount for maintaining the morale and honor of the Brotherhood. "I care not what title he bears." Mormont inhaled deeply, ultimately reaching a resolution. "All I know is that the wall requires every power available to combat the White Walkers." He turned to Morin, his gaze imbued with complexity as he spoke. "I can acquiesce to your demands. The bodies discovered by the Night's Watch beyond the wall may be entrusted to you. I could even approve your enlistment in the Rangers, allowing you to hunt beyond the wall." However, his tone shifted, becoming stern and resolute. "You must swear an oath. Your power is to be wielded solely against the foes beyond the wall. Under no circumstances may it be directed against the Night's Watch or any living soul of the Seven Kingdoms. Should you defy this, I, Jeor Mormont, will stop at nothing to turn you to ashes." This was his unwavering boundary. Morin regarded him, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. This old man, though obstinate, was a true guardian. Agreed, he nodded decisively. After all, he held little interest in the souls of the living for the time being. Those souls, rife with desires and emotions, were far less pure than the departed, laden with impurities that complicated consumption. With Morin's promise secured, Mormont's demeanor softened slightly. Meanwhile, Melisandre, standing nearby, wore a satisfied smile. To her, everything unfolded seamlessly towards the fulfillment of the prophecy. She gazed at Morin, her intense gaze seemingly capable of melting him. In her eyes, he was a king poised to embark on a grand journey. Yet Morin mused, "Splendid. A long-term patronage secured. Starting tomorrow, he would venture beyond the wall to hunt and level up." Chapter 9. The Illusion of the Light King. The midnight conversation concluded with an eerie consensus. Morin, an enigmatic being nourished by death, was officially accepted by the highest commander of the Night's Watch. He was no longer a confined suspect, but had attained the status of a unique entity with legitimate hunting rights. As Mo ran and Melisandre emerged from the commander's office. The chaos in the corridor had subsided. The remnants of Othel's icy dust and Gior's corpse had been cleared away, the ground washed clean. Yet the air still lingered with a faint trace of blood and chill. The night's watchmen observed them from a distance, their expressions a complex tapestry of fear, curiosity, and rejection. "Congratulations, my king," Melisandre's voice resonated in the quiet corridor, filled with genuine joy. "You have taken the first step towards conquering this world." Mo Ran cast her a sidelong glance, indifferent to the title. "I merely found a canteen." "A canteen?" Melisandre evidently struggled to comprehend this modern lexicon. Yet she astutely refrained from inquiring further, interpreting it instead as a profound metaphor. She halted, her crimson eyes shimmering astonishingly in the dim light. Fixing her gaze upon Mo Ran, she solemnly declared, "Tonight, I shall offer a sacrifice to Roller, beseeching the guidance of the sacred flame to illuminate your path ahead. The flame shall reveal to us the direction of your next course of action, shall they not?" Mo Ran nonchalantly replied, wishing her good fortune, before striding directly toward his chamber. He harbored no interest in any divine guidance. For him, there was but a single path. Wherever the dead lay thickest, there he would venture. Observing Mo Ran's departing figure, Melisandre's eyes reflected no hint of disappointment. Instead, they brimmed with a deeper devotion. In her view, the indifference and pragmatism of this Lord of Eternal Night were precisely the qualities that distinguished him as a ruler. He did not believe in gods, for he himself was a shadow of divinity walking upon the earth. Upon returning to his quarters in the king's tower, Mo Ran promptly seated himself cross-legged, eager to assimilate the night's gains. The soul power of the corpse demon ode was far more refined and immense than that of the 10 wild corpse demons combined. A torrent of icy energy surged through his veins, washing over his shattered golden core like a flood. Within his inner vision, he perceived a fine crack, no thicker than a hair, on the surface of the golden core, gradually mending under the relentless impact and nourishment of this energy. Though it was merely a trifling fissure, this transformation sent Mo Ran into a frenzy of elation. It affirmed that he was on the right path, provided he could obtain ample high-quality sustenance. The restoration of his fractured golden core was indeed within the realm of possibility. Once Ode's soul power was entirely absorbed and refined. Mo Ran sensed a marked elevation in his physical state. His perception expanded, allowing for a more intricate manipulation of power. The spectral flower at his fingertips could now be effortlessly summoned and retracted. The initial stage of the Soul Devourer was finally stabilized. Mo Ran exhaled a breath laced with tendrils of dark energy, yet he knew this was far from sufficient. To ascend to the next realm, the bone condensation stage, capable of conjuring bones from thin air to forge the most rudimentary of Dao soldiers, he would likely need to consume thousands of corpse demons of Ode's caliber. He opened his eyes and gazed into the boundless darkness beyond the window. "Wait for me beyond the Great Wall." Simultaneously, in another part of the Black Castle, Melisandre's chamber resembled less a bedroom and more a diminutive shrine. At the room's center, a brass brazier blazed with a fervent sacred flame, casting a scarlet glow throughout the space. The walls bore no superfluous adornments, save for the emblem of Roller's sacred heart. Melisandre shed her outer robe, donning only a delicate red silk gown, and stood barefoot before the brazier. She cast a small vial of fragrant powder into the flames. Whoosh! The fire leapt upward, its hues becoming ever brighter and purer. She closed her eyes, her hands pressed together, and began to softly chant in the ancient Valyrian tongue, offering her most devout prayers to her deity, the King of Light, Roller. She sought guidance, imploring for revelations regarding the future of the Lord of the Long Night. Gradually, her consciousness merged with the flames. She beheld countless flickering, indistinct visions. She saw vast snowfields and the ghostly armies of the dead marching through a blizzard. She witnessed colossal dragons, 3 titanic beasts blotting out the sun, soaring from the eastern horizon, exhaling flames that could obliterate all. She glimpsed the Iron Throne, that fearsome seat forged from the swords of the vanquished, now shrouded in frost. These visions were fragmented and fleeting, elusive to grasp. Melisandre concentrated fiercely, striving to discern the figure leading the army of the dead, to glimpse the one who would ultimately claim the frozen throne. At last, one image amidst the flames became clear. It revealed a forest of fishbone wood, blanketed in snow, where ancient white trunks were carved with faces weeping red sap. In the heart of the forest stood the figure she fervently followed, Stannis, beneath a massive heart tree. In his hand, he clutched a pulsating heart. This heart was not of human origin. It was crystalline and seemed sculpted from ice, radiating a ghostly blue light from within. Then, she witnessed the most shocking and perplexing scene. Stannis, the king of the long night she had deemed a beacon of hope against the great other, slowly pressed that icy heart into his own chest. Boom! An endless chill erupted from him, instantly encasing the entire forest in ice. He lifted his head slowly. His once dark gaze transformed into a deep, cold, ghostly blue, indistinguishable from that of the Night King. Behind him, the entire world succumbed to eternal night. This vision was so vivid, so terrifying, that Melisandre's faith momentarily wavered. What had she seen? The king she followed had become the ultimate darkness he was meant to fight? No, it could not be. Startled, Melisandre jolted awake from the vision, drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, her beautiful face etched with terror and confusion. The flames in the brazier had dimmed, leaving only wisps of blue smoke. I must have misinterpreted, she murmured, attempting to convince herself. The revelation of fire was filled with metaphor. Consume the darkness, become the darkness. That is his true destiny. He would replace the old god, becoming the new god of cold. With eternal order, he would end the chaotic disorder. She forcefully reframed her interpretation of the vision, reinterpreting that dreadful scene as a higher calling. Her gaze grew resolute once more, even more fervent than before. So it is, she declared. Lawler, I comprehend your will. Rising to her feet, she donned her red robes anew, her eyes ablaze as she gazed toward the tower of the king. My lord, the path you must tread is far more arduous and magnificent than I had ever envisioned. At this moment, she has irrevocably intertwined Rand's fate with the very survival of the world. She herself shall serve as the most loyal and fervent stepping stone along this thorn-laden path of kingship, regardless of what he may become. Chapter 10. He is the prophesied one. Dawn arrived at the Black Castle in a most reluctant manner. The sky did not clear. It merely shifted from a deep black to a leaden gray, and the wind and snow showed no signs of abating. This new day, like each of the past 8,000 days, was cold and unforgiving. In the dining hall, the night's watchmen silently consumed their breakfast of oatmeal, black bread, and, if fortunate, a small portion of salted meat. The atmosphere was oppressive and somber. The chaos and death of the previous night weighed heavily upon every heart, akin to a colossal stone. The enigmatic Eastern youth, the one capable of transforming corpses into icy dust, became the focal point of hushed conversations, though none dared to voice their thoughts aloud. When Rand entered the dining hall alone, all noise ceased instantaneously. Hundreds of eyes converged upon him, a blend of awe, fear, curiosity, and hostility intermingled in the air, almost tangible in its intensity. Rand remained oblivious, proceeding directly to the serving counter to pour himself a glass of water, then seeking out an empty corner to sit. His demeanor was unhurried, as if he were entirely unaffected by the stifling pressure surrounding him. Opposite him sat Jon Snow, who had spent the night in restless wakefulness. His gray eyes bloodshot and weary. The events of the previous night had profoundly shaken him. He grieved for the tragic demise of his comrades while simultaneously being deeply troubled by Rand's unfathomable power. He gazed at Rand, this seemingly frail youth who possessed a strength capable of compelling even the old bear to yield. How did you fare last night? Jon could no longer restrain himself. His voice was hoarse. Rand lifted his eyelids, casting a glance in Jon's direction, and replied nonchalantly, not bad. A somewhat fulfilling midnight snack. Jon's expression instantly soured. He understood the implication behind Rand's words. To describe the transformation of a living brother of the Night's Watch into a wight as a midnight snack reflected an extreme detachment that made Jon feel a wave of visceral nausea. Odor was once our brother. Jon's voice dropped, brimming with indignation. He was once, Rand corrected. The moment he became a wight, he ceased to be. He became merely a marionette, a moving corpse, a vector of death. I ended his suffering. You should be grateful to me. That was not an end. Jon wanted to articulate the word sacrilege, but the sentiment faltered on his lips. He had to concede that Rand's method was indeed the most efficient and thorough. He found himself ensnared in a tormenting conflict between honor and reality, unable to extricate himself from the agony. Observing Jon's tortured expression, Rand shook his head inwardly. Too naive. A quintessential idealist, he remains entrenched in a world defined by stark contrasts. The Stark family's educational approach, in such a post-apocalyptic environment, serves as a veritable breeding ground for sanctimonious individuals. He privately scoffed. Nonetheless, such people can be of use. Their sense of honor becomes the most effective shackle. At that moment, the restaurant doors swung open once more. Melisandre entered, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Clad in her resplendent crimson robe, she appeared even more striking under the somber morning light. Her visage radiated a divine glow, as if she had just emerged from a sacred bath. Instead of retrieving her meal, she strode directly to the center of the dining hall, standing before all the Night's Watch members. Brothers. Her voice was cold yet resonant, imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality that swiftly silenced all murmurs. I know you are beset by confusion and fear. Last night, we confronted the terrors of the long night and bore witness to the deaths of our comrades. Her gaze swept over each individual, ultimately resting on Jon Snow in the corner. But, she continued, her tone shifting to one of fervor and zeal, we have also witnessed hope. We have beheld a miracle. The King of Light has not forsaken us, the sentinels who steadfastly guard against the darkness. He has sent us a messenger, a sovereign who treads the realm of death. She abruptly raised her arm, pointing directly at Jon Snow. It is he. All eyes swiftly converged upon Jon. He held a cup of water, his expression impassive, as if the person Melisandre spoke of bore no relation to him. I know you cannot comprehend his power, for it belongs to the domain of the divine. What you perceive as malevolence is merely a manifestation of your mortal vision, unable to discern its sacred essence. Melisandre's voice brimmed with incitement. Allow me to reveal the truth unveiled by the flames. She paused momentarily, allowing the tension in the room to swell to its zenith. He is the prophesied one, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai. The legendary Lightbringer was not forged by mortal fire, but transformed from his very being. He shall become the sword, drinking deeply of darkness and incinerating the frost. He devours death to master it. He traverses the shadows to become a shadow deeper than darkness itself. He is our weapon, our singular hope against the eternal winter. These words resonated like thunder in the minds of all the Night's Watch members. Azor Ahai, Lightbringer, the most ancient and sacred hero's tale among the followers of the Lord of Light in Westeros. To equate Jon Snow, who seemed so utterly disconnected from the essence of light, with that legendary hero was sheer folly. Yet, Melisandre's identity, her status as the Red Priestess, and her undeniable fervent tone lent an eerie persuasiveness to her declarations. Jon Snow was utterly astonished. While he was well aware of the legend of Azor Ahai, he found it impossible to reconcile the heroic figure of that tale with the cold and nearly cruel individual before him, who described the corpses of his comrades as mere midnight snacks. However, for the majority of the Night's Watch members, understanding was unnecessary. They required merely an explanation, one that could help them accept the horrifying events of the previous night and restore their courage. Melisandre's prophecy provided precisely that. Indeed, if he were the legendary hero, then everything he did, no matter how bizarre, could be deemed sacred and comprehensible. In an instant, the gazes of the diners in the hall towards Melisandre began to subtly shift. Fear still lingered, yet it was quietly interwoven with a hint of reverence, perhaps even hope. Melisandre observed all of this, her estimation of Jon rising another notch in her mind. Impressive. She had deftly manipulated the narrative, forcibly reframing the actions of a villain as a necessary evil of a savior. Her ability to sway public opinion was nothing short of remarkable. Taking a sip of water, Jon thought to himself that this was splendid. She had even helped to establish his persona. Henceforth, during meals, it was unlikely anyone would dare speak ill of him. Melisandre had completed her sermon. She approached Jon's table, slightly bowing before him, and in a voice only they could hear, spoke reverently. My king, I have paved the way for you. From this day forth, every hunt you undertake within the Black Castle shall be a sacred ritual. Jon set down his cup and finally regarded her directly. You have done well, he said in a tone of an esteemed superior acknowledging a subordinate. As a reward, next time, I shall allow you to witness the birth of a miracle up close. Melisandre trembled slightly with excitement. For her, this was the utmost honor. Chapter 11. The commander's doubts. Jaime Mormont sat at the head of the table, his bowl of oatmeal long since cold. He did not take a single bite, instead observing his subordinates with his keen, hawk-like gaze. Melisandre's sermon had injected a potent elixir into the hearts of these already numb crows. He noted the transformation. The faces of the new recruits were now animated, their fear replaced by a blind fervor. They whispered among themselves, discussing Azor Ahai and the Lightbringer, as if the legendary hero had descended, and the threat of the long night would soon be vanquished. Meanwhile, the seasoned veterans, who had served on the wall for decades, remained largely silent. They merely wiped the bottoms of their bowls with dark bread, yet Mormont could read deeper concerns in their furrowed brows and averted gazes. They had witnessed too much death to place faith in hollow hopes. Most troubling for Mormont were the two figures seated in the corner. Jon Snow, the young man imbued with an excess of integrity and honor, regarded Mo Ran with a gaze rife with hostility and confusion. as if he wished to dissect him with his eyes. In stark contrast, Mo Ran, the prophesied one elevated to a pedestal, remained entirely aloof. His countenance bore no trace of the joy that accompanies adulation, nor the unease of scrutiny. He sat quietly, sipping a glass of clear water, as though the tumult of the dining hall held no relevance to him. This profound sense of detachment unsettled Mormont more than any flamboyant display could. What have we brought in? Mormont pondered silently. He lifted the bowl before him, downing the cold oatmeal, before rising and departing the noisy dining room. He sought a tranquil space to untangle his chaotic thoughts. In the office of the Lord Commander, the fire in the hearth still blazed vigorously. Mormont approached the vast map of the north, tracing the heavy ink line that symbolized the wall with his rough fingers. For 8 millennia, the Night's Watch had stood as that ink line, clear, resolute, and distinctly black and white. They safeguarded the realm, standing against the darkness beyond the wall. Yet now, a being from the very heart of darkness had aligned himself with them. He is a sword, Mormont murmured, a blade capable of easily severing our enemies. Yet the hilt of this sword is likewise steeped in venom. He had made a choice last night, one purely driven by pragmatic considerations. The Night's Watch undeniably needed Mo Ran's power. This fact was indisputable. However, the repercussions of this choice loomed like a shroud, obscuring his vision. Melisandre's involvement further complicated matters. She had packaged Mo Ran as a savior, a move that might bolster morale in the short term but also sowed the seeds of a grave peril. Faith is an uncontrollable force. When the men of the Night's Watch began to place their hopes in a miracle they could not comprehend, rather than in the swords in their hands and the brothers at their sides, the very foundation of the Night's Watch began to tremble. Lord Commander, a frail voice emanated from the doorway. Maester Eamon, leaning on his cane, entered silently. Though blind, he always managed to find Mormont's position with precision. Maester Eamon, Mormont turned, gesturing for the elderly scholar to take a seat. In Castle Black, the only person with whom he could freely share his inner doubts was this sage who had lived for over a century. You are troubled by that young man, Maester Eamon stated rather than inquired. Indeed, Mormont did not deny it, pouring himself a glass of wine but not drinking. I made a bargain, Eamon. I exchanged the traditions of the Night's Watch for a form of power, a power I cannot comprehend nor trust. Power itself is devoid of inherent good or evil. Maester Eamon responded slowly. A Valyrian steel sword can be wielded to protect the innocent or to slaughter the weak. The crux lies within the heart of the wielder. But I cannot discern his heart. Mormont's voice carried a hint of weariness, and all I beheld was a vast void, an icy abyss seemingly capable of devouring all. Maester Eamon fell silent for a moment, his blind gaze fixed upon the flickering flames in the hearth. Prophecy is akin to a sword without a hilt. One knows not how to grasp it, nor whether it shall wound the foe first or inflict harm upon oneself. His voice resonated with a distant profundity. Lady Melisandre believed she glimpsed the future, yet the flames reveal but fragments, and interpretation is often skewed by the desires of the beholder. And what of you, Master Eamon? Mormont pressed, what do you see? A solemnity, rare upon Eamon's visage, emerged. I heard the echoes of home. He spoke in a tone bordering on reverie, recounting a legend long forgotten by history, from the far reaches of the world. Yet, it felt too ethereal. He redirected the conversation, his tone growing grave. What I perceive is more fundamental. Last night, as he consumed Odhel, I sensed it. He was neither destroying nor purifying. He was feeding. He regarded death itself as sustenance. Eamon's words sent a chill coursing up Mormont's spine, resonating with his own sentiments. What then shall we do? Mormont inquired. Shall we regard him as a weapon to be utilized? Or, we have no choice. Commander, Eamon interrupted. The long night approaches, and we must grasp every lifeline, even if it is laced with venom. Yet, we can choose how to hold it. He paused, continuing, send someone to follow him, to observe him, not to spy, but to watch. We must understand him, his strengths, his limits, and, more importantly, his vulnerabilities. A flicker of realization shone in Mormont's eyes. Indeed, this is the most pragmatic approach. If we cannot escape him, we must seek to understand and control. I comprehend. He nodded, a suitable candidate immediately materializing in his mind. Honest, brave, vigilant of Mormont, yet unwaveringly loyal to himself. Jon Snow, Mormont murmured the name softly. He approached the window, pushing open the heavy wooden shutters. The biting cold wind rushed in, causing the maps to rustle. He gazed out upon the towering wall, his resolve rekindled. Regardless of what the future holds, or the cost to be paid, he, Jeor Mormont, the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, shall fulfill his vow. He shall become the sentinel in darkness, the harbinger of dawn, even if he stands shoulder to shoulder with a being more profound than the darkness itself. Chapter 12. The stagnation of death in the depths of the dungeon. The dungeons of the Black Castle lie at the very base of the Lord Commander's tower, a place eternally shrouded from the sun, cold and damp. The air is permeated with the stench of mold, filth, and despair, while droplets of water seep from the cold stone walls, resembling the endless tears of this castle. Within these confines, prisoners are typically those who have violated the Night Watcher's oath, deserters or barbarian captives subjected to interrogation. However, today, a unique guest has arrived. Under the direct orders of the Commander-in-Chief, a corpse has been carried into the innermost cell. It belongs to another night watchman, known as Jeffrey, who met his demise during patrol. Last night, he was slain by the ghoul, Otter, before the commander's door, and his body was promptly discovered and preserved. At this moment, the lifeless form rests quietly upon the cold stone slab. The wounds on his body have been roughly tended to, yet is wide open. Lifeless eyes remain filled with the terror he experienced before death. Outside the iron door of the cell stand three figures: Jill Mormont, Jon Snow, and M.O. Ran. This is a decision made by Mormont. Before officially approving M.O. Ran's hunting expedition, he requires a controlled test. He wishes to witness firsthand and ensure that Jon Snow also witnesses the inexplicable power of M.O. Ran in action. This place is secure. Mormont's voice reverberates through the dungeon, sounding particularly somber. The walls are thick, with only one exit. Whatever occurs, it can be contained. Jon Snow grips the hilt of his sword, his expression tense. He harbors a disdain for this place and a deeper aversion to the impending events. Using the corpse of a comrade as a test subject grossly contradicts the education he received and his sense of honor. Yet, he cannot defy the commander's orders. In contrast, M.O. Ran appears invigorated. He inhales deeply, a look of enjoyment gracing his features. What a splendid place, he remarks, thick with death's essence and rife with resentment. And fresh ingredients, far more flavorful than your dining hall's offerings. This flippant comment causes Jon's fists to clench tightly. Mormont pays no heed to the tension brewing between the two. He simply addresses M.O. Ran. Begin. Let us see if your method proves effective once more. As you wish, M.O. Ran replies with a slight smile, stepping into the cell. The heavy iron gate closes behind him with a resounding clang, isolating him from the outside world. Inside the cell, a solitary oil lamp hangs in the corner, casting a dim, yellow glow. M.O. Ran approaches the corpse, crouching beside it to examine it meticulously. The time of death does not exceed 12 hours. The body's functions are well preserved, and the soul has yet to fully dissipate, merely ensnared in silence. The resentment is potent, a promising specimen. He muses to himself, akin to a connoisseur evaluating fine ingredients. Outside, Jon and Mormont watch him anxiously through the gaps in the iron bars, observing every movement he makes. M.O. Ran extends a finger, gently tapping the corpse's cold forehead. He does not immediately begin to consume. Rather, he waits, anticipating the moment when the ingredients become even more delectable. Time passes, second by second. The dungeon was enveloped in a chilling silence, broken only by the crackling of the oil lamp's wick and the hushed breaths of those present. Jon felt his heartbeat quickening, an ominous premonition coiling around his heart like a venomous serpent. Suddenly, the corpse lying on the ground convulsed violently. Within its once hollow, vacant eyes, 2 points of ethereal blue flame ignited without warning. A guttural, inhuman roar erupted from the depths of the corpse's throat. Jeff the zombie had come to life. It sprang from the ground with a sudden, jerky motion, arms outstretched, lunging at the nearby M.O. Ran. "Be careful," Jon instinctively exclaimed, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Mormont's muscles tensed, ready to burst through the door at any moment. Yet, within the cell, M.O. Ran remained utterly still, not even rising from his crouched position, a smirk of amusement dancing on his lips, as though he were savoring an intriguing performance. Just as the ghoul's claws were about to graze his face, M.O. Ran softly remarked, "Not bad for vitality," and slowly raised his right hand. In that instant, the temperature in the dungeon plummeted dramatically. An invisible, yet overwhelmingly oppressive aura erupted from M.O. Ran. The Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique was in full force. The once formidable ghoul, Jeff, froze mid-motion, as though an unseen hand had seized its throat. The blue flames in its eye sockets flickered wildly, filled with sheer terror. It sensed an irresistible pressure emanating from the pinnacle of life itself, locking it in place. Before this presence, it was akin to an ant ensnared by a dragon, unable to muster even the thought of rebellion. Now, M.O. Ran's voice echoed in the dungeon, cold and indifferent, like a deity's judgment, proclaiming, "It is time to indulge in a feast." In his palm, a tiny, swirling black vortex materialized. The soul fire and deathly energy within the ghoul Jeff were inexorably drawn out by an irresistible force, transforming into a stream of deep blue energy that flowed unceasingly into the diminutive black whirlpool. A pained, intermittent wail escaped the zombie's lips. Its body trembled violently, the skin visibly shriveling, turning ashen, rapidly encased in a thick layer of frost. Outside the door, John and Mormont were utterly astonished by the bizarre and terrifying spectacle before them. What they witnessed was a silent plunder, a one-sided, soul-level, excruciatingly brutal consumption. M.O. Rand closed his eyes, a look of rapture gracing his face. Pure energy surged into his body, cleansing his parched meridians and mending his shattered golden core. The sensation of power returning to him was, to his mind, the most exquisite drug in existence. As the last flicker of soul fire was extinguished, the corpse demon, Jeff, had fully transformed into a human-shaped ice sculpture, standing silently in place. M.O. Rand rose, extended a finger, and gently flicked the ice sculpture. Crack! The sculpture shattered, disintegrating into cold dust that blanketed the ground. Everything settled into silence. M.O. Rand turned, meeting the horrified gazes of the two outside the door, a faintly satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Your Excellency, the commander," he inquired politely, "are you pleased with this test?" Chapter 13. The first active hunt in the dungeon. An oppressive silence prevailed. Commander Mormont pressed his lips tightly together, the muscles of his aged face twitching, his expression a tumult of emotions. He had witnessed countless blood-soaked scenes throughout his life, yet none could compare to the bizarre, cold, and decisively clean execution before him. Was he satisfied? Judging by the outcome, he was indeed very pleased. A potentially immense threat had been entirely eradicated with 0 casualties and no losses. However, the process had imbued him with a chilling sensation that resonated deep within his soul. Jon Snow's complexion was ashen. He had witnessed a former comrade awaken as a monster before his eyes, only to be obliterated in an even more terrifying manner. This dual shock, both visual and psychological, nearly left him breathless. He regarded M.O. Rand as one might gaze into an abyss cloaked in human skin. "Open the door," Mormont finally spoke, his voice gravelly. The guard beside him trembled as he fumbled with the keys to unlock the heavy iron gate. M.O. Rand stepped out of the cell with an air of calm, as if he had merely taken a stroll in the garden. His black cloak remained immaculate, devoid of even a speck of frost. He approached Mormont and asked once more, "Your Excellency, may I now proceed to my designated destination?" Mormont studied him intently, as if attempting to pierce through to his very soul. Yet, what he discerned was merely an unfathomable tranquility. Yes, he eventually managed to nod, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Then, he turned to Jon Snow, issuing another command. "Jon, starting today, you are assigned a special task. Accompany him and assist in his patrol beyond the wall. Document all his actions and every anomaly he deals with." "This is a direct order from the commander." "Commander," Jon exclaimed in disbelief. "To be sent to assist this monster? To bear witness to the bodies of further comrades being reduced to mere sustenance?" It was both a torment and an affront. "Follow orders, Snow." Mormont's tone brooked no dissent. "This is for the night's watch, for the wall. Report to the first ranger to receive your equipment and supplies. You will depart in 1 hour." With that, Mormont turned away, striding out of the dungeon that weighed heavily upon him. He yearned for a breath of fresh air, to allow the biting cold winds of the north to soothe his tumultuous thoughts. In the dungeon, only M.O. Rand and Jon Snow remained. The atmosphere was awkward and tense. M.O. Rand observed with keen interest the vivid expressions on Jon's face: anger, resentment, humiliation, and a hint of undeniable fear. It seemed that we were destined to become partners. M.O. Rand broke the silence first, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Do not appear so burdened by despair, Mr. Snow. You should consider it an honor to witness the birth of history." "I will only witness your malevolence," Jon retorted through clenched teeth, glaring at M.O. Rand, enunciating each word carefully. "Do not think I am unaware of the Supreme Commander's intentions. I will watch you like a hawk. Should you make any move that endangers the night's watch or threatens the living, the claw in my hand will unhesitatingly pierce your heart. Is that so?" M.O. Rand chuckled dismissively. "Then I shall await your attempt. However, I must caution you that my heart may not be quite what you imagine." With that, he disregarded his fiery companion and turned towards the dungeon exit. 1 hour hence, at the tunnel entrance of the north gate. "Do not be late, my guardian. I am already famished." An hour later, at the north gate of the wall, M.O. Rand had donned the standard gear of a Night's Watch ranger, a heavy black fur cloak, sturdy leather armor, and a simple longsword for adornment at his waist. He had also been provided with a hardy black steed, upon which he sat, patiently awaiting. For him, this was not merely a hunting expedition. It marked his first genuine, proactive training since arriving in this world. A long-forgotten sense of excitement and anticipation filled him. Before long, Jon Snow appeared, riding his horse and leading his dire wolf, Ghost, to the tunnel entrance. He, too, was clad in fine gear, with the Valyrian steel longsword, Longclaw, slung across his back. His face bore little expression, yet the taut line of his jaw revealed his inner turmoil. The moment Ghost spotted him, ran. The wolf began to paw the ground nervously, emitting a low growl from its throat. Your pet still seems to dislike me, Rand remarked with a smile. Ghost can discern good from evil, Jon replied coldly. Is that so? Then it must hold you in high regard. Rand's response dripped with sarcasm. Jon chose not to engage further in banter. He nodded to the guards at the tunnel entrance, and the heavy iron gate, accompanied by the grating sound of the winch, slowly ascended. Beyond the tunnel lay a different realm, a boundless expanse of snow, a vast sky, and the ancient woods known as the Haunted Forest, steeped in mystery and death. The cold wind swept in, carrying with it flurries of snow. Rand inhaled deeply, savoring the frigid yet invigorating air. He could distinctly sense the faint yet pervasive aura of death that lingered in the atmosphere. Let us embark, he uttered not another word, tightening his grip around the horse's belly, and galloped forth from the tunnel, racing towards the snow-laden expanse teeming with opportunities. Jon Snow observed the somewhat fragile silhouette of his companion, his gaze laden with complexity. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally patted Ghost's neck and followed suit. Together, man and wolf trailed closely behind the enigmatic creature. Thus commenced a peculiar hunting expedition, each harboring their own intentions. This marked Rand's inaugural venture into proactive hunting, as well as Jon Snow's first confrontation with the stark and brutal darkness that lay within the world he sought to protect. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly mundane patrol would unveil unforeseen encounters. The gears of fate had already begun to turn. Deep within the shadowy forest blanketed in ice and snow, a more formidable and ancient quarry awaited their arrival. Chapter 14. The ecstasy of devouring the wall grew diminutive behind them, ultimately transforming into a slender blue line upon the horizon. Rand and Jon Snow rode side by side, their horses' hooves crunching upon the thick snow, emitting a distinctly clear sound in the eerie silence of the snowy plain. The dire wolf, Ghost, silently darted around them, akin to a vigilant white specter, maintaining a safe distance from Rand. Jon remained steadfastly silent, his focus sharply attuned, warily observing every movement in the surroundings. This was the hallmark of an adept ranger. Simultaneously, his peripheral vision never strayed from Rand. However, he found himself perplexed. Rand's demeanor was starkly dissimilar to the monstrous figure he had envisioned. He displayed no signs of malevolence or madness. On the contrary, he appeared remarkably composed and professional. The wind blew from the northwest at a force of 3. The humidity in the air intensified, suggesting the likelihood of a snowstorm within half an hour. Rand suddenly broke the silence, his voice calm, as if stating an objective fact. Jon paused momentarily, instinctively glancing up at the leaden sky, and felt the wind brushing against his face. Based on his experience, there were indeed indications of impending snowfall, yet he could not ascertain them with such precision. How do you know? He could not help but inquire. Observation and calculation. Rand replied matter-of-factly. The density of ice crystal particles in the air, the velocity and direction of the wind, the formation of distant clouds, these are all data points. By inputting these into a model, one can derive conclusions. This is basic physics. Physics? Jon found himself utterly befuddled by the term. Rand refrained from further elaboration, silently lamenting. Conversing about meteorology with a native who did not even know Newton's laws was akin to playing music to a cow. As a student of the sciences, even within the realm of cultivation, Rand had never relinquished his scientific approach to analyzing and understanding the world. This habit afforded him insights into the laws of nature unmatched by anyone of his era. The two continued onward, swiftly reaching the fringes of the shadowy forest. The ancient sentinel trees and the bare branches of the ironwood intertwine like ghostly claws reaching towards the heavens. The snow in the forest lies thickly, and the light grows dimmer, evoking a sense of ominous oppression. Here, Rand reined in his horse, closed his eyes, and inhaled deeply. The air was laden with a distinct scent. Jon immediately became alert, drawing half of his long claw and whispering, "What is that smell? Wildlings? Or the scent of death?" Rand opened his eyes, excitement flickering within them, declaring, "It is fresh, nearby. Follow me." With that, he turned his horse's head and galloped in a specific direction. John hesitated for a moment, but quickly followed suit, with Ghost emitting a low growl as he trailed behind. As they traversed through a dense thicket, a small clearing emerged before them. At the center of the glade lay several mutilated corpses, identifiable as wildlings by their attire. Their deaths were gruesomely tragic, as if torn apart by some ferocious beast. Scattered across the surrounding snow were shattered weapons and congealed pools of black blood. Among these bodies, 3 staggering figures aimlessly wandered. They were wights, those wildlings who had been slain, now transformed into the undead. Their eyes burned with the same eerie blue flames of the departed. Cursed be it. John cursed under his breath, dismounting and fully drawing his claw. How could they be here, so close to the wall? However, Rand remained seated upon his horse, gazing at the 3 freshly risen wights with an almost covetous gleam in his eyes. Mediocre quality, but better than nothing, he quietly assessed. What are you waiting for? John turned back to urge him. Act quickly, or let me deal with them. Patience. Rand raised a hand to halt him. The show has yet to begin. As if to affirm his words, a heavy thud and labored breathing echoed from the trees on the opposite side of the clearing. A colossal creature crashed through several small trees, emerging before them. It was a bear, an unimaginably massive snow bear. Yet its condition was grotesque. One side of its body was flayed, exposing its stark white bones. One eye had become a hollow black void, while the other burned with the ghostly blue flame of the deceased. A white bear. John gasped in horror. He had never encountered such a terrifying creature. A living snow bear was already a formidable foe. A white bear, impervious to pain and endowed with immense strength, was a nightmare for all rangers. Clearly drawn by the scent of blood, the white bear roared and charged towards the 3 wildling wights. The wights immediately met its advance, and chaos ensued as they clashed violently. The scene was grotesque and tumultuous. The white bear held absolute dominance, effortlessly tearing one wildling wight asunder with a single swipe of its paw. Yet the savage corpse bear, undaunted by death, inflicted numerous inconsequential wounds upon itself with its teeth and claws. John observed in horror, his palms slick with cold sweat. He understood that neither the corpse bear nor the 3 savage corpses were adversaries he could easily contend with alone. In contrast, Rand watched with rapt attention, intrigued. It was fascinating to discover that the creatures of this world could also be transformed into corpses, their soul power far surpassing that of humans. He licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. To him, the corpse bear had ceased to be a mere monster. It had become a sumptuous main course. The appetizer had concluded. As the 3 savage corpses were on the verge of being utterly torn apart by the corpse bear, Rand finally made his move. He did not dismount nor draw his sword. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, directing it towards the chaotic battlefield. Nine-Yin Soul Devourer, he uttered with a low voice, unleashing a force stronger than any before. The 3 savage corpses, entangled with the corpse bear, suddenly stiffened. The soul flames in their eye sockets were swiftly drawn into 3 slender blue beams of light, spanning several dozen meters, and shot like lightning into Rand's palm. Deprived of their soul flames, the 3 corpses collapsed simultaneously, swiftly encased in frost. The corpse bear, momentarily bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its foes, faltered. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Rand's attack descended upon it. A roar of excruciating pain erupted from the corpse bear. It sensed an irresistible, bone-chilling force voraciously extracting its core energy. The brilliance of the soul flame in its burning eye dimmed dramatically. Jon Snow was utterly astonished. What had he just witnessed? Was it the manipulation of objects from afar? No, it was the extraction of souls from a distance. This unprecedented and unimaginable technique had completely transcended his comprehension. Seated upon his steed, Rand trembled slightly as he simultaneously consumed 4 souls. Waves of pure energy, imbued with a wild and ferocious essence, surged into his body like a flood unleashed. The exhilarating sensation of power returning, the intoxicating feeling of claiming death as his own, compelled him to emit a soft, satisfied sigh. The sound was gentle yet filled with an ineffable delight, which, in John's ears, was far more chilling than the bear's roar. He observed that for the first time, Rand's face displayed an expression that could only be described as enjoyment, a primal and pure ecstasy, akin to a predator savoring its prey. Boom. The massive form of the corpse bear finally succumbed, crashing to the ground. The soul flame in its eyes extinguished completely, and its entire body was encased in a thick layer of frost within mere breaths. A crisis that could have annihilated an entire cavalry squad had thus been resolved by Rand with an air of effortless grace. Moron gradually lowered his hands. Savoring the surging power within him, a satisfied smile still lingering on his face. He turned his gaze towards the petrified Jon Snow, the corners of his mouth curling upwards. What do you think, Mr. Snow? The prologue of this hunt was rather thrilling, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 15. Melisandre's midnight visit. The night was as dark as ink, with the cold wind howling through the towers of the Black Castle, echoing like a lament of spirits. In the room of the king's tower, the flames in the fireplace flickered quietly, casting the silhouette of woman seated on the ground against the wall, motionless, like a statue carved from stone. He was digesting the spoils of today's hunt, 3 wights of wildlings and a white bear. The bounty of this expedition exceeded his expectations, particularly the white bear, whose soul power was so robust and pure that it was nearly equivalent to that of 5 or 6 odes. A torrent of energy surged through his meridians, refining him. Under his internal gaze, the surface of the shattered golden elixir revealed 2 fine cracks slowly mending. Although complete restoration remained a distant prospect, this visible progress was enough to invigorate him. The initial bottleneck of the soul-devouring phase seemed to have loosened somewhat. Moron could distinctly feel that his mastery over power had advanced further. He could now manage to siphon energy, while simultaneously diverting a portion of his consciousness to observe his surroundings, no longer as defenseless as he once was. However, today's hunt also unveiled a new dilemma. Jon Snow was a nuisance. On the return journey, the bastard had remained silent, merely staring at him with the eyes of one who regards a monster and a plague. That gaze, tinged with fear, disgust, and a hint of pity, left Voron feeling somewhat irked. His so-called sense of honor was akin to a stone in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding. One day, it would become a hindrance. Morin scoffed inwardly. Yet for now, he could not act against him. Jon was a tether used by Jeor Mormont to restrain him, and also a passport into the Night's Watch. Until he possessed the means to ensure his own safety, that tether must remain intact. He gradually concluded his meditation, exhaling a breath laced with frost. Just then, a faint, rhythmic knocking disrupted the stillness of the night. Tap, tap, tap. Moron raised an eyebrow slightly. The guards outside had not issued any warning, indicating that the visitor was of special status. Enter, he said coolly. The door creaked open silently, and a figure clad in crimson, like a rose blooming in the dark of night, stepped inside. It was Melisandre. She was not adorned in her heavy red robe, but instead wore a fitted dark red silk gown, accentuating her graceful and mature curves. The hem of her dress was embroidered with golden flames, shimmering in the light of the fireplace. Her signature copper-red hair cascaded over her shoulders, and a mysterious smile graced her beautiful face, while her ruby-like eyes burned with an intense fire. In the dead of night, she visited a man's chamber, exuding not the slightest hint of trepidation, but rather an air of reverent calm, akin to a pilgrimage. "My king," she murmured, as she approached the center of the room and bowed slightly to the figure seated on the floor. Mo ran. Her voice was both beguiling and imbued with awe, and I felt it resonate within me. "Today, beyond the Great Wall, your power has grown even more formidable. Your senses are quite sharp," Mo ran observed, remaining seated while raising his eyelids to scrutinize the enchanting woman before him. From Melisandre, he perceived an energy wave that felt incongruous with the world, a pure essence of faith formed from the collective intentions of countless devotees. Though faint, it was remarkably pristine. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique perhaps consume such a force? This is not mere scent, but the guidance of faith. Melisandre replied with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny in Mo Rant's gaze. "The flames have long since intertwined your image with mine. With every breath you take, every heartbeat, every act of consumption, the flames let me know. Have you come here merely to exchange such trivialities?" Mo Rant's tone was tinged with impatience, for he found such esoteric dialogues unappealing. Unfazed, Melisandre maintained her smile and slowly knelt before him, meeting his gaze. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of agave and exotic spices, reaching Mo Rant's senses. "I have come to offer you everything," she intoned, her voice low and laden with lethal allure. Yet her eyes remained clear and devout. "My body, my soul, my faith, and all the knowledge I possess concerning the darker aspects of this world. They shall be your allies on your journey." Locking her gaze with Mo Rant's, she inquired deliberately, "Do you wish to uncover the origins of the others? Do you seek to unveil the true visage of the great other? Do you yearn to know where, beyond the corpses outside the wall, lie even older and more powerful sustenance on this continent?" Mo Rant's pupils imperceptibly contracted. This woman had cast forth a bait he could not refuse. Indeed, he was utterly ignorant of the extraordinary power structure of this world. The corpses were merely the most rudimentary of undead beings, while the others, which commanded this army of the deceased, along with the great other Melisandre spoke of, represented the pinnacle of power in this realm. To know oneself and one's adversaries is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Proceed, Imoran finally responded, his tone revealing a hint of intrigue. Seeing her words pique his interest, Melisandre's eyes sparkled with delight. She realized she had found the right approach to communicate with this monarch. Rather than hastening to reveal the ancient secrets, she extended her delicate, fair right hand, cautiously and ceremonially, towards Imoran's cheek. Her movements were slow, imbued with a sense of ritual. Imoran did not flinch, curious to discern her intentions. Melisandre's fingertips, cool and smooth, gently brushed against his skin. In that fleeting moment of contact, a profound tremor coursed through Melisandre's body, her ruby-like eyes instantly losing their focus. The entirety of her surroundings vanished from her sight, as if she had plunged into an endless abyss composed of ice and darkness. At the very bottom of this chasm, she beheld a river, a black river formed by the convergence of countless tormented and wailing souls. On the banks of this infernal river, a blurred figure sat regally upon a throne clad in black imperial robes, gradually merging with the presence of the one before her, Imoran. This vision eclipsed any illusion she had ever witnessed within the sacred flames, presenting a reality far more vivid and shocking. Your essence is that of the netherworld. Melisandre's voice faltered, rendered staccato by her overwhelming shock, as she abruptly withdrew her hand as if scalded by fire, her exquisite visage betraying an incredulous fervor. She finally comprehended the truth. What she had been pursuing was not merely a shadow of divinity, but death itself, the sovereign of all endings. Ah, Rallick, you have chosen a most terrifying savior for this world. Chapter 16. The transaction in the sacred fire. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Melisandre knelt upon the carpet, her body trembling slightly from the extremes of shock and fervor. Her ruby eyes fixated on Imoran, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his very soul. That moment of contact had granted her a glimpse of a truth far more dreadful and magnificent than any revelation of flames, the dominion of the netherworld. The king of the dead. These words whirled in her mind, elevating her understanding of Imoran to unprecedented heights. Unperturbed, Imoran regarded her silently. What did you see? He inquired calmly, fully aware of the visions that had unfolded in her mind. In that fleeting moment of contact, he had deliberately released a hint of the essence of the devouring soul technique. This essence, born from his past life as a demon lord after devouring countless souls, had coalesced into a spiritual realm reminiscent of a divine kingdom, the Nether River. Although shattered and in ruins after the destruction of his golden core, even a mere whisper of its essence was sufficient to deliver a devastating psychological shock to the mortals of this world. He had two objectives in mind. The first was to instill fear. He sought to make this self-satisfied woman realize that what she had envisioned was merely a fraction of what he allowed her to see. He was the player, and she, at best, a useful pawn. The second was to test her faith. He wished to see if her belief would remain steadfast upon encountering a deeper, terrifying truth that stood in stark contrast to the light. The results were astonishingly effective. I have seen your realm. Melisandre's voice emerged dry yet imbued with reverence, a river formed by the convergence of souls, a throne, and the eternal silence. Her description was fragmented, yet Imoran comprehended that she had witnessed the truth. What are your thoughts on your king of light? A sardonic curve formed at the corners of Imoran's lips. This inquiry pierced the very essence of Melisandre's beliefs like a keen blade. However, her reaction once again surpassed Imoran's expectations. Not only did she remain unwavering, but her eyes ignited with an even more fervent brilliance. She lifted her gaze to meet Imoran's frigid stare, speaking in an almost frenzied tone, resolutely declaring, Lawler is light, and light is shadow. The more intense the light, the deeper the shadow it casts. You are the ultimate, the holy shadow capable of devouring all illusory shadows. Your realm is not an end, but a purification. It liberates all wayward souls from the chaotic, frigid hell of the great other, granting them eternal repose within your everlasting order. This is the true will of Lawler. Imoran was rendered speechless. He had to concede that in the realms of psychological manipulation and self-assertion, he had been outmatched by the woman before him. She was no longer interpreting prophecies. She was fabricating them. Her capacity for imaginative elaboration was truly beyond measure. No matter how dark or malevolent his essence appeared, she could skillfully twist it into a necessary means of salvation through her light and shadow theory. A prodigy indeed. Very well, you have triumphed. Imoran silently commended Melisandre, maintaining an air of inscrutability. He resolved to abandon his probing and address the matter directly. So, may I now inquire about the knowledge you possess? Of course, my king. Melisandre inhaled deeply, calming her tumultuous emotions. She understood that the true exchange was only beginning. No longer exhibiting playful charm, her demeanor turned gravely serious. All that you wish to know pertains to the long night of your 8 millennia ago. An everlasting winter descended upon Westeros, lasting for a generation. As the army of the dead advanced from the far north, nearly annihilating all living beings. Yes, I am familiar with that portion of history, Imoran nodded. However, what the annals do not record is that the leaders of that undead army, the White Walkers, were not a natural occurrence. They were once human. Melisandre dropped her first bombshell. Oh, a flicker of intrigue danced in Imoran's eyes. According to the fragments I have read in the ancient texts of Ashai, the first White Walkers were created by the children of the forest during ancient times as a weapon against the invading first men. They pierced the hearts of captives with dragon glass, transforming them into immortal ice demons. Yet, they spiraled out of control. These creatures of their own making betrayed their creators, seeking to obliterate all life and warmth from the world. Thus, the children of the forest allied with their erstwhile enemies, the first men, and under the leadership of a legendary hero, they ultimately repelled the White Walkers back to the lands of eternal winter. The hero in question is Azor Ahai. Imoran listened intently, his mind racing. The narrative of a weapon spiraling out of control sounded eerily familiar, almost like a standard trope of a sci-fi horror film. But what of the Great Other? What is it? Imoran inquired. The Great Other is the antithesis of the Lightbringer, Lawler. It embodies coldness, darkness, and death, a true deity. For the first time, fear flickered in Melisandre's eyes. The White Walkers are merely its will projected into this world. They are its army. And the Night King is its greatest general. A god? Imoran scoffed at the term, asserting that there are no gods in this world, only more powerful life forms. Yet, its power far surpasses the imagination of mere mortals. Melisandre insisted, its goal is to plunge the entire world into eternal coldness and silence. And you, my king, possess the power to devour death, making you its natural nemesis. So, is this the reason you chose me? It is the flame that chose you, Melisandre corrected. I am but a humble servant of the flame. Imoran pondered for a moment before asking again. You mentioned that beyond the wall, there are other places concealing sustenance? Indeed, Melisandre's eyes glimmered with a sly light. The continent of Westeros is steeped in history, marked by countless wars and deaths, leaving innumerable traces upon this land. Ancient graveyards, cursed castles, and abandoned battlefields slumber with powerful, vengeful souls. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a tempting whisper. For instance, Harrenhal, the colossal city reduced to ruins by the dragon fire of Balerion, the Black Dread. Thousands perished in agony within those flames, and their vengeful spirits still wander amidst the ruins. Moreover, consider the ancient tombs of the north, where the kings of winter have been laid to rest. Their souls are said to transform into guardian spirits of stone. These are the souls of kings, their power far beyond that of ordinary wights. Imoran's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. The souls of kings. If ordinary wights are akin to leftover food, and wights are like a medium-rare steak, then the souls of kings are the pinnacle of a Michelin 3-star feast. He gazed at the woman in red before him, realizing for the first time that she was not merely a useful shield and promotional tool. She was a treasure trove, a living repository of the world's darkest secrets and culinary maps. Splendid. Imoran nodded slowly, a satisfied expression in his eyes. Your knowledge is invaluable to me. He rose and approached Melisandre, towering over her. In exchange, I can promise you one thing. He extended his hand, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Speak, what do you desire? Power? Status? Or perhaps immortality? Faced with such nearly irresistible temptation, Melisandre's breath quickened. She gazed into the depths of Imoran's eyes, as profound as an icy abyss, and spoke earnestly. I desire nothing but to remain by your side, my king. I yearn only to witness the moment you ascend to the throne. Her response was so devout that it transcended mere transaction. Chapter 17. The Ranger's assessment. The dawn's light once more graced the dark stones of the Black Castle, bestowing a hint of negligible warmth. In the training yard, Hayter was wielding a heavy training sword, sparring with another recruit. The clash of blades resonated with metallic echoes, accompanied by heavy breaths. Hayter, a thief hailing from the flea bottom of King's Landing, had been sent to the wall for pilfering a noble's purse. Though slight of stature, his movements were agile, imbued with a tenacity akin to wild grass. Faster, Hayter. Are you merely tickling a giant? Chided Sir Alazar Thorne, the instructor, who stood with arms folded. his voice dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Once a loyal supporter of House Targaryen, Sir Thorn had been exiled here following the War of Usurpers. He attributed all his misfortunes to the world, deriving pleasure from tormenting these new recruits. Gritting his teeth, Hader quickened his assaults, acutely aware that only by growing stronger could he hope to survive in this place. At that moment, a stir arose from the other end of the training yard. Look, it's the prophesied one. Is he here to train as well? What a joke. His slight frame could be crushed by a mere finger of Sir Thorn. Hader paused. Following the gazes of the crowd, he beheld Ran, accompanied by Jon Snow, stepping with measured grace into the training arena. Today, Ran donned the black leather armor of a night's watchman, yet at his side hung only a standard ranger's sword. He appeared less a warrior and more like an unwilling bureaucrat summoned to fulfill a quota. Jon Snow, dutiful as a jailer, trailed behind him, his face etched with reluctance. Their entrance immediately captured the attention of all present, including Sir Alazar Thorne. Narrowing his slitted eyes, he regarded Ran with the scrutiny of a viper. He had certainly heard all the tales surrounding this Eastern youth, of corpses, miracles, and Azor Ahai. He scoffed at them. To him, these were merely tricks devised by the Red Priestess to solidify her power. Ran was either her deceived accomplice or an extraordinarily fortunate fool. Snow, Thorne called out, his voice elongated with disdain. What does the commander mean by this? Does he believe my training ground is a stage for some self-proclaimed savior to perform his antics? His words were laced with unabashed hostility and contempt. Jon's expression was somewhat grim as he mustered the courage to step forward and replied, Sir Thorne, the command from the Supreme Commander dictates that Muron shall serve as a temporary ranger, tasked with patrolling beyond the wall. Prior to this, a fundamental assessment of his combat capabilities is required. This decision comes from Jeor Mormont himself. Despite Muron's remarkable prowess against the Wights, Mormont believes that a competent ranger must possess the essential skills in swordsmanship and physical fitness to confront any wildlings or other threats that may be encountered beyond the wall. He cannot afford to have someone with such glaring deficiencies become a liability for the team. An assessment? Sir Thorne exclaimed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. He scrutinized Muron's frail physique, bursting into exaggerated laughter. With him, I fear my new recruit might inadvertently skewer him in a single stroke, and then our illustrious beacon of light will be summoned to meet his king of light ahead of schedule. His words elicited a chorus of laughter. The new recruits, who often found themselves at the receiving end of Thorne's torment, were now eager to witness someone else share the brunt of his ire. Muron remained undeterred by the commotion. He stood silently, his gaze calm as he observed the capering instructor before him, his heart untouched by the mockery. A mere jester, in the realm of cultivation. Such a creature would not even be worthy of guarding my door. Nevertheless, if it is an assessment, then I shall indulge you. He preferred to avoid trouble, but at times, showcasing a power that aligned with their understanding was the swiftest way to quell it. Then, Sir Thorne, Jon inquired, suppressing his irritation. How will the assessment proceed? Quite simply, Thorne replied, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he gestured toward a young recruit who had just practiced with Hodder. A lad named PYP. PYP, step forward. Use all your strength to assess our so-called prophet. And remember, do not let him sustain any injuries. We cannot afford that. He emphasized the latter with an unmistakable hint of menace. PYP, a quick-witted youth, immediately grasped Thorne's intention. Reluctantly, he approached with his training sword in hand. Hey, newcomer. PYP addressed Muron. I suggest you concede now. Sir Thorne is in a foul mood, and I really don't wish to hurt you. Muron paid him no mind, slowly drawing the ordinary ranger's longsword from his side. He gripped the sword and carelessly performed a flourish, his movements clumsy, reminiscent of a novice just beginning to learn the art of swordplay. The surrounding laughter crescendoed in response to his display. Jon Snow could only close his eyes in despair. Though he bore a disdain for Muron, he did not wish to witness such humiliation inflicted upon him by Thorne. He understood that Muron's strength did not lie in swordsmanship. This assessment was profoundly unjust. Are you ready, hero? Thorne taunted. Muron did not respond, merely tilting the sword's tip toward the ground, assuming an awkward stance. PYP sighed, preparing himself. All right, this is your own doing. Before the last word had left his lips, he swiftly advanced, his training sword slicing through the air with a whistling sound as it descended towards Ran's shoulder. This was the most fundamental of strikes, simple and direct. To the onlookers, it seemed that Ran would either clumsily evade or be struck solidly by the blade. However, just as Pape's sword was about to make contact, Ran moved. His motion was not swift, even somewhat languid. He neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he took a small step forward, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, The sword in his hand transformed into a nimble serpent, gliding upwards at an astonishing angle, seamlessly bypassing Pape's descending blade. A crisp sound of collision resonated through the air. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Pape's training sword flew from his grip, soaring high and tracing an arc before clattering to the ground several meters away. Meanwhile, the tip of Mo Rand's sword rested firmly, yet lightly against Pape's throat, the cold steel mere inches from his skin. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence, with smiles frozen on faces, and Pape's eyes widened in shock, drenched in cold sweat, rendered immobile by the unexpected turn of events. He had barely comprehended what had transpired. For the first time, a look of astonishment crossed the harsh features of Alicia Thorne. Only Jon Snow, with eyes suddenly wide open, recognized the gravity of the moment. Hailing from Winterfell and trained in swordsmanship by Ser Roderick Castle, his discerning eye surpassed that of the new recruits. He understood that what Mo Rand had employed was not mere swordplay but a subtle finesse, an exquisite manipulation of force and angle to their utmost potential. Rather than relying on brute strength, he had skillfully identified the weakness in his opponent's assault and with the slightest exertion, dismantled the entirety of Pape's offensive. This transcended the realm of swordsmanship. It resembled an art form. Mo Rand gradually withdrew his sword, its tip carving a graceful arc through the air before returning to its sheath with a gentle sound. He did not even glance at the bewildered Pape, instead turning his gaze to Alicia Thorne, inquiring in a calm tone, "Lord Thorne, have I passed this assessment?" Chapter 18. The anomaly at Icegrave Hill. Silence reigned. The only sound in the training ground was the chilling wind rustling the banners. All eyes were fixed upon Mo Rand, a complex mixture of shock, confusion, and disbelief reflected in their expressions. The scene had unfolded too swiftly, too bizarrely, shattering their preconceived notions. To them, swordsmanship was a contest of strength and speed. Yet, what Mo Rand showcased was an ethereal technique they had never witnessed before. Alicia Thorne's complexion fluctuated between pallor and anger, revealing the depths of his distress. He initially intended to deliver a resounding blow to this so-called prophet, aiming to publicly humiliate him. However, to his astonishment, it was he who received a sharp slap in the face. He glared fiercely at Mo Rand, his eyes cold and venomous. While he could not comprehend Mo Rand's swordsmanship, it did not hinder him from attributing this unfamiliarity to some form of malevolent sorcery. "What wicked art are you employing?" he rasped, his voice hoarse and shrill. "Wicked art?" Mo Rand seemed to find this notion amusing, letting out a soft chuckle as he retorted, "My dear sir, do you truly believe that everything you fail to understand is witchcraft? In that case, this world must be riddled with sorcery for you." Though his words were calm, the underlying mockery pierced through Sohn's already fragile pride like burning needles. "Outrageous!" Sohn's fury erupted, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "How dare you insult an instructor of the Night Watch? An insult to a gentleman." "I am merely stating a fact," Mo Rand replied, his gaze unwavering. "Whether you feel insulted is your concern, not mine. You seek death." Sohn could no longer contain his wrath, drawing forth his long sword with a swift motion. It was a true blade, gleaming ominously under the dull light of the overcast sky. The atmosphere in the training ground became taut with tension. The recruits recoiled in fear, having never witnessed Sohn's loss of composure. "Stand down, Sir Sohn." Jon Snow rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Mo Rand. He unsheathed his long sword, the tip angled toward the ground in a defensive posture. "The commander's orders are merely an assessment," Jon stated firmly. "Do you wish to openly defy orders here, even to the point of harming someone personally accepted by the commander?" He invoked the name of Giamormont, the only leverage capable of restraining Sohn. Alicia Sohn's chest heaved violently, the veins in his hand taut around the sword's hilt. He glared at Mo Rand, shielded by Jon, his murderous intent unabashedly evident. Mo Rand observed Jon's protective stance with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "How intriguing. He clearly detests me, yet stands up to protect me out of a ridiculous sense of honor. Are all Stark men so conflicted?" Ultimately, reason triumphed over rage. Sohn recognized that he could not afford to strike here. Slowly, he sheathed his sword, producing a piercing sound of friction. "Well done, Snow," he said coldly. "You have successfully safeguarded your friend. However, do not presume this matter is concluded." His gaze shifted past Jon, locking onto Mo Rand like a venomous serpent. "Since you have passed your assessment, as a competent ranger, you are now obligated to undertake a mission." A peculiar and cruel smile crept across his face. "As it happens, I have a task that is quite fitting for you." Half an hour later, Mo Rand and Jon Snow stood once more at the entrance of the North Gate tunnel, mounted and ready. This time, Their destination was not a meandering patrol, but a specific location known as the Ice Burial Mound. It lay at the edge of the Shadow Forest, an ancient graveyard steeped in legend. According to tales from the Age of Heroes, it had once been a battlefield where ancestors clashed with otherworldly foes, and countless fallen warriors were entombed in ice at the very site, giving rise to its ominous name. For the Night's Watch, it had always been a place shrouded in foreboding, seldom approached by rangers. Alicia Thorne had tasked them with investigating recent disturbances at the Ice Burial Mound. Reports from a previous patrol indicated that animals in the vicinity had been mysteriously vanishing, and strange sounds had been heard emanating from that direction during the night. Such were Thorne's own words. Jon Snow's expression turned grave. He sensed a deliberate intent behind it. As he checked the supplies on his saddle, he whispered to Morn, "He wants us to march to our deaths." Even the most seasoned rangers avoid that place. It is said that the deathly aura there can freeze the blood of the living. Deathly aura? Morn's eyes sparkled with excitement. What was a forbidden ground to others was, for him, nothing short of paradise, a self-service seafood feast. Observing the unrestrained thrill etched on Morn's face, Jon felt as though he were conversing with a madman. "Aren't you the least bit afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Morn retorted. "I only fear that there won't be enough food." Jon was left utterly speechless, surrendering any hope of rational discourse with this unpredictable companion. Silently, he patted the neck of his wolf, Ghost, drawing a modicum of courage from the creature. "Let us go?" Morn, unable to contain his eagerness, spurred his horse and charged into the tunnel. Jon sighed and urged his mount to follow. This time, their company included not only Ghost, but also a newcomer, Samwell Tarly. He had sought them out after Jon and Morn had departed the training grounds. "Please, take me with you," Sam panted, clutching several hefty tomes bound in parchment, his face a canvas of fear, yet his eyes ablaze with the insatiable curiosity and determination characteristic of a scholar. "The Ice Burial Mound is mentioned in a book lent to me by Maester Eamon, The Winter's Lore. It may hold secrets about the first long night. I must see it." Though Jon initially considered refusing this unsolicited burden, Morn readily agreed. "Bring him along," he said to Jon. "A walking database can sometimes prove more valuable than a sharp sword." Thus, this peculiar squad, comprising a monster, a saint, a scholarly chubby fellow, and a dire wolf, embarked on what could only be described as the most bizarre expedition of rangers in the history of the Black Castle, setting forth toward the Forbidden Land. Alicia Thorne stood atop the city walls, gazing at the retreating figures, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Go on, he mused. "May those ancient ones slumbering in the Ice Burial Mound find pleasure in your fresh flesh." It seemed he could foresee that these individuals would embark on a journey from which there would be no return. Chapter 19. The bone sword that equals 10. The path to the Ice Burial Mound proved far more treacherous than anticipated. They had ventured deep into the heart of the ghostly Shadow Forest, where ancient sentinel trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that blotted out the sun, and the snow blanketing the ground reached knee-deep. The light was dim, and a decaying, unsettling odor pervaded the air. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even a single bird call or insect chirp. Samwell Tarly huddled on horseback, trembling from the cold, yet his small eyes darted about, striving to correlate the descriptions in his book with the scene before him. The tome described that the trees surrounding the Ice Burial Mound, long eroded by the essence of death, bore an abnormal ashen hue, reminiscent of the skin of the deceased. Shivering, he flipped through the ancient text, reciting its contents for Jon and Mormont. Jon Snow, upon hearing this, immediately became vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Indeed, as they ventured further, the trees increasingly exhibited a morbid grayness, as though they had been drained of all vitality. His dire wolf, Ghost, appeared unusually restless, closely following his horse's legs, emitting low, warning growls from time to time. Only Mormont maintained an air of nonchalance, or perhaps even enjoyment. With eyes closed, he inhaled deeply, savoring the air. To him, it was a rare delicacy. The rich, pure essence of ancient death, accumulated over millennia, was akin to the most exquisite wine, causing the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique within him to instinctively accelerate its flow. Indeed, this was a remarkable place, he mused, genuinely praising Thorne for leading him to such a prime location. Upon hearing this, Jon and Sam exchanged incredulous glances, regarding him as if he were mad. After traveling approximately a mile further, the forest suddenly opened up into a vast, barren expanse, devoid of any vegetation. Before them lay an extensive, desolate clearing, punctuated by countless irregularly shaped stone mounds of varying sizes. These mounds appeared not to be artificially constructed, but rather as though they had organically emerged from the earth, resembling jagged white bones. The cold wind howled through the crevices of the stone mounds, producing eerie wails, as if countless lost souls mourned. This was the ice burial mound. A palpable, pale gray mist enveloped the entire graveyard, a manifestation of the concentrated essence of death. "By the seven," Samuel exclaimed, his face turning ashen, nearly toppling from his horse. John felt as though his very blood was freezing. Merely standing at the edge of this graveyard, he sensed a chilling, malevolent force gnawing at his will. "Ghost!" he called out sharply. The white icebound wolf lunged forward, baring its teeth and emitting a fierce growl at the ominous gray mist. However, Mo ran dismounted without hesitation and strode directly into the thick fog. "Are you mad? Don't go in there," Jon Snow shouted in alarm. Yet, Mo ran paid him no heed. With deliberate steps, he ventured into the dense mist, which was thick with the essence of death. The moment his body was engulfed by the gray fog, a wave of comfort surged through him, nearly eliciting a groan. The overwhelming, pure essence of death, accumulated over millennia, poured into him like a torrent unleashed from a dam, flooding his being from all directions. This essence was far superior to that which clung to the corpses. Imbued with the grim aura and resentful remnants of ancient battlefields, nourishing Mo Rand's shattered golden core with an unprecedented potency. What ecstasy! Mo Rand felt every pore in his body expand, every cell rejoicing in jubilant exultation. There was no need for him to consciously channel his energy. His body instinctively consumed everything around him. But then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The once quiet graveyard seemed to awaken at his intrusion. The stone mounds began to tremble violently. Crack, crack. Pale, skeletal arms erupted from the frozen earth and crevices of the mounds. Soon, complete skeletons, composed of eerie white bones, staggered forth from the ground. Their hollow eye sockets glowed with 2 points of scarlet flame rather than the usual ghostly blue. This indicated that their souls were far more powerful than those of ordinary undead, retaining a vestige of their combat instincts from life. In an instant, dozens of skeletal warriors arose from the cemetery, brandishing ancient weapons, rusted bone swords, bone spears, and bone axes, all conjured from their own skeletal forms, encircling Mo Rand, who stood alone in the center of the mist. "My heavens!" Samuel cried out in despair from a distance. "It's the skeletal guardians. The tales are true. They are the guardians of the icebound tomb." Jon Snow's heart plummeted. The sight before him was more terrifying than any onslaught of undead he had ever encountered. Though the skeletal warriors moved with a stiff demeanor, they exuded an aura of fearless, martial ferocity. This was no mere skirmish for a small band of rangers to confront. Mo ran. "Retreat," he shouted anxiously. Yet, within the encirclement, Mo Rand exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he gazed at the fresh bounty surrounding him, his eyes shimmering with a fervor even hotter than their soul flames. "This is splendid. It saves me the trouble of digging them up one by one." Not only did he not retreat, but he also stepped forward. "Kill." One of the nearest skeletal warriors emitted a silent roar, a resonance of its soul, as it swung its bone sword down upon Mo Rand. In the face of this fierce attack, Mo Rand did not even flinch. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand. "Condensed bone." He softly uttered 2 words. As his voice faded, the dense aura of death surrounding him seemed to respond to an unseen command, converging frantically towards his palm. From his hand, bone spurs, gleaming white and seemingly sculpted from jade, began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. These spurs intertwined and morphed, and within a mere breath, a uniquely shaped white bone sword, exuding an eerie chill, materialized in his grasp. This sword was infinitely more exquisite, robust, and razor-sharp than the weapons wielded by the skeletal soldiers. The blade shimmered with a faint gray luminescence, an energy pattern formed from the highly compressed essence of death. This was a divine ability that could only be wielded after the Nine-Yin devouring soul technique had reached the bone condensation stage, creating matter from the very essence of death. Just as the skeletal soldier's bone sword was about to cleave his skull, Mo Rand sprang into action. The white jade bone sword in his hand moved swiftly, with a simple yet cunning angle, gently flicking upwards. With a resonant clang, akin to the clash of metal, the skeletal soldier's bone sword shattered upon impact. Following this, with a flick of his wrist, the sword's tip struck the center of the soldier's brow, precisely where the crimson soul fire blazed. In an instant, a pure surge of soul power was drawn into Mo Rand's body like a lightning bolt, extinguishing the soul fire in the soldier's eye sockets. The skeleton then crumbled into a pile of fragmented bones. One strike, a swift execution, clean and decisive. In the distance, Jon Snow and Sam stood in utter disbelief. What had they witnessed? A sword conjured from thin air? And then, with a single stroke, vanquishing a fearsome skeletal guardian? Was this still a mere mortal? But Rand did not pause. Wielding this one-time artifact forged from the essence of death, he charged into the throng of dozens of skeletal soldiers like a tiger among sheep. Thus commenced a bizarre, yet magnificent slaughter. His form danced through the gray mist, and each swing of the white jade bone sword sent waves of gray sword energy slicing through the air. The sounds of shattering bones echoed incessantly. Those skeletal guardians, once perceived as immensely powerful by John, now crumbled before Rand as if made of paper. He was not fighting, he was dancing. A waltz accompanied by death. With bones as his partners, wholly unique to him, the sword in his hand was his scepter. He stood against 10. No, against 100. Jon Snow gazed at this scene in a daze, his long claws having dropped unbeknownst to him. He suddenly realized how ludicrous his vigilance and hostility had been. The one he sought to monitor was not a being bound by the rules of mortals, but rather a god walking among men. Or perhaps, a demon. Chapter 20. My fear of you within the gray mist, bones scattered like leaves in the wind. The figure of Rand moved like a specter, deftly weaving through the onslaught of dozens of skeletal sentinels. The white jade bone sword in his grasp struck with precision and lethality at every swing. This prowess was not merely a testament to his swordsmanship, but stemmed from an unparalleled disparity in information. With the analytical capabilities of a supercomputer, his mind laid bare the movements, attack trajectories, and structural weaknesses of each skeleton, presenting them clearly as data in his consciousness. Their assaults appeared to him as slow as a scene in slow motion. The bone sword he wielded was an extension of the power of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique. Each contact with an adversary would automatically absorb their death energy and soul fire, creating a relentless cycle of consumption from the very outset of battle, rendering victory a foregone conclusion. So feeble, Rand effortlessly harvested these walking experience bundles while internally critiquing their performance. Though their soul power surpassed that of ordinary corpses, their combat methodology was disappointingly simplistic, relying solely on instincts from their former lives. There was no semblance of basic formation coordination, an unfortunate review. Clang. He swiftly parried a bone axe aimed at his nape, and with a deft twist of his sword's tip, he pierced the eye socket of his assailant, shattering the crimson soul fire within and absorbing it. Another skeletal guardian crumbled into a heap of shattered bones. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the once menacing horde of skeletal sentinels had been reduced by more than half. At the edge of the graveyard, Jon and Sam had transitioned from their initial shock to a state of numbness. Jon Snow, with a quivering voice tinged with despair, pointed tremblingly towards the fray. "What is he?" he uttered. "Is he truly like the legendary hero Azor Ahai?" Jon Snow remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Rand's figure, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He could not comprehend. If Rand's ability to consume souls was deemed the essence of nefarious sorcery, then what did his almost artistic combat technique signify? The composure, the elegance, the absolute control over the battlefield. These were qualities far beyond those of a mere sorcerer. He envisioned a battle-hardened king, one who ascended to power amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, regarding countless foes as inconsequential, a dark sovereign. As this thought emerged, a chill ran down Jon's spine. Just then, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. Seemingly aware of the inadequacy of these lower-tier soldiers to pose any threat to the intruder, a deep, resounding boom reverberated from the depths of the ice burial mound, akin to the beating of a colossal drum. Boom. The sound struck at the very core of their hearts, causing Jon and Sam's faces to pale even further. Following this thunderous noise, all remaining skeletal guardians, as if receiving a command, ceased their assaults in unison and retreated like a receding tide, merging back into the gray mist. Rand also came to a halt, his white jade bone sword bearing the scars of countless fragmented soul powers, now marred by faint cracks. Instead of pursuing, he cast his gaze toward the deepest recesses of the graveyard. He could sense a force, exponentially more powerful than these skeletal guardians, radiating an aura of brutality and majesty, stirring from its slumber. At last, the true master was about to emerge. A smile of anticipation graced Rand's face. The gray mist churned and parted, as if to herald the arrival of a sovereign. From behind the largest stone tomb at the heart of the graveyard, a towering figure began to emerge. It too was a skeleton, yet its stature was nearly twice that of an ordinary skeletal sentinel. Its bones bore a somber hue, reminiscent of black iron, and fragments of ancient armor, the material of which was unrecognizable, clung to its form. Most striking of all was its skull, crowned with a fearsome diadem forged from bones and ice crystals. Within its hollow eye sockets burned two orbs of deep violet, imbued with the essence of thunder. In its hands, there was no weapon, yet merely its presence exuded an overwhelming, regal pressure, akin to that of a sovereign. The Skeletal King. Samuel glanced at the ancient tome in his grasp, despair etched across his face. The final page of Tales of the Winter Realm chronicled the guardian of the Ice Burial Mound, an ancient hero who, upon death, willingly transformed into a specter to eternally safeguard this hallowed resting place of comrades. He was known as the King of the Ice Tomb. Jon Snow felt a chill wash over him. The weight of the Skeletal King's presence was tenfold greater than when he faced the corpse bear. This was an entity beyond their capacity to contend with. Mo ran. Run. He summoned all his strength to deliver a final warning. Yet, Mo ran merely smiled. His gaze fixed upon the approaching Skeletal King, devoid of fear, brimming instead with the thrill of an exhilarating challenge. A kingly soul retaining the will of its former life? How splendid! He murmured. This was the true feast. With a sharp crack, the white jade-bone sword in his hand shattered into scintillating motes of light, for it could no longer contain the power he was about to unleash. Come forth. Mo Ran beckoned the Skeletal King with a gesture. Let me witness what remains of the spirit of a hero long departed for 8 millennia. The Skeletal King appeared incensed by his provocation, its violet flames flickering with intensity. Without uttering a sound, it slowly raised its right hand, fingers outstretched, aimed squarely at Mo Ran. In the next heartbeat, the very essence of death in the ice burial mound surged with fervor. Countless razor-sharp, gray-boned spears, forged from the very essence of death, materialized around Mo Ran, raining down upon him like a tempest. This is the domain of the Death King, a spell of devastating proportions. In the face of this terrifying assault, capable of tearing an army to shreds in an instant, a grave expression finally surfaced on Mo Ran's face. He inhaled deeply, the shattered golden core emitting an unprecedented hum. To toy with death before me? You are not worthy. Deep within his obsidian eyes, it seemed as if two minuscule black whirlpools, devouring all, were slowly revolving. Allow me to enlighten you. He spread his arms wide and let out a long, resounding roar towards the heavens, an aura far purer, more ancient, and more domineering than that of the Skeletal King erupted from his frail form. The surrounding deathly energy spiraled out of control. No longer responding to the summons of the Skeletal King, they surged towards Mo Ran like fledglings returning to their nest. He alone is the sovereign of this realm of death. I am your terror. Mo Ran's voice resonated like a command from a demonic deity beneath the abyss, echoing throughout the entire icy burial ground. The myriad bone spears, halting just an inch from his body, suddenly fragmented, transforming into the purest essence of death, which he consumed entirely. In the distance, the Skeletal King's eye sockets, ablaze with violet soul fire, revealed a semblance of shock and terror. It had encountered its nemesis. Chapter 21. The Wild Scouts' espionage. As the confrontation between the Death Kings was on the brink of eruption within the icy burial ground, two figures lay concealed amidst the snow on a hidden ridge several miles from the graveyard, anxiously peering through the dense pine needles at the distant scene. Clad in tattered yet thick garments fashioned from various animal pelts, their faces were smeared with earth and charcoal for camouflage. Rough longbows and quivers filled with bone-tipped arrows were carefully placed at their sides. They were scouts from the tribes of the free folk, scornfully referred to as wild men by those behind the walls. One of them, tall and robust, boasted a mane of unruly fiery red hair and a beard, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. His name was Tommen, a highly esteemed warrior leader among the wild men. The other was considerably smaller, with dark skin and shrewd, darting eyes that exuded cleverness and cunning. She was named Yegorite, a skilled huntress with remarkable archery prowess. Their presence here was due to King Mance Raider of the Free Folk, who had rallied all the tribes of the north to prepare for an assault on the wall. Their mission was to infiltrate south of the wall and scout the Night Watch's troop deployments and movements. Damn it, Yegorite, are you certain you haven't misseen? Tommen whispered, his tone filled with disbelief. You mean to say there were 3 crows that ventured into the White Ghost territory? My eyesight remains sharp, Tommen. Yegorite's voice was clear and decisive as she rolled her eyes. One was a dark-haired lad, another a portly fellow, and the third, I couldn't make out clearly. Their wolf, however, stood out distinctly, pure white. I have never seen its like. Did those crows invade the realm of the White Walkers in madness? A malicious grin spread across Tormund's face. Well, this spares us the trouble of intervening. The king beyond the wall would reduce their bones to kindling for his fire. In all the legends of the free folk, the ice grave is an absolute taboo. It is said that ancient vengeful spirits slumber there. and any living soul that dares intrude shall be torn asunder. Yet, there was no trace of ease upon Ygritte's visage. Her brow furrowed tightly. Her gaze fixated on the distant graveyard shrouded in gray mist. No, something is amiss, Tormund, she whispered. Listen. Tormund immediately held his breath, straining to hear. In the wind, amidst the mournful wails, there emerged a faint but distinct sound of cracking bones, accompanied by a roar that sent shivers down his spine, imbued with an ominous authority. It was not the growl of a beast, but rather a tremor of souls. What is happening? Tormund's expression turned grave. At that moment, they beheld it. The distant gray mist began to churn violently, as if an invisible behemoth stirred within, conjuring a tempest. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure, one that made their very souls tremble, surged toward them from miles away. Damn it! Tormund could not suppress an expletive. He felt as though his heart might be crushed by that overwhelming force. A seasoned warrior, he had battled bears, faced giants, and even glimpsed the legendary White Walkers from afar, yet he had never experienced such a pure and tyrannical aura of death. What is that? Ygritte's voice quavered, her once proud courage rendered fragile in the face of this oppressive force. They could not discern the specific events unfolding within. But to their senses, the once silent realm of the White Walkers now resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. At its core, two terrifying entities engaged in a conflict of divine proportions that they could scarcely comprehend. One presence was familiar, an ancient stillness belonging to the king beyond the wall. The other was youthful, ferocious, and insatiable. It resembled a black hole, intent on devouring the entire graveyard along with all the souls contained within. The crows. Had those few crows instigated this? Tormund's mind was a tempest of confusion. The notion seemed so absurd that he could scarcely accept it. Yet, the evidence lay stark before them. This newly emerged, terrifying presence had materialized only after the 3 Night's Watchmen had intruded. Could it be that something unknown lurked within the walls? For the first time, fear etched itself upon Ygritte's features. As free folk, their greatest adversaries had always been the White Walkers beyond the wall and the harshness of nature. Though they harbored disdain for the Night's Watch within the wall, deep down, they felt a twinge of scorn. To them, those crows bound by oaths were merely a flock of emasculated sheep. However, today, this perception has been utterly upended. Tormund and Jägerite exchanged a glance, both reflecting the same astonishment and unease in each other's eyes. We must inform Mance. Tormund swallowed hard, feeling as though an entity more formidable than the others had emerged from within the walls. Let us go, Jägerite decisively declared. She no longer harbored any desire to linger. Instead, she sought to distance herself swiftly from this stifling realm of conflict. The two ceased to conceal their presence, resembling two agile snow leopards, silently retreating from the ridge, quickly vanishing into the vast expanse of the snowy forest. They needed to relay this astonishing intelligence back to the camp of the king beyond the wall without delay. Within the Night's Watch, an incomprehensible and terrifying presence capable of stirring the winds of the ice grave had manifested. The emergence of this variable might irrevocably alter their entire strategy for the southern siege. Meanwhile, at the heart of the ice grave, the catalyst of this upheaval, Ran, took a measured step forward, meeting the horrified gaze of the Bone King. Now his voice was icy and mocking. It is my turn. A true feast of gluttony is about to commence. Chapter 22. The invitation from the king beyond the wall. The north wind howled like a rasping file, sweeping across the frozen land. In a concealed valley of the frost-snow-toothed mountains, an unimaginably vast encampment loomed like a slumbering behemoth amidst the snow and storm. Countless tents and rudimentary shelters stretched endlessly, with wisps of smoke intertwining with the snow, forming a murky dome above. This was the temporary gathering place of the free folk. The wildlings, men and women from over 100 disparate tribes, cave dwellers, glacier clans, horn-footed folk, and night stalkers, who struggled to survive in the harsh northern environment, now united under a single banner. That banner belonged to Mance Rayder, a former ranger of the Night's Watch, now hailed as the king beyond the wall by all the free folk. At this moment, within the largest tent, crafted from the hides of colossal beasts, the atmosphere felt somewhat tense. A warm fire pit dispelled the chill within the tent, casting flickering shadows on the rough-hewn weapons and animal skin maps adorning the walls. A dozen leaders from various tribes were gathered around a simple long table, most of their faces etched with impatience and unease. Mance, how much longer must we wait? Inquired a tribe leader, stout and resembling a small giant with bone ornaments braided into his chin. It was the irritable giant slayer, Tormund. My lads are nearly finished with the mead we brought. If we do not act soon, they will freeze into blocks of ice in the snow. Tormund was not mistaken. Another elder, his face adorned with blue tattoos and a steely gaze, rasped in agreement. He was the leader of the cannibal tribe, the Glacier clan. The footsteps of the cold god, the others, draw ever closer. My people have already spotted those blue-eyed monstrosities near the ancestral peak. If we do not scale that accursed wall, we shall remain here, destined to serve as sustenance for them through the winter. The atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly oppressive following these words. All eyes turned toward the man seated at the head of the table, Mance Rayder. He did not present the visage of a king commanding legions. Clad in the humble garb of a ranger, he wore an ordinary black outfit, topped with a white fur cloak. He appeared to be in his 40s, his weathered face etched with the marks of hardship. Yet, his gray eyes shone with an unusual brightness, imbued with wisdom as if capable of perceiving the very essence of all things. In his hands, he gently strummed a lute, his long fingers dancing over the strings, producing a few discordant notes. In response to the urgency of the gathering, he did not reply immediately, but instead directed his gaze toward the entrance of the tent. At that moment, the flap was violently thrust aside, and two figures, beset by wind and snow, stumbled in, Tormund and Ygritte, having just escaped from the vicinity of the frozen grave. Tormund, how have you returned? The giant, known as the Bane of Giants, stood in astonishment upon seeing the newcomers. Tormund, the scout, was indeed one of his most trusted subordinates. The breathless scout did not pause to brush the snow from his face. The remnants of fear still lingered in his expression. Mance, something has happened, he exclaimed, kneeling, his voice faltering with labored breaths. There is something amiss beyond the wall. Mance Rayder finally ceased his strumming, lifting his head to regard his scout with those perceptive eyes. Speak slowly, Tormund. What transpired? His tone was calm and gentle, imbued with a soothing authority. We followed your orders to scout the movements of the Black Castle, Tormund replied, striving to steady his breath. In the haunted forest, we encountered 3 crows that ventured into the realm of the White Walkers. What? The leaders within the tent erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Did those crows seek their demise? The king beyond the wall would tear them asunder. A chorus of gleeful speculation arose, reveling in the misfortune of the crows. Silence. Mance Rayder's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight that silenced the hubbub instantly. He turned his attention back to Tormund, pressing further, and then? Tormund's face contorted with sheer terror and confusion as he continued. Then the realm of the White Walkers. It awakened. We heard the sound of countless bones stirring, felt the presence of the king beyond the wall. He paused, seemingly struggling to articulate the indescribable horror he had witnessed. But there was an even more dreadful essence. It emanated from one of the crows. It felt as though the Night King himself had descended. No, it was more terrifying than that. It was a darkness that threatened to consume everything. Jägerite nodded vigorously and added, we have witnessed it. In the distance, the gray mist churns as if boiling. We can sense it, the king of the frozen tomb. That ancient creature who has guarded the realm of the White Walkers for millennia is trembling in fear. Fear. This word struck the hearts of all the wild leaders present like a massive boulder. The king of the frozen tomb, in the lore of the free folk, is a being as ancient and terrifying as the frost god. Could it truly feel fear? How is that conceivable? A profound silence enveloped the entire tent. Everyone was rendered speechless by this astonishing revelation. Only Mance Rayder, his wise eyes devoid of fear, radiated an unprecedented brilliance. The darkness that consumes all, even instilling dread in the Lord of the Dead, he murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the lute. When did such an intriguing character emerge from the Night's Watch? He rose and paced back and forth in the great tent, his expression shifting from gravitas to an almost fervent excitement. This is not a threat, it is an opportunity. He suddenly halted, his eyes sparkling with intensity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Opportunity? Mance, have you lost your mind? The giant slayer Tormund questioned, bewildered. What we face now could be a monster more terrifying than the others. No, you do not comprehend, Tormund. Mance Rayder shook his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Why do we head south? Is it truly to conquer the 7 kingdoms? No, we seek to survive, to escape the true army of the dead gathering behind us. Our greatest foe has never been those clad in black crows, but the Everwinter. His voice brimmed with passion and fervor, stirring the hearts of all the leaders present. My original plan was to use our vast army to forcibly breach the wall and claim land that would allow us to endure the long night. But that would be a bloody war, and regardless of victory or defeat, we free folk would be gravely weakened. Yet now, he gazed towards the south, as if penetrating the snowstorm to see that towering, treacherous wall, to glimpse the mysterious entity stirring tumult within the icy graveyard. A variable has emerged, a force that even the dead fear. Have you pondered what would happen if we could bring this power to our side? What? Ally with the crows? That is impossible. They are our enemies. The leaders stirred once more. The notion of collaborating with the Night's Watch was beyond their contemplation and acceptance. Nothing is impossible. Mance Rayder's voice thundered, once again silencing the assembly. Enemies? Friends? He scoffed. Before the Everwinter, all living beings are friends. It is the dead who are our common adversaries. The enigmatic raven, possessing dominion over death and instilling fear in the Ice Tomb King, signifies that he is indeed worthy of confronting the god of frost. He is the sharpest blade in our struggle against the army of the deceased. In Mansred's eyes burned the flames of ambition and wisdom. I no longer need to breach the Great Wall, he declared slowly, each word imbued with strength. What I require is an audience with this individual. He made a decision that took everyone by surprise, a choice deemed utterly mad. Tommen, Jaggeret, he commanded, turning to the two scouts who had returned with intelligence. You two, immediately return to the Shadow Forest and employ every means possible to locate that mysterious raven. Do not confront him, nor provoke his ire. From his cloak, Mansred produced a small, smooth fragment of white fishbone wood, etched with an ancient sigil of the ancestors. He placed the piece into Jaggeret's hand. Deliver this to him. Inform him that the king beyond the wall, Mansred, wishes to invite him to my tent for a drink and a song. Tell him we share a common enemy. A war that was on the verge of engulfing the entire North had unexpectedly veered into an unforeseen course due to M.O. Rand's meal at the Ice Burial Mound. At this moment, M.O. Rand remained blissfully unaware, preparing to indulge in the most sumptuous feast he had encountered since his arrival in this realm. Chapter 23. Mansred's tent. As Tommen and Jaggeret set forth once more towards the Shadow Forest, their sentiments had transformed dramatically from their earlier journey. Initially, they had marched with the vigilance and confidence befitting scouts. Now, they were suffused with reverence for the unknown and a lingering dread. Mansred's command struck them as sheer madness. To invite an entity that could instill terror in the Lord of the Undead? This was not akin to delivering a message. It felt more like thrusting one's neck before a ravenous beast. By the gods, Mansred must be insane, Tommen muttered under his breath, his fiery red beard crusted with frost. Shall we sit for tea with a monster? Why doesn't he go himself? Silence, Tommen, came Jaggeret's crisp and composed voice from behind. You question the king beyond the wall. Do you wish to incite the enmity of all tribes? I am not questioning him, Tommen retorted, agitatedly waving his hand. I simply cannot comprehend. That fellow is a raven, our enemy. Why must we extend an invitation? Would it not be simpler to pierce his throat with an arrow? You cannot, Jaggeret replied, her tone carrying a tremor she was unaware of. Do you not sense it? Before that presence, we lack even the strength to draw our bows. Tommen, what we face is not an ordinary raven, nor even a mere man. Tommen fell silent. He undoubtedly felt it, the absolute suppression emanating from the depths of his soul, an indelible nightmare that he would never forget throughout his life. He would rather engage in a fierce struggle with 100 giants than endure that paralyzing fear once more. All right, he muttered, conceding that he was a monster. Why would Mance believe that such a creature would be willing to converse with us? We are but wildlings. In the eyes of those crows, we are no different from the rats in the snow. I do not know, Ygritte replied, shaking her head. She tightened her grip on the longbow slung across her back, her gaze directed towards the ominous southern woods. Yet Mance was correct. The cold god was on his way. Beneath the eternal winter, there were neither crows nor wildlings. Only the living and the dead. A flicker of resolve flashed in her eyes. Regardless of what that fellow was, as long as he could aid us in surviving, even if he were a demon risen from the depths of the abyss, I would willingly place this piece of wood into his hands. She clutched the fragment of fishbone wood inscribed with ancestral runes, which now felt as heavy as a mountain, for it bore the weight of the potential future of thousands of free folk. Meanwhile, within the grand tent of the king beyond the wall, the atmosphere remained tense after the scouts had departed, growing even more peculiar. The tribal leaders exchanged glances, each processing Mance Rayder's astonishing decision. Tommen, the giant slayer, an imposing tribal leader, could no longer contain himself and rose to his feet. He approached Mance Rayder, his massive form nearly overshadowing the latter. Mance. His voice boomed like thunder. I admire your wisdom and trust your judgment. However, I must seek clarification on this matter. Do you truly believe that a crow clad in black will assist us? Mance Rayder lifted his head, calmly meeting the scrutiny of this formidable ally. I do not place my trust in crows, Tommen, he replied slowly. I only believe in interests and fear. He rose and moved toward the vast beast skin map. The map, rendered crudely in charcoal, outlined the entire north, from Frostfangs to the Bay of Carhold. The bold black line representing the wall of ice resembled an insurmountable scar, cleaving the land in two. Look here, Mance pointed to the location of the wall. For 8,000 years, it has stood, obstructing our advance southward. Why? Because the undulls within the wall, those southern kings, fear us. They depict us as bloodthirsty beasts, inciting the hatred of the populace to solidify their dominion over the north. In kind, we harbor hatred for them. We call them crows and knee takers, burning their villages and seizing their resources, for survival is our imperative. Hatred is founded upon fear and self-interest, Tomment. It is not unassailable. Mance's finger slowly traced northward, ultimately resting on the blank area at the northernmost edge of the map, marked as the land of eternal winter. But what lies here is different. His voice grew deep and solemn. They had no vested interests, nor did they comprehend fear. Their sole purpose of existence was to extinguish all flames in the world and to transform every life into one of their own. Before them, our hatred, our tribal conflicts, and our grudges with the crows appeared utterly ludicrous and insignificant. All the leaders within the tent fell silent. Many among them had witnessed those blue-eyed monsters firsthand and had battled the undead wights. They understood better than anyone that what Mance Raider spoke was a bloody truth. Now, Mance's fingers returned to the position of the wall, and he struck it heavily, summoning a presence that instilled fear even in the dead, a variable that feasted upon death. Consider this. When the army of the frost god looms at our gates, when tens of thousands of wights crash against that icy wall, will the crows within choose to continue opposing us, watching the wall crumble, leading us all to doom? Or will they choose to stand with us, alongside the creature that devours the dead, to confront the true threat? His words pierced through the fog in everyone's hearts like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, they had been blinded by traditional hatred, neglecting this fundamental question. In the face of a shared enemy capable of annihilating all, former foes can become allies. That enigmatic crow is the key to breaking the stalemate. In Mance's eyes flickered the light of wisdom. He was neither a crow nor a wildling. He represented a third-party force that transcended us all. He was both a weapon the crows must rely upon and an ally we could strive to attain. I wish to invite him, not to show weakness to the Night's Watch, but to demonstrate our sincerity and our strength. I want him to realize that collaborating with our army of free folk is far more promising than clinging to that cold, dark castle. I aim to make him a bridge connecting us with the Night's Watch. His words ignited a fervor in all the tribal leaders present, enlightening their minds. They finally grasped Mance Raider's profound wisdom and foresight. He was not mad. He was orchestrating a grand strategy with the entire North, and even all of Westeros. As his chessboard, the giant slayer Tormund gazed at Mance Raider, his expression filled with genuine admiration and submission. I understand now, Mance, he said in a deep voice, yet with unwavering conviction. You are right. You are our one true king. He stepped back, knelt on one knee, and struck his rough fist heavily against his chest. For the free folk. Within the tent, all the tribal leaders rose in unison, kneeling on one knee, echoing his gesture and unleashing a roar akin to the roar of mountains and seas. For the free folk. For the king beyond the wall. Their voices converged into a torrent, breaking free from the confines of the tent and resonating throughout the entire valley. Tens of thousands of wild warriors heard the call of their leader and responded with a thunderous battle roar. The entire camp erupted in fervor. Mance Raider stood in the center of the tent, listening to the booming cries outside, a glimmer of satisfaction gracing his face. He knew he had successfully persuaded these unruly tribal leaders to unite as one. Next, it was merely a matter of whether the most pivotal piece would take the bait. His gaze once again drifted southward. Imoran. He whispered the unfamiliar Eastern name he had gleaned from a scout. Regardless of whether you are a demon or a deity, welcome to the grandest and most perilous game in the North. He slowly picked up the lute beside him, his long fingers gently plucking the strings. This time, he produced not a cacophony of notes, but an ancient, melancholic song brimming with the spirit of freedom and resistance, the battle hymn of the free folk. The melody soared, intertwining with the thunderous battle cries outside the tent, drifting towards the distant, snow-laden unknown. Chapter 24, a display of power and dread at the heart of the ice grave. The gray mist churned like boiling water. The air was thick with an oppressive force. Two distinct yet death-derived wills of kings clashed silently in fierce confrontation. The Bone King, ruler of the Ice Tomb, fixed its burning, deep violet soul fire eyes upon Imoran. Its body leaned forward, assuming a defensive posture. Its hollow jawbone opened and closed soundlessly, as if expressing shock and confusion that had never been felt in its millennia of existence. In its perception, This seemingly fragile creature before it contained a death essence far older, purer, and more domineering than its own. This was not a being passively accepting the powers of death through magical transformation, but a predator born at the apex of the death food chain. This absolute suppression from the realm of life instilled a sense of fear within it for the first time, a fear deep within the soul, as if being targeted by a natural enemy. Its probing attacks with bone spears were effortlessly thwarted by the opponent, even being devoured as sustenance. This utterly subverted its combat experience accumulated over millennia. Opposite it, Ran slowly moved his wrists, producing crackling sounds. He did not rush to attack. That last moment of withstanding the Bone King's spell and reclaiming control over the death energy had not come without cost. His already fragile, shattered golden core emitted a resonant hum under the strain of high-intensity operation, and several recently healed fine cracks showed signs of splitting anew. It was still too much to bear. Ran calmly assessed his condition within, realizing that his physical capabilities could not keep pace with the demands of his abilities. Though he possessed the vision and experience of a demon lord, he lacked the necessary reserves of energy to sustain them. In confronting an adversary of this caliber, a swift resolution was imperative. He recognized that the skeletal king before him was an entirely different entity compared to the mindless skeleton soldiers and ghouls he had faced previously. This foe possessed intelligence, understood tactics, and could manipulate the very essence of death permeating the icy graveyard to its advantage. Engaging in a war of attrition here would be the height of folly. His only chance of victory lay in swiftly and decisively shattering its core, that powerful royal soul that had burned for millennia. A glint of cold determination flickered in Ran's eyes. He would demonstrate what truly wielding death entailed. No longer suppressing the energy within him, he unleashed the Nine-Yin devouring soul technique to the utmost limits of his physical endurance. Boom! A surge of black energy, far more terrifying and solid than before, erupted from him, distorting the surrounding light and forming an absolute realm of darkness several meters in diameter. Within this domain, all the energies of death seemed to have found their sovereign. No longer chaotic, they coalesced into a part of Ran's very being, behaving like the most obedient subjects, rallying around him in jubilant exultation. At the edge of the graveyard, Jon Snow and Samwell were rendered speechless by the surreal spectacle before them. In their vision, Ran was enveloped in a profound darkness that appeared to consume all light. He no longer resembled a mere mortal. Instead, he embodied a demonic deity, having torn through the fabric of space from the depths of the netherworld. Samwell's teeth chattered uncontrollably, his ancient tome having long since fallen into the snow, now muddied and stained. The contents of the book could not elucidate the world-altering scene unfolding before them. Jon Snow gripped his longsword tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He sensed the Valyrian steel blade vibrating slightly, as if both fearing and yearning to engage with that ultimate darkness. In that moment, the balance in his heart between honor and evil shattered into fragments. He realized that all his previous judgments of Ran had been based on a ludicrous and erroneous benchmark. He had attempted to measure an ancient god walking among men with the morals of a mere mortal. The skeletal king felt an unprecedented threat. It understood that it could no longer afford to wait. Should it allow its opponent to seize control of the death energies throughout the icy graveyard, it would lose its positional advantage and become a lamb destined for slaughter. Its deep purple soul flames ignited with ferocity, abandoning its long-range magical assaults. It opted for the close-quarters combat style it had mastered as an ancestral hero. Its massive form abruptly sank, causing the frozen ground beneath to crack instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, it surged forth like a cannonball, traversing dozens of meters, and appeared before Ran in an instant. That colossal hand, forged from black iron-like bones, tore through the air with a deafening whistle, wielding an immense force as it descended mercilessly upon Ran's shadow cloaked in darkness. This strike was both primal and violent, capable of reducing a mammoth to mere pulp. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, Ran stood unwavering. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Competing against me in the mastery of bone control? A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. The power of bone condensation was unleashed once more. However, this time, he conjured not a mere bone sword, but a shield. A gigantic bone shield woven from countless pale, highly compressed bone spikes, its surface adorned with arcane magical runes. This shield manifested before Ran, its size nearly matching that of the towering skeletal king. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as the skeletal king's unstoppable hand crashed down upon the hastily formed bone shield. The ferocious force transformed into a visible shockwave that radiated outward, sending snow and shattered bones soaring into the air, coalescing into a circular white tide. In the distance, John and Sam were swept up in this surge, both horse and rider tumbling to the ground, rolling several meters away. Wight's spirit let out a mournful cry, shielding John with its body. As they awkwardly lifted their heads to gaze at the heart of the battlefield, they were utterly astounded by the sight before them. The immense bone shield remained unscathed. It merely bore a shallow imprint from the impact, but soon, with the influx of surrounding death energy, that imprint rapidly restored to its original state. Meanwhile, the skeletal king's hand, which had been used for the attack, revealed fine cracks along its phalanges. In this clash of sheer strength, it had lost. The soul fire in the skeletal king's eye sockets flickered violently, brimming with disbelief. It could not comprehend how its opponent, merely a flesh and blood being, could conjure something harder than its own bones, honed over millennia. This defied all known laws of magic. Unbeknownst to it, the bone shield Ran had manifested transcended the mere essence of bone. It was a product of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, a highly materialized concept of death, its hardness rivaling that of low-grade magical artifacts in the realm of cultivation. The warm-up was over. The darkness enveloping Ran gradually dissipated, revealing his calm and indifferent visage. He regarded the bewildered skeletal king and slowly raised his left hand. This time, what coalesced in his palm was neither a weapon nor armor, but a slender black chain composed entirely of pure, dark energy. Upon the chain, countless minuscule, contorted runes are etched, exuding a terrifying aura that signifies the confinement and sealing of all. The Nine-Yin Soul Binding Chain. This is a malevolent divine art specifically designed to combat spiritual entities and souls, drawn from the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique. Go! Ran commanded sharply. The black chain, seemingly animated, transformed into a streak of black lightning, disregarding the distance of space, and instantly coiled around the neck of the Bone King. Ugh! For the first time, the Bone King emitted a soul-wrenching cry of anguish. It could feel a frigid, corrosive force surging through the chain, relentlessly invading its very soul. The deep violet soul fire in its eye sockets began to flicker violently and dim under the influence of this power. Its connection to the deathly energy of this frozen graveyard was forcibly severed. It struggled frantically, clawing at the chain around its neck. Yet that seemingly slender chain clung to it like a persistent curse, unyielding to its desperate efforts. Now, you are nothing more than a sturdy skeleton, Ran proclaimed, his voice resonating like a death knell. He advanced step by step towards the bound Bone King, his aura ascending with each stride. With every step he took, the soul fire in the Bone King's eyes grew fainter. The balance of power was starkly evident. Jon Snow, struggling to rise from the snow, stared vacantly at this spectacle. What did he witness? An ancient, legendary undead monarch, a guardian of this forbidden land for millennia, now resembled a wild dog, collared and helpless, writhing before a frail eastern youth. The scene was absurd yet profoundly shocking. An inexplicable sorrow surged within Jon's heart. He was not mourning for the Bone King. He grieved for himself, for the Night's Watch, for all the living beings of Westeros. The army of the dead, which they had always feared and regarded as the ultimate threat, perhaps, before this true master of death from another realm, was merely a sumptuous feast. Chapter 25. The flavor of a giantess' soul time seemed to stretch infinitely. In the numbed vision of Jon Snow and Samwell Tarly, Ran's every step resonated like the beat of a death drum. Calm and unhurried, he approached the Bone King, ensnared by the Nine-Yin Soul Binding Chain. The scene resembled not a life-and-death struggle, but rather a king advancing toward his predetermined spoils. The once mighty king of the Ice Tomb had now been utterly reduced to a helpless captive. It struggled with fervor, its massive form unleashing a terrifying force, creating deep pits in the frozen ground beneath it. It endeavored to summon the surrounding skeletal guardians to its aid, yet those lowly undead, quivering in the presence of Ran's sovereign aura of death, had long since retreated back into their graves, trembling in fear and daring not to show themselves. It even attempted to channel the power of its soul's essence to strike against the black chain binding its neck. The deep violet soul flames erupted repeatedly, transforming into shockwaves. Yet all were absorbed by the seemingly slender chain adorned with swirling black runes, provoking not a ripple of response. The Nine-Yin Soul Binding Chain was a simplified version of a nefarious artifact that Ran had once wielded in his past life, specifically designed to contend with profound cultivators and formidable spiritual entities. Its core principle revolved around severance and consumption. Once ensnared, the connection between the soul and all external energies was irrevocably severed, leaving the chain to incessantly devour the soul's power until it was entirely extinguished. For a skeletal monarch, whose essence was rooted in soul flames, this was nothing short of a natural nemesis. Abandoned hope, Ran finally approached the skeletal king, tilting his head to gaze upon the towering figure, nearly twice his height, yet his eyes bore a hint of compassion. As a guardian, you have fulfilled your duty. But times have changed, old one. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the essence of the skeletal king. This world is on the brink of welcoming a new sovereign of death, and your existence, along with all that you have protected, shall serve as the cornerstone for the new king's ascension. The skeletal king seemed to grasp his words, ceasing its futile struggles. Its eye sockets, ablaze with deep violet soul flames, fixed intently upon Ran. No longer did fear and rage dwell within. Instead, a glimmer of relief emerged, accompanied by the final vestiges of an ancient hero's dignity and plea. Slowly, laboriously, it raised its cracked right hand, gesturing toward the northern expanse of the ice burial mound. That direction pointed to the land of eternal winter, the realm of the Great Other. Its meaning was unmistakable. It was a request, or rather, a bequeathment of its duty to this more powerful being before it. I understand. Ran discerned its will, nodding in affirmation, offering his promise. I shall go. But not just yet. His voice carried an undeniable confidence. When I ascend to the northern realm, I will lay waste to the so-called land of eternal winter, turning that self-proclaimed god and all its minions into sustenance for my golden elixir. I shall usher in a true, everlasting night for this world. At this vow, the soul flames within the skeletal king's eye sockets flickered violently one last time. Then, with a slow, deliberate acceptance, it relinquished all resistance. Its colossal form thunderously knelt upon one knee. The crown forged from bones and ice crystals slipped from its head, crashing to the ground and shattering into fragments. In this act, it offered its loyalty and entirety to the new monarch. In the distance, Jon Snow found himself utterly incapable of thought. A spectral king, who has guarded the forbidden realm for millennia, kneels before a raven. What has transpired in this world? Ran gazes at the skeletal monarch, kneeling before him on one knee, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. You are a worthy adversary. With that, he slowly extends his right hand, resting it upon the colossal, icy skull of the skeletal king. As a reward for your timely awareness, allow me to grant you a swift end. Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, devour. He intones, his voice resonating with power as he channels the technique to unprecedented heights. He transforms into a black vortex, devouring the very heavens and earth. The enormous form of the skeletal king shudders violently. Its deep violet soul flame, indicative of its regal status, along with countless years of accumulated death energy, is forcibly extracted by an irresistible, terrifying force. This is no mere trickle of absorption. It is akin to a deluge breaking through a dam, a torrent surging forth as if the Milky Way were reversing its flow. A massive stream, as thick as a barrel and composed of deep violet energy, erupts from the crown of the skeletal king, only to be entirely consumed by Ran's seemingly insignificant form. A cry escapes Ran's lips, a sound caught between agony and ecstasy. Magnificent. Unprecedentedly magnificent. This energy surge far surpasses all the corpses, skeletons, and ghastly bears he had previously devoured, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. If earlier he had merely augmented a leaky wooden barrel with water, now he had plunged the entire barrel into the Niagara Falls. His meridians stretched to their limits. Emitting a groan of unbearable strain, the shattered golden core within him quakes violently, the surface fissures suddenly fracturing further. Yet, in the wake of this overwhelming torrent, imbued with the essence of royal will, the cracks begin to seal at an astonishing pace. Repair. Shatter. Repair again. Shatter anew. It is an exceedingly perilous process. A moment's inattention, and his golden core could collapse entirely, reducing him to dust. In that moment, he would become utterly incapacitated. Yet, on Ran's face, there is no hint of fear, only a gambler's fervor. He steadfastly maintains his focus, harnessing the indomitable will forged through countless trials in his past as a demon lord, fervently guiding this energy to refine his golden core and demonic form, again and again, to break and then to rebuild. No break, no rise. He is wagering the entirety of a spectral king's legacy in a grand gamble, a reckless ascension, with his very foundation at stake. In the external realm, the skeletal king's form was undergoing a transformation visible to the naked eye. As the soul fire and energy ebbed away, his once obsidian-like bones rapidly dulled, turning ashen and fragile. Cracks, akin to delicate spider webs, swiftly spread across his entire being. Ultimately, when the last flicker of soul fire was devoured by Ran, the colossal skeleton, once a symbol of supreme majesty, could no longer maintain its shape, and with a clatter, disintegrated into a heap of ordinary white bones devoid of energy fluctuations. A gust of wind swept through, transforming it into a cloud of bone dust, merging seamlessly with the land it had guarded for millennia. An ancient hero, a sovereign of the undead, had thus completely fallen. Meanwhile, his successor stood with closed eyes, quietly enveloped in the swirling bone dust. Ran's body trembled slightly, as monumental changes were unfolding within him. The shattered golden core, after enduring several near-catastrophic strains, finally stabilized. Its size remained unchanged, yet the cracks on its surface had been repaired by nearly 1/10. Though still fragmented, it was no longer a leaky vessel. It could now barely contain a flicker of spiritual energy. More importantly, Ran sensed that the bottleneck in his cultivation, the barrier that spanned between the soul devouring and bone formation stages, had been forcefully shattered by the kingly spirit's impetus. A far more potent aura than before began to awaken and ascend from within him. He had entered the early stage of bone formation. Ran slowly opened his eyes. His pupils remained pitch black, but within their depths swirled two deep purple flames, reminiscent of nebulae, gradually fading away. This was the legacy of the king of Ice Tomb. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed. With a mere thought, the surrounding death energy responded with unprecedented swiftness, converging frantically into his palm. This time, what he conjured was not a crude bone sword or shield, but a complete, lifelike miniature skeletal soldier. This skeletal figure, merely the size of his palm, showcased every joint and bone with clarity, even more exquisitely detailed than a true skeletal guardian. Its eye sockets flickered with two faint, crimson flames of soul fire. A bone soldier. This was the hallmark ability of the bone formation stage. It could utilize death energy as a material to conjure the most rudimentary undead minions capable of autonomous combat. Although he could only manifest this figurine-sized creation for now, it represented a qualitative leap. This signified that he was transitioning from a mere devourer to a creator. He had now acquired the initial qualifications to assemble his own legion of the undead. Ran gazed at the vividly animated skeletal warrior in his palm, a genuine smile of satisfaction finally gracing his face. The bounty of this expedition to the ice burial mound far exceeded his expectations. He turned to behold the two spectators, who were already rendered speechless by fear. It was time to conclude this performance. As Ran pivoted, directing his deep, nebula-like violet eyes towards Jon Snow and Samwell Tarly, time seemed to freeze once more. The swirling bone dust formed a pale curtain behind him, accentuating his not particularly towering figure, which appeared akin to a dark deity emerging from ancient mythology, wielding dominion over life and death. He uttered not a word, nor did he make any menacing gestures. Yet, that singular calm gaze made Jon and Sam, who had just risen from the ground, feel as though their very souls were encased in ice. It was a perspective from a higher plane of existence, reminiscent of humanity looking down upon the ants beneath their feet. Although there was no overt malice in the depths of his gaze, the profound indifference, the attitude that regarded all as mere fodder, instilled a deeper terror than any fierce expression could conjure, particularly for Jon Snow, who clutched his Valyrian steel sword, seeking a flicker of courage from this legendary weapon to counter the suffocating pressure that enveloped him. Yet, he sorrowfully realized that his once proud bravery, his honor, and the Stark lineage's bloodline were rendered utterly insignificant in the face of this pure, transcendent power. For the first time, he questioned the beliefs he had upheld for 18 years. When absolute power descends before one, do concepts of justice and evil, of honor and oaths, truly retain their significance? He recalled the weirwood grove of Winterfell, along with the teachings of his father, Eddard Stark. The North remembers. Winter is coming. The Stark family had guarded the North through generations, battling the threats beyond the wall. But had they ever contemplated the emergence of an entity that approached the very essence of death itself, one that now stood alongside them? This was no mere matter of friend versus foe. It had evolved into a philosophical conundrum, a paradox capable of driving any soul attempting to comprehend it through traditional morals to madness. Samwell Tarly's plight was considerably simpler. He had entirely abandoned thought, his mind a blank slate. He trembled instinctively, his legs weakened, nearly collapsing once again. His head, brimming with ancient knowledge, had completely shut down, failing to conjure any vocabulary to describe Ran before him. Words like monster, demon, or deity felt woefully inadequate, too shallow, too pale. Mo Ran gazed at his two utterly unhinged companions, his heart devoid of any turbulence. This was precisely the effect he desired. To manifest power was to instill a sense of dread. Only by fostering an irresistible reverence within them could he preclude any unnecessary troubles and doubts in future endeavors, particularly concerning Jon Snow. This pivotal figure, who might one day ascend to the role of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, or even become the king in the north, required a seed of fear to be sown in his heart, a seed that would forever deter him from opposing Mo Ran. It appeared that this seed had already taken root and begun to sprout. Mo Ran slowly withdrew his gaze, and the delicate skeletal soldier in his palm dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. The terrifying pressure he had exuded receded like a tide. Retracting back into his frail form, he transformed once more into an innocuous, somewhat delicate Eastern youth, as if the cataclysmic battle that had just unfolded had been naught but an illusion. Yet the ground strewn with bone dust and the lingering, disquieting energy in the air silently testified to the stark reality of what had transpired. "Let us depart," Mo Ran spoke first, breaking the oppressive silence. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. The matters here had reached their conclusion. With that, he strode directly towards his black steed, which lay in a state of utter terror, frothing at the mouth, trembling violently at the sight of Mo Ran's approach, emitting a mournful whinny. Mo Ran furrowed his brow, extending his hand to channel a pure essence of death into the horse's being. A miraculous scene unfolded. Instead of perishing, the dying warhorse, upon contact with the deathly energy, surged to its feet with the vigor of one invigorated by a potent stimulant. Its once fearful eyes now glimmered with a hint of crimson light. It had become stronger and more sinister. Obediently, it lowered its head to nuzzle Mo Ran's palm, its demeanor as docile as that of a kitten. This act of transforming a steed into a spectral companion once again shattered Jon and Sam's perceptions of reality. Mo Ran mounted the horse with fluid grace. Casting a glance at Jon and Sam, who remained rooted in place, he remarked nonchalantly, "If you wish to remain here and serve as dinner for the next batch of awakened undead, I have no objections." This statement jolted the two from their stupor. Like individuals struck by a jolt of electricity, they scrambled toward their mounts, clumsily hoisting themselves onto the saddles. Jon dared not meet Mo Ran's gaze, fixating instead on his saddle as if it held some extraordinary vista. The trio, accompanied by a wolf, formed a peculiarly eerie procession as they slowly departed from the ancient graveyard that had just witnessed a transfer of power. On the return journey, silence enveloped them. Samwell was too terrified to utter a word. Jon Snow found himself at a loss for words, unwilling to utter a sound. Within him raged an unprecedented inner conflict. Meanwhile, Mo Ran was in a state of quiet contemplation, attentively absorbing the wondrous transformations his body underwent after breaking through to the bone condensation stage. The taste of the king's soul was indeed ineffable. It encompassed not merely vast energy, but more significantly, a fragment of the laws themselves. Though faint, the essence of the Ice-Tomb King, who had guarded this place for millennia, was intricately entwined with the laws of death in the north. To consume it was akin to allowing Mo Ran a premature savoring of a portion of the world's primal rules. This held immeasurable benefits for his future endeavors in refining the golden core and even surpassing the realms of his past life. Truly, the north was a land of treasures. Mo Ran mused, recognizing that this was merely the beginning. In the land of eternal winter, at Herrenberg, beneath the shadow of the king's landing mass grave, this world held countless delicacies waiting for him. A subtle, satisfied smile graced the corner of his mouth, unnoticed by others. About an hour after their departure from the ice burial mound, in a more perilous and ancient mountain range, a peak composed of countless black basalt formations jutted into the stormy sky like a clenched fist. This was the ancestral peak of Fist, a site even older and more sacred than the ice burial mound. Legend states that here, during the first long night, the ancestors united with the children of the forest to form a coalition, making their last stand against the White Walkers. At this moment, atop the peak, within the ancient, stone-constructed circular fortification, stood a solitary figure at the cliff's edge, gazing down at the vast, snow-covered sea of trees below. Clad in the black garb of the Night's Watch, he was notably taller and more robust than the average man. His weathered face bore the marks of time, and his blue eyes were as deep and calm as the icy lakes of the north. In his hand, he wielded an oddly shaped weapon, a battle axe fashioned from the jawbone of an unknown beast, its blade shimmering with a faint, chilling blue light. He was the chief ranger of the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark, the younger brother of Eddard Stark and the uncle of Jon Snow. He had been alone beyond the wall, tracking the White Walkers for several months. Just moments ago, while resting within the stone circle, a sudden, indescribable tremor surged within him. It was a resonance, a lamentation seemingly emanating from the depths of his bloodline. From the very essence of this ancient land, he suddenly lifted his gaze toward the southeast, the direction of the ice burial mound. Though his warg abilities were not as potent as Bran Stark's, they were sufficient to perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary men. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed the sudden vanishing of an ancient and formidable will that had safeguarded the North for millennia. It was as though a lantern, which had burned for 8,000 years, was extinguished in one breath by a more powerful force. Immediately following, a younger and more domineering dark will, imbued with a desire for conquest and consumption, took its place, leaving its indelible mark upon the land. What transpired? A grave solemnity enveloped the visage of Eddard Stark. He understood that something profoundly terrifying had occurred beyond the wall, an event capable of altering the very fabric of the North. No longer hesitating, he sheathed his weapon and descended the mountain, compelled to venture in that direction to witness for himself the source of the new darkness that sent tremors through his heart. A fateful encounter was quietly unfolding. Meanwhile, Rand remained oblivious to the tremors in the realm of laws triggered by his consumption of the Ice Tomb King, which had alerted another top contender on this land. He was presently confronted with a new minor dilemma. Two figures, one tall and one short, a man and a woman, obstructed their path back to the Black Castle. Clad in the furs of wildlings, they wielded bows ready to unleash their arrows. The female hunter, with fiery red hair, curiously and cautiously scrutinized ran atop his steed with her bright, sapphire-like eyes. In her grasp, she held a fragment of fishbone wood inscribed with ancient runes. Chapter 27. Jon's warning and the edge of the blade. The tranquility of the Ghost Shadow Forest was shattered by this unexpected encounter, as a palpable tension filled the air. Jon Snow reacted swiftly. Almost as soon as he spotted the two wildling scouts, he dismounted, drawing half of Longclaw to shield the trembling Samwell Tarly behind him. His direwolf, Ghost, bristled with hostility, emitting a low growl as its crimson eyes locked onto the tall, red-haired wildling. Wildlings, Jon whispered urgently to Rand behind him, be cautious. They are scouts. Their main force must be nearby. As a seasoned ranger, he was acutely aware that encountering wildling scouts beyond the wall often signaled the imminent gathering of their forces, poised to descend southward for plunder or assault. Samwell, utterly terrified, cowered behind Jon's broad frame, daring only to peek out curiously at the legendary foes rumored to feast on flesh. To his surprise, he found that the female wildling was not as fearsome as the tale suggested. She was, in fact, somewhat attractive. This inappropriate thought was quickly extinguished by his own alarm. However, contrary to Jon's expectations, the two wildling scouts did not launch an immediate attack. Though their bows were firmly in hand, the arrows pointed askew towards the ground, failing to align with their intended target. Their gazes did not linger on Jon, who stood fully armed in a battle-ready stance. Instead, they bypassed him entirely. Fixating on the figure behind him, the young boy in black robes, Rand, who sat calmly upon his steed, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. The look in their eyes was peculiar, tinged with vigilance and curiosity, yet predominantly steeped in an ineffable reverence and dread. It was as if they were not confronted by three Night's Watchmen, but rather by Rand alone. This complete disregard ignited a flicker of humiliation within Jon, but it was quickly eclipsed by confusion. Meanwhile, Rand observed the two unexpected intruders with keen interest, having already sensed their presence long before they arrived. He discerned that the wildlings bore no intent to kill. Rather, they were imbued with a tense, almost mission-driven urgency, as if tasked with an important duty. His gaze fell upon the red-haired wildling, Ygritte, and her hand, which clutched a shard of weirwood. This fragment captured his attention, emanating a faint yet profoundly ancient energy. It was a blend of faith and the essence of nature. Intriguing, Rand mused inwardly. It seems my earlier actions at the ice graveyard have had a far greater impact than I had anticipated. He remained motionless and silent, seated upon his horse, scrutinizing them with a discerning gaze, awaiting the next turn in this unexpected narrative. The standoff endured for nearly a minute, until, ultimately, it was the tall red-haired wildling scout, Tormund, who, unable to withstand the immense pressure of Rand's calm stare, broke the silence first. Hey, that raven. He summoned his courage and called out towards Rand, though his voice unconsciously betrayed a hint of uncertainty. We are not here to fight. Jon Snow's brow furrowed even deeper at these words. Not here to fight. What other purpose could there be for wildlings and Night's Watchmen to encounter one another beyond the clash of arms? Then what do you wish to do? Jon coldly interjected on Mo Rant's behalf, his long sword still unsheathed. He held no faith in the words of any wildling. Tormund disregarded Jon. His focus unwaveringly locked onto Mo Rant. "We come bearing a message from the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder." As he uttered this proclamation, he felt his tongue stumble over the weight of the name. Mance Rayder. The name thundered through Jon Snow's mind like a bolt of lightning. As the nephew of the chief ranger, Benjen Stark, he understood better than most what this name signified for the Night's Watch. It was a name synonymous with legend and treachery. Once the most exceptional ranger, he now commands tens of thousands of wildlings beyond the wall, becoming the greatest threat to the last hearth. How could he possibly send a messenger to deliver a missive to Mo Rant? This is unfathomable. Jon felt his mind was overwhelmed. The events of the day had far surpassed his comprehension. First, the king of the undead knelt at Icegrave. And now a messenger from the king beyond the wall had arrived. Who exactly is this Mo Rant? As Jon was engulfed in disbelief, the silent red-haired wildling, Ygritte, stepped forward. Meeting Mo Rant's gaze, she raised a shard of fishbone high. "Mance Rayder, our king, has sent me to deliver this to you." Her voice, steadier than Tormund's, rang clear and firm. "He wishes to invite you to his tent for a drink and a song." Her blue eyes fixed intently on Mo Rant, searching for any flicker of emotion upon his face. Yet, she was met with disappointment. Mo Rant's expression remained as inscrutable as ever. He cast a fleeting glance at the fishbone shard before redirecting his attention to Ygritte's face. "Invite me?" He finally spoke, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. "What makes him think I would accept an invitation from a wildling?" His words were laced with an innate disdain, the condescension of one who stands above another. This disdain was not feigned. It stemmed from a deep-seated pride as the Lord of Souls. In his eyes, both the Night's Watch and the wildlings were, at their core, mere mortals. A flicker of anger crossed Ygritte's weathered features. As a free folk, nothing irked her more than the lofty disdain with which those from beyond the wall regarded them as savages. She bit her lip, poised to retort. But upon meeting Mo Rant's deep, all-consuming gaze, her fury was extinguished as if doused with icy water. She suddenly realized that this man had the right to speak thus. An entity capable of commanding the respect of the king of the Icegrave indeed held the authority to dismiss the so-called king beyond the wall. Taking a deep breath to quell her discontent, she recalled Mance Rayder's final words to her. His tone had unconsciously softened. "We have a common enemy." "A common enemy?" Mo Rant's brows finally raised slightly. This assertion piqued his interest. He was well aware that she referred to the others. However, hearing it from her lips gave it a different flavor. It indicated that this so-called king beyond the wall was not merely a brutish warrior, but possessed a strategic insight that surpassed that of ordinary wildlings. He had discerned the essence of the situation. Quite intriguing, Mo Rant mused to himself. A clever adversary is far more valuable than 100 foolish foes. As Mo Rant pondered how to respond to this unexpected invitation, Jon Snow finally regained his composure from his shock. He could not tolerate what he perceived as an act of treachery unfolding before him. Mo Rant. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Mo Rant and the two wildlings, his long sword drawn in full. The sharp blade of Valyrian steel glimmered with a cold light in the dim forest. "Have you lost your mind? What are you contemplating?" His voice, laced with anger and disbelief, became somewhat shrill. "They are wildlings, our mortal enemies. Mance Rayder is the greatest traitor of the Night's Watch. Do you wish to ally with them?" Though his sword was not directly aimed at Mo Rant, his resolute stance clearly indicated his position. He could tolerate Mo Rant's enigmatic powers, endure his aloofness and cruelty, and even be awed by his strength in the face of the Night King. However, he could absolutely not condone any form of betrayal. Betraying the oath of the Night's Watch and secretly consorting with the enemy crossed an insurmountable line in his heart, a line named honor. Mo Rant, I warn you. Jon Snow's gaze sharpened unprecedentedly as he fixed his eyes on Mo Rant, articulating each word with gravity. "If you dare accept their invitation, then from this moment forth, you shall be my enemy. My long sword shall be the first to strike at you." This was the first time he truly aimed his sword at Mo Rant, not merely a verbal warning, but a final ultimatum wagered on life and honor. The atmosphere in the forest plummeted to a freezing point. Tormund and Ygritte tightened their grips on their bows, taken aback by the fierce internal conflict erupting among what appeared to be comrades. Meanwhile, Samwell was nearly fainting from fear, caught between two terrifying forces, feeling like a fragile vessel amidst a raging storm, on the verge of being shattered. Faced with Jon Snow's almost fiery glare and the glinting edge of the Valyrian blade, Mo Rant finally straightened his body from atop his horse. His expression remained impassive, yet a fleeting glimpse of cold, Chilling malice flickered in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. "Are you instructing me?" he whispered, his tone unremarkable, yet it sent a shiver through the veins of all present, as if their blood had frozen in that instant. Chapter 28. The blood sacrifice of the traitor. The air in the forest seemed to have turned to ice. Jon Snow's warning resonated like a solemn oath in the ears of everyone present. His sword's edge unwaveringly pointed ahead. Though the target was not the vital spot of Ran, the resolute stance conveyed everything. He, Jon Snow, would rather perish in battle than tolerate any form of treachery. This was the line drawn by a Night's Watchman, and it was also the pride of House Stark. However, this pride appeared fragile and absurd in the face of Ran's nonchalant remark. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Ran did not immediately strike. He merely gazed at Jon as one might observe a naive child, attempting to challenge a slumbering dragon with a mere stick. In his eyes, there was no rage, only a chilling indifference. "Honor," Ran slowly articulated, savoring the words. "What a splendid concept. It allows one to maintain a ludicrous courage even in the face of insurmountable foes. Yet, it can also render one foolish." He gently stroked the neck of his steed, calming the restless creature stirred by its master's bloodlust. "Do you think I am contemplating betrayal?" he retorted, a sardonic smile curving his lips. "No, you are mistaken, Snow. The term betrayal applies solely to those who have sworn allegiance. I have never sworn to anyone. I am here simply because I choose to be. I accepted Mormont's terms solely for my own benefit. That is all." Jon found himself momentarily silenced by his words. He could not counter. For Ran indeed had never taken the oath of a Night's Watchman. He was merely an unconventional outsider. As for Jon's so-called warning, Ran's gaze finally settled upon the Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, gripped firmly in Jon's hand. The legendary blade, with its unique ripples, bore testament to countless magical temperings. Regarded as an indomitable weapon in the eyes of mortals. Yet, to Ran, it was merely a decent piece of mundane iron. His assessment nearly caused Jon to choke with disbelief. In the next moment, Ran moved. His speed was unparalleled. To Jon's eyes, he was but a fleeting shadow. Alarm bells rang in Jon's mind. His years of combat training compelled him to instinctively raise his sword in defense. However, it was too late. By the time Longclaw was lifted halfway, Ran had already materialized before him. The distance was so slight that Jon could clearly see his own terrified reflection in Ran's pupils. Ran did not attack. Instead, he extended two fingers, effortlessly pinching Jon's blade that was poised to strike. Clang! A crisp metallic resonance echoed as the sword, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, was firmly held between Ran's fingers. No matter how forcefully Jon exerted himself, he could not advance an inch. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within Jon. This is Valyrian steel, a divine weapon capable of severing even the crystalline arms of the White Walkers. How could it possibly be so easily controlled by mere flesh and blood? I have said it is but common iron. The voice of Ran echoed in Jon's ears, akin to a devil's whisper. Your so-called warning appears to me as frail as this very sword. With a slight pressure of his fingers, the Longclaw emitted a painful hum, bending into a remarkable arc, as if it were on the verge of breaking. Jon felt an overwhelming force surging from the blade, numbing his grip and nearly causing him to lose hold of the hilt. At that critical moment, the ever-watchful Wight spirit could no longer contain itself. With a fierce roar, it lunged at Ran from the side, intent on protecting its master. Faced with the ferocious ice wolf, Ran did not even turn his head. He merely waved his hand dismissively. An invisible, frigid force struck the airborne Wight spirit with instantaneous ferocity. Bang! The creature was sent sprawling as if struck by an unseen giant hand, issuing a mournful cry as it crashed into the snow several meters away, struggling to rise again. A trickle of blood escaping the corner of its mouth. In its gaze directed at Ran, there was not just animosity, but a profound sense of dread. With a single move, he had subdued both man and wolf. Ran released his grip on the sword's blade. The Longclaw instantly snapped back to its original form, the tremendous recoil causing Jon to stagger backwards several steps before barely regaining his balance. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his hand trembled slightly around the hilt. He had been defeated. Defeated so utterly, so unequivocally. Ran did not spare him another glance. He had substantiated his statement with action. You are instructing me on how to act? He turned once more to face the two utterly stunned wildling scouts, Tormund and Ygritte. At that moment, dared not breathe. They had witnessed this brief yet astonishing confrontation within the ranks of the Crows. The overwhelming strength exhibited by Ran solidified their conviction regarding Mance Raider's assertion. This man is indeed a monster capable of altering the entire northern landscape. Ran regarded Ygritte and slowly extended his hand. Bring it here. He neither invited nor rejected. He simply uttered those two words. Yet Ygritte comprehended his intent. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurried forward, cradling the fragment of fishbone wood in her hands, respectfully presenting it to Ran. As her fingers brushed against his icy fingertips, she felt as though pricked by an ice needle, sending a shiver through her entire being. Ran accepted the wood but did not immediately inspect it. Instead, he tucked it into his cloak. Return to inform your king. He spoke softly. I shall go, but the timing shall be determined by me. This was both a promise and a declaration of intent. He accepted the invitation to this game, yet he insisted on holding the reins of control. Jägerite and Tormund exchanged glances, each perceiving a shared sense of relief in the other's eyes. Their task was accomplished, and they remained unscathed. Indeed, we shall convey your words to Mance, Jägerite hastily affirmed. The two did not linger, turning away and vanishing into the vast forest like agile snow leopards. They wished to remain no longer in the presence of that fearsome man. Only after their figures had completely disappeared did the clearing return to tranquility. Ran turned, gazing at Jon Snow, who stood rooted in place, his expression still one of defeat. What? Still unconvinced? He teased. Jon lifted his gaze, his gray eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions. Anger, resentment, humiliation, but above all, a profound sense of powerlessness. What exactly do you intend to do? He asked hoarsely. If you truly wish to betray the Night's Watch, why not kill us now? Given the prowess Ran had just exhibited, eliminating him and Sam would have been a trivial task. Kill you? What advantage would that bring? Ran countered. If I were to slay you, who would guide me? Who would provide cover? He glanced at Samwell, trembling behind a tree, and then at Jon, who, despite his evident distress, still clutched the hilt of his sword resolutely. Perhaps keeping you alive could prove more entertaining. He mounted his horse, disregarding the two, and set off toward the Black Castle. Let us depart. Today's hunt has concluded. It is time to report back. Jon watched Ran's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Ultimately, he sheathed his long claw, helped the injured ghost to his feet, and silently followed. He understood that he could not thwart Ran's intentions at this moment. Yet, he vowed that he would, as he had declared, keep a vigilant watch over this dangerous man like an eagle. Should Ran take any actions detrimental to the Night's Watch, even at the cost of his own life, he would muster every last ounce of strength to drive his sword into the man's heart. Not long after their departure, on the opposite side of the clearing, behind a colossal ancient fishwood tree, a figure cloaked in gray emerged slowly. In his hand, he grasped a staff topped with an obsidian stone. Beneath his hood, a face marked by age and possessing 3 eyes became visible. The 3-eyed raven. He quietly observed the direction in which Ran and the others had departed. The eye in the center of his forehead glimmering with wisdom and the weight of ages, emanating a mysterious light. The variables had finally come into play. In a voice as ancient as time itself, he whispered softly, the trajectory of fate has begun to deviate. The soul from another realm. Where shall he lead this world? To destruction or to rebirth? His figure gradually faded away, ultimately merging into the pale trunk of the fishlow as though he had never existed. A grander game was quietly unfolding upon this ancient land, and Ran, the most pivotal and uncontrollable piece, had officially entered the fray. Chapter 29. The undead squad. The atmosphere on the journey back to the Black Castle was suffocatingly tense. Jon Snow remained silent, merely riding his horse while occasionally glancing down at the limping white spirit beside him, his eyes filled with self-reproach and anger. He lamented his own weakness for failing to protect his companion, and seethed with rage at Ran's formidable power and the arrogance that toyed with everything at will. Samwell Tarly wished he could curl up into a ball, daring not to breathe, fearing the attention of those two formidable beings. Today's experiences were overwhelmingly intense for him. Having grown up as a noble lad in a study, the undead king, the envoy of the king beyond the wall, and the palpable tension within the Night's Watch, each event was enough to occupy his mind for months. Meanwhile, Ran maintained his indifferent demeanor. With his eyes shut, he appeared to be asleep atop his horse. In reality, however, his consciousness was entirely immersed in the depths of his energy reservoir. The breakthrough to the bone condensation stage had brought about comprehensive changes. He could distinctly sense that, although his golden core still bore cracks, its essence had begun to rekindle a hint of vitality. It was no longer merely a station for energy transfer. It had started to throb rhythmically like a true heart. With each pulse, the death energy absorbed within him underwent deeper refinement and transformation. This signified that his efficiency in harnessing energy had multiplied several times over. If in the soul-devouring stage he was akin to boiling water over a fire, now he had at least upgraded to a gas stove. Rand made this vivid analogy in his mind. Although he was still far from achieving a nuclear fusion reactor, he had at least escaped the primitive stage of survival. More importantly, his comprehension of the laws of death had gained a vague insight due to the consumption of the soul fragments of the Ice Tomb King. Creation Rand's consciousness was immersed in the magical prowess of the bone soldiers. He discovered that the essence of this ability was not merely about condensing bones. Its deeper principle was to bestow a semblance of life upon the lifeless. By infusing a trace of his soul imprint into the skeletal remains formed from death energy, he could command them to perform simple actions. Was this not a rudimentary amalgamation of corpse refinement and puppet mastery? Rand instantly grasped its core principle. In his past life within the realm of cultivation, formidable practitioners of the demonic path could even forge corpses with autonomous intelligence, rivaling the strength of ancient beings in the tribulation stage. While he could only conjure a mere figurine now, the theoretical foundation was sound. A newfound brilliance sparkled in Rand's eyes. A bold plan, formidable enough to instill terror in all the beings of this world, quietly took shape within his mind. What if I could harness the corpses or bones of the wraiths consumed by my soul fire? Their physical forms are, after all, the finest materials for the undead. Having been eroded by deathly energies over the years, their resilience far surpasses that of ordinary flesh and blood. If I merely substitute their core soul fires with my own soul mark, could I not transform them into an army of undead that obeys solely my command? This notion ignited within him like a raging wildfire, burning fiercely in his heart. Devouring souls serves the dual purpose of my own cultivation and ascendance. Mastering these vessels is intended to establish my own dominion, an army of undead, utterly loyal, tireless, unafraid of death, and capable of boundless expansion. This, indeed, is the grandeur that the soul devourer, Rand, rightfully deserves. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally in his heart. In this moment, he had truly discovered a second purpose in this world beyond mere survival. As the three of them and the wolf finally traversed the frigid tunnel and returned to the dark castle, dusk had already settled. Alicia Thorne awaited them in the training grounds, accompanied by several veteran Night's Watchmen with whom he was on friendly terms. Upon seeing Rand and the others return unscathed, a flicker of disappointment and astonishment crossed his acerbic face. It seemed that the old wretches of Icegrave Hill were rather lackluster today. Sir Thorne spoke in his usual sardonic tone. "You returned without a scratch, did you?" Jon Snow ignored his provocation, silently dismounting to check on the injuries of Ghost. Samwell, feeling reassured, hurriedly crawled to Jon's side. Rand also dismounted, casting not a single glance at Thorne, carelessly tossing the reins to a bewildered new recruit nearby. He strode directly towards Thorne. "Sir." Rand's steps halted before Thorne, their distance less than 3 feet apart. "I must express my gratitude." "Gratitude?" Thorne paused, then scoffed. "What do you thank me for? For sending you to the gates of death?" "No." Rand shook his head, a sincere yet chilling smile gracing his lips. "I thank you for leading me to an exceptional auspicious location." As a prelude, he paused, his voice lowered yet distinctly reaching Thorne's ears. "I have decided to bestow upon you a gift." "A gift?" Thorne was still processing this when Rand extended his hand. This time, his palm bore neither a condensed bone, sword, nor a bone shield. Instead, deathly energy surged from his hand. In the sudden constriction of Alicia Thorne's pupils, a complete and vividly lifelike miniature skeletal soldier, no larger than a palm, materialized from thin air. The skeletal soldier, resplendent and translucent as jade, bore within its eye sockets 2 flickering crimson flames, filled with malice. It even turned its tiny skull slightly, peering at Thorne with its hollow gaze. "Ah!" The veteran soldiers behind Thorne gasped in terror, instinctively recoiling several steps. Thorne himself turned pale, his body bristling with fear. Although he could not precisely identify this entity, he distinctly sensed that the diminutive skeleton emanated a chilling aura of death, reminiscent of the legendary bone guardian deep within the Icegrave. This man had brought something from the Icegrave back. No, that was incorrect. He had conjured it himself. This realization struck Thorne with a terror more profound than any blade could evoke. His lips trembled, rendering him speechless. "Do not be alarmed, my lord," Murin said, his smile growing increasingly benevolent as he presented the diminutive skeletal soldier from his palm, as if showcasing a cherished toy. "This is merely a small sample. I merely wish to inform you that, from this day forth, the Night's Watch shall have an additional ally beyond the wall." He slowly retracted his hand, causing the skeletal soldier to dissipate into wisps of smoke. A special operations team under my direct command. With that, he disregarded the utterly petrified Thorn and turned, striding toward the king's tower. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. All present stood in stunned disbelief, their gazes fixed upon Murin's retreating figure. Jon Snow, having just calmed the white spirit, lifted his head to witness the sudden appearance of the vividly animated mini-skeleton. His heart plummeted into despair. He finally comprehended the truth. Murin had gained far more than mere strength from the Icegrave. He had mastered the art of creating the undead. A bone-chilling dread surged through Jon, coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. A monster capable of producing its own army. What did this imply? It meant that the Night's Watch, the Black Castle, and indeed the entire North could be unknowingly encircled by an army of undead, forged by his own hands. The realization was so terrifying that Jon's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He gazed at Murin's receding silhouette, and for the first time, despair flickered in his eyes. He recognized how insignificant his previous efforts of surveillance and warning were against the grand scheme of this man. What he sought to prevent was perhaps no longer a mere act of betrayal, but a cataclysm of undead calamity poised to engulf the entire world. And he, along with the entire Night's Watch, found themselves utterly powerless to stop it. Chapter 30. My name is Mo Ran. Night once again enveloped the Black Castle, yet this evening, an eerie silence pervaded the fortress, distinct from all previous nights. The training grounds, once filled with the weary sounds of new recruits sparring and Alicia Thorne's scathing invectives, stood in hushed stillness. Within the dining hall, the night watchmen silently swallowed their food, their eyes averted, none daring to raise their voices in conversation. Those who had witnessed the events of the day felt as though a heavy, cold stone pressed upon their hearts. The image of the Eastern youth, the one referred to as the prophesied one by the woman in the red robe, had irrevocably transformed in their minds. If he had once been merely a creature to be revered from a distance due to his uncanny powers, he had now become the very source capable of conjuring monsters from thin air. This shift from an individual to a source of dread incited a fear that grew at an exponential rate. They began to grasp the unsettling truth. The proud Black Castle, that bastion which had withstood the test of 8 millennia, might not be as indomitable in the face of this newfound force as they had once imagined. In the chamber of the king's tower, the flames in the fireplace blazed more fiercely than ever before. Mo Ran did not meditate in his usual cross-legged position. Instead, he stood at the center of the room, extending his right hand with the palm facing upward. Wisps of pure, nearly invisible death energy converged from all directions, gently swirling and coalescing in his palm. He was becoming familiar with this novel method of controlling power after his breakthrough into the bone-solid stage. Yet, it was still too slow. Moments later, a frown furrowed Mo Ran's brow as he muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. The death energy within the Black Castle was ultimately too sparse. Relying solely on this meager natural accumulation of energy, it would take him several days to consolidate a skeletal soldier capable of genuine combat effectiveness. The efficiency was woefully inadequate, completely misaligned with the strategic demands for sustainable development. With the analytical mindset of a former science student, he lamented that if he wished to mass-produce minions, he would need to venture to regions rich in raw materials. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the endless darkness beyond the window. Beyond the Great Wall, the ice burial mound was merely a beginning. What treasures akin to the Ice Tomb King lay buried in that vast expanse blanketed by snow? How many slumbering souls awaited the call of their new sovereign? For the first time, a sense of belonging stirred within Mo Ran's heart amidst this land steeped in death and despair. This was indeed a divine realm tailored just for him. As his thoughts swirled, a gentle knock resonated at the door. It was Melisandre. She seemed to possess an uncanny ability to appear promptly after Mo Ran achieved a new breakthrough. "Come in," he welcomed. The door swung open, and the figure of the woman in the red robe entered, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance. Her demeanor today exuded a fervent devotion, more profound than ever before, tinged with a hint of zeal reminiscent of a pilgrimage. "My king," she approached Mo Ran, bowing deeply, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with an uncontrollable excitement. "And I sense the essence of creation within her. You have commenced the weaving of your death legion. Your perception has indeed become increasingly astute," Mo Ran remarked, retracting the deathly aura from his palm with a calm demeanor. He was aware that this woman possessed some extraordinary artifact or secret technique enabling her to perceive the fluctuations of deathly power with such clarity. "It is not my acuity, but the guidance of the flames," Melisandre exclaimed with fervor. The sacred fire has revealed to me that you have vanquished an ancient undead king at the ice burial mound and inherited its authority. You are no longer merely the shadow vanguard. You are on the path to becoming the true lord of eternal night. A peculiar flush graced her cheeks, her breath quickening. I am proud of you, my king. Mo Ran regarded her adoration with indifference and quietly inquired, is there anything beyond bestowing flattery upon me? Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Melisandre's expression shifted back to solemnity. Yes, my king. From her bosom, she produced a letter sealed with wax, presenting it with both hands. This is an urgent missive just received from EC Watch, delivered by Raven. Mo Ran accepted the letter and broke the wax seal. The handwriting was hasty and frantic, clearly penned in a state of extreme anxiety. The content was simple yet shocking. East of the Great Wall, near the coastline, numerous floating corpses have been discovered, presumed to be the drowned remains of savages or fishermen, numbering in the thousands. They are coming ashore. Their eyes are blue. East Sea Watch requests reinforcement. Repeat, requesting reinforcement. At the letter's conclusion, there were even dried, dark brown stains of blood. A glimmer of insight flickered in Mo Ran's eyes. That was an important fortress at the easternmost point of the Great Wall, bordering the sea, held by the Night Watch Legion. It seemed that the movements of the Great Other were far swifter than I had anticipated. Mo Ran crumpled the letter with ease, the resilient parchment disintegrating into ashes within his grasp. Thousands of water ghosts. The term sent his heart racing uncontrollably. What was this? A treasure trove of experiential opportunities delivered right to his doorstep. A vast, fresh, and harvest-ready legion of the undead. My king. Melisandre observed the unmasked excitement on Mo Ran's face and seized the moment to speak. The Supreme Commander has summoned all officers for an urgent strategy meeting. They are preparing to dispatch an elite force led by the Chief Ranger for support. However, she shifted her tone, her crimson eyes shimmering with intelligence and ambition. I believe this is an opportunity that belongs to you. Oh, the crisis in Eastwatch, even with the conventional Ranger forces, is merely a drop in the bucket. Melisandre incisively pointed out the crux of the issue. What they lacked was not swords, but a deity capable of fundamentally resolving the undead threat. She stepped forward, her voice imbued with seduction. My king, this is the perfect stage for you to demonstrate your supreme majesty to the entire Night's Watch and the North. Imagine, when all are powerless and despairing before the army of the dead, you, like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, with a mere gesture, reduce thousands of corpses to ashes. From that moment on, no one shall dare question your power. No one shall dare show you disrespect. You will no longer be an outlier in Castle Black, but the savior of the entire Night's Watch. Your name shall resound throughout the North. Melisandre's words were filled with fervor, each syllable striking precisely at Mo Ran's heart. She spoke the truth. Indeed, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An opportunity to establish authority. An opportunity to truly etch his name upon this world. Everything he had done before, whether devouring wights or vanquishing the king beyond the wall, had only been showcased before a select few. His influence, after all, was limited. This time, the battlefield of Eastwatch would be watched by countless eyes. He needed a grand performance, one that would leave all speechless, to lay the first cornerstone, named Awe, for his future eternal night dynasty. You are right. Mo Ran slowly nodded, the flames of ambition igniting within his obsidian eyes like never before. He raised his gaze, looking through the window towards the distant east. It was as if he could already see the coastline occupied by the undead. He could envision the countless blue eyes awaiting his purification. It was time, he whispered, his voice echoing with the majesty and dominance of a coming ruler from the depths of the abyss. Let this world remember my name. He turned to face Melisandre, and within the depths of his dark pupils, countless souls seemed to swirl and wail. He slowly, deliberately announced, I am Mo Ran. Chapter 31. Into the shadowed forest. When Mo Ran's name fell within the room of the king's tower like a final decree, Melisandre felt her very soul tremble. It was not fear, but an exhilarating surrender. From those simple 2 words, she discerned a divine will that transcended mundane kingship. It was a proclamation, not an introduction. A declaration to this world that he had arrived. Marion, the fiery essence of Melisandre, repeatedly savored the name in her heart. In her ruby-like eyes, an unprecedented fervor blazed. A flame destined to extol his sacred name for eternity. She deeply bowed, performing the most solemn of kneeling gestures, her demeanor humbly subservient. Mo Ran paid her no further heed, fully aware that this woman had been irrevocably indoctrinated, becoming his most loyal and effective emissary. Henceforth, He merely needed to convey his will through her to the upper echelons of the Night's Watch. He approached the window, opening the heavy wooden casement. A biting wind, laden with icy snowflakes, instantly flooded the room, causing the flames in the hearth to flicker wildly. He gazed out at the castle shrouded in the cloak of night, and, further still, at the monumental ice wall resembling the world's end, his eyes deepening with an unprecedented intensity. The looming crisis of EC Watch and the King Beyond the Borders invitation formed an invisible net that seemed to slowly tighten around him. He stood at the very center of this web. The game was growing increasingly intriguing, a sensation he did not detest. On the contrary, he reveled in it. In his previous life within the realm of cultivation, he had emerged from countless such chessboards, advancing step by step through bloodshed to ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of demonic power. To him, the so-called schemes and counter-schemes were merely a higher form of hunting. The following morning, the atmosphere in the conference room of the command tower was so heavy it could almost be wrung out. All senior officers of the Night's Watch, including the Chief Ranger, Chief Architect, Chief Officer, and commanders from the three main fortresses, Black Castle, EC Watch, and Shadow Tower, gathered here, having participated through Corvid correspondence. Seated at the head of the table, Geo Old Bear Mormont wore a countenance as grim as the depths of the sea. Before him lay several letters of distress from EC Watch, each line imbued with despair and terror. The situation was worse than we had imagined. Mormont's voice was hoarse and laden with gravity as he picked up one of the letters and read, "They emerge endlessly from the sea, still draped in seaweed. They fear not swords. Only flames can temporarily halt them. Yet our oil is nearly spent, and over 30 of our brothers have perished or been transformed into one of them." A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Each officer bore a serious expression. They were seasoned warriors, unafraid of savages or the bitter cold, but this enemy, indestructible, unyielding, and capable of infecting comrades, had surpassed the limits of their endurance. "We must immediately dispatch reinforcements," implored Carter Pike, the commander of EC Watch, expressing his urgent stance through the letter. "I request the Supreme Commander to send half of Black Castle's Rangers to EC Watch." "Absolutely not," countered Jeremy Lake, the seasoned Chief Ranger of Black Castle. Rising to object, "Black Castle is the heart of the wall. Our own defensive forces are already stretched to the breaking point. If we were to withdraw half of our personnel, the consequences of an assault by the wildlings would be unimaginable." Wildlings. The letter from Carter Pike was infused with anger. Compared to those blue-eyed monstrosities, the wildlings seemed akin to visiting relatives. "Lake, do you still fixate on those primitive beings clad in furs?" The argument was on the verge of eruption. "Enough." Commander Mormont slammed his fist onto the table, the sound reverberating through the room, silencing everyone present. "This is not the time for mutual accusations." He took a deep breath and surveyed the assembly. "We are facing an unprecedented crisis in the Night's Watch, one that has not been seen in 8 millennia. We require a solution, one that can genuinely address the issue." An uneasy silence fell over the room. A solution? What could possibly be devised against this unyielding army? Just then, a cool and confident voice echoed from the doorway of the conference room. "The solution has always been at hand." All eyes turned towards the sound. Entering gracefully in her signature red robe was Melisandre, accompanied by the enigmatic youth, the black-robed boy, whose presence sent a shiver through all assembled. Their arrival momentarily stilled the very air in the room. "Lady Melisandre," Commander Mormont frowned. "This is a military meeting of the Night's Watch, meant to address conventional issues." "As per protocol, my lord." Melisandre interrupted him elegantly, her gaze sweeping across every officer present, a hint of pity gracing her smile. "What you face now is a war of the gods. The regulations of mortals no longer apply." She approached the conference table, her eyes fixed on the vast map of the north. "Thousands of wights, an endless tide of the deceased. How many men do you intend to send to their doom? 100? 500? Or perhaps 1,000? Her voice, like a chilling blade, sliced through the harsh reality that none wished to confront. "Even if you were to hold the eastern shore this time, what of the next? When the entire coastline of the north is teeming with those monsters? What shall you do?" No one could answer her, for that was the truth of despair. However, Melisandre shifted her tone, extending her hand towards the silent figure of the black-robed boy beside her. "Hope is at hand. He can consume death. He can command the dead. He is the natural bane of the great other. What you need is not a mortal army." Her voice grew fervent and persuasive. "What you require is a god walking among men. Let him go to the eastern shore. He alone would suffice as an army." Her words fell like a depth charge upon the placid surface of the lake. The conference room erupted into chaos. Absurd. To entrust the fate of the eastern shore to an unknown boy. This is nothing short of a mockery of our brothers' lives. Voices of doubt and dissent surged like a tempest. Melisandre was the first to step forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Ran. His face a mask of disdain and contempt. Allow him to proceed, based solely on his merit? He scoffed. Commander, do you truly believe the sorceress's fabrications? This lad merely possesses a modicum of sinister tricks to manipulate bones. To face thousands of the undead? I wager he would be the first to be torn to shreds. In the face of this overwhelming opposition, Commander Mormont's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. He surely did not subscribe to the whims of divine tales. Yet unbidden, his mind recalled the image of the fallen king kneeling in submission at the ice grave. That scene was relayed to him by Jon Snow himself. Perhaps, just perhaps, this youth harbored the potential to conjure miracles. Just as his indecision lingered, Ran, the subject of this fervent debate, finally spoke. He neither refuted nor defended himself. Instead, he slowly lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Melisandre, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. Then, his gaze shifted towards Commander Mormont. I require 10 individuals. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. 10 souls on the brink of death. What? The assembly fell into stunned silence. Utterly perplexed by his proclamation, Ran offered no further explanation. He merely raised his right hand. With a thought, he unleashed the power of the bone condensation stage without reservation. The temperature in the conference room plummeted. An overwhelming, pure, soul-chilling aura of death materialized, transforming into swirling streams of gray energy, fervently converging towards his palm. Under the horrified gaze of all present, 10 complete skeletal warriors, standing as tall as living men and armed with sharp-boned swords and heavy-boned shields, materialized within the confines of the already cramped meeting space. Their forms were as solid as true bones. In their hollow eye sockets burned 2 crimson flames, brimming with a thirst for slaughter. Upon their appearance, they instinctively organized into a compact formation, a perfect blend of offense and defense. A chilling aura of death instantly filled the room. The officers present were seasoned warriors, well acquainted with the horrors of battle. They could distinctly feel the oppressive force emanating from these 10 suddenly materialized monstrosities, even more formidable than their most elite cavalry. And this was merely conjured with a flick of that boy's hand. Melisandre, pointing at the skeletal warriors, trembled, unable to utter a single word. The disdain and contempt etched on his face had long been supplanted by an overwhelming sense of dread. He finally comprehended the profound mercy embodied in the small specimen that Ran had presented to him at the training grounds during the day. Unperturbed by their astonishment, Ran calmly reiterated his request to Commander Mormont. Your Excellency, may I and my team now depart for Donghai Wang? Behind him, 10 skeletal soldiers, their eye sockets ablaze with crimson soul fire, collectively turned their gaze towards Geo Mormont. This silent scrutiny bore a weight far heavier than that of an army. The entire conference room was enveloped in an eerie stillness, with all eyes fixated on Geo Mormont, awaiting the ultimate decision from this highest commander of the Night's Watch Legion. A choice that would determine the fate of the Northern Territories. In the conference room of the commander's tower, time seemed to stand still. A chilling aura, reminiscent of ancient battlefields, permeated the air. The 10 skeletal soldiers, appearing as if summoned from the depths of silence, stood sentinel within the confined space, exuding a palpable essence of death that rendered even the most battle-hardened officers of the Night's Watch breathless. Their gazes were locked onto Geo Mormont, whose complexion was paler than the snowstorm raging outside. Gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly that his knuckles whitened, he was caught in an unprecedented internal conflict. To acquiesce would mean to stake the 8,000-year-old honor and tradition of the Night's Watch Legion upon the shoulders of an enigmatic and formidable creature. It was akin to gambling, a perilous pact with the devil. Should he falter, Geo Mormont would be remembered as the greatest traitor in the annals of the Night's Watch. Conversely, to refuse? What alternative could he present? Dispatching scouts to fill the abyss of Donghai Wang with their flesh and blood? That would not be rescue, it would be slaughter. Witnessing his sworn brethren transform into undead monsters, turning against the very stronghold they had pledged to defend, was a despair beyond any conceivable failure. His gaze gradually swept from the 10 skeletal soldiers, brimming with ominous intent, to the eye of the storm, Ran. The youth maintained an expression of serene detachment, seemingly indifferent to the potential outcome of Mormont's decision. This air of transcendence conveyed to all present, I have bestowed upon you the opportunity to choose. Yet regardless of your choice, the eventual result remains unchanged. This was the most unsettling realization for Mormont. He understood that from the moment Mo Ran had stepped into the Black Castle. No. Perhaps from the instant he had conjured the first ghostly flower upon the icy plains, the Night's Watch Legion had already forfeited their agency. They were not deliberating on whether to harness this power. Instead, he was swept along by this force, propelled toward an unknown future from which there was no turning back. After a long pause, Giamormont slowly released his tightly clenched fists. On his aged visage, it seemed as if, in an instant, several profound lines had etched themselves deeper. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he opened them again, only the unmistakable resolve of a commander remained in his gaze. Very well, he managed to utter, the words emerging from his throat with great difficulty. These two words bore an immense weight, as though they had drained him of all his strength. They also signified that the Night's Watch, the most ancient and conservative military organization of Westeros, had finally bowed its proud head to an incomprehensible darkness from another realm. After 8 millennia of defiance, the conference room fell into a profound silence. No one dared to voice dissent anymore. Alicia Thorne's face lost all color as he slumped despondently into his chair, his eyes vacant, as if all vitality had been siphoned from him. The first ranger, Jeremy Lannister, regarded Mo Ran and the undead squad behind him with a complex expression, ultimately exhaling a weary sigh. Only Melisandre displayed a victorious, almost enchanting smile. She understood that from this moment forth, her king had truly brought the Black Castle and the entire Night's Watch under his intangible dominion. Mo Ran, seemingly unfazed, merely nodded slightly and then concentrated his thoughts. The 10 skeletal soldiers, exuding a terrifying aura, instantly disintegrated into a cloud of bone powder, which, as if animated, rolled back and coalesced into a pure essence of death, vanishing into his palm. The suffocating pressure dissipated along with it. The air in the conference room began to circulate once more, and everyone gasped for breath as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. I require the finest steed, ample supplies, and the most detailed map of the East Sea, Mo Ran calmly stated to Mormont. This was no longer a request, but an imperative. I shall have Bowen Marsh prepare everything. Mormont wearily waved his hand. Gather at the North Gate in half an hour. Excellent. Mo Ran replied without uttering another word. He turned and departed, accompanied by Melisandre, leaving behind a room full of Night's Watch officers, their worldviews shattering and reconfiguring. Half an hour later, at the North Gate of the Black Castle, Mo Ran had donned a more refined Black Ranger's leather armor and was astride a magnificent steed, entirely black. This horse was Mormont's personal mount, the finest warhorse in the Black Castle, now submissively yielding beneath Mo Ran. Behind him followed 2 figures, Jon Snow and Samwell Tarly. The commander has ordered me to continue assisting you, Jon declared. Jon's countenance remained grim. His voice tinged with a hint of self-mockery as he declared his need for a witness. He was aware that Mormont no longer expected him to monitor Mo Ran. His current role resembled that of a war correspondent, tasked with meticulously documenting all that transpired in East Sea Watch and reporting it back to Black Castle. Samwell, on the other hand, had insisted on accompanying him. Within the library of East Sea Watch lay several ancient texts concerning water wights. Maester Aemon had suggested that these might prove beneficial to them. He stammered in his explanation, his face etched with fear, yet his small eyes sparkled with the scholar's innate curiosity and yearning for the unknown. Mo Ran remained noncommittal toward this suggestion. For him, bringing these 2 along was merely a matter of convenience. One could serve as a translator for the Night's Watch, while the other functioned as a walking repository of knowledge. Having them was certainly preferable to being without. The heavy iron gate rose once more for them. As the 3 were about to step into the chilling tunnel that led beyond the wall, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side, positioning himself in front of Mo Ran's horse. It was Alazar Thorne. He appeared more haggard and unhinged than during their earlier meeting. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face bore a sickly flush. Wait, he rasped. Jon immediately tensed, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. However, Thorne made no move to draw his weapon. Instead, he fixated on Mo Ran, his voice trembling with a near-pleading tone as he implored, I request to join you. What? Jon and Sam exclaimed in unison, hardly able to believe their ears. The man who had consistently scorned and opposed Mo Ran was now fervently seeking to join this perilous expedition to East Sea Watch. Have you lost your mind, Sir Thorne? Jon could not help but inquire. Thorne ignored him, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto Mo Ran. Take me with you, he reiterated, his voice laced with a desperate obsession. You said you needed 10 who are near death. I am one of them. He suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, a sound more grotesque than weeping. The glory of the Night's Watch, the traditions of the Night's Watch, huh? All nonsense. All deceit. In this world overrun by monsters, everything we cling to is meaningless. Since light cannot triumph over darkness, I wish to witness it firsthand. To see what your so-called deeper darkness can do to this wretched world. I want to witness it. To see you, or to watch you be torn to shreds by those monsters. His sanity seemed to have shattered under the weight of overwhelming despair. No longer did he believe in the ideals he once upheld. Instead, he embraced a near-nihilistic madness. He sought to bear witness, to bring about destruction, whether of his enemies or of himself. John and Sam felt an eerie chill run down their spines. As Rand gazed upon the man before him, seemingly driven to madness, a flicker of genuine interest sparkled in his eyes for the first time. A fanatic whose faith had crumbled? Such individuals, once guided, can often unleash the most terrifying of powers. Very well. He slowly nodded in agreement to this absurd request. Follow closely, if you dare to face death. With that, he made no further delay, spurring his horse into the depths of the tunnel, dark and foreboding, akin to the gullet of a monstrous beast. John and Sam exchanged glances, each reflecting the absurdity and helplessness they felt. Reluctantly, they urged their horses to follow. Meanwhile, Alicia Thorne stood frozen for a moment, before erupting into a manic laughter, a mix of agony and liberation. Stumbling, he rushed to his steed, mounting quickly to trail at the rear of the procession. Thus, this peculiar coalition of a Dark Lord, a saintly figure, an academic prodigy, and a madman commenced their journey toward Eastwatch, the most bizarre band of reinforcements in the history of Westeros. Their path lay before them, fraught with countless undead specters. Behind them, atop the walls of Black Castle, Melisandre stood resolutely against the wind, her red robe billowing like an everlasting flame amidst the snow. She gazed toward the direction in which Rand and the others had vanished, a satisfied smile curling at her lips. Go forth, my king. Let this world tremble beneath your feet. Chapter 33. A glimpse of the three-eyed raven. The road to Eastwatch was long and perilous. They must first head east, traversing the treacherous fringes of the haunted forest, before following an ancient path known as the Seal Bay Road, ultimately arriving at the solitary fortress that loomed over the gray coastline. Even for the most elite of ranger squads, this journey would require no less than 5 days. For Rand's motley crew, laden with complexities, the road ahead was rife with uncertainty and challenges. The atmosphere within the group was suffocatingly strange. Rand continued to lead from the front, seemingly lost in his own world, oblivious to the three burdens trailing behind him. The majority of his focus was consumed by the pursuit of understanding the powers of the bone condensation stage and devising plans for his future undead army. Jon Snow and Samwell Tarly walked side by side in the middle. A persistent shadow of gloom hung over Jon's face. He remained vigilant against potential dangers lurking in the surroundings, while keeping a wary eye on the two unstable elements within the group. His mind was stretched to its limits. Samwell, on the other hand, clung to his thirst for knowledge and reliance on Jon, struggling to hold on. Every rustle of the wind sent shivers through him, nearly paralyzing him with fear. Alicia Thorne lingered at the back of the procession like a sullen specter, no longer speaking or hurling any jests. With his bloodshot, hollow eyes, he fixated intensely on Rand's retreating figure. That gaze transcended mere hatred, evolving into something far more intricate, as if scrutinizing the very essence of despair itself. Bai Ling, the pure white Arctic wolf, stood as the sole normal member of the group. After sustaining injuries, it seemed to have grown more composed, refraining from growling at Rand and instead silently patrolling the periphery of the team, using its keen instincts to provide a final bastion of safety for this nearly disintegrating squad. On the second day of entering the Ghost Shadow Forest, the sky began to unleash a flurry of large snowflakes. The blizzard quickly intensified, visibility plummeting, shrouding the surroundings in a vast, desolate whiteness. We need to find shelter, Samwell shouted to Jon, braving the storm. At this rate, the horses won't be able to endure. Jon nodded, acutely aware of the dire situation. Marching through such a tempest, even the most seasoned rangers could easily lose their way or succumb to the cold. He urged his horse forward to catch up with Rand, exclaiming, Rand, we must locate a windbreak. Not far ahead, there should be an abandoned ranger outpost. We can take refuge there. Before he could finish, Rand suddenly raised a hand in a gesture of silence. Shoo! His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed towards the left front, where the dense fir liana forest lay veiled in snow. What is it? Jon instantly became alert, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Bai Ling also halted, emitting a low, uneasy growl in that direction. There's something there. Rand's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable certainty. John followed his gaze but saw nothing but the swirling white snow and the interwoven white trunks. What is it? A wild man? Or neither? Ran shook his head. For the first time, a serious expression graced his face, one that bore the weight of ancient knowledge. A gaze? John was utterly perplexed by his words. Ran offered no further explanation. He dismounted, casually tossing the reins onto the snow, and slowly approached the fir liana forest alone. Hey, what are you doing? It's dangerous there, John called out anxiously. Yet, Ran's pace did not falter. He could distinctly feel an intangible, yet immensely powerful spiritual force emanating from the depths of that forest, locking onto him firmly. This force bore no malice nor murderous intent. Rather, it felt like an ancient wisdom transcending the annals of time, peering curiously at him, the intruder. It was akin to an ageless sage, observing with keen interest through some ethereal medium. This sensation sparked a long-forgotten intrigue within Ran. He realized he had encountered a kindred spirit. Despite the disparity in strength systems, it is evident that the other party has attained a remarkably elevated level in the realm of the soul, or, more aptly, spiritual power. He traversed step by step into the tranquil depths of the fishbeam wood. Within the forest, the wind and snow seemed to diminish significantly compared to the outside world. Pale, gnarled ancient trees stood silently in the snow, reminiscent of solemn white giants. Each fishbeam tree bore a carved visage on its trunk, an expression grave, lips tightly sealed, with eyes weeping a tree sap as crimson as blood, as if lamenting. The entire woodland was suffused with an aura that was both sacred and eerie. Ran's footsteps eventually halted at the heart of the grove, before a colossal fishbeam tree, the most robust and ancient of them all. This tree was so immense that it would require a dozen individuals to encircle it. Its bark had transformed into a texture akin to jade, and the face carved upon it was clearer and more lifelike than those on the other trees. At the moment Ran lifted his gaze to meet the blood-tear-stained visage. A resounding hum reverberated through his mind, akin to the tolling of a great bell. The surrounding scenery vanished in an instant. He felt his consciousness being irresistibly drawn from his body, plunging into a temporal torrent composed of countless fragmented, surreal images. He beheld a great dragon soaring through the skies, exhaling flames that scorched cities. He witnessed the ancestors wielding obsidian spears, fighting alongside the children of the forest. He saw the birth of the others, the first cold dragon crystal piercing a human heart. He witnessed the construction of the wall, giants hauling massive ice blocks, aided by magic, to erect this bastion against the eternal winter. He even glimpsed fragments of the future. He saw the fall of the Black Castle and the conflagration of Winterfell. He beheld Daenerys Targaryen, his fellow disciple from the same world, commanding 3 fire-breathing dragons, proclaiming her dominion. He also saw himself. He envisioned himself seated upon the Iron Throne, forged from countless swords, symbolizing the supreme power of the 7 kingdoms. Yet, that throne was enveloped in a thick layer of unmelting ice. Beneath him lay a legion of silent, submissive dead. Behind him stretched an eternal night, devoid of any glimmer of light. Countless images transcending past and future surged into his mind like a torrential tide. Even with his mind, tempered to be as solid as rock during his reign as the demon lord, he felt an overwhelming dizziness in that moment. Enough. He unleashed a soul-stirring roar of fury. The soul-devouring art surged into action. A pure, dark force brimming with devouring intent erupted from the depths of his consciousness, severing the probing spiritual torrent that sought to glimpse his future. Boom. Ran's consciousness returned to his body, and he gasped for breath, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out upon his forehead. He lifted his gaze once more to the towering fish beam tree before him. Upon the face, weeping blood, stood a raven as black as night, with 3 piercing eyes. 2 of its eyes glimmered like obsidian, while the third, positioned at its forehead, shone with a wise, blood-red light, piercing through all illusions. It was the very source of the immense spiritual power he had just encountered, the 3-eyed raven. It emitted no sound, merely holding a silent gaze with Ran. In that ancient, sacred grove, a quiet confrontation transcending species and dimensions unfolded between man and raven. Ran could discern shock, curiosity, and a profound wariness in the creature's gaze. In turn, the 3-eyed raven sensed within Ran an unpredictable variable, potent enough to alter the fate of the entire world. After a long moment, the raven slowly withdrew its gaze. It flapped its wings, producing a hoarse sound akin to a sigh, then transformed into a shadowy apparition, soaring skyward, vanishing into the swirling snowstorm as if it had never existed. The forest fell silent once more. Ran stood rooted in place, unmoving for a considerable time. A grave expression settled upon his face. He understood that he had caught the attention of the world's oldest will. Chapter 34. The Trail of the Otherworldly Night. As Mo Ran emerged from the eerie fish-bean grove, a subtle pallor graced his countenance for the first time. The brief mental confrontation, while fleeting, bore a peril far greater than a direct clash with the Bone King. The Raven's spiritual power was vast as the starry sea, seemingly interconnected with all the fish-bean trees of the land, forming a mental network that spanned the entire northern realm. Had it not been for the essence of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, which inherently countered all forms of energy, including spiritual force, any magician of equal caliber from his previous life would have surely succumbed, their consciousness swept away by the chaotic tide of time, reduced to imbecility. This world is far deeper than I had imagined. Mo Ran mused silently, his eyes filled with gravity. He had always carried an air of superiority, akin to a higher-dimensional being surveying a lower-dimensional world. He believed that with his knowledge and experience as the soul-devouring demon lord, he could navigate this relatively weaker power structure with impunity. Yet today, the appearance of the three-eyed raven sounded a clarion call. This world, too, harbored ancient and powerful entities capable of touching the very fabric of the laws that govern existence. It appears that one must remain discreet until the golden elixir is fully restored. He silently adjusted his strategic plans. Mo Ran, are you all right? Jon Snow rushed forward, filled with concern upon seeing him emerge. Although he still harbored wariness and hostility towards Mo Ran as the temporary vice-captain of the squad, he could not bear to witness his commander perish inexplicably in the forest. Behind him, Samwell and Alicia Thorne regarded Mo Ran with a complex gaze. Although they were unaware of the specific occurrences within the woods, they distinctly sensed the overwhelming spiritual pressure that erupted from the depths of the forest, prompting each of them to feel as insignificant as dust. It was as if the entire ghost shadow forest, this ancient land that had slumbered for millennia, had suddenly awakened its eyes. And Mo Ran was the one who roused this primordial beast. You look unwell, Jon remarked hesitantly, observing Mo Ran's pallor. This was the first time he had seen a look of weakness on the man's face. It's nothing. Mo Ran waved his hand, reluctant to elaborate on his recent encounter. He merely stated, I simply exchanged greetings with the old master of this forest. Old master? Jon and Sam exchanged a glance, both perceiving profound confusion in each other's eyes. Only Alicia Thorne's bloodshot eyes flashed with a glimmer of contemplative madness, as if he had connected Mo Ran's words to the long-buried, forbidden legends of the old gods, sealed away by the Night's Watch for thousands of years. Mo Ran paid them no further heed. He strode directly to his horse and mounted it. The blizzard will soon cease, he declared, casting a glance at the sky with an authoritative tone. We must reach the abandoned outpost before nightfall. Let us depart. With that, he urged his horse forward, leading the way. This time, no one dared to voice any objections. The earlier overwhelming pressure that had made their souls tremble had utterly obliterated any lingering thoughts of challenging Mo Ran's authority. They silently followed in his wake, the atmosphere of the group heavier and more oppressive than before. Jon Snow's heart was tumultuous with waves of uncertainty. He did not know who the old master mentioned by Mo Ran was, but he understood that this man was gradually delving into the deepest secrets of the world, ancient truths that even his father, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, might not fully comprehend. A sudden, absurd feeling washed over him. Perhaps, by following this enigma, he could truly glimpse the entirety of this world's reality, just as Mo Ran had anticipated. Half an hour later, the raging blizzard began to wane, ultimately coming to a complete halt. The sky remained a leaden gray, yet visibility had significantly improved. Before darkness enveloped the land, they finally arrived at the abandoned outpost mentioned by Jon. It was a small tower constructed of black stone and timber, long since fallen into disrepair. Isolated, it stood amidst a relatively flat expanse of snow, resembling a forgotten and silent gravestone. The walls of the tower were riddled with cracks, and the wooden observation deck had long since collapsed halfway. This is the place. Jon reined in his horse, a look of vigilance crossing his face. We should proceed with caution. Such locations are often temporary nests for wildlings or other creatures. The direwolf, Ghost, emitted a series of uneasy growls directed at the dark tower. Mo Ran remained silent, but his gaze sharpened upon sighting the outpost. Interesting, he murmured. What is it? Jon inquired immediately. The temperature here feels off. Mo Ran replied slowly. His reference to temperature was not about the weather, but rather an energy level sensation. In his perception, the entire outpost was shrouded in an intensely frigid aura, one that seemed capable of freezing souls into crystalline ice. This presence was starkly different from any deathly essence he had previously encountered. The coldness of ordinary corpses felt chilling, while the deathly aura of the ice graveyard was ancient. Here, however, the essence represented absolute zero, devoid of any resentment or emotion, embodying only pure and unadulterated finality. It was an eternal silence that transcended death itself. Others. The term sprang to M.O. Rand's mind. Only the apostle of the great other, as spoken of by Melisandre, could wield such power so close to the essence of law. Everyone dismount. Draw your weapons, M.O. Rand commanded, his voice imbued with genuine gravity for the first time. It seems we have encountered something formidable. John and Sam felt their hearts leap into their throats. What manner of terrifying creature could elicit such a response from M.O. Rand? Meanwhile, a morbid excitement flickered in Alyssahorn's eyes as he licked his cracked lips and unsheathed his long sword without hesitation. The 4 men and 1 wolf cautiously formed a defensive formation, moving slowly toward the lifeless tower. The closer they approached, the more palpable the bone-chilling cold became. John felt his limbs stiffening, and the breath he exhaled seemed on the verge of crystallizing into ice. Upon reaching the decayed and ajar door of the tower, they all halted, their pupils dilating in shock. Before them, on the dust-laden floor within the tower, lay several objects. Before them stood a peculiar, spiral totem, assembled with the severed limbs of humanity in a manner rife with malice and mockery. At its core, the lifeless body of a Night's Watch ranger was grotesquely impaled against the wall by a spear forged from pure, crystalline ice. The ranger's eyes were wide open, his visage marred by the ultimate terror and disbelief that lingered at the moment of his death. A gaping, frozen wound, the size of a bowl, marred his chest, with blood long since congealed into black ice crystals. It was Jon Snow's voice, trembling violently, that broke the silence. He was the aide to his uncle, Benjen Stark, and had recognized the corpse. This was another seasoned ranger, who had vanished months ago alongside his uncle. The blasphemous artistry of the totem, crafted from dismembered remains, bore the unmistakable hallmark of the White Walkers. Legends whispered of their penchant for such grotesque displays, intended to mock and intimidate the living. They had been here, and not long ago. Just as the onlookers were paralyzed by the horror of the scene before them, a faint sound, akin to the delicate scraping of ice crystals, began to resonate from the shadows of the tower. The rhythmic clatter of hooves, steady and unhurried, struck like a heavy hammer against each heart. A figure mounted on a steed emerged slowly from the tower's gloom. This was no ordinary horse. It was a spectral warhorse, composed of stark bones, cloaked in a thin layer of ice, with 2 flickering blue flames burning in its eye sockets. Upon this dread steed sat a knight, clad in exquisite black armor that seemed forged from ice and the very essence of the night, exuding an ancient beauty. He wore no helmet, revealing a face so strikingly handsome yet devoid of life, resembling an ice sculpture. His skin was pallid to the point of translucence, allowing faint blue veins to be seen beneath. His long, silvery hair flowed like moonlight, and his eyes, oh, his eyes, were a pure, deep ice blue, reminiscent of the coldest stars on the darkest winter nights. These were eyes that belonged to no living being. He was a White Walker, a living embodiment of the fabled Knight of the Night. As time seemed to freeze in the presence of this spectral knight, the abandoned outpost fell into a profound silence. The only sounds were the mournful winds swirling around the dilapidated tower and the visible puffs of cold breath expelled by the spectral warhorse. Jon Snow felt as though his very blood had begun to congeal. Though he had heard countless tales of the White Walkers and had conjured myriad scenarios of an encounter with them in his mind, nothing could have prepared him for this moment. Yet, when this legendary creature, embodying eternal winter and the end, truly manifested before him, he realized that all his courage and preparation were utterly laughable. It was not the fear encountered when facing a beast, nor the tension experienced in the presence of a formidable foe. Rather, it was a tremor originating from the very essence of life, thoroughly suppressed by an existential adversary. He could distinctly feel the flame of life within him being eroded and extinguished by the emotionless, frigid law radiating from the creature. His limbs began to grow numb and rigid. He was on the verge of losing the strength to even raise his elongated claws. Sam Wiltari's plight was even more dire. A mere glance exchanged with the otherworldly knight left him feeling as though his very soul had been siphoned away. His eyes rolled back, his body slackened, and he collapsed into the snow with a thud, rendered unconscious by sheer terror. Alicia Thorne, the man already teetering on the brink of madness, now bore a bizarre smile that intertwined fear with ecstasy. "It has come," he murmured, his voice rasping like 2 pieces of sandpaper grinding against one another. "The true apocalypse has arrived." Rather than succumb to dread, He raised his sword in a near-religious posture, welcoming the icy blue figure. His mind had become completely twisted, perceiving destruction as the sole form of salvation. Amidst this chaos, Ran stood as the only member of the party capable of maintaining absolute composure. There was no fear nor shock reflected in his eyes, only a chilling thrill akin to encountering a worthy adversary. So this is what a wight is. He scrutinized the exquisite being before him, his mind rapidly engaged in analysis. The life form existed between an energy entity and a physical body, composed of a unique icy energy rather than flesh and blood. The core was embodied in its eyes, the focal point of its law's power. The force it wielded was not merely ice or death, but a higher-level principle, akin to the law of obliteration that approached the very essence of the world. It possessed the capacity to forcibly terminate all life activities, transforming material energy into the lowest state of entropy. Remarkably strong, exceedingly formidable, Ran assessed in his mind, attributing a high rating to the entity. In my prime, such a being governed by law could easily be vanquished with a mere flick of my wrist. Yet now, with my current cultivation at the bone condensation stage and this shattered golden core, it poses quite a challenge. For the first time, he felt pressure, a long-lost sensation capable of threatening his very existence. As Ran rapidly analyzed the disparity in strength between himself and his foe, the White Knight moved. It paid no heed to the frenzied Alicia Thorne charging toward it, nor did it glance at the already fainted rotund man. Its ice-blue eyes, devoid of any emotion, remained fixed solely on one individual, Ran. For it could sense a breath of law emanating from Ran, one that was of the same origin yet starkly opposed. It was the dark law governing death, the devouring of souls. Two utterly distinct yet equally supreme forces, standing atop the mundane realm of life, clashed in the forgotten expanse of the snowy plain, producing an immediate repulsion and attraction. The otherworldly knight slowly raised its right hand. In its grasp, there was nothing. Yet, as it moved, the moisture in the surrounding air began to converge frantically towards its palm, visibly condensing. In the briefest moment of a breath, a uniquely shaped spear, entirely crystalline and seemingly sculpted from the purest ice, materialized in its hand. Upon the spear flowed a faint blue chill, visible to the eye, and the sharp tip distorted the very fabric of space around it ever so slightly. This was no ordinary weapon. It was the embodiment of law, a divine armament capable of freezing and shattering souls. At the sight of this ice spear, Ran's pupils abruptly constricted. He understood that his adversary was now serious. Roar. Just as tensions soared, on the brink of confrontation, a thunderous roar, imbued with wildness and ferocity, erupted from behind the outpost. Subsequently, a colossal creature shattered the already decayed rear wall of the outpost, entering the sight of all. Another cadaverous bear. Yet, this one was entirely different from the one Ran had encountered in the woods. Its size was titanic, akin to a moving mountain. No longer did it bear the grotesque visage of rotting flesh. Instead, it was encased in a thick layer of glimmering, pale blue ice armor. Its eyes, once ablaze with ghostly blue flames, had transformed to match the ice-blue hue of the otherworldly night. The aura it exuded was no longer mere death energy, but a more advanced blend of death and obliteration. This was an elite undead beast, personally modified by the otherworldly night with its own power. Even Ran, with his steadfast nature, couldn't help but curse inwardly at the sight of this plus Pro Max version of the cadaverous bear. Was this thing capable of summoning minions? The modified cadaverous bear clearly received its master's command. It disregarded the nearby John and the unconscious Sam, instead striding forward with heavy steps, emitting a thunderous roar as it lunged straight at the only one still daring to wield a sword and charge at the otherworldly foe, Alicia Thorne. Come, destroy me. A frenzied, liberated smile spread across Alicia Thorne's face. He did not flinch. Instead, he spread his arms wide, welcoming the onslaught of death that crashed upon him like a cataclysmic avalanche. Sir Alicia, quickly evade. Jon Snow's desperate scream pierced the air. He yearned to rush forward and offer aid, yet his body remained immobile, ensnared by the invisible pressure exerted by the White Walker. He could only bear witness as a sickening sound echoed, a grotesque squelch as flesh was torn apart. The undead bear, clad in icy armor and possessing a paw as formidable as a battering ram, struck Alyssahorn's body with unembellished ferocity. The once robust form of Alyssahorn, relatively strong among mortals, crumbled before such overwhelming force, akin to a shattered tomato. In an instant, his body contorted and twisted grotesquely. The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. Blood and fragments of entrails erupted in a chaotic spray. Yet, he did not perish immediately. An icy blue chill surged from the bear's massive paw, swiftly infiltrating his being, forcibly freezing his fading life and disintegrating soul within that completely obliterated shell. The manic grin upon his face became frozen, replaced by an indescribable agony and bewilderment. He seemed not to attain the release he so desperately sought. In the next moment, the spark of humanity in his eyes vanished entirely, supplanted by two hollow, icy blue glimmers. He, too, had been transformed, becoming one with the undead army. The entire sequence unfolded with a swiftness and brutality that was staggering. Jon Snow beheld this horrifying spectacle, his eyes instantly turning crimson with rage. A cry of profound anguish erupted from him. An inexplicable surge of power allowed him to momentarily break free from the White Walker's grip. For the Night's Watch, he ignited the Stark bloodline's valor and honor to its zenith in that moment. He raised his longsword high and, disregarding all peril, charged fiercely at the undead bear that had just committed its heinous slaughter. He sought vengeance for the man he had always loathed. This was the Night's Watch oath. Regardless of past grievances, when faced with a common foe, they stood as brothers. However, his valiant resolve appeared utterly futile in the face of such overwhelming power. The undead bear slowly turned its massive head, its emotionless, icy blue eyes locking onto this diminutive human rushing towards it. It raised another paw, equally encased in ice, preparing to crush this oblivious insect. Just as Jon was about to follow in Alyssahorn's grim footsteps, a dark figure materialized before him as if by teleportation. It was Mo Ran. "Your courage is commendable." Mo Ran stood with his back to Jon Snow, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Slowly, he raised his hands, and waves of pure, obsidian-hued death energy began to surge and swirl within his palms. This was no battle in which you could intervene. He understood that he could no longer hold anything back. The combination before him, comprised of a being of law and an elite undead war beast, was sufficient to compel him to reveal the final trump card he had long concealed. Chapter 36. The clashes and perils. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. In Jon Snow's eyes, all that remained was the grotesque, glacier-like paw of the corpse bear, slowly rising like a mountain, and the unassuming yet profoundly reliable black figure standing before him. He could hear the frantic pounding of his own heart, could feel the chill of death tightening around his throat. He knew he was finished. His valiant charge, fueled by fiery passion, was nothing more than a pitiful farce against such overwhelming might, akin to a moth drawn to flame. Yet, just as that icy paw was about to descend, crushing him, and Mo ran into oblivion, Mo Ran moved. He did not retreat, nor did he evade. Instead, he gently pushed his hands, suffused with the obsidian death energy, forward, shimming bone shield. He uttered the 4 words in a voice that bore the weight of ancient rhythms, almost like a chant. With the utterance of his words, a tremendous wave of death energy, far more formidable and dense than that unleashed at the ice burial mound, erupted from within him. The air around them seemed to be siphoned away, as the snow and debris on the ground were swept up by an invisible force, frantically converging before him. A massive, obsidian-hued bone shield, as though forged from the very essence of eternal night, materialized before them. This shield was starkly different from the previous one made of white bones. Its surface was no longer the pale hue of bone, but instead exhibited a profound, light-devouring black crystalline texture. Countless twisted ancient runes, teeming with negative energy, were etched upon its surface. At the center of the shield loomed a grotesque, demon-like visage, seemingly writhing in agony. A surge of pure, protective, and retaliatory will emanated from that black bone shield, reverberating with the essence of the laws from the depths of the abyss. This was no mere manifestation of bone. It was a defensive secret art, barely conjured from the remnants of the shattered golden core within him, drawn from the essence of his former self as the soul devourer demon lord. In the next moment, the colossal icy paw of the corpse bear, capable of cleaving mountains and splitting stones, resoundingly struck against the obsidian black netherbone shield. A thunderous boom erupted, reverberating as if the very heavens trembled in response. A sound deeply resonant and overwhelming. The ferocious force manifested as a visible, circular shockwave, a blend of black and blue, radiating violently from the point of impact. Crack, crack, crack. The abandoned watchtower could no longer endure the terrifying surge of energy, emitting a mournful cry of collapse. The already fissured walls shattered and crumbled instantaneously, transforming into a whirlwind of debris and dust. The thick blanket of snow on the ground was instantaneously expelled, revealing the frozen earth below, as hard as steel. In the distance, John felt an irresistible force bearing down upon him. He had no time to utter a gasp before he was violently hurled into the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily into the snow several dozen meters away, a bitter taste flooding his throat as blood erupted from his lips. His long claws were dislodged, embedding themselves into the nearby snow. Struggling to rise, he found his bones felt as if they were on the verge of disintegration, rendering him powerless. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, his vision blurring, to gaze upon the center of the battlefield. Then he witnessed a scene that would be etched into his memory forever. As the dust began to settle, the obsidian netherbone shield stood resolute. Its surface bore faint, spiderweb-like cracks. Yet it had undeniably withstood the full force of the elite corpse bear's assault. Meanwhile, the once mighty corpse bear let out a roar of agony. Its massive paw, armored in thick ice, was now a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh mangled, the hardened ice shattered into pieces, with its ivory bones protruding grotesquely. Rebound. This was the malevolent reflection effect inherent to the netherbone shield. It absorbed at least 30% of the corpse bear's own ferocious power and returned it unerringly. It was akin to the beast striking itself. However, the circumstances for Mo Ran were far from favorable. His complexion had turned ashen, devoid of color, with a trace of crimson staining the corner of his mouth. To sustain the existence of the netherbone shield, he had nearly exhausted all of his spiritual power from his dantian, even overextending a portion of his golden core's essence. He could sense that the golden core, which he had painstakingly repaired to a mere 10%, now bore even more cracks upon its surface. This head-on clash was a quintessential example of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Damn it, I've miscalculated. Mo Ran thought bitterly to himself, realizing he had underestimated the power of this undead battle beast, enhanced by the forces of the law, and overestimated the endurance of his battered body. He understood that he must act swiftly. Prolonging this confrontation would not only lead to his own demise due to the exhaustion of his spiritual energy, but he would also fall victim to the lurking White Knight before he could take any further action. A roar erupted from the injured corpse bear, now thoroughly incensed. It unleashed a more ferocious growl, disregarding its partially incapacitated paw, and raised its intact massive claw, preparing to launch a second assault. At that very moment, the White Knight, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, finally decided to intervene again. It seemed to have discerned the frailty beneath Mo Ran's facade of strength. Instead of opting for close combat, it slowly raised the icy spear forged from the essence of law, aiming its tip directly at Mo Ran's heart, which was straining to maintain the shimming bone shield. An overwhelming sense of imminent peril, potent enough to freeze and shatter one's very soul, enveloped Mo Ran in an instant. He realized he could not evade this strike, should he dare to lower his bone shield to escape the spear. The next blow from the corpse bear would reduce him and Jon Snow behind him to mere pulp. This was a dire predicament from which there seemed no escape. Damn it! Mo Ran's heart plummeted to despair. For the first time since arriving in this world, he genuinely sensed the scent of death. Was it truly the case that after 5 centuries of dominance in the realm of cultivation, having taken countless lives, he would perish in such a desolate otherworld? To die at the hands of 2 elemental beings that lacked even the semblance of intellect? No, I refuse to accept this fate. A surge of overwhelming rage and madness, rooted deep within his soul and belonging to the soul-devouring demon lord, erupted from the depths of his being. Since you wish for my demise in his eyes, the 2 violet nebulae, concealed deep within his pupils and belonging to the king of the ice tomb, began to whirl frantically. Then may you all accompany me to the grave. He made a decision that took everyone by surprise, one that could only be deemed mad. He audaciously withdrew the shimming bone shield, the very shield that had ensured his survival. The shield disintegrated into an expanse of dark mist, dissipating into the air. Bereft of his defense, the furious strike of the corpse bear and the lethal ice spear from the White Knight locked onto him in an instant. In the distance, Jon Snow had already closed his eyes in despair. He envisioned the gruesome scene of Mo Ran being instantaneously pierced and torn apart. However, the anticipated death did not arrive immediately. At the very moment he withdrew the bone shield, Mo Ran channeled the last vestige of his purest source magic into his eyes. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a profound shade of purple, as if capable of devouring all that lay before them. They were no longer the eyes of a mere human. They were the eyes of a demon god. The Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, a forbidden art. With a voice seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, devoid of any emotion, he slowly uttered a few taboo words. Eye of reincarnation. Chapter 37. The Key to Devouring Soul Fire. As the words, imbued with unparalleled dark power, escaped from Mo Ran's lips, the entire world appeared to pause in that fleeting moment. The raging cold wind froze. The swirling snowflakes hung motionless in the air. The massive paw of the corpse bear, raised high and poised to strike, became rigid, halting barely an inch from Mo Ran's head. The icy spear hurled by the eerie night, capable of piercing the very soul, eerily suspended just 3 inches from Mo Ran's chest, its tip trembling with the force of distorted spatial laws. Yet unable to advance any further, time and space seemed to succumb to a bizarre, absolute stasis. The only entities that remained in motion were 3 beings, or rather, 3 consciousnesses: Mo Ran, the eerie night, and Jon Snow, who, despite his grievous wounds, clung to a thread of consciousness thanks to the Stark family's wolf spirit bloodline. In Jon Snow's utterly bewildered vision, the world transformed into a monochrome canvas, stripped of all color, a dull gray tapestry. Yet within this bleak panorama, there existed a singular location still brimming with vibrancy: Mo Ran's eyes. What terrifying eyes they were! No longer black, they had morphed into 2 deep, slowly swirling violet vortexes. At the center of each whirlpool lay an abyss of souls, endless and filled with anguish and despair. Just a fleeting glance into those eyes made Jon feel as though his very soul was being drawn into that terrifying vortex. Frightened, he swiftly closed his eyes. Yet the horrific image of the violet whirlpools was already indelibly etched into his mind, impossible to erase. This is the eye of reincarnation. In his past life as the soul-devouring demon lord, Mo Ran had barely grasped this fragment of supreme divine power. Intertwining the 9 nether soul devouring technique with ancient forbidden demonic arts during the pinnacle of his tribulation period, its essence lies in instantly consuming a vast portion of one's own soul essence to forcibly draw a small area's flow of time into an absolute realm based on the practitioner's soul frequency. In this realm, all entities with a soul frequency lower than that of the caster find their thoughts and movements ensnared in a near-eternal stasis. In simpler terms, it is a form of enforced bullet time. Of course, given Mo Ran's current shattered form, the eye of reincarnation he manifested was merely a superficial imitation. He had neither consumed soul essence nor invoked the residual soul power of the Ice Tomb King. The effect was limited to a radius of merely 100 meters. The duration was fleeting, lasting no more than 3 breaths. Yet, for a once mighty demon lord who had towered over billions of beings, those 3 breaths were already sufficient. Mo Ran silently chanted within his heart. He paid no heed to the colossal hand, poised to crush him into a pulp. Nor did he glance at the ice spear hovering before his chest, capable of freezing his very soul. Under the illumination of the 2 violet whirlwinds, his body transformed into a black lightning bolt, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. His objective had always been singular: the otherworldly knight standing in the distance, like a deity, orchestrating everything. Capture the king before the thief. This principle held true in both the realm of cultivation and in Westeros. The otherworldly knight, too, had become aware of the impending peril. For the first time, a semblance of shock and panic flickered in its ice-blue eyes. It attempted to break free from the constraints of the violet domain. The power of the law of annihilation within it erupted violently, striving to refreeze the time that had become stagnant. In that moment, 2 distinctly opposing, yet equally supreme forces of law clashed in the most direct and intense confrontation. Crackle, crackle. The surrounding frozen space emitted sounds akin to shattering glass, overwhelmed by the strain. The otherworldly knight's movements resumed a glacially slow capability. With great effort, it sought to lift its empty left hand to fend off the oncoming black lightning. But it was too late. Mo Ran's figure had traversed the distance of space. Appearing before it, a mere half-foot separated the man from the specter. Their gazes locked. One pair of eyes, akin to a purple abyss, teeming with a will to devour and destroy, belonged to the demon. The other, reminiscent of the eternal winter stars, embodied a will of annihilation and finality, belonged to the cold deity. A fitting gaze indeed. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile graced Mo Ran's face. Then, he extended his right hand, the hand that had once touched the river of the underworld, that had once commanded billions of souls. His target was not the body of the otherworldly knight, nor its weapon, but rather its ice-blue eyes. Your soul's flame. Mo Ran's voice resonated directly within the knight's essence. It is mine. His hand, seemingly fragile, defied all physical laws, piercing through the indestructible icy armor forged from the power of law. With a soft sound, akin to the bursting of a bubble, Mo Rant's fingers accurately and deeply penetrated the otherworldly knight's eye socket. The chilling, soul-freezing power of the law of annihilation surged wildly along his arm, invading his very being. Meanwhile, within Mo Rant, the equally domineering force of the 9 nether devouring souls erupted fiercely, engaging in a direct and brutal confrontation with that overwhelming power. This time, the anguished cries emanated from Mo Rant himself. The two extreme, diametrically opposed forces collided ferociously within his arm and throughout his entire body, annihilating all in their path. His skin cracked open in an instant, revealing bizarre, ice-blue patterns intertwined with twisted, ink-black runes, akin to 2 venomous serpents tearing at each other, rapidly spreading across his form. In that fleeting moment, his body teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, a manic glint sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of a gambler's fervor. He pushed the 9 nether devouring souls technique to an unprecedented pinnacle. "Come to me," he bellowed, a roar that resonated from the depths of his soul. In the following heartbeat, the ice-blue eyes of the otherworldly knight widened in disbelief and sheer terror as Mo Rant forcibly extracted 2 orbs of pure, burning soul fire from the depths of its eye sockets. These orbs represented the very core of the knight's life, a source of all its power, a divine ember bestowed upon it by the greater being. As those 2 orbs of ice-blue soul fire were wrenched free, Mo Rant silently completed the final numeral in his mind. The duration of the Eye of Reincarnation had reached its end. With a crack, the frozen, gray-white world around him shattered like glass. Time resumed its relentless flow, and the howling winds returned with a vengeance. The colossal paw of the corpse bear, imbued with cataclysmic force, came crashing down at last. The ice spear that had hovered in the air transformed into a streak of blue light, piercing through the afterimage Mo Rant had left behind. Yet, his true self maintained its position, arm thrust deep into the eye socket of the otherworldly knight. He had no room left to evade. It seemed he had expended every ounce of strength to seize those soul fires, leaving his back entirely exposed to the impending lethal strike. No. In the distance, Jon Snow let out a desperate wail. Witnessing the massive paw covered in icy armor come crashing down upon Mo Rant's relatively narrow back. Boom. The sound resonated with a weight far more profound and heart-wrenching than any previous collision. Mo Rant's body soared through the air like a puppet with severed strings. A spray of blood mixed with fragments of his innards tracing a tragic arc in the sky. His body collided heavily against the ruins of the long-collapsed outpost in the distance, shattering countless stones into dust. Then, silently, he slipped down, buried beneath a cloud of dust and debris, lost to the unknown of life and death. The otherworldly knight, stripped of its core soul fire, remained rigid in place, its ice-blue eyes dimming at a visibly accelerating pace. The frost armor, forged from the very essence of the laws, began to show fine cracks, as if it too had reached the brink of existence. The battlefield, after this brief yet world-altering reversal, once again descended into a profound silence. Chapter 38. The cold bones bloom. Blossoming across the field's deathly silence enveloped the scene, akin to the end of the world. The frigid wind swept through the desolate remnants of a battlefield that had just witnessed a divine confrontation, producing a mournful wail, as if lamenting the fallen. Jon Snow lay prone in the icy snow, drenched in blood and unable to move. His consciousness, overwhelmed by excessive blood loss and immense mental shock, teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. Yet, he persisted, refusing to succumb entirely to the void. With his somewhat dazed eyes, he fixated on the ruins, concealed beneath rubble and dust in the distance. Mo Rant, the creature he had always despised, remained vigilant against, even longed to slay himself, had just moments ago endured a fatal blow from the corpse bear to save him. This realization seared into Jon's already conflicted and tormented heart like a heated iron. Why? He could not fathom why that seemingly emotionless man, the demon lord who regarded human life as mere chaff, would choose to save him. Was there, buried within his cold and dark heart, a flicker of humanity that even he was unaware of? Or was this all merely a means to seize the power of the otherworldly knight? Jon was at a loss. His mind had devolved into a muddled haze. He could only watch helplessly as the similarly wounded corpse bear, after a brief moment of bewilderment, appeared to regain its senses from the recent clash of powers. Slowly, it turned its massive head, confusion and bewilderment flickering in its ice-blue eyes. Its master, the knight who had bestowed it with strength, now stood like an ice sculpture, quietly frozen in place, its aura visibly waning and dissipating. It seemed to have lost its command. Yet, the instinct to fight remained. It cast its gaze upon the sole target in this battlefield that still radiated a vibrant essence of life, Jon Snow. The white bear lumbered forward, dragging its half-decomposed, bloodied hand, step by step, towards the utterly defenseless Jon. The shadow of death loomed over him once more. Was this the end? A glimmer of despair, akin to liberation, flickered in Jon's eyes. Perhaps perishing here, interred alongside his brothers, would be the most fitting repose for a night's watchman. He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the final blow. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A faint sound, reminiscent of blossoming flowers, suddenly emanated from the ruins draped in darkness. Following this, not one, but 10, 100, thousands, countless ethereal flowers, formed from the purest, crystalline ice and shimmering with an otherworldly blue luminescence, erupted wildly from the fissures of debris. They spread from the center of the ruins, as if imbued with life, extending frantically in every direction. In an instant, the abandoned outpost, this desolate land shrouded in death and silence, was transformed into a surreal sea of countless azure ice flowers. Each ethereal bloom exuded an extraordinarily pure energy, imbued with the paradox of life and death. This energy coalesced into a formidable field powerful enough to alter the very fabric of reality. The white bear, advancing towards Jon, abruptly halted. In its icy blue eyes, a fear more intense than that evoked by its own master's demise was unveiled for the first time. It could sense a deathly principle far superior to itself and its former master awakening. The sensation was akin to fireflies encountering a full moon. The white bear emitted a mournful cry, filled with terror. It abandoned its prey, turning to flee, but it was already too late. The blooming ethereal flowers seemed to possess a will of their own. Countless ice tendrils, akin to venomous serpents, erupted from the ground, ensnaring the bear's massive form that sought to escape. Roaring, the white bear struggled frantically, but those seemingly fragile ice vines proved astonishingly resilient. No matter how fiercely it fought, it could not break free. Instead, they tightened their grip. Even more horrifying was the fact that those vines entwined around it began to siphon away its very strength. The formidable icy armor upon him, ensnared by countless frost vines, was visibly melting and disintegrating, transforming into the purest essence of annihilating energy, entirely absorbed by the spectral flowers. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided predation of flora over fauna. Jon Snow stood, utterly dumbfounded, gazing at the breathtaking and miraculous spectacle before him. He beheld the ethereal azure sea of flowers, rhythmically breathing in sync with the desolate ruins at its core. With each inhalation, the lingering, annihilating energy belonging to the white walkers and the wights was fervently drawn into the heart of the floral expanse. Each exhalation released an even more refined life force brimming with the essence of rebirth, nourishing every spectral bloom. At the very center of this floral sea, beneath the ruins that concealed the remnants of Ran, a resounding heartbeat echoed, powerful and steady like the drums of war. The heartbeat quickened, growing louder, until it resonated across the entire snowy expanse like thunder. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as an indescribable force from within shattered the ruins that had entombed Ran. Countless fragments of stone erupted outward. A figure slowly emerged from the swirling dust and the vast sea of ethereal azure flowers, rising once more. It was the same cloaked youth, the same handsome visage of Eastern descent. Yet, a cataclysmic transformation had unfolded within him. The tattered black robe he once wore had vanished entirely, replaced by an illusory robe woven from countless azure particles, resembling starlight. His long black hair flowed without wind, the tips adorned with shimmering blue ice crystals. Remarkably, the area of his chest, which should have been crushed by the white bear's strike, remained unscathed. Not only that, but at the center of his chest, two orbs of ice-blue soul fire, akin to the purest burning stars, hovered serenely. These were the life cores he had forcefully extracted from the eye sockets of a White Walker Knight. At this moment, these two orbs, embodying the principles of annihilation, were being fiercely decomposed, absorbed, and transformed by a more domineering, ink-black, devouring force. Meanwhile, at his dantian, the shattered golden core, once on the brink of collapse, was visibly mending at an astonishing pace. The grotesque fissures were being swiftly filled and fused by streams of pristine primordial energy, transformed from the principles of annihilation. 10%, 15%, 20%, before one could even blink, nearly one-third had been restored. From destruction to rebirth, from death to life. Ran, after enduring a blow that could have been fatal, not only survived but, rather, turned misfortune into fortune. Harnessing that external force, he forcibly integrated the soul fire of the otherworldly specter with his shattered golden core. He not only healed his wounds, but also advanced in his cultivation, reaching new heights. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer purely jet black, nor were they the terrifying shade of purple. Instead, one half was as dark as ink, profound as the abyss, symbolizing the devouring nature of the nine hell. The other half sparkled ice blue like stars, cold as winter, representing the annihilation of all existence. Two distinctly different, yet equally supreme forces of law, standing atop the world, achieved a bizarre and perfect balance within him. He was no longer merely the soul-devouring demon lord. He had transcended into a unique entity, unparalleled in history. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze surpassing the corpse demon bear, which was being frantically consumed by the sea of flowers, and the utterly petrified specter knight, as well as the completely bewildered Jon Snow. His eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, gazing towards the far north, that eternal land of wind and snow. The Great Other, he softly uttered that name, a cold, provocative smile gracing his lips. I have received your delivery. Next time, it shall be my turn to return the favor. Chapter 39. Breaking Through. Mid-level soul devouring as M.O. Rand's declaration, imbued with unparalleled authority and a sense of provocation. Echoed over the ruins blanketed in an ethereal blue sea of flowers, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. The Spectre Knight, having already lost its core soul fire and reduced to an empty shell, found its ice armor, composed of the power of law, unable to maintain form. With a series of crisp sounds akin to shattering ice, fine cracks spread spiderweb-like from its feet, rapidly enveloping its entire being. Ultimately, before Jon Snow's incredulous gaze, this once invincible entity, which had instilled despair in him, collapsed with a thunderous sound, shattering completely. It transformed into a sky filled with shimmering, pale blue crystalline dust. A gust of wind blew, and it was entirely dispersed across the very land it had sought to use for annihilation. Thus, a specter of at least general rank was utterly extinguished, its essence and form obliterated, with not a shred of its purest energy wasted. Under the guidance of M.O. Rand's will, the ghostly flowers blooming profusely resembled the most insatiable of gourmets, voraciously absorbing and transforming the unclaimed energies around them, subsequently channeling this inexhaustible essence back into the metamorphosing body at the heart of the floral sea. Meanwhile, the elite-level corpse bear met its inevitable demise. Drained entirely of its solitary energies by countless ice vines imbued with the power of devouring, its once mighty and indomitable form rapidly withered and dulled. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it fragmented into a scattering of ordinary bones, devoid of any energetic vibrations. These two terrifying creatures could have decimated an entire regiment of night watchmen. Thus, within the eerie yet resplendent floral expanse, they were thoroughly consumed. The entire process unfolded quietly yet efficiently, embodying a chillingly beautiful ecological cycle. Jon Snow stood transfixed, his mind having entirely surrendered to thought. Instinctively, he etched the scenes unfolding before him, scenes that upended his worldview cultivated over 18 years, deep into his consciousness. He understood that from this day forth, he could no longer perceive the world through a conventional lens. At the center of the floral sea, M.O. Rand, with closed eyes, quietly contemplated the profound transformations occurring within his being. The core soul fire of the Night King served as a key, a universal key that encompassed the fundamental laws of the world. It not only forcefully mended nearly one-third of his shattered golden core, allowing him to escape the plight of being a civ, but, more importantly, it opened a gateway to a higher echelon of power. The Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, a supreme magical art from the realm of cultivation, held at its core the principles of devouring and transformation. At this moment, it was dissecting, devouring, and transforming the primal force of the annihilation laws belonging to this world with unprecedented efficiency. Two laws, originating from disparate realms, yet equally positioned atop the pyramid of power, engaged in a fierce yet harmonious fusion within M.O. Rand's body. Boom! A sound resonated from the depths of his soul, audible only to M.O. Rand himself. He could vividly perceive the surface of his golden core, now in the process of repair. As the once dim magical patterns representing the nine nether laws began to emit faint glimmers of ice-blue ethereal light after absorbing a substantial amount of solitary energy. His power transcended mere darkness. It nurtured within it a frigid essence capable of ushering all into eternal silence. This represented a fundamental evolution. Simultaneously, The long loosened bottleneck of his soul-devouring phase, propelled by this immense energy, shattered without any hint of doubt, as if the water had reached its destined course. A powerful and entirely new aura, magnified several times beyond its previous strength, erupted explosively from within him. Mid-stage, Soul Devourer. Rand slowly uttered these 4 words. He could sense that his mastery over souls and death had ascended to an unprecedented level. If he had once been merely a simple devourer, he was now capable of influencing and commanding the very souls he consumed. He gradually lifted his right hand. With a mere thought, the colossal beast bones scattered across the ground, remnants of the corpse bear, began to tremble violently. Following this, in the astonished gaze of Jon Snow, whose eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets, the massive bones appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, defying all laws of physics as they reassembled, pieced together, and stood upright once more. A skeletal giant bear, composed entirely of pure, pristine white bones, re-emerged upon this snowy expanse. Within its hollow eye sockets burned not the icy blue flame of solitude nor the crimson flame of slaughter, but a pitch-black fire, as dark as ink, seemingly connected to the abyss of the netherworld. With a silent yet profoundly submissive soul roar, the skeletal giant bear raised its head to the heavens. It then slowly turned, its enormous, hollow eye sockets gazing in Rand's direction. Its massive body, akin to a small mountain, thunderously knelt on one knee. The posture was both humble and reverent. This was the true divine ability that could only be attained after reaching the mid-stage of Soul Devourer following the bone condensation phase, controlling corpses, no longer merely conjuring fragile, disposable skeletal soldiers out of thin air. He could now directly transform the powerful bodies of those he had slain with his own hands into permanent undead servants, obedient solely to his command. Thus, a true necromancer was born. Rand gazed upon his first genuine creation, a smile of paternal pride gracing his face. Although its strength was somewhat diminished, having lost the enhancement of the solitary law, it triumphed in its absolute loyalty. Indeed. Rand nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be called Bear Big. He whimsically bestowed upon his first undead battle beast a name infused with a sense of dark humor from the east. The skeletal giant bear seemed to comprehend, its hollow jaw moving slightly as if in response. Rand slowly withdrew his gaze, aware that this brutal yet fruitful battle had finally come to a complete end. He turned to face the night watchman companion, who was still in a state of shock. It was time to address the matters of the aftermath. His gaze swept over Samwell Tarly, who lay unconscious in the snow, and then shifted to the lifeless body of Alicia Thorne, now a mere husk of his former self, utterly broken in spirit. Ultimately, his eyes landed on Jon Snow, who, despite his grievous injuries, valiantly kept his eyes open. Rand approached him with deliberate steps. The expanse of ethereal blue flowers that bloomed behind him began to wither and fade with each stride, dissolving into flecks of azure light that reabsorbed into his being. The newly resurrected skeletal giant bear, a loyal sentinel, followed closely behind him, moving with heavy steps. The duo, man and beast, slowly came to stand before the defenseless Jon Snow. Rand towered over him, surveying this nominal comrade with an inscrutable expression. His eyes, one as dark as the abyss and the other a frosty blue, revealed neither benevolence nor malevolence. Jon Snow, with great effort, lifted his head to meet Rand's gaze, acutely aware that the fate of both himself and the Night's Watch hung precariously on the forthcoming thoughts of this man. Chapter 40. The submission of the Forest King before the abandoned outpost lay a scene of utter devastation. Shattered stones, scattered weapons, and the remnants of ice crystal dust belonging to the others formed a tableau imbued with an apocalyptic air. Rand loomed over Jon Snow, who lay in the snow, stripped of all capacity to resist. Behind him, the enormous bear, composed entirely of skeletal remains, stood like a mountain, its hollow eye sockets ablaze with dark, infernal flames, exuding a suffocating pressure. Jon Snow struggled to raise his head, meeting the gaze of Rand, whose eyes were a striking contrast of pitch black and icy blue. He neither begged for mercy nor uttered curses. Instead, he gazed in silence, his expression a complex tapestry of fear, shock, confusion, and above all, a profound sense of bewilderment and reverence, born from witnessing divine warfare. He understood that his life and death rested entirely in the hands of the man before him. He could not even muster the thought of resistance, having witnessed how Rand had endured a fatal blow to save him, and how he had transformed in a miraculous resurgence from the brink of death. He could no longer define this man in simplistic terms of good and evil. He was an enigma, an existence beyond categorization. The two remained locked in a silent exchange, the air hanging heavy and still. Eventually, Mo slowly crouched down. He extended his hand, not as John had anticipated, to seize his throat. Instead, he gently probed the wound on John's chest. John had suffered several broken ribs from the shockwave, and his internal organs were significantly shaken. Though not fatal, if left untreated in this frigid wilderness, it could very well cost him his life. Yet he was not dead. Mo withdrew his hand and offered a calm diagnosis. Then, he executed an action that caught John entirely off guard once more. He extended 2 fingers, aligning them like a sword, and at their tips, a faint yet pure milky light began to glow softly. This aura was in stark contrast to all the death, devouring, and annihilation he had previously displayed. It was warm and serene, as if embodying life itself. John's eyes widened in astonishment. He saw Mo gently press those glowing fingers against the mangled flesh of his chest. A warm current, reminiscent of the gentle sun in spring, surged instantly from the point of contact into his body. Where that warmth flowed, the excruciating pain from his fractured bones began to diminish at a visible pace. He could even hear the faint clicks of his broken bones slowly realigning and healing. Was this a divine healing technique? John felt as though his worldview had been shattered countless times that day. A dark lord capable of commanding death, summoning the undead, and devouring souls, was now using a divine healing art that only the most devoted paladins and priests in legends could master. Was there no justice left in this world? Unbeknownst to him, this was not a divine technique at all. Rather, it was Mo, after consuming the vast, annihilative soul fire of the others, forcibly extracting a sliver of absolute life from the depths of death through the reverse transformation of the soul devouring technique. As the saying goes, lonely yin does not endure. Lonely yang does not arise. When the principles of death are comprehended to their utmost, one naturally touches upon the threshold of life. This was Mo's own understanding of the path as the soul-devouring demon lord. Of course, with his current level of cultivation, the life-death transformation he enacted was exceedingly weak and immensely taxing. Merely healing John's wounds caused his recently restored golden core to dim once more. Damn it, what a loss. Mo cursed inwardly, regretting his earlier bravado. Yet, he knew that this bravado had to be maintained, for he needed not just a witness who feared him. He required a follower who both revered and feared him, one who had utterly lost the heart to resist and might even develop a sense of dependency. A balance of carrot and stick. This principle is universally applicable, regardless of the location. After a brief moment, Mo retracted his finger. John's chest wound had nearly healed. Although he remained weak, he was no longer in mortal danger and had regained basic mobility. Why? John struggled to rise from the snow. Looking at Mo with a complex, hoarse voice, he posed the question that lingered in his mind. Why did you save me? Mo slowly stood up. Resuming his previously imposing demeanor, he cast a glance at John and replied nonchalantly, because you are still of use. This response was painfully honest. I need someone to return to Mormont and accurately report everything that has transpired here. Mo continued, his voice devoid of any emotion. And you, Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell, the future hope of the Night's Watch, your words carry more weight than anyone else's. Furthermore, he turned his gaze towards the newly transformed and aimless Alicia Thorne. That pitiful man had now become a mindless corpse, instinctively standing in place, swaying, with icy blue flames flickering in his eye sockets. I still require a driver, Mo said, to help me bring these 2 pieces of baggage back to the Black Castle. He referred to the still unconscious Samwell and the freshly minted Thorne corpse. John followed his gaze, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over him. He understood Mo's intention. Mo intended to bring Thorne's body back, to show everyone at the Black Castle. This was the most direct and cruel demonstration, a declaration to all. Behold, this is the power of the others. And it is a force I, Mo can conquer. From this moment forward, you have no choice but to submit to me. John's heart turned to ice. He finally comprehended. The man before him had a clear and unwavering purpose in all his actions. He bore not a shred of excess emotion, whether in slaughter or salvation. They were merely means to achieve his own ends. To him, John had always been a relatively useful pawn on his chessboard. I understand now. With great difficulty, John rose to his feet. He approached Longclaw, reclaiming his sword. He did not utter another word. Silently, he moved to the still unconscious Samwell, supporting him and placing him upon a horse. Then he approached the swaying Thorne corpse, gazing at the once familiar, now utterly alien, contorted face. A flicker of anguish passed through his gaze, yet ultimately, it transformed into a profound numbness. He bound Thorn's lifeless body to another horse with a rope. Having completed this task, he mounted his steed, not casting a single glance back at Mo-Ran throughout the entire process. Nevertheless, Mo-Ran understood that this man, a son of the North imbued with ideals and a sense of honor, had irrevocably shattered his own backbone. From this moment forth, he would never again draw his sword against himself. Mo-Ran nodded in satisfaction. He turned to face the skeletal giant bear that had patiently awaited his command. "Bear," he said calmly, issuing his directive. "From this day forth, you shall be the king of this forest. Guard my hunting grounds well. Until my return, no creature, living or dead, is permitted to step foot in the icy grave." The skeletal giant bear let out a low, resonant roar, a soul's acknowledgement of his command. It then slowly turned, its massive form taking heavy strides back toward the depths of the ghost shadow forest. Its silhouette ultimately vanished into the vast, snow-laden darkness. Thus was born a new king of the forest, and its submission heralded that Mo-Ran had genuinely extended his sphere of influence from the Black Castle into this land rife with death and opportunity. The nascent form of his eternal night dynasty had quietly begun to take shape. Mo-Ran withdrew his gaze and urged his horse forward. "Home," he uttered softly, his voice dissipating into the eternal wind and snow of the north. Chapter 41. Return and Inquiry. The journey back to the Black Castle was long and eerily silent. The atmosphere within the group could no longer be described as merely strange. It had become numb. Jon Snow had wholly transformed into a silent executor. He no longer harbored any doubts or extraneous expressions, simply performing his duties mechanically, tending to the unconscious Samwell, overseeing the corpse of Thorn bound to a horse, and maintaining a safe distance from Mo-Ran that was neither too distant nor too intimate. His mind had been thoroughly cleansed by the cataclysmic battle that had upended his worldview, leaving him with a blank slate. He required ample time to reconstruct his understanding and contemplate the future paths of both himself and the Night's Watch. Meanwhile, Mo-Ran relished the tranquility. He devoted the majority of his focus to solidifying the mid-level of his soul-devouring realm. The benefits derived from consuming the white soul fire surpassed his expectations. That pure essence of extinction's power acted as a potent catalyst, not only repairing nearly a third of his golden core, but also creating a wondrous resonance between his 9 nether soul devouring technique and the laws of death in this world. He could distinctly feel his perception and control over the elements of death surrounding him had increased tenfold. Now, he no longer needed to consciously exert his power. Merely standing there, the surrounding death energy converged towards him like rivers returning to the sea. He was gradually transforming from a predator that had to actively hunt for sustenance into a deity capable of passively influencing the entire ecological environment. Should he encounter another white knight of the same caliber as before, Mo-Ran assessed calmly that, despite the considerable costs still involved, he would at least avoid the previous level of disarray. The forbidden technique of the Eye of Reincarnation, which inflicted 1,000-fold harm upon oneself while damaging the enemy by merely 1,000, was best avoided whenever possible. 5 days later, as the familiar dark stone outline of Black Castle reappeared on the horizon, even Jon, whose heart felt like ash, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. They had finally returned to a world infused with the essence of mortals, one that at least appeared to be relatively normal. However, he soon realized his misjudgment. As their peculiar party, diminished by one, Thorn, yet burdened with an extra corpse and a severely comatose patient, slowly traversed the frigid tunnel and re-emerged in the training yard of Black Castle, they were met with an unprecedented silence and the gaze of hundreds, filled with awe, fear, and a tinge of morbid fanaticism. All the Night's Watchmen, who had been training, working, or patrolling, halted their tasks. They parted like the Red Sea to welcome a triumphant king, clearing a path for Mo-Ran towards the command tower. Their collective gaze was fixed upon him. No, more accurately, it was focused upon the back of the horse. The corpse of Elisa Thorn, bound with ropes, its eyes ablaze with icy blue flames, occasionally emitting meaningless roars, was the focal point. This instructor, once perceived as a nightmarishly harsh and unforgiving figure, and a staunch adversary of Mo-Ran from House Targaryen, had now become a trophy in the most humiliating and tragic manner imaginable. The visual impact was far more persuasive than any words could convey. It silently proclaimed a truth to all. If even Elisa Thorn could meet such a fate, what were they? Rebellion? Questioning? What a jest! In the face of absolute, incomprehensible power, they had no choice but to submit. Jon Snow watched the bizarre scene unfold, and the last remnants of pride belonging to the Night's Watch shattered irreparably within him. He sorrowfully recognized that the tides had turned at Black Castle. Yet the orchestrator of this upheaval, Ran, remained oblivious. He calmly dismounted, carelessly tossing the reins to a trembling recruit nearby who dared not refuse. He did not spare a glance at the already fulfilled corpse of Thorn. Instead, he strode directly towards the command tower. The crowd behind him parted, as if guided by an unseen hand, clearing the way for him. In the office of the commander, Jeor Mormont paced anxiously. Beside him stood two individuals, Maester Eamon and Melisandre. Since the departure of Mance Rayder and his companions 5 days ago, Mormont had not enjoyed a moment's peace. He had dispatched his most elite scouts to trail Mance's party, yet those scouts dared only to follow to the outskirts of the Shadowlands. Halted by a dread so profound it rendered them immobile. The intelligence they returned with was singular. That forest was alive. An unknown terror, one that sent shivers through their very souls, impeded their advance. Meanwhile, the desperate pleas from Eastwatch poured in like a flurry of snowflakes, each letter laden with despair. The defenses are crumbling. Our men are nearly extinguished. Oh God, save us. Each missive struck Mormont's heart like a heavy hammer. He understood that his fateful bargain with the devil was nearing its climactic revelation. Either Mance had wrought a miracle to avert catastrophe, or the Night's Watch would face its darkest day in 8,000 years. Commander, Melisandre urged, her voice imbued with unwavering confidence. You must remain composed. Trust in the flame's revelation. Trust in my king. Trust? Mormont sighed bitterly, gesturing toward the blood-stained letters on his desk. What am I to trust? The lives of hundreds of brothers from Eastwatch. At that moment, an urgent footfall echoed from outside the door. An officer burst in, scarcely pausing to knock, his face etched with shock and an awe that defied expression. Commander, they have returned. What? Mormont and Melisandre both perked up, their spirits ignited. What is the situation? What of Eastwatch? Mormont dashed forward, seizing the officer by the collar, desperation oozing from his every word. Eastwatch? I don't know, the officer stammered. They did not go to Eastwatch. Did not go. Mormont's mind went blank, a cacophony of dread enveloping him. It was over. Everything was lost. That monstrosity had taken all his resources without fulfilling his promise. He had deceived Mormont, deceived the entire Night's Watch. A surge of pure rage and despair coursed through Mormont's veins. Yet, the officer's next words rendered him utterly speechless. They brought back a body. The officer's voice trembled with fear. It is Sir Eliezer Thorn. His eyes are blue. As Mormont, supported by the officer, hastened toward the training grounds, he beheld it, the corpse of Thorn, bound to a horse, its eyes ablaze with icy blue flames. He also saw Jon Snow, grievously wounded, yet still conscious. And he witnessed the silence of hundreds of Night's Watch brothers, as if bewitched into utter stillness. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the young man in the black robe who was slowly approaching him. You. Mormont's voice was so dry that it barely escaped his lips. Did you not go to Eastwatch? No. Rance's response was simple and direct. Why? Mormont felt his anger bubbling up once more. Do you not realize that the brethren of Eastwatch are awaiting your rescue? Why should I seek distant aid? Rand interrupted him calmly. He extended his finger towards the north, pointing to the snow-covered lands beyond the wall. The water ghosts of Eastwatch are merely a minor tributary. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an absolute confidence, as if proclaiming a profound truth. And I have already discovered the source of that river. He slowly retracted his hand. His eyes, one pitch black and the other ice blue, gazed quietly at the utterly dazed Jeor Mormont. I have severed it. With that, he no longer paid heed to the commander who had completely lost his capacity for thought, brushing past him and striding towards the king's tower that had been prepared for him, leaving behind a training ground steeped in silence and a black castle on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 42. The wisdom of Scholar Aemon's silence spread across the training grounds of Black Castle. The cold wind swept through faces that were both dazed and filled with reverence. Rand's understated yet thunderous declaration, I have severed it, echoed in the minds of all present like the most arcane of incantations, stirring a tempest within them. Source? Severed? What is he speaking of? No one could fully grasp the meaning of his words, but they could sense an undeniable reality emanating from the body of the thorn-marked corpse. Its eyes ablaze with ice-blue flames, one potent enough to freeze their very souls. They may not understand what the source was, but they had all witnessed the absolute zero that was said to be of the same origin as the legendary others. And that man not only faced such a horrific entity, but also returned with its spoils. The visual shock was far more persuasive than any battle report. Jeor Mormont, the seasoned commander of the Night's Watch, stood rigidly in place like a stone statue. His mind was a blank slate, utterly incapable of processing the incomprehensible scene before him. He had dispatched a contingent to address the leaking pipes of East Sea Watch. And yet this contingent had not gone to fix the pipes, but had instead pulled the main valve of the waterworks? Was this even reasonable? His rationality, his military acumen, all the combat experiences passed down through the 8 millennia of the Night's Watch were utterly shattered in that moment. He stared blankly at Rand's receding figure, and for the first time, a feeling of powerlessness surged within him. He realized that he and the entire Night's Watch had been mistaken from the very beginning. They have persistently endeavored to comprehend, control, and exploit an existence that has long transcended the realm of mortals, which in itself is the height of folly. The affairs officer, Bowermalsey, trembling with trepidation, roused the esteemed commander from his reverie. What shall be done with the corpse and the esteemed Jon Snow and Lord Tarly? Mormont laboriously turned his stiff neck, his gaze sweeping over the mindless wailing corpse of the Wights still upon its steed, then over the conscious yet hollow-eyed Jon Snow, seemingly devoid of his soul, and finally resting upon the still unconscious Samwell Tarly, who appeared to be lost in a nightmare, murmuring incessantly. A profound weariness surged within him like a tide. Send Tarly to the citadel for Maester Aemon to examine him properly, he rasped, issuing his first command. As for Snow, he hesitated, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Let him rest. No one is to disturb him without my orders. He understood the weight of the psychological blow that this young man, in whom he had placed such high hopes, had endured. He needed time to heal his wounds in solitude. And the Wight? Bowermalsey cautiously gestured towards the corpse. Mormont's expression instantly hardened, becoming cold and resolute. Burn it. He spat through clenched teeth. Reduce it to ashes with fire oil. Not a trace should remain. No matter how formidable that dark entity may be, I, Jeor Mormont, as the commander of the Night's Watch, shall never permit any monstrosity born of my brothers to persist within Castle Black. This is my final decree. The citadel, nestled in the quietest corner of Castle Black, is a stone tower housing countless ancient tomes and scrolls. The air is infused with the distinctive tranquility of aged parchment and herbs. Maester Aemon sat quietly at a writing desk. Though blind, his insight surpassed that of any man's gaze. He had not ventured to the training yard. Yet he was acutely aware of all that transpired there. The sudden yet swiftly receding, overwhelming aura of death, the simultaneous surge of reverence and dread among the 100 Night's Watchmen, and the shattering of the young Jon Snow's faith, akin to a crystal irreparably fractured. He could even sense the unique essence emanating from the Wight that had been brought back, suffused with the absolute zero of the laws of annihilation. It seemed his predictions had come to fruition. Aemon slowly set down the ancient text inscribed in Braille, his expression devoid of shock, imbued instead with a calm that suggested foreknowledge of all that had transpired. Yet beneath this tranquility lay an unspoken, profound anxiety, one that even he found difficult to articulate. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open. 2 Night's Watchmen cautiously carried the unconscious Samwell Tarly inside and gently placed him upon a low couch adorned with soft furs. Maester Aemon, one of the Night's Watchmen respectfully announced, the Grand Commander wishes for you to see the Tarly brothers. Very well, nodded Maester Aemon, you may leave. Once the two departed, Maester Aemon slowly rose, leaning upon his cane as he approached Samwell's bedside. He extended his withered hands, resembling the bark of an ancient tree, and gently placed them upon Samwell's forehead, which was cold with fear. His fingers trembled slightly, and a faint yet profound essence of wisdom and tranquility began to flow from his fingertips into Samwell's tumultuous mind. Frost-blue eyes, flowers everywhere. Samwell murmured in anguish as he lay unconscious, evidently suffering from severe psychological trauma inflicted by his experiences at the Ice Burial Mound and the ruins of the Watchtower. Maester Aemon remained silent, eyes closed, quietly absorbing the shattered fragments of Samwell's fearful memories. After a moment, he gradually withdrew his hands, revealing a bittersweet smile tinged with resignation. Not just a success, he murmured, his voice laced with deep astonishment. He has devoured the divine, though he had not witnessed it firsthand, through the shards of Samwell's memories. He had pieced together the overarching narrative, a direct confrontation with the ancient undead king, an encounter with the legendary White Walker, and a counterattack, culminating in the acquisition of the very essence of finality itself. All of this sounded like an epic tale spun by a bard under the influence of wine. Yet Maester Aemon knew it to be true, a mortal capable of consuming divinity. He slowly returned to his desk, resuming his seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly upon the surface. No, he was no longer merely mortal. He was evolving in a direction beyond our comprehension and prediction. Once again, Maester Aemon recalled that day when he spoke to the boy in the language of his homeland, asking, Do you come from beyond the wall, or from another world? At that time, it was merely an instinctive intuition rooted in the depths of his Targaryen bloodline regarding prophecies and visions, but now he felt a near certainty. The boy named Jon Snow, his soul undeniably did not belong to this world. Only a variable from beyond this realm, outside the bounds of established order, could enact such subversive acts that defy all balance. Reincarnation Palace. Maester Aemon suddenly uttered an exceedingly ancient name, steeped in taboo. It was a term he had encountered only once in the most esoteric and secretive prophecies of the Targaryen lineage. The ancient scrolls foretold, when the long night returns and the stars weep blood, the pieces from the Reincarnation Palace shall descend upon the world, heralding both the prologue of destruction and the sole possibility of rebirth. Pieces? Maester Aemon sighed deeply, his voice imbued with compassion. He lifted his sightless eyes, which had long been devoid of any light, toward the direction of the king's tower. Yet, it seemed as though this pawn was beginning to yearn to leap from the chessboard and devour the player. Meanwhile, within the chamber of Mo Ran in the king's tower, he remained unaware that an old fox, who had lived for over a century, had nearly unraveled his greatest secret. At that moment, he was seated cross-legged in the center of the room. Before him hovered two trophies of conquest. One was an ice spear, forged from the power of annihilation by the night of the otherworldly beings. After losing its master, it did not dissipate immediately, but was forcibly restrained by Mo Ran's own strength. The other was a fragment of the Fishlangu, inscribed with ancient runes, obtained from the wild scout Yedrite. Mo Ran gazed at these two objects, emblematic of the extreme forces of ice and fire in this world, the Fishlangu representing the old gods, akin to the life-giving fire of the Light King, and a glimmer of madness and curiosity, characteristic of a scientific mind, sparkled in his eyes. What kind of monstrosity could be born if I could analyze and fuse these two diametrically opposed powers, and then utilize the artifact crafting techniques of my cultivation realm to forge them into an entirely new treasure? A groundbreaking experiment, unprecedented in history, was about to take shape in his hands. Chapter 43. The curiosity of Samwell within the tower of the academy. A serene and tranquil atmosphere prevailed. Samwell Tarly gradually awakened from a long slumber, fraught with icy blue nightmares. He abruptly sat up from the low couch, gasping for breath. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Flowers everywhere, and eyes, those haunting eyes. He found himself unconsciously repeating fragments of terrifying memories, deeply etched in his subconscious. "You are awake, child." A voice, ancient yet gentle, resonated from the far corner of the room, like a gentle stream, instantly calming his agitated heart. Samwell turned his head and beheld Scholar Aemon, quietly seated behind a desk cluttered with ancient tomes. His sightless gaze was directed toward Samwell, his face adorned with a kind smile reminiscent of a grandfather's. "Master Aemon?" Samwell's voice was still hoarse. "Where am I? Am I still alive?" "Indeed. You are alive, my child," nodded Scholar Aemon. "You are in my chamber. You have slept for an entire day and night." An entire day and night. Samwell's eyes reflected a sense of confusion. He struggled to rise from the bed, only to find his entire body in excruciating pain, as if trampled by a herd of mammoths. "That is the after effect of an excessive drain on your mental faculties," said Aemon. "Do not move, child. Your spirit has suffered a great shock and requires ample rest to recuperate." The word impact acted as a key, instantaneously unlocking the floodgates of Samwell's memories. Those terrifying recollections, which he had deliberately suppressed deep within his subconscious, surged forth like a deluge unleashed. In the icy burial mounds, the countless skeletons that crawled from the earth served as guardians. The skeletal monarch, exuding an overwhelming aura of despair and dread. Before the abandoned outpost, the noble yet lethal ice knights, resembling exquisite works of art. The gruesome scene of Sir Aliciasorn, reduced to mere pulp in an instant. And finally, the bizarre yet resplendent sea of eerie blue blossoms that flourished all around. And that man, reborn amidst the floral expanse, whose eyes were a blend of pitch black and icy blue, reminiscent of a demonic deity. "Ah!" Samwell clutched his head, emitting a cry of anguish, filled with terror. He yearned to expel these dreadful images from his mind. Yet, those visions were indelibly etched, like a branding iron seared into his consciousness, impervious to his every effort to dispel them. Scholar Aemon listened quietly to his screams, neither intervening nor offering solace. He understood that such wounds, originating from the depths of the soul, could only be faced and overcome by Samwell himself. After a lengthy pause, Samwell's cries gradually subsided, replaced by a series of muffled sobs, akin to a wounded cub. Master Iman lifted his tear-streaked, plump face, his voice trembling with a near collapse. He inquired, "What I have seen, is it all true? I am not merely dreaming, am I?" Scholar Iman slowly sighed. "It is true, child." His response was light, yet weighed heavily, shattering the last vestige of hope within Samwell's heart. The voice of the man, Imoran Samwell, trembled violently. "What is he? A demon? A dark lord risen from the depths of the abyss?" This question echoed in the hearts of all who had witnessed those events within the Black Castle. Scholar Iman fell silent, refraining from an immediate response. Gradually, he rose, leaning on his cane as he approached the window. His blind eyes gazed out at the monotonous gray sky. "A demon?" He slowly shook his head. "No, child. He is far more complex than a demon, and far more terrifying." Scholar Iman turned back to face Samwell. On his countenance, etched with wisdom's creases, an expression of profound seriousness and deep significance emerged. "Samwell Tarly," he uttered slowly, articulating the entirety of Samwell's name. "Tell me, what thoughts crossed your mind when you read those ancient epics about the first long night?" Samwell was momentarily taken aback, utterly unable to follow the leaps of thought made by Bachelor Iman. What was he thinking? He stammered, contemplating the valiant heroes of yore, the audacity of the ancestors, and the greatness of Azor Ahai. Was that all? Iman pressed on. What else could there be? Are you not curious? The cadence of Iman's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, guiding Samwell's thoughts. Are you not intrigued by those so-called others, the army of the dead? Where do they truly originate? Are you not curious about this so-called long night, the absolute zero that threatens to envelop the entire world? What is its essence? Are you not curious whether our world, beyond the dualities of life and death, ice and fire, harbors higher laws that elude our comprehension? Each of Iman's inquiries struck Samwell's heart like a heavy hammer. Curious. Indeed, he was. As a born scholar, a bookworm insatiably thirsting for knowledge. His curiosity surpassed that of anyone else. Yet, his inquisitiveness had long been stifled by his timid nature and fear of the unknown. And now, Iman was gently prying open the Pandora's box that had long been shackled within him. Samwell's breath quickened. The glimmer of fear in his small eyes, previously devoid of spirit, reignited with a spark of enlightenment. It was the light of knowledge. He gazed at Iman, his voice trembling yet filled with yearning, inquired, "Do you mean?" "My meaning, child." Iman's face broke into a reassuring smile. He understood that this boy, long deemed a disgrace by his father, harbored within him a quality more precious than any valor, wisdom, and an unrelenting quest for truth. Fear stems from the unknown. Iman slowly uttered the words that would alter Samwell's life forever. The only way to conquer fear is to understand it, to study it, to unveil its mysterious veil. He extended his hand, pointing towards the direction of the king's tower. "That man, Mager. He is neither a demon nor a deity." Iman's voice grew distant, infused with a near-mad thirst for knowledge. "He is a key from beyond the world, capable of unlocking all the ultimate secrets of our realm. And you, Samwell Tarly." He turned his gaze back to Samwell, and in his blind eyes, there flickered a light brighter than any star. "You have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Become the first to grasp this key and endeavor to decipher its historical significance." Meanwhile, within the king's tower, in the chamber of M.O. Ran, a frenzied alchemical experiment has reached its most critical juncture. M.O. Ran sits cross-legged at the center of the room, his eyes tightly shut, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. Before him, a frost-laden spear, forged from the arcane laws of the otherworldly knights, hovers in midair alongside a fragment of the ancient fishbeam wood, imbued with the essence of the old gods. Below them, a dark, inky flame, seemingly linked to the abyss of the Nine Nether, is raging fiercely. This inferno, summoned with nearly half of M.O. Rant's recently restored primordial essence, is the Nine Nether Ghost Fire, a true demonic flame meant for refining souls and forging artifacts. At this moment, he endeavors to use this fire from the realm of cultivation to meld these two creations of law from this world. This is nothing short of a mad fusion transcending the dimensions of two realms. Sizzle. The indomitable frost spear begins to slowly melt under the scorching Nine Nether Ghost Fire. Rather than transforming into liquid, it disintegrates into countless primal, flickering, ice-blue runes of extinction. On the other side, the ancient fragment of fishbeam wood begins to emit a gentle, vibrant green glow. Numerous ancient runes of life and nature gradually emerge from within. The two opposing runes of law, under the compulsion of the Nine Nether Ghost Fire, slowly draw closer, collide, and fuse. Each collision erupts with a dangerously volatile energy. M.O. Rant's body trembles violently. His complexion grows increasingly ashen, and a trickle of blood escapes the corner of his mouth. He understands that he is on the verge of collapse. The repulsive reaction between these two laws is far more intense than he had anticipated. His primordial essence emits a mournful cry of impending rupture. Damn it! Is it all going to unravel? Just as he is about to concede. Preparing to forcibly terminate this alchemical endeavor at the last moment, an unforeseen variable suddenly emerges. Within his Dantian's energy sea, the core of his shattered primordial essence, a purple nebula formed from the soul fragments of the Ice Tomb King, suddenly stirs to life. It appears to be drawn by the two clashing laws of power. It actively emits a faint, yet resolute purple soul force. This soul force rushes through Mo Rant's meridians and instantaneously surges into the Nine Nether Ghost Fire. Then, a miracle occurs. Chapter 44. The Silent Night as the faint yet potent purple soul energy, imbued with the regal will of the Ice Tomb King that had endured for millennia, merged with the blazing flames of the Nine Nether Fiery Inferno. A remarkable transformation occurred within the energy field of the room, one that defies description. The two opposing runes, representing annihilation and life, which had previously clashed like fire and water, suddenly ceased their hostilities under the harmonious influence of the purple soul energy. It was as if two rebellious generals, locked in a life and death struggle, had unexpectedly encountered their supreme sovereign. Though still distinct, they no longer attacked one another. Instead, they began to orbit the purple soul energy in a meticulously orchestrated dance, as if commanded by some invisible edict. A flicker of profound shock and exhilaration ignited in Mo Rant's eyes as realization dawned upon him. The Ice Tomb King, an ancient hero, had once been the guardian of life and, in death, transformed into the sovereign of demise. His very soul had undergone a metamorphosis from life to death, inherently possessing a unique attribute capable of reconciling these two extreme forces. This was nothing short of a divine catalyst. Heaven favors me. Mo Rant felt no hesitation. Enduring the agonizing pain of his crumbling golden core, he expelled every remnant of the Ice Tomb King's soul energy from within himself. Like a gambler placing a desperate bet, he infused it entirely into the Nine Nether Fiery Inferno. Boom! The dark, demonic flames erupted instantaneously. The color of the flames underwent an uncanny transformation, shifting from pure black to reveal a profound and regal purple at its core, emanating an aura of sovereign majesty. Under the coercive union of this purple heart fire, the countless ice blue annihilation runes and emerald green life runes finally relinquished their resistance. They began to draw near, intertwine, and merge in an esoteric manner, reminiscent of the double helix structure of DNA. Life and death, ice and fire. These two diametrically opposed principles harmoniously intertwined in a manner close to perfection, forming a new, stable, composite structure of laws that transcended both. It was a triumph. Mo Rant gazed upon this miraculous scene, his eyes alight with the fervor and pride of a creator. He knew his gamble had paid off. He had birthed a novel form of power, one that had never before graced the realms of cultivation in his past life. Now, the final shaping awaited. Mo Rant's hands swiftly formed intricate, ancient sigils brimming with the essence of demonic craft. The heavens served as the furnace, and all laws as the copper. Yin and yang inverted, life and death united in the crucible. In my name, I shape thy form. Command. He thrust his fingers forward like a sword, unleashing the culmination of his endeavor. The orb of chaotic energy, which had fused two distinct runic laws, suddenly contracted and transformed violently. Under the guidance of Mo Rant's formidable will, imbued with the personal aesthetic of the soul-devouring demon lord, it gradually elongated, taking the nascent form of a sword. It was an exceptionally elongated single-edged blade, reminiscent of a harmonious amalgamation of the Eastern Tang Dao and the Western longsword. One side of the blade shimmered with an ice-blue hue, as pure and crystalline as the most pristine ice, adorned with countless enigmatic runes symbolizing annihilation. Conversely, the other side radiated a deep, verdant green, reminiscent of the most profound and life-infused forest, similarly adorned with ancient runes representing nature. Where these two contrasting facets of the blade met along the spine, a profound and regal purple emanated with an air of majesty. The hilt was crafted from an unknown black substance, entwined with a gruesome, skeletal nine nether dragon intricately carved from bone. The crossguard formed a bizarre totem, interwoven from the wings of three crows, a spontaneous tribute to the three-eyed raven that had inspired him. At the moment this artifact, rife with contradictions and an eerie perfection that rendered one breathless, fully materialized, a resonant hum, akin to the essence of the cosmos itself, reverberated throughout the chamber. An indescribable aura of terror, transcending all powers of this world, erupted from the sword, causing the entire Black Castle to tremble violently. All the slumbering or vigilantly awake sentinels felt a profound trepidation emanating from the depths of their souls, as if a forbidden entity capable of upending the balance of the entire world had been born. Within the tower of the academic city, Eamon the scholar, who had just administered a calming herbal concoction to Samuel, suddenly lifted his head. His blind eyes turned toward the direction of the king's tower. For the first time, his face, usually serene and etched with wisdom, reflected an expression of sheer horror. Impossible, he gasped. He had forcibly fused the primal laws of ice and fire. This was no longer mere strategy. Eamon trembled violently from the shock. He was defying the heavens. Meanwhile, within the grand tent of the king beyond the borders, Melisandre, who had been contemplating his next steps with closed eyes, abruptly opened them. The legendary sword Dawn, once belonging to the Lightbringer Arthur Dane, at his waist, began to emit a low, ominous hum of vigilance and dread, even without being drawn. What is happening? A grave expression settled upon Melisandre's face. He sensed a terrifying sword intent emerging from the direction of the southern wall, one that could rival the divine sword in his grasp, perhaps even overshadowing it. That man Melisandre slowly rose, his eyes glinting with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. How many secrets do you still conceal? In the chamber of King Tamran, the newly forged divine sword hovered silently before him, its radiance now entirely subdued, resembling an extraordinary piece of art. Yet Tamran was acutely aware of the terrifying power that resided within. A satisfied smile, akin to that of a child who has just received their most cherished toy, graced his face. He extended his hand to gently grasp the icy hilt, which felt as smooth as jade, and a profound sense of connection surged through him. This was the first fated treasure he had personally crafted since arriving in this world. From this day forth, he softly addressed the blade, "You shall be called." He pondered for a moment. Visions of a sea of azure flowers, teeming with death and rebirth, flickered in his mind. Alongside the image of a world he would soon usher into eternal darkness. Silence of the night, he decided, the tranquil, eternal night. As if it understood, a fleeting violet glimmer danced across the sword's surface, a response, or perhaps a proclamation. Thus, a weapon capable of instilling fear across the entirety of the world was born. It would serve as the cornerstone for Tamran's dominion over the northern realm, laying the foundation for his own eternal night dynasty. Chapter 45. The prototype of the undead laborers as the divine sword named Silence of the Night finally dimmed its brilliance and floated serenely in the air. Tamran's complexion had turned as pale as parchment. He felt utterly drained, a sharp, needle-like pain radiating from the depths of his golden core. This reckless forging, transcending the laws of the world, had nearly depleted all the resources he had amassed after devouring the Ice-Tomb King, even encroaching upon his innate essence. He weakly grasped the hilt of Silence of the Night, and a wondrous sensation of kinship coursed through him, as if the sword were an intrinsic part of his being. The blade shimmered with icy blue and emerald hues, ultimately merging into the profound purple of its spine, regaining its ancient and understated appearance. Tamran smiled contentedly. Though a hint of fatigue lingered in his expression, he understood that the sword's potency far exceeded his expectations. It was not merely a sharp weapon, but a tool capable of amplifying his own strength and harmonizing the laws of life and death. With it, his future path of cultivation would be significantly smoother. He positioned Silence of the Night across his lap and swiftly entered a meditative state, commencing the repair of his damaged meridians and the exhaustion of his golden core. He remained in this state for a full 3 days and nights. Throughout this duration, the entire Black Castle was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. No one dared to disturb the being within the king's tower. Even the loudest crows seemed to have learned to be silent. The night watchmen dutifully fulfilled their responsibilities. Yet each pair of eyes concealed a lingering sense of reverence and fear. General Jimmermorn isolated himself in the command office, surrounded day after day by maps and correspondence from the Eastern Sea. It seemed as though he had aged a decade overnight, his once keen, hawk-like eyes now bloodshot and weary. He required time to assimilate all that was capable of upending his worldview, and even more so, to contemplate how to carve a path for the Night's Watch amidst this inexorable transformation. Jon Snow had irrevocably morphed into a taciturn shadow. He ceased participating in the training of new recruits and withdrew from all communication, devoting his days solely to caring for his equally silent direwolf. Alone, he would wield his sword in the training yard that had once witnessed the rebirth of Alice Karstark, from dawn until dusk. It appeared he sought to vent the confusion and anguish within him through this primal act, in pursuit of an answer that had long since vanished. Meanwhile, Samuel Tarly became a frequent visitor to the Citadel's tower. Under the guidance of Archmaester Aemon, the fears that once gripped his heart were being supplanted by a more fervent desire for knowledge. No longer did he perceive the others merely as malevolent beings. Instead, he regarded them as an ultimate subject worthy of study and interpretation. He began fervently poring over every forbidden tome in the Citadel concerning the White Walkers, the Long Night, and ancient magics, striving to uncover even the faintest trace that might elucidate the existence of the others from those yellowed, dust-laden parchments. There was no longer weakness in his gaze. It was replaced with a fervent light characteristic of a scholar. He even began to anticipate the next move of the others, for it signified an opportunity to witness miracles that could never be captured in books. 3 days later, as the first pale rays of dawn struggled to pierce the clouds and illuminate the Black Castle, the door of the King's tower, which had remained shut for 3 days, finally creaked open. From within, Melisandre emerged. His complexion was still somewhat pallid, yet his mismatched eyes shone with a deeper brilliance than 3 days prior. After 3 days of recuperation, he had nearly restored his expended source of power and had gained a more adept control over his newfound strength. The sword known as Night Silence was sheathed in a black cloth and slung across his back. The first action Melisandre took upon exiting the tower was not to seek out Lord Commander Mormont, nor to find Melisandre. Instead, he made his way directly to the training yard. At that moment, Jon Snow was the sole occupant of the yard. He was bare-chested, performing mechanical, repetitive slashes against the biting cold wind. Sweat and snowflakes rose from his body, forming a mist, yet he seemed impervious to it all. Melisandre's arrival interrupted his rigorous practice. Jon halted his motions, his gray eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. He gazed at Melisandre, his lips moved, yet no words escaped. He was at a loss for what to say: an apology, an accusation, or perhaps to issue yet another futile warning. It all seemed devoid of meaning. Melisandre remained silent, too. He simply walked to the opposite end of the training yard, where a pile of objects lay stacked, things tightly wrapped in black cloth, emanating a foul stench and chill. These were the corpses of their fallen brethren, collected by the Night's Watch from beyond the wall over the past few days. According to tradition, they were supposed to be cremated immediately. Yet, due to the presence of Mo Ran and the tacit silence of Commander Mormont, these bodies were preserved temporarily. They awaited their new master. Mo Ran approached the covered forms and slowly crouched down. He lifted one of the dark cloths, revealing a visage twisted in youthful terror, a face marked by the fear of death. It belonged to a ranger who had met a gruesome fate at the hands of a corpse bear during a patrol. There was no expression on Mo Ran's face, nor any semblance of respect or pity for the deceased in his eyes. Instead, there was a singular focus and meticulousness akin to that of a craftsman examining his raw materials. The time of death had not exceeded 2 days. The body was structurally intact, brimming with deathly energy, and the resentment was moderate. Barely passable, he muttered to himself. He then extended his hand, pressing it against the corpse's cold forehead. "Control the corpse," he softly uttered. A surge of pure, inky black, mid-level soul-devouring magic instantly flowed from his palm into the lifeless form. This magic acted like the most tyrannical virus, voraciously eroding and transforming every nerve, muscle, and bone within the body. Simultaneously, he imparted a faint trace of his own soul imprint, precisely embedding it within the empty void of the corpse's mind like a seed. Suddenly, the previously still body convulsed violently. In its hollow, lifeless eyes, 2 points of inky blackness ignited without warning, filled with an unwavering flame of obedience. Unlike the previously autonomous blue-eyed corpse bears, this pair of eyes held no sense of self, only an absolute, unconditional loyalty to Mo Ran. "Rise," he commanded softly as he stood up. The body immediately stood up from the ground in a somewhat rigid, yet remarkably coordinated manner. No longer was it a staggering zombie. It resembled a newly activated automaton, programmed with clear directives. It moved behind Mo Ran, arms hanging at its sides, standing silently like the most reticent of sentinels. In the distance, Jon Snow was utterly taken aback. Although he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing Mo Ran transform a former Night's Watch brother into a mere puppet, obedient solely to his commands, pierced his heart with an unrelenting pain. It was a desecration more profound than any blade could inflict. Yet, Mo Ran's work had only just begun. One by one, he lifted the black cloths, repeating the transformation ritual with each. "Rise, rise, all of you rise." His voice was not loud, but it resonated like decrees from the depths of the underworld. Once vibrant figures, once the guardians of the night, awakened from the cold clutches of death, silently forming an orderly line behind Mo Ran. One by one, 5, 10, when Mo Ran completed the transformation of the last corpse. He found himself accompanied by a silent squad of 12 former Night's Watch Rangers, now reanimated. They were no longer mere corpses. They were the first batch of black iron puppets, meticulously forged by Mo Ran's own hands. Though they had lost the wisdom and emotions of their former lives, they retained the combat skills and instincts honed through countless trials. They would become the sharpest and most tireless blades in Mo Ran's grasp. Turning to assess his first true army, a satisfied smile, reminiscent of a creator surveying his masterpiece, appeared in his eyes. He understood that from this moment forth, he possessed the means to carve out his existence on this frigid land, wielding the initial stakes to stir the tides of destiny. His gaze then fell upon Jon Snow. Pale and grim, his lips pressed tight, eyes filled with pain and struggle. Mo Ran spoke not a word. Instead, he slowly issued his first formal command to the silent black iron puppets. He extended a finger towards the collapsed wooden fence beside the training grounds, ravaged by the storm. Go. His voice resonated, calm and detached. Repair it. Jon Snow was momentarily stunned. He watched as the 12 figures, which he had deemed instruments of slaughter, promptly turned and, with stiff movements, approached the debris, commencing their laborious task of transporting wood, clearing snow, and hammering nails, embodying the role of construction workers. Their actions, though rigid, were executed with an eerie precision and efficiency. What was happening? Jon felt his mind falter once more. He had unwittingly perceived these reanimated brethren of the Night's Watch as undead laborers. An absurd term, so outrageous it seemed beyond belief, sprang to his mind. Chapter 46. Jon Snow's provocation. The morning chill swept across the training grounds of Black Castle, stirring the scattered snow into swirling eddies that danced away. Yet, mingled within the wind was a peculiar, rhythmic cacophony previously unheard. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy wooden stakes being driven into the frozen earth echoed. Crack, crack. The sharp bone claws, transformed from the fingers of the puppets, sliced through timber with the precision of the finest saws. Clang, clang. The sound of decaying iron nails being driven into planks by hardened finger bones rang out. These sounds coalesced into an unprecedented, chilling labor symphony. At the edge of the training ground, the ruins of the once collapsed fence were being restored at a miraculous pace, visible to the naked eye. The architects of this marvel were not the builders of the Night's Watch nor any living artisan, but rather a dozen black iron corpses clad in tattered garments. Their eyes ablaze with dark, infernal flames. Tirelessly and undeterred by the biting cold, they required neither rest nor sustenance, nor did they need any overseers. They were executing, with absolute efficiency and meticulousness, the very first command issued by their new master, to restore the fence. What began as a whimsical directive from Mo Ran to test the capabilities of his new toys had unleashed an unprecedented intellectual upheaval upon the entire Black Castle. As the peculiar sounds of construction drew in the newly minted recruits, seasoned veterans, clerks, cooks, and stable hands, their worldviews shattered upon witnessing what had become of their comrades, those who had shared drinks, patrols, and curses about the wretched weather mere days ago, now engaged in the silent reconstruction of the castle in a spectral manner. The shattering of their perceptions was more profound than the destruction wrought by the ghoul's mighty blow to the watchtower. By the 7, a young recruit's legs buckled, collapsing him into the snow, his face a mask of confusion between fear and absurdity. Were they truly laboring? An old veteran, who had served in the Black Castle for 30 years, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He had encountered ghouls before and knew them to be mere killing machines, attacking only the living. But these ghouls, repairing the fence? What in the blazes was happening? It was an utter desecration of the dead. A young ranger, seemingly of noble birth and still clinging to his sense of honor, murmured indignantly. Yet beside him, a more pragmatic old clerk regarded the 12 eerily efficient undead laborers with an expression of peculiar intrigue. He stroked his chin, thinned from years of tallying supplies, and mused aloud. Desecration? Why do I feel that this might actually be quite cost-effective? They require no food, no sleep, do not complain, and need no pay. This is the epitome of perfect labor. The capitalist notion startled him, prompting a vigorous shake of the head as he tried to expel this blasphemous thought from his mind. But his efforts were in vain, for the more he pondered, the more the rationale seemed to solidify in his mind. At the center of this tempest of thought instigated by the undead laborers stood Jon Snow, resembling a statue at the far end of the training ground. He had maintained this posture for a full hour, his vacant gaze fixed upon the once brothers now transformed into silent laborers. His mind had long ceased to function. His heart, brimming with honor, responsibility, and solemn vows, was repeatedly and mercilessly ground to dust before the absurd scene steeped in postmodern magical realism. Yet the orchestrator of this chaos, Ran, had long departed from the training grounds, indifferent to the tremendous uproar caused by his preliminary infrastructural test. To him, this was merely a nascent endeavor, a modest attempt to intricately merge his past life's demonic philosophies with the productive forces of this world. His true ambitions were far grander. At this moment, he was en route to the command tower, having just received a message from Melisandre that Donghai Wang had relayed new information. The atmosphere in the commander's office was stifling, almost palpable. Jormerman sat behind his desk, weariness etched upon his face. Before him stood two figures, Ran and Melisandre. Moments earlier, Jormerman's voice had rasped like sandpaper as he conveyed the latest tidings from Donghai Wang. They reported, he paused, seemingly incredulous at his next words, that the water ghosts besieging them had abruptly ceased their assault. As if summoned by some unseen command, they had turned and retreated into the sea. The crisis facing Donghai Wang had been averted. Having uttered this revelation, Jormerman slowly raised his head, his bloodshot, murky eyes fixated on Ran, brimming with an indescribable blend of shock and apprehension. He understood. He recognized that none of this was mere coincidence. He knew Ran, the man who spoke of severing the source, had indeed accomplished it. Though he remained unaware of the methods employed by Ran, the results were irrefutable. A calamity of the undead that had left the entire Night Watch Legion at a loss was effortlessly resolved by him. This transcended the realm of mere strength. It was a miracle, an awe-inspiring power that only a deity could wield. Commander, Melisandre interjected at an opportune moment, a victorious yet restrained smile gracing her lips. Do you still perceive my king as merely a boy capable of trifling malevolent tricks? Jormerman's lips quivered, ultimately forming a long sigh filled with a sense of helplessness. He gradually rose from his chair and approached Ran. Then, under the steady gaze of Ran, calm and devoid of ripples, the battle-hardened, once proud old bear, the 997th commander of the Night Watch Legion, slowly bowed his head, which had held high for over 60 years, and in a voice that was both hoarse and profoundly earnest, declared, Mr. Ran, I, Jormerman, on behalf of the entire Night Watch Legion, extend my gratitude to you. Yet, just as this historic moment was about to unfold, an enraged and defiant roar abruptly erupted from outside the office door. I forbid it. A resounding crash followed. The heavy door of the office, crafted from black oak, was suddenly kicked open with force from the outside. A figure staggered in like a wounded lone wolf. His face was streaked with tears and humiliation, and his eyes ignited with the final flicker of madness that belonged to the glory of the Night's Watch. It was Jon Snow, whose faith had been utterly shattered on the training ground. Ultimately, he could not accept it. He could not fathom that his Lord Commander would bow his noble head, a symbol of the Night's Watch spirit, before a sorcerer who desecrated the dead and toyed with souls. Lord Commander, he bellowed at Mormont, his voice filled with rage and despair, you cannot do this. We are the Night's Watch. We are the sword in the darkness. We are the guardians of the wall. We may die in battle, but we shall never yield to the shadows. With that, he abruptly turned around, fixing his blood-red eyes upon the man who had destroyed everything he held dear. Mormont. He pressed his hand against the hilt of his long sword once more. This time, confusion and struggle had vanished from his gaze, replaced by a resolute determination akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Chapter 47. A duel. The air in the Lord Commander's office seemed to freeze into ice. Jon Snow's anguished roar echoed like a lamenting cuckoo, resonating in everyone's ears. He gripped the sword's hilt, his body trembling with unrestrained fury, his blood-red eyes locked onto Mormont, akin to a cornered wolf poised to launch a final, lethal strike. Outside the door, the Night's Watch members had gathered, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. What had they witnessed? Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark, the youth regarded as a future star, had openly confronted the Lord Commander and even drawn his sword against that unspeakable horror. The expression on Jeor Mormont's face turned ashen in an instant. He had just set aside his lifelong pride, prepared to express the Night's Watch's utmost sincerity to this insurmountable force. Jon's actions undoubtedly placed him, and the entire Night's Watch, in jeopardy. Snow, are you mad? Stand down. Mormont roared in an uncontrollable fury, his voice laced with disappointment and anger, commanding obedience. Yet at that moment, Jon seemed impervious to anyone's words. His focus was solely on Mormont, the one who had shattered his faith and desecrated his honor. He understood that he could not defeat him. He recognized that his defiance might appear to the other as nothing more than a laughable, reckless jest. But he had to act. This was his last vestige of dignity as Jon Snow, as a Stark, as a member of the Night's Watch. "I will never submit to you," he articulated, each word pressed through clenched teeth. Then, Longclaw sang as it slid from its sheath. The Valyrian steel blade emitted a clear, resounding dragon's roar. In the dim light of the office, the unique ripples along the sword's blade seemed to pulsate with a chilling, lethal intent. This time, the edge of his sword bore no hesitation nor deviation, unwaveringly aimed at Mo Rand's throat. The temperature in the entire room appeared to drop several degrees in that instant, as if the very essence of the sword's piercing aura had enveloped it. Melisandre's previously composed smile vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor imbued with murderous intent. She stepped forward, and a wave of searing, divine fire emanated from her, filling the space with an overwhelming presence. How dare a mere mortal raise a sword against a deity? Her voice was soft, yet it resonated with an authority akin to divine judgment. "You are courting your own demise." She seemed poised to act, ready to incinerate this audacious insect who dared to offend her sovereign. Yet, just as she was about to strike, a hand gently rested on her shoulder, halting her movement. It was Mo Rand. Throughout the confrontation, he had not cast a single glance at Jon Snow. His gaze remained serene, as still as a deep well. The formidable claw, capable of severing the world's mundane iron, appeared to him as nothing more than a trivial straw. He simply shook his head softly at the enraged Melisandre. "Not necessary." He spoke quietly. "I can handle this childish game myself." With that, he slowly turned to face Jon Snow, who had elevated his battle and murderous intent to their zenith. Mo Rand regarded Jon's blood-red eyes, filled with resolution and wrath, and the humming divine weapon he wielded. There was neither anger nor disdain on Mo Rand's face. Only a sense of helplessness, as if contemplating a misguided junior in need of guidance. He let out a gentle sigh. "Jon Snow," he pronounced the name with deliberation. "It seems the lesson I imparted in the forest was insufficient." Then, in an unexpected gesture that took everyone by surprise, he did not draw the mysterious blade, Shiji, swathed in black cloth upon his back. He did not even move a finger. Instead, he slowly opened his arms towards Jon, as if inviting him into an embrace, completely exposing his vulnerabilities beneath the sharp edge of Jon's sword. "Come," he softly beckoned, his voice laced with an unsettling allure. "Let me witness just how sharp your so-called honor and dignity truly are." Jon Snow was utterly taken aback. Was he being ridiculed? An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged through him. With an anguished roar, reminiscent of a wounded beast, he could no longer contain the fury within him. The claw in his hand transformed into a flash of white lightning. With the pinnacle of his speed and strength in this lifetime, fueled by all his anger, resentment, humiliation, and despair, he lunged fiercely towards the unguarded chest of Mo Rand. The sword strike was executed with utmost swiftness and ferocity. The onlooking Night's Watchmen outside gasped, stifling their astonishment as they foresaw the grim scene of Mo Rand being pierced through the heart, blood splattering in a brutal spectacle. Jon Snow's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. It was over. All hope for the Night's Watch was about to be extinguished by the very hands of the young man he had so fervently believed in. Yet Melisandre, her expression still cold, bore no trace of concern in her gaze, for she held unwavering faith that her king was invincible. In the blink of an eye, as the icy, sharp tip of Longclaw was about to make contact with the fabric of Mo Rand's chest, an unexpected twist unfolded. Mo Rand remained still, yet the space 3 inches before him shimmered like ripples upon water, a barely perceptible distortion to the naked eye. Suddenly, a translucent black shield, composed of countless minuscule, pitch-black runes, materialized out of thin air. The shield was as delicate as a gossamer wing, seemingly fragile enough to shatter at a mere touch. However, when Longclaw's tip, consolidated with Jon's lifetime of prowess, struck the shield, a thunderous clang echoed, reverberating like the toll of a great bell. A tempestuous wave of energy erupted. Jon Snow felt as if he had not pierced a human form, but had instead collided violently with a mountain forged from the hardest black iron. An indescribable, overwhelming force surged back from the tip of the sword, an immense recoil that was beyond words to articulate. With a sickening crack, the wrist of his sword hand shattered under the terrifying backlash. A cry of agony escaped his lips as Longclaw slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He was hurled away like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the solid stone wall of the office before sliding down like a ragdoll, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his breath waning to a mere whisper. A profound silence enveloped the office and the area outside. as if the world had come to a standstill. The Night's Watchmen stood frozen, their expressions blank with disbelief. What had they witnessed? Jon Snow, the undisputed strongest swordsman of the younger generation from the Black Castle, had unleashed an all-out attack with the legendary blade Longclaw. Yet he had not even breached his opponent's protective aura. Instead, he had suffered a grievous injury, his wrist broken by the sheer force of the impact. Was this truly a battle between humans? It felt more akin to a fully armored knight challenging a dragon with impenetrable hide. No. A mantis dares to challenge a colossal siege vehicle racing at full speed. It exists in an entirely different dimension. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of this duel, Ran, has remained utterly still, not shifting even a fraction. He gradually lowers his outstretched arms, and the gossamer shield, crafted from the ethereal patterns of the Nine Nether, dissipates into the air like wisps of dark light. Casting his gaze down, he observes the pristine state of his garment, then glances at Jon Snow, crumpled like a discarded rag in the corner, utterly devoid of spirit. There is neither the joy of victory nor a trace of pity on Ran's countenance. Instead, he exudes a serene calm, as if he has merely completed a trivial task akin to tidying up refuse. He lifts his head slowly, directing his mismatched eyes, one as dark as an abyss, the other as icy blue as the stars, toward the entrance, where the onlookers stand paralyzed with terror. His voice, though soft, resonates clearly in the ears of all present. Who else wishes to challenge me? Chapter 48. The emergence of faith's power as Ran's calm, yet imposing query reverberates. Who else wishes to challenge me? It sweeps through the Black Castle like a chilling wind, plunging the atmosphere into an absolute zero. The Night's Watchmen, who had previously huddled together, craning their necks to witness the spectacle, scatter in an instant upon meeting the gaze of Ran's fearsome, mismatched eyes. They flee like a herd of sheep stricken by collective panic, scrambling in a frenzy, desperate to escape, fearing that lagging behind might render them the next target of the challenger. In the blink of an eye, the once crowded corridor is left desolate, save for a few unfortunate souls who have collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by overwhelming fear. Within the office, the seasoned warrior, Giamolman, regards Ran with an expression of profound complexity, filled with a mixture of reverence and a touch of relief. Yes, relief. He is grateful he chose to bow his head at the last moment, rather than foolishly confronting Ran like Jon Snow. Otherwise, he too might be crumpled against the wall, his wrist shattered, uncertain of his fate. For the first time, he comprehends the chasm of power that separates him from this man. It's not merely a difference of strength and weakness, but an overwhelming disparity of dimensions. He relinquishes any lingering, unrealistic aspirations of controlling his opponent. He understands that from this moment forth, the Night's Watch will no longer enjoy a partnership with this man, but will exist in a state of subservience. Meanwhile, Jon Snow lies crumpled in the corner, his body twitching from the excruciating pain of his severed wrist and internal injuries. Yet, more lethal than the physical agony is the complete collapse of his spirit. He has been defeated, utterly and humiliatingly so. All his honors, pride, beliefs, and even his life have been wagered on that singular peak of a sword. Yet he did not even graze the hem of his opponent's garment. This was no mere failure. It was a profound negation, one that repudiated everything he had steadfastly upheld for the past 18 years. His gaze turned hollow and desolate, akin to an oil lamp extinguished by a tempest. Devoid of any flicker of light, Ran quietly observed the chaotic farce before him, his expression inscrutable. He bent down to retrieve the long claw that lay fallen on the ground, its touch cool to the hand. The distinctive wavy patterns of Valyrian steel still shimmered, as if recounting the bitterness of the recent encounter. Ran gently flicked his finger against the blade, producing a clear, vibrant note that resonated with a lingering spirit. It still possesses some essence, he remarked with a hint of detachment, though regrettably tethered to the wrong master. With that, he approached Jon Snow. Jon lifted his hollow, gray eyes to meet Ran's gaze. Gone were the anger and resentment. Only a profound silence remained. He presumed Ran intended to use his own sword to end his life. Perhaps it would be for the best. Dying by his own blade was far preferable to enduring a humiliating existence in a world where his beliefs had crumbled. Slowly he closed his eyes, awaiting the moment of liberation. Yet, the anticipated chill and pain never came. Instead, he felt a gentle hand resting upon his shoulder. A familiar warmth, imbued with pure, life-affirming luminescence, surged into him once more. His shattered wrist began to mend at an observable pace, and the injuries within him were gradually healed by a gentle force. Jon's eyes flew open in astonishment. He could hardly believe what he saw. Ran was using his unarmed hand to steady Jon's shoulder, and within his eyes, one dark, the other ice blue. There flickered a faint yet sacred milky light. He was actually healing him, healing an adversary who had just contemplated taking his life. Why? John's voice emerged hoarsely, nearly inaudible. His mind spiraled into chaos. He could not comprehend this man before him. At times, he appeared as the most ruthless of tyrants, treating human life as mere fodder, manipulating souls at will. At other moments, he seemed like the most merciful of deities, wielding the divine power of resurrection. Was he good or evil? Or had he transcended the very concepts of good and evil? Ren offered no response to John's turmoil. He merely withdrew his hand once John's injuries had sufficiently healed, returning the long claw that belonged to John into his grasp. Hold it tightly. Ren's voice was flat. Should you lose it again, I shall personally render your hand useless. With that, he turned away from the son of the north, who was thoroughly engulfed in self-doubt and existential confusion, and faced Melisandre, who had silently observed the entire spectacle like a devoted acolyte. Have you seen enough? Ren inquired with an air of indifference. Melisandre, finally roused from the profound display of divinity and sorcery, regained her composure. She approached Ren and deeply bowed before him. Within her ruby-like eyes burned a fervent and frenzied flame, more intense than ever before. Just moments ago, Ren, in his mortal form, had confronted divine weaponry head-on, only to heal the sinner with godly power afterward. This breathtakingly perfect, yet contradictory divine demeanor had utterly captivated her. She was certain her faith was not misplaced. She was indeed following a supreme being who transcended all rules of this world. My king. Her voice trembled slightly from overwhelming emotion. The flames boil, because of you. I sensed that as she closed her eyes. It was as if she were listening to something profound. I could feel that in the Black Castle, across the Eastern Sea, and even in King's Landing. The devout who had once prayed to Larlo were undergoing a subtle transformation in their beliefs. They no longer prayed merely to the ethereal flames. They began to silently chant a name in their hearts, a name that could genuinely manifest miracles and dispel darkness. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Within those red orbs burned the fervor of countless believers. She gazed at Ren and, with an almost reverent tone, declared, My king, you are stealing the faith that belongs to the King of Light. Ren was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he turned his focus inward to examine his golden core. What he beheld astonished even him. Around his slowly mending, shattered golden core floated ethereal wisps of pure, pale light, reminiscent of starlight, which he could not recall when they had begun to appear. These points of light were neither spiritual energy, nor death energy, nor soul power. They bore a warm, pure spiritual essence. The source of this energy seemed to stem from the watchmen within the castle, who were beginning to feel awe towards him, as well as from the distant Eastern Sea, where survivors, having escaped the water ghosts, fervently praised the miraculous arrival. Is this the power of faith? A glimmer of unprecedented brilliance flashed in Ren's eyes. A novel cultivation concept began to form within his mind. The Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique could consume souls, death energy, and negative forces. Could it also devour this most pristine faith, forged from the spiritual intentions of billions of beings? An idea, grander and more audacious than all his previous plans, quietly took shape in his mind. Chapter 49, The Outpost of Eternal Night, The Power of Faith. Ren repeatedly mulled over this term in his heart, and within his half-dark, half-ice blue heterochromatic pupils sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to the stars. In the realm of cultivation in his previous life, faith was also an immensely powerful force. The righteous cultivators of the Buddhist and Taoist sects excelled at gathering the incense and wishes of the masses to coalesce into golden forms of their divine manifestations, wielding immeasurable power with a mere thought. However, for a practitioner of the demonic path like him, the power of faith was akin to a deadly poison. The myriad of intentions contained therein was complex and suffused with light attributes, which inherently clashed with the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, a practice steeped in the most profound darkness and evil. To forcibly absorb energy may lead to madness in mild cases, or even result in the collapse of one's foundational essence in severe instances. However, circumstances have now shifted. At this moment, within him lies a delicate fusion of the primordial laws of annihilation inherent to this world. Furthermore, his recently forged lifebound treasure, the Silent Night, epitomizes a flawless amalgamation of the extremes of life and death. He is no longer the mere soul-devouring demon lord he once was. His power structure has transformed beyond recognition. Thus, Could the Nine-Nether Soul Devouring technique evolve into an entirely new form under the harmonious interplay of these two supreme laws from disparate dimensions? For instance, could it purify, transmute, or even reverse the chaotic and luminously infused power of belief? Moran's heart began to race uncontrollably. A notion, audacious and revolutionary, thundered into existence within his mind. If the Nine-Nether Soul Devouring technique could indeed consume the power of belief, would that not signify the advent of an almost inexhaustible source of energy? Souls and death energy are ultimately finite. They necessitate death as a precursor. Yet belief is boundless. As long as sentient beings inhabit this world, as long as there are those who harbor awe, reverence, or fear towards him, his power will perpetually swell. This is truly a grand avenue leading to the realm of true divinity. Moran's breath quickened. He forcefully quelled the tumultuous excitement surging within him and cast a profound glance at the crimson-robed priestess before him, the one who had opened the gateway to a new world. For the first time, he perceived this seemingly eccentric woman, endowed with a remarkable imagination, as a celestial boon bestowed upon him. She was not merely his spokesperson or promotional minister. She was his chief priestess, a harvester of faith. Melisandre, Moran began, his voice no longer tinged with deliberate aloofness or indifference, but rather imbued with genuine acknowledgement. You have done exceedingly well. This heartfelt commendation made Melisandre feel as though she had garnered the entirety of the world. A blush of youthful shyness and joy blossomed upon her beautiful, yet proud visage. She bowed deeply once more, her voice quivering with excitement. At your service, my king. It is my supreme honor. Thus, the commotion that had transpired in the commander's office concluded in a manner unforeseen by all. Jon Snow, having been healed by him, was led away in a daze. Devoid of words or glances towards Jon, the proud heart of the Wolf of the North seemed utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, Jeor Mormont, having witnessed the overwhelming duel, relinquished all his unrealistic fantasies. He understood that the dominion of Black Castle had irrevocably altered. He was no longer its sole ruler, like all the Night's Watch. He would dwell in the shadow of that man. He began to silently fulfill the role of a supporter, personally issuing 3 commands. First, Jon Snow was temporarily removed from the Night's Watch and appointed as the personal affairs officer for Maester Aemon in Old Town. This decision served both as a means of protection and a form of exile. He wished to shield this obstinate young man from provoking the fully awakened dragon due to his absurd sense of honor. Second, the news of Aerys' death and the resolution of the Eastwatch crisis by a mysterious Eastern ally spread throughout the Wall and even to Winterfell via ravens. He intended for all to be aware of the emergence of a formidable variable in the north, a terrifying presence capable of altering the course of future wars. This was both a means of establishing Moran's authority and a stern warning to the foolish nobles in the south, who were still engrossed in their power games. Winter has arrived. Accompanying this winter was a king colder than the season itself. Third, and most crucially, he formally entrusted Moran with the authority to handle all corpses collected beyond the Wall by the Night's Watch, effectively transferring a portion of the Night's Watch's military power into Moran's hands. Everyone understood the implications of these corpses in Moran's possession. They represented an army of the undead capable of infinite expansion. Upon the dissemination of these 3 commands throughout Castle Black, silence enveloped the Night's Watch. They recognized that a new era had dawned, one dominated by the dark reign of the man named Moran. There would be no turning back. As the architect of this transformation, Moran once again secluded himself within the confines of the King's Tower. He paid no heed to the tumultuous waves of reaction stirred by his actions, nor did he immediately set about assembling his vast army of iron corpses. Instead, he was engaged in a pursuit far more significant to him, validating his audacious hypothesis regarding the power of faith. Seated cross-legged at the center of the room, his innate artifact, the Silent Knight, lay across his knees. His consciousness was wholly immersed in the shattered golden core, now restored to 1/3 of its original state. He could distinctly perceive the milky white points of faith, resembling starlight, floating around the golden core, growing increasingly numerous and luminous with the passage of time. Evidently, the developments surrounding the divine miracle of Eastwatch and the duel at Castle Black had significantly elevated the awe the Night's Watch felt towards him. It was time. A flicker of determination flashed in Moran's eyes. He hesitated no longer. He forcefully activated the Nine-Nether Soul Devouring technique, which had begun to merge with the principles of annihilation. With Nine-Nether as the furnace and myriad thoughts as fuel, Yin and Yang reversed, gods and demons amalgamated. Devour. He uttered a low command. An unprecedented, terrifying pull, infused with the principles of both devouring and annihilation, erupted from his golden core. The sacred, milky white points of faith that floated around him immediately began to thrash about in a panic, instinctively attempting to flee. For Mo Rand's technique was their natural nemesis. Yet, it was already too late. Under that irresistible, authoritative pull, countless glimmers of faith were inexorably drawn, much like rivers converging into the sea, towards the slowly rotating, shattered dark golden core. The sharp, jarring sounds echoed through Mo Rand's spiritual realm, reminiscent of ice plunging into boiling oil. In the instant that the sacred power of faith collided with the malevolent aura of the Nine Nether, a fierce conflict and annihilation ensued. An indescribable terror, akin to having his very soul torn asunder, surged through his entire being. Mo Rand's body trembled violently, and a jet-black stream of reverse blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the ground before him. His complexion turned ghostly pale, more so than that of a corpse, as his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse beneath the weight of this terrifying clash of laws. Had he failed? No, not yet. Calm down. Mo Rand gritted his teeth, his eyes flickering with the madness of a gambler. He poured every ounce of his spirit into the treasured artifact resting upon his knees. The Sword of Silent Night. With a resounding hum, the Sword of Silent Night seemed to respond to its master's call, releasing a powerful, regal sword cry. The deep purple light, emblematic of harmonious power, erupted forth. A force embodying order and balance surged from the sword, crashing into Mo Rand's nearly shattered golden core. It was as if a stabilizing and potent coolant had been forcibly injected into an impending explosion within a pressure cooker. A miracle unfolded once more. In Chapter 50, the long night approaches, and I am the light, as the harmonious and regal force of the Sword of Silent Night infused Mo Rand's collapsing golden core. A catastrophic disaster was averted at the final moment. The faith, which had clashed with the Nine Nether's malevolence like fire and water, found its common sovereign before the elevated harmonious laws amplified by the Ice Tomb King. Though they remained distinct, they miraculously ceased their self-destructive assaults. Instead, an extraordinarily peculiar state of coexistence emerged. Mo Rand could clearly perceive an unprecedented stable energy cycle forming around his shattered golden core. The pitch-black aura of the Nine Nether served as the foundation of this cycle, akin to the most profound dark matter, while the sacred faith, resembling stars, adorned this dark universe. No longer did they repel one another. Instead, under the compulsion of the purple order of the Silent Night sword, they began to slowly attract and spiral together, creating a perfect cycle reminiscent of a Tai Chi diagram. The malevolent aura provided the foundation for the existence of faith, while faith illuminated a glimmer of divinity within the malevolent aura. Had he truly succeeded? Even with Mo Rand's nature as a demon lord, witnessing this scene, an extraordinary spectacle imbued with philosophical beauty, could not help but elicit a curse within his heart. He had triumphed. He has truly fused the divine and the demonic, two ultimate forces that are irreconcilable in any worldview, in a manner unparalleled in history. An indescribable aura, both sacred and malevolent, luminous yet shadowy, erupted from within him with tremendous force. In that instant, the entire king's tower trembled violently. The wind and snow outside appeared to be frozen by this overwhelming presence. Mo Rand could distinctly sense that his Nine Nether Soul Devouring technique underwent a fundamental evolution following this reckless gamble. It was no longer merely a technique for devouring demonic power. It had acquired a new ability of transformation. It could convert the absorbed power of belief through the golden elixir, acting as a yin-yang converter, into the purest divine strength capable of mending the golden elixir and enhancing his cultivation. Although the conversion efficiency was still quite low, requiring 10 portions of belief to yield a single portion of divine strength, it was already astonishingly formidable. This signified that from this moment forth, he would no longer rely solely on slaughter and death to amass strength. He could also harvest the inexhaustible power of belief through protection and redemption, inviting more people to place their faith in him. This was, indeed, the inception of an entirely new path for the sustainable dual cultivation of demon and god. Mo Rand could no longer contain the ecstasy swelling within his heart. He tilted his head back and laughed heartily for the first time since arriving in this world. His laughter pierced through the walls of the king's tower, reverberating across the desolate expanse of the Black Castle, causing all the night watchmen who heard it to shudder involuntarily. They were unaware of the terrifying evolution their newly birthed god had undergone. The benefits stemming from this evolution of his technique were immediate and palpable. Mo Rand could distinctly feel that his golden elixir, which had already recovered a third of its integrity, advanced significantly in its restoration after thoroughly digesting the first batch of belief power. It reached nearly 40%. Moreover, the quality of the restored golden elixir seemed to have undergone a marvelous transformation, no longer purely a demonic elixir, but now imbued with a hint of divinity. This held immeasurable advantages for his future development. Gradually, Mo Ran subdued his laughter and exhaled a breath imbued with a faint golden glow. He slowly opened his eyes. His irises, one pitch black and the other ice blue, appeared even more profound and mysterious, as if they contained the essence of life and death of the entire universe. He rose and walked to the window, pushing it open to gaze down upon the black castle sprawling beneath his feet and the distant, towering ice walls, resembling a slumbering dragon in the night. A glimmer of ambition, unprecedented in its intensity, sparkled in his eyes. The black castle, he murmured to himself, is far too small. It shall merely serve as a forward base for my eternal night dynasty. My journey. His gaze transcended the perilous Great Wall, focusing on the unknown and opportunity-laden lands beyond, before gradually shifting towards the southern territories, soon to be engulfed in war and chaos among the seven kingdoms. It is the stars and the sea. Thus, the curtain rises on the conclusion of the first volume. In the ensuing month, the entire North underwent a silent, yet seismic transformation. The miraculous tales of the eastern sea swiftly spread across the desolate wall, akin to wings taking flight. Every night's watchman became aware of the emergence of a mysterious guardian at the Black Castle, a figure capable of repelling the undead calamity single-handedly. His name was Mo Ran. In moments of dread faced during the interminable nights, people found themselves silently invoking his name, beseeching his protection. Mo Ran, in turn, did not disappoint them. He fulfilled his promise. He commenced the systematic assembly of his black iron skeletal army. With the unwavering cooperation of Gior Mormont, the Night's Watch amassed the frozen remains of hundreds of rangers who had perished outside the wall due to various misfortunes, bringing them forth from their icy tombs for Mo Ran's transformation. Thus, an army of 300 utterly loyal undead soldiers was born. They supplanted the living Night's Watchmen, tirelessly patrolling the 300-mile expanse of the wall day and night, becoming an unyielding sentry and an indomitable bulwark. The liberated living Night's Watchmen were rearmed by Mo Ran with superior weapons and warmer garments crafted by the labor of his undead workforce, subsequently dispatched to more critical positions. Within a mere month, the operational efficiency and defensive capability of the Black Castle soared exponentially. The Night's Watch entered an unprecedented golden age unseen in 8 millennia. Yet, the architect of all this, a new god revered and feared by all, made an unexpected decision upon completing this foundational work. He chose to depart from the Black Castle, venturing alone once more into the realm shrouded in death and uncertainty, the haunted forest. No one knew the purpose of his journey, nor did anyone dare to inquire. They could only watch with supreme reverence and profound trepidation as their new king, astride his enchanted black steed and bearing the enigmatic black cloth sword, gradually vanished into the profound darkness of the northern gate tunnel. Upon the wall, Melisandre stood resolute against the wind, her red robe flickering like an unquenchable flame amidst the snowstorm. She gazed toward the direction where Mo Ran had disappeared, her beautiful visage graced with a smile brimming with pride and anticipation. She understood that her king was not embarking on a mere adventure. He was on a reconnaissance mission, surveying the vast expanse already designated as his divine realm. He sought to awaken the slumbering citizens who had lain dormant for a millennium. He aimed to recruit the first true army for his impending eternal night dynasty. Behind him, atop the highest tower of the citadel, Maester Eamon stood by the window, listening to the fading sound of hooves. In his hand lay a letter recently penned by Jon Snow himself, addressed to Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone. The missive bore a simple yet grave message: the long night approaches. Maester Eamon slowly extended the letter to the sentient raven beside him. "Go," he whispered, "and deliver this." The raven emitted a hoarse caw before taking flight into the vast, swirling snowstorm. Bishop Yaemon slowly raised his blind eyes, gazing towards the north where Mo Ran had departed. In his heart, he completed the latter half of the letter. The long night is approaching, and I am the light. He had discovered the sharpest sword forged from darkness. Volume 1. The Blossoming of Cold Bones. Concluded. Chapter 51. The new king of the forest of ghost shadows. The north wind howled like a blade, swirling with flurries of snow as it swept through the twisted sentinels of the forest of ghost shadows, emitting mournful wails akin to the cries of the damned. A month ago, this place was a forbidden territory that sent shivers down the spines of the Night Watcher's cavalry. a graveyard for the lost and the deceased. Yet now, a deeper, more ancient silence pervaded, seeping into this vast forest like ink dissolving in clear water, silently staining the landscape. Mo Ran rode upon the warhorse Jing Mo, which had been thoroughly transformed by dark energies, treading steadily upon the thick blanket of snow. With each step, the hooves fell soundlessly as if they were treading upon cotton, leaving not a trace behind. Jing Mo's coat was as dark as the night, while its eyes burned with 2 points of ethereal blue flame, exhaling visible frost-laden breath that further chilled the surrounding air. Ah, this free, natural refrigerator. Its efficacy is unparalleled, Mo Ran mused, adjusting his black cloak fashioned from snow bear fur, his thoughts lacking any semblance of decorum. It had been 3 days since he departed from the Black Castle. During these days, he had no definitive destination, simply following the instinctive guidance of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art, venturing deeper into the forest where the deathly aura was most potent. He craved power, requiring more and superior nourishment to mend his fractured golden core, which had only healed to less than half its potential. The awe and reverence offered by the Night Watchers of the Black Castle, though it had opened a new path of divine and demonic cultivation, yielded a painfully low conversion efficiency, akin to a slow trickle of water, insufficient to quench his immediate thirst. To Mo Ran, this expansive forest of ghost shadows, a resting place for countless souls, appeared as an uncharted, self-service seafood market brimming with the finest ingredients. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from the dense thicket to his side, causing the snow atop the treetops to cascade down. In the next instant, a colossal snow bear, comparable in size to a small cottage, rose on its hind legs, propelled by a foul wind as it lunged toward Mo Ran. Its enormous paws, resembling fans, gleamed with claws sharp enough to rend steel. Had any Night Watcher cavalryman been in his place, they would have been paralyzed with fear, bracing for death. Yet, Mo Ran's countenance remained unperturbed. He did not even bother to raise an eyelid, casting a languid glance at the giant bear as if it were merely a stone by the roadside. How tiresome, he uttered with a hint of indifference. At that moment, a far larger shadow, composed of ghastly white bones, stirred beside him. It was a skeletal bear, even more formidable than the living snow bear. Its bones exuded a jade-like luster, emitting a faint glow in the dim forest. Within its hollow eye sockets burned 2 flames of ethereal blue, more vibrant than those in Jing Mo's eyes. Its skeletal structure was seamlessly assembled, moving with an agility that defied the sluggishness and clamor typical of ordinary skeletal creations, instead exuding a formidable sense of explosive power and an uncanny coordination. This was the first day of Mo Ran's venture into the forest. After effortlessly hunting down a powerful forest king, he meticulously crafted his inaugural bone soldier, a perfect killing machine endowed with powers far surpassing its former life. Utilizing the essence of bone and a hint of the law of annihilation. Go, Big Bear, Mo Ran commanded internally, employing his catastrophically poor naming taste to direct his masterpiece. Eager to demonstrate to his newly arrived compatriots what it meant to be part of a professional team. Roar! The skeletal giant bear, affectionately referred to as Big Bear, unleashed a deafening roar that resonated in harmony with its massive form. This sound transcended the mere growl of flesh, becoming a soul-shaking resonance filled with an absolute intimidation directed at all living beings. With an agility that belied its size, it surged forth, its colossal frame swiftly positioning itself before Mo Ran. Then, with its equally bony yet more robust and sharp claws, it struck, unceremoniously slapping the living snow bear. Bang! A dull thud echoed, almost nauseating in its intensity. Time seemed to slow as the ferocious expression on the living snow bear's face froze, replaced by a profound, incredulous terror. Its prideful paw, capable of shattering rocks, crumbled like fragile, decayed wood upon contact with Big Bear's skeletal claws. Immediately, an irresistible force surged up its arm and into its body. Amidst a series of chilling, bone-cracking sounds, its massive form was propelled backward like a sandbag struck by a battering ram, hurtling through the air with greater speed than it had approached, smashing through 7 or 8 stout sentinel trees before crashing into a mound of snow, ultimately falling silent. One strike, a swift kill. Mo Ran nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, although it had consumed a significant amount of his death energy, Big Bear's combat prowess had approached that of a foundation-building, body-refining cultivator from his past life. In this primordial forest, still entrenched in the age of cold weapons, it was undeniably a titan. Come here, he beckoned toward the lifeless snow bear. A wisp of grayish white, imbued with boundless resentment and fear, slowly emerged from the corpse, involuntarily drawn to Mo Ran, who gently inhaled it into his being. The flavor was mediocre. Too many impurities, but better than nothing. Mo Ran smacked his lips, akin to a connoisseur reflecting on an appetizer, offering a candid assessment. Then, his gaze fell upon the still warm body, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. As the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique activated, a stream of pure death energy seeped from his fingertips, like a living serpent, burrowing into the corpse of the snow bear. After a brief moment, the lifeless snow bear ignited two faint flames of soul fire within its eye sockets. It then staggered to its feet from the snow, moving awkwardly to stand behind the larger bear, obediently bowing its head. It had been transformed into a lowly corpse puppet. Now, the second bear was accounted for. Mo Ran's heart remained unperturbed, a hint of amusement creeping in. He felt as though he were engaged in a nurturing game, where others raised pet sprites, while he commanded an army of the undead. Thus, a peculiar yet formidable ensemble, one man, one horse, and two bears, pressed onward into the depths of the forest. As they advanced, the entire ecosystem of the ghostly shadow forest began to undergo severe, irreversible transformations under the absolute dominion of Mo Ran's soul-devouring aura. A group of wandering corpse spirits, their minds eroded by the biting cold, sensed the regal pressure emanating from the depths of his soul. They halted their aimless wandering, and for the first time, their vacant gazes reflected an emotion known as reverence. Instead of launching an attack, they collectively turned, silently following Mo Ran's procession from a distance, as if on a pilgrimage. A den of enormous snow wolves, lying in ambush beneath the snow, whined in pain as Mo Ran approached, tucking their tails and trembling in submission. Devoid of any thought of resistance, Mo Ran paused, intrigued by these agile hunters, significantly larger than ordinary wolves. Quite fascinating. He dismounted and approached the largest of the pack. Its fur pure white as snow. The alpha wolf buried its head deep in the snow, trembling uncontrollably. It sensed that this seemingly frail human harbored a deathly power 10,000 times more terrifying than the deepest ice of the Everwinter lands. Mo Ran extended his hand, gently placing it atop the alpha wolf's head. A stream of pure, personalized death energy flowed into the wolf's body. The wolf emitted a suppressed whimper, but did not resist. It could feel that although this power was frigid, it bore no malice. Instead, it seemed to be transforming its body, rendering it stronger. After a brief moment, Mo Ran withdrew his hand. The snow wolf slowly raised its head, its once fierce amber eyes now mirroring the ethereal blue of Mo Ran's own. The gaze it fixed upon him brimmed with unwavering loyalty and dependence. It stood tall, no longer shivering, and respectfully nuzzled Mo Ran's leg, before unleashing a long, resonant howl that echoed through the wilderness. The howl reverberated far and wide, soon met with responses from all directions. One by one, snow wolves emerged from the dense forest and valleys, converging at Mo Ran's feet, bowing in fealty. A subtle smile finally graced Mo Ran's lips. He had neither slain them nor transformed them into the undead. He merely infused them with his own lifeless essence, transforming them into his most loyal subordinates while retaining their vitality and intellect. This proved to be far more advantageous than mere undead. As time progressed, the ranks following Mo Ran grew ever more formidable. Beyond the core duo of Xiongda and Xiong'er, there emerged dozens of converted corpses, hundreds of enchanted snow wolves, and even several frost spiders, long deceased, which he had summoned from beneath the earth. He resembled a sovereign surveying his dominion, crushing all dissenters and enlisting all who yielded. Wherever he tread, the laws of the forest were rewritten. The once chaotic realm of death began to acquire order. At the heart of this newfound order stood he, Mo Ran. The ghost shadow forest was on the verge of embracing its true king. Chapter 52. The second shock of Tamand, approximately 5 miles from Mo Ran's amalgamated army of the undead and magical beasts. Two figures lurked like phantoms amidst the pristine snow and jagged stones. At the forefront was a robust man with a striking red beard, the renowned warrior among wild men. Tamand, the giant slayer. Yet, within his blue eyes, which usually sparkled with boldness and defiance, there now resided a gravity and vigilance. He lay prone in the snow, revealing only half of his head, meticulously observing the forest below. Even his breath slowed deliberately, merging with the frigid winds. Beside him stood a lithe, red-haired wild woman, Ygritte. Her longbow was tightly gripped, an arrow knocked upon the string, her gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning every corner for any sign of movement. A rare tension flickered across her face, which typically bore an air of stubborn pride. They had been dispatched by King Melisandre of the Outer Lands to seek the mysterious raven that had stirred a tempest at the Ice Burial Mound. The events at the Ice Burial Mound had already rippled through the Outer Lands, conveyed by the scattered wild scouts who had escaped. An enigmatic sentinel had not only survived the ritual of the undead king, but had turned the realm of death itself into chaos. According to the incoherent accounts of the survivors, the sky above the Ice Burial Mound had bled crimson that day, countless vengeful spirits wailing, culminating in the collapse of the king's icy tomb, forged from millennia of glacial ice. This revelation sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the wild men. Melisandre, the former sentinel and now the king of the free folk, understood the terror of the Ice Burial Mound better than anyone. He was acutely aware that anyone capable of emerging alive from such a place, let alone disrupt the slumber of the undead king, could not be an ordinary mortal. He might conceal secrets potent enough to confront the greater forces at play. Thus, he dispatched his most elite scout duo, Tommen and Ygritte, commanding them to spare no effort in locating the enigmatic raven, uncovering its true nature, and, if feasible, inviting it to Frostbite Peak. "Are you certain this is the right direction, red-haired?" Tommen murmured, his breath forming wisps of vapor that were swiftly whisked away by the biting wind. "For 3 days we have trailed through this relentless snow, with nothing but the white expanse around us, not even a shadow of a ghostly figure in sight. Could it be that this wretch has taken flight? Close your mouth, Bane of Giants. My eyes are far more adept than your intellect," Ygritte retorted without looking back. Though a hint of perplexity tinged his tone, the creature's absence was indeed peculiar. Only a single horse's hoofprint marred the pristine snow, and it was alarmingly shallow, suggesting that the steed bore a weight far lighter than it appeared. Even more unsettling was the eerie silence enveloping the surroundings. At this, Tommen furrowed his thick brows in contemplation. Indeed, it is too quiet. The ghostly woods, in their understanding, had never been a place of tranquility. The roars of snow bears, the hisses of shadow cats, the howls of tundra wolves, and the incessant whispers of the half-transformed corpses, cursed by the god of frost, were the symphony of this forest. Yet now, after a full day of pursuit, penetrating at least 20 miles into the heart of the woods, they had not heard a single bird call. The world around them was reduced to the mournful wails of the wind and snow. This profound stillness was more chilling than any known peril. There's a scent of blood ahead. Ygritte's keen senses, sharp as a hound's, detected an unusual aroma wafting through the air. They exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively softening their footsteps, akin to the most agile shadow cats, silently advancing towards the source of the scent. Soon, amidst the wreckage of fallen trees, they stumbled upon the colossal carcass of a snow bear. Even Tommen, seasoned in the sight of bloodshed, gasped in shock as he beheld the bear's demise. One side of the creature had been reduced to a gruesome pulp. Its chest cavity was caved in, and its skull shattered. The scene was heartbreakingly horrific. Yet what struck Tommen with the deepest dread were the wounds that had wrought such devastation. A claw mark, distinct and larger than his own body. A free folk, Tommen swallowed hard. Approaching the gigantic claw print, he extended his hand beside it, and the comparison was laughable, akin to a baby's palm juxtaposed with that of a giant. What manner of beast could have done this? A bear? Impossible. Even the oldest king of the forest bears no claws of such magnitude or possesses such terrifying strength. His voice quivered with astonishment. He had slain giants himself and understood the sheer force required to inflict such destruction. This was beyond the capabilities of any known creature. Meanwhile, Ygritte knelt beside the snow bear's carcass, delicately using her dagger to pry open the bear's eyelid. The pupil had fully dilated, yet her brow furrowed deeper still. "Something is amiss," she murmured. "Its body is far too empty." "Empty? What do you mean?" "It feels as though its soul has been drawn out." Ygritte struggled to articulate the eerie sensation. "It is but a hollow shell. I have witnessed similar occurrences in animals slain by the others, yet this is different." The corpses bore an overwhelming chill and terror, yet this particular body was devoid of anything, resembling a blank canvas. Silence enveloped the two, an even more profound unease casting a shadow over their hearts. What fate had befallen their elusive quarry, the enigmatic raven? Had it met its end at the hands of the terrifying creature that left behind those colossal claw marks? Or was there a deeper connection between the creature and its prey? Determined, Tommen's gaze hardened. He was resolute in uncovering the arcane secrets hidden within the forest. They pressed onward, following the immense claw prints and the peculiar hoof marks, venturing deeper into the unknown. The sights that greeted them next shattered their perceptions time and again, eventually obliterating them entirely. First, they stumbled upon another snow bear's corpse, its demise equally tragic, exuding an aura of drained vitality. Then, they encountered the tracks of a wolf pack, dozens, if not hundreds, of snow wolves. Yet, these paw prints were not haphazard. They were arranged with military precision, as if a disciplined army were marching in formation. Madness. This was absolute insanity. Tommen rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. When had wolves begun to walk in lines? Jägerite remained silent, quietly collecting a tuft of fur shed by a snow wolf, bringing it to her nose. Alongside the familiar scent of the snow wolf, there lingered an almost imperceptible aura of death that sent shivers through her very soul. Their hearts sank further, as an absurd and horrifying conjecture began to take shape in their minds. The mysterious raven was not the prey, he was the hunter. The source of all the strange occurrences in this forest was him. When they finally crested the last ridge and cautiously peered down at the expansive ice lake plain below, despite their mental preparations for the worst, they felt their souls freeze in an instant. Tommen's hand, tightly gripping his battle axe, trembled uncontrollably. Jägerite's fingers, resting on the bowstring, turned icy and stiff, nearly immobilized. What did they behold? It was not an army. Rather, it was a moving, orderly feast of death. At the center of the formation sat a man, clad in black, upon a black steed. He remained still, as though the very center of the universe revolved around him. His horse, entirely ebony, bore eyes that glowed with a ghostly blue fire, exhibiting an otherworldly grace. To his left stood a colossal skeletal bear, its every step eliciting groans from the burdened ice beneath. Its body, composed of stark white bones, shimmered with a haunting jade luster under the bleak daylight. On his right side stood a slightly smaller undead snow bear, its eye sockets alight with soul fire, obediently following like a trained hunting dog. Before them, and on either side, were hundreds of enchanted snow wolves. No longer independent hunters, they now formed a disciplined battalion of wolf cavalry. They marched in unison, their eerie blue pupils reflecting absolute submission. At the rear of the formation were dozens of ragged corpse ghouls, no longer the aimless, sluggish figures of the past. They followed the main body with a stiff yet purposeful gait. Even at the edges of the ranks, enormous spiders made of bones and ice crystals silently traversed the snow with their 8 sharp legs. The sight was breathtaking, an unparalleled astonishment. Thormund had previously faced the others and witnessed armies of ghouls, but that had been a chaotic, instinct-driven tide of death. Terrifying, yes, but ultimately animalistic. The army before him, however, was different. It was filled with order, rich in intellect, exuding a suffocating beauty that belonged to civilization. Every undead, every beast, occupied its rightful place, forming a flawless, balanced formation of slaughter. And all of this was orchestrated by the seemingly frail man perched upon a steed. In that moment, Thormund and Jägerite finally comprehended that everything occurring at the ice grave mound was no mere accident or stroke of fortune. It was merely a warm-up exercise for the man before them, in comparison to this burgeoning legion of the undead. The so-called undead king at the ice grave mound appeared as a mere provincial lord encountering a true imperial emperor, both laughable and tragic. Thormund's voice, dry and hoarse like sandpaper, felt as if all his strength had been drained from him. What was he, after all? Jägerite offered no response. She merely fixated on the man's silhouette, her eyes a tumult of profound fear, intense curiosity, and even a hint of wild instinctive reverence that surged uncontrollably from the depths of her being. Just then, as if sensing their gaze, the man at the center of the formation slowly turned his head. From a great distance, through the swirling snow and wind, his gaze landed with uncanny precision upon the ridge where Thormund and Jägerite concealed themselves. What eyes they were! One, as dark as eternal night, capable of swallowing all light. The other, as cold as a millennium of ancient ice, capable of freezing all souls. At the moment their eyes met, Thormund and Jägerite felt their hearts abruptly cease to beat. They appeared to witness the awakening of an ancient and malevolent deity from its throne of death, casting upon them a glance steeped in indifference. Under that gaze, all their disguises and fleeting hopes were rendered utterly meaningless. They were exposed, completely and irrevocably. The man regarded them with an expressionless visage, devoid of anger or murderous intent. He observed them with calmness, and then, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted, forming an almost imperceptible arc. It was not a threat. Rather, it resembled an invitation, as if he were saying, "At last, you have arrived." Chapter 53. The meeting before the Fischung. Time and space seemed to freeze entirely beneath Mo Rant's indifferent glance. On the ridge, Tommen felt his blood congeal into ice at that very moment. The brute strength he once prided himself on, sufficient to contend with giants, felt as though it had been stripped of sinew and bone, rendering him feeble. He attempted to raise the battle axe that had accompanied him for half a lifetime. only to find it as heavy as a mountain. He strove to shout, but his throat felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, silencing him completely. Fear, a profound and unprecedented terror, arising from the depths of his soul, akin to facing a celestial adversary, overwhelmed all his thoughts. He finally comprehended how ludicrous his pride in being the bane of giants appeared in the presence of this man. No matter how formidable, giants are ultimately flesh and blood. While the being before him transcended the realm of mortals entirely, Yegerite fared slightly better than Tormund, yet her situation was hardly more favorable. Her hands, accustomed to drawing a powerful bow, now lacked all strength. Her fingers stiffly clutched the bowstring, but could not draw it back even a fraction. The wind and snow whipped around her fiery red hair, yet she felt no chill, for a more piercing cold was spreading from her spine, surging upwards toward her crown. Visions of ancient tales recounted by the oldest shamans around the bonfires of the Free Folk tribe flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Legends of the ancient gods and old demons that once ruled the world before the long night descended. In these legends, such beings could freeze mountains and rivers with a mere thought, and with a glance, compel all spirits to submit. Could these tales be true? Were they not pursuing some mysterious raven, but rather a living deity emerging from the depths of ancient myth? Just as fear threatened to consume their very essence. The man below stirred. He did not command the terrifying army of the undead to charge, nor did he make any overtly threatening gestures. He merely sat upon his steed, which burned with a ghostly blue flame, and casually beckoned with a flick of his fingers toward the ridge where they hid. A simple motion, yet it bore an irresistible will, as if a king were summoning his subjects. He is calling us forth, Tormund thought. His voice as parched as two stones grinding against each other. Forth? What nonsense. Approaching the legion of monstrous entities composed of skeletal bears, living corpses, demonic wolves, and ghastly specters? That is not merely stepping into a trap, it is akin to willingly leaping into a meat grinder. Yet, his body betrayed his will. As Ran executed a particular gesture, an invisible pressure enveloped them. This force was not brutal, but vast as the starry sky, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Remaining behind appeared to herald a far more terrifying fate than before. Let us proceed. Yegerite inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tremors within her heart. In her keen eyes flickered a resolute determination, as she recognized the futility of escape. Moreover, mans needed to comprehend the true nature of their adversary. She was the first to rise from the snowdrift, slinging her longbow across her back as a gesture of goodwill. Tormund observed her unwavering silhouette, a flicker of struggle crossing his rugged visage, ultimately transforming into a resigned smile. Indeed, escape? In this forest utterly dominated by that man, where could they possibly flee? He too stood, sheathing his battle axe in its leather scabbard, trailing behind Yegerite, step by laborious step, toward the realm of death below the ridge. Each stride felt immensely arduous, as though they tread upon not snow, but searing iron. As they drew nearer, all creatures within the undead army turned in unison. Hundreds of eyes, aflame with ghostly blue soul fire, and countless gazes imbued with an aura of chilling death, instantly fixated upon the duo. In that moment, Tormund and Yegerite felt akin to lambs wandering into a slaughterhouse, surrounded by icy blades and ravenous fangs. They could even scent the foul stench emanating from the corpses, a noxious blend of earth and decay, and sensed the suppressed growls resonating within the throats of the corrupted snow wolves. Yet, curiously, not a single undead or malevolent creature launched an attack. As they reached the front of the formation, the wolf pack, an array of ghouls, resembling an impenetrable wall of steel, parted silently as if Moses had divided the sea, graciously granting them a path to the center. Under the watchful gaze of countless deathly eyes, Tormund and Yegerite traversed through this terrifying legion, capable of shattering any human army in an instant, ultimately arriving before the man himself. Only at this moment did they behold his visage up close. He appeared remarkably youthful, even more so than many of the young braves in their tribe. His countenance was strikingly handsome, almost beyond mortal comparison, his skin pale from years devoid of sunlight, yet possessing a jade-like texture. His dark hair billowed gently in the wind and snow, accentuating his mesmerizing heterochromatic eyes, both mysterious and enchanting. Clad in the black garb of a night watchman, the attire exuded neither the disheveled air of a crow nor ruggedness. Rather, it resembled an exquisitely tailored suit for a dark sovereign, radiating an ineffable majesty and nobility. He remained silent, merely observing them with those otherworldly eyes, his calm gaze exerting a more profound sense of oppression than any spoken threat. Ultimately, it was Tormund who, mustering his courage, broke the suffocating silence. Adhering to the customs of the free folk, he thumped his chest with his fist and spoke in a low voice. I am Tormund, hailing from Frostfang. This is Yegarite. We come at the behest of King Mance Raider from beyond the wall, in search of a powerful ally. He deliberately substituted Raven with powerful ally, attempting to convey goodwill. Yet, the expression on Mo Rand's face remained inscrutable, though internally he nearly chuckled. A powerful ally? This bearded man certainly had a way with words. Nevertheless, this statement spared him considerable trouble. It seemed the performance at the Ice Grave had yielded effects beyond his expectations. An ally? Mo Rand finally spoke. His voice as frigid as ice, yet imbued with a peculiar magnetism, each word resonating clearly in the ears of the two. I do not recall having any friends residing beyond the wall. His gaze shifted from Tormund to Yegarite, his icy blue left eye narrowing slightly. At the moment of his scrutiny, Yegarite felt a chill surge from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head, as if her very essence were laid bare before him. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the dagger at her waist. Her body taut like a leopard under the watchful gaze of a predator. There is a scent of blood about you, Mo Rand remarked with an air of indifference. Quite fresh. Not long ago, you took a life. A man, struck from behind, a clean shot through the heart. Yegarite's pupils dilated in shock. How could he know? Just half a day prior, their party had encountered scouts from another wild tribe, the Glacial tribe. A conflict had erupted over a shared prey, and indeed, in the fray, she had shot an enemy attempting to ambush Tormund from behind. This was a secret known only to her and Tormund. How did he find out? Was he monitoring them all along? Tormund, equally astonished, stepped forward protectively, shielding Yegarite behind him. His eyes narrowed in suspicion towards Mo Rand. What do you intend? I intend nothing, Mo Rand replied, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. I merely wish to inform you to sheath your futile attempts at probing in my presence. Your little tricks seem more childish than an infant's cries in my eyes. With that, he gracefully dismounted, his movements as elegant as a noble attending a courtly ball. Instead of approaching them, he turned and walked towards a nearby grove, a rare sanctuary within the ghost shadow forest that still retained a whisper of the sacred. At the heart of that grove stood a colossal fishleaf tree, its trunk pale as bone and its blood red, leaves vivid as flame. Upon its bark lay a vast and ancient human visage, weeping crimson tears, silently observing the snow-laden world around it. The three-eyed crow once stood here, engaging in a fleeting confrontation with Mo Rand through illusions. Mo Rand could sense within the tree a vast and ancient vitality, starkly contrasting with the aura of death that enveloped him. Approaching the fishling moo, he extended his hand, gently caressing the face weeping blood. An ancient deity? He murmured, as if questioning, yet also declaring. Tormund and Ygritte followed anxiously behind him, completely bewildered by his intentions. The fishling moo served as a shrine to the old gods, a sacred site revered by the free folk. Any act of disrespect towards the fishling moo would be perceived as a provocation against all tribes that worshipped the old gods. Mance Raider wishes to see me? Mo Rand inquired without turning. Indeed, Tormund replied, suppressing his unease. He has heard of your deeds at the ice burial mound, and believes you are the only one capable of guiding us through the long night. Assist you? Mo Rand chuckled lightly, his laughter laced with unabashed mockery. Why should I? Just because you have numbers? To me, even the multitude of sheep is merely a dish. We can form an alliance. Ygritte interjected, her voice tinged with urgency. We possess hundreds of thousands of warriors and understand this land. We could be your most formidable support. Support? Mo Rand slowly turned, his heterochromatic eyes appearing even more bizarre against the crimson leaves of the fishlow. What you deem strength, in my view, is negligible. No sooner had his words fallen than an indescribable terror surged forth from him. This time, it was not mere intimidation but infused with tangible power. Buzz, the long sword, perpetually shrouded in black cloth at his waist, emitted a piercing cry and unsheathed itself. A stream of darkness intermingled with emerald brilliance sliced through the dreary sky, landing firmly in his grasp. The sword of the night, for the first time, revealed its true form before the natives of Westeros. Tormund and Ygritte were momentarily breathless at the sight of the sword. They had never encountered such a strange, yet beautiful weapon. Half of the blade was as dark as the deepest night, seemingly capable of devouring all light. The other half, a vibrant green like newly sprouted shoots, radiated an overwhelming life force. Life and death, the two most extreme powers, had merged in a flawlessly harmonious manner within this singular sword. Behold, Mo Rand said coolly. This is strength. He raised the sword of the night, aiming the obsidian blade at a patch of snow beneath him. Crack. No surge of energy. No extravagant effects accompanied the action. Where the sword's tip pointed, the snow within a 10-meter radius was instantly deprived of all warmth. No longer soft snowflakes. They transformed into countless razor-sharp icicles, shimmering with an eerie blue light. Every icicle emanated a chilling aura of annihilation, akin to the ice spears wielded by the others, capable of freezing one's very soul. The power of the others. Tormund gasped in disbelief, recoiling in fear. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a deft flick of his wrist, Ran brought the verdant blade of the Sword of Night to gently graze the blood-weeping trunk of the fishbeam tree. In the next moment, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before Tormund and Ygritte. A vibrant conflagration, radiant with warmth and light, erupted from the point where the green blade met the tree, blazing forth with fervor. This flame did not explode. Rather, it exuded a sacred essence. It inflicted no harm upon the fishbeam, but instead seemed to rejuvenate the ancient holy tree, causing its blood-red leaves to glisten with newfound vibrancy under the fiery glow. Ice and fire, one symbolizing the utmost death and finality, the other embodying the pinnacle of light and life. These two forces, regarded by all beings of Westeros as absolute opposites, representative of the Great Other and the Lord of Light, were now simultaneously manifested by a single individual wielding the same sword with effortless grace. Tormund and Ygritte's minds faltered completely. They stood transfixed, witnessing this miraculous scene, as their worldviews, beliefs, and all common knowledge crumbled into dust in that instant. If the prior undead army had instilled terror within them, the duality of ice and fire that Ran now exhibited inspired a profound reverence for the divine. They finally comprehended the truth. They were not confronted by a mere counterpart of the others, nor an apostle of the Lord of Light. He transcended both, embodying an ancient, exalted, and unfathomable third existence. Now, as Ran sheathed the Sword of Night, the golden-red flames and the ethereal blue icicles dissipated into nothingness. He turned his gaze toward the utterly dazed pair, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Do you still believe you are worthy of an alliance with me? Chapter 54. The terms of King Tormund was rendered speechless. His mouth, which could normally boast for an entire day, now felt as if sewn shut by a giant's needle, leaving him unable to utter a single word. He merely stared blankly at Ran, fixated on the long sword, now swathed in black cloth. His eyes vacant as if his very soul had been siphoned away by the recent display of ice and fire. Alliance. The term now seemed incredibly insipid and absurd in his mind. It was akin to an ant, brazenly addressing a dragon surveying the earth, proclaiming, "Hey, big guy, let us collaborate. I'll help you till the soil, and you can shield me from the rain." That was not an alliance. It was blasphemy. Ygritte found herself in a similarly dire predicament. She bit her lower lip tightly, using the pain to sustain her last flicker of consciousness, refusing to collapse to the ground in the face of overwhelming shock. Within her heart surged tumultuous waves, far more violent than the blizzards of the Ghost Shadow Forest. As a savage, she inherently disdained spirits, believing solely in strength. The free folk revered the old gods, but only because the faces carved into the fishling represented an ancient, inexplicable natural force. However, what Ran exhibited was a power of an entirely different caliber. It was a force that toyed with the very laws of existence. A force capable of completely subverting all known concepts. Ice and fire, death and life, which should have been the most irreconcilable polarities in this world, coexisted in his hands like docile pets. This transcended the realm of mere might. It was the authority of creation and annihilation. It was a power that only true deities possessed. For the first time, her rebellious heart entertained the notion of submission. This thought was so intense, so inherently reasonable, that she even experienced the illusion that offering her loyalty to the man before her was her destined mission. Now, answer my question. Ran's voice, like the chilling winds from the depths of the underworld, dispelled their last remnants of false hope. Mansreed seeks to see me for what purpose? This time, Tommen dared not conceal or embellish anything. He divulged Mansreed's plan and the dire predicament facing the savage tribes, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. From the relentless advance of the White Walkers to the increasing scarcity of food and resources, and to the dire plight of hundreds of thousands of free folk trapped outside the walls, Mans believed that they could wait no longer. Tommen's voice bore a note of sorrow and helplessness. Winter had arrived, and the Great Ones were awakening. If they could not breach that damned wall before the eternal night fully descended, they would all perish. Therefore, he required strength. Any force that could aid them against those ghostly entities. And you, his voice paused, adopting the most reverential title. You are the only hope he sees. Ran listened quietly, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Yet internally, he scoffed. Goodness, why does this script sound so familiar? It is nothing but a cornered wage slave seeking an angel investor to turn the tide, is it not? The only hope rhetoric is almost laughable. Unfortunately, I am no angel, I am a devil, and my investment demands not only a return but the very souls of you all. He felt no sympathy for the savage's plight. In his view, this was merely the natural order under the laws of the universe, survival of the fittest. However, Melisandre intrigued him. The ability to unite numerous hostile and culturally diverse savage tribes and have them collectively elect him as their king showcased a remarkable level of skill, vision, and personal charisma. More importantly, he commands a population of hundreds of thousands. These savages, each a warrior struggling for survival in the most brutal of environments, possess souls brimming with wildness and resilience. For the soul devouring technique, they are far more delectable than the Night's Watchmen of the Black Castle, whose souls are shackled by rules. Should he harness this power, the foundation of his eternal Night dynasty would be irrevocably secured. As Melisandre savored this thought, he gazed at the two wild scouts before him, who had completely lost their temper, and slowly remarked, "Hope has never been free." He took a few steps forward, his heterochromatic eyes shimmering with the depths of an abyss, locking onto Tommen's gaze. "Return and inform Melisandre. I can offer him a chance to meet with me." At these words, a flicker of ecstasy flashed in the eyes of Tommen and Wight. They had initially believed that after witnessing the chasm-like distance between themselves and this godlike being, he would simply crush them like ants or dismiss them entirely. Yet unexpectedly, there was a glimmer of hope. However, Melisandre's subsequent words instantly froze the joy within their hearts. Nevertheless, a meeting between kings requires reciprocal sincerity. A cold, emotionless smile graced Melisandre's lips as he continued, "I shall go alone to your appointed place." Alone? Tommen and Wight were momentarily taken aback. He intended to confront an army of hundreds of thousands single-handedly? Such confidence, or arrogance, was astonishing. In exchange, Melisandre's voice lowered, filled with a seductive allure, akin to a devil's whisper in one's ear. Melisandre must also present a sufficiently weighty offering for our meeting. What offering? Tommen instinctively inquired. Melisandre extended a finger. One tribe, a tribe formidable enough, renowned among your savages, worthy of my personal purification. I demand their leader's head and the corpses of all their warriors. That is my condition for meeting him. Boom. Melisandre's words struck Tommen and Wight's minds like thunder descending from the heavens, leaving them utterly shaken. Insanity. This man was undoubtedly mad. He actually demanded that Melisandre personally sacrifice a powerful savage tribe before their meeting. What a bloody and domineering demand. Though friction often arises between savage tribes, they had formed a fragile alliance against their common enemy, the White Walkers. Melisandre's ascendance as the king of the Outer Lands stemmed from his unwavering belief in uniting all free people. Melisandre's condition was tantamount to compelling Melisandre to tear apart this alliance with his own hands, to betray his own people. No, this was impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Tommen exclaimed that Melisandre would never agree to such terms. This is tantamount to betrayal. Betrayal? The mocking expression on Melisandre's face deepened, indicating that they had yet to comprehend their predicament. He slowly raised his hand, and the colossal skeletal bear let out a deafening roar, its two azure flames of souls firmly locking onto Tommen. A chilling aura of malice enveloped the entire scene in an instant. You now have two choices. Melisandre's voice was devoid of emotion. First, convey my terms unchanged to your king. Whether he agrees or not is his concern. Second, his gaze gradually swept over the agitated magic wolves and undead nearby. Should you refuse, I and my army shall personally lay waste to Frostbite Tooth and seek him out for a second inquiry. I am not one to repeat myself. An unadulterated threat. A raw, unmasked assertion of power. Beads of cold sweat formed on Tommen's forehead. He could sense the terrifying strength within the bear's massive form, capable of tearing him apart in an instant. He had no doubt that should he utter another negative word, in the next moment, his head would be crushed into his chest by that gigantic bone claw. At that moment, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. The wind and snow seemed to have ceased their flow. Wight stared intently at Melisandre, her chest heaving violently. She longed to retort, to denounce this man's cruelty and tyranny. Yet, when she met his gaze, one half as dark as night, the other half a chilling blue, all words lodged in her throat. In those eyes, she saw no trace of human emotion. There was no anger, no joy, no compassion, only an expansive, cosmic indifference. It was as if, to him, all things in the world were no different from dust. She suddenly understood. They had no room for choice. From the moment they stepped into this forest and witnessed this man's power, they had become mere pieces on a chessboard. The player, however, was disinterested in explaining any rules. With a hoarse and parched voice, Yiguruete struggled to squeeze out a few words. We will bring your terms. Upon finishing this sentence, she felt as if all her strength had been drained. Tommen stared at her in shock, opening his mouth to say something, but ultimately bowed his head in defeat. He knew that Yiguruete's choice was the only option that could ensure their survival. Very well. Ran nodded in satisfaction. He relished dealings with the astute. He withdrew his oppressive aura, and the bear returned to its quietude. You may leave. He waved his hand as if shooing away 2 flies. And remember, my patience is limited. The pardoned Tommen and Yiguruete felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. They dared not linger for a moment. Not even daring to glance back, they turned and fled in a state of sheer panic, almost rolling and crawling in their haste. As they vanished into the swirling snow, a cryptic smile graced Rand's face. He was acutely aware that Melisandre would likely not acquiesce to this condition easily. Yet, that held little significance. What he sought was never Melisandre's agreement, but rather to plant a seed of suspicion and division beneath the seemingly united facade of the barbarian tribe. A powerful tribe in need of purification? This condition was akin to a spell, reverberating in the hearts of every tribal leader. They would begin to doubt one another. To be on guard, pondering whether Melisandre might sacrifice his own for the support of that godlike entity. Once the seed of mistrust took root and sprouted, the so-called Free People's Alliance would crumble without a fight. And he, Rand, merely needed to wait patiently for this seed to yield the bloody fruit he desired. How increasingly fascinating it became. Rand turned, casting his gaze once more upon the ancient fishlow tree. He sensed that just moments ago. As he displayed the power of ice and fire, a faint yet palpable wave of consciousness, filled with terror and hostility, emanated from within the tree. The old god. The three-eyed crow. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Do not rush. Once I have dealt with these noisy insects outside, it shall be your turn next. Chapter 55. The wager of Yegarite. The biting wind felt like 1,000 sharp knives, slicing against the faces of Tommen and Yegarite, bringing with it a stinging pain. Yet, this corporeal agony paled in comparison to the tumultuous waves of dread they bore within their hearts. They had escaped, expending every ounce of strength, fleeing recklessly from the chilling Fishlamu grove that had sent shivers through their very souls. They dared not look back, fearing that a single glance would reveal those terrifying eyes, one half dark as night, and the other half ice blue, coldly observing them through the swirling snow. It was not until they had crossed 3 ridges and traversed a frozen river, their strength nearly depleted, that they finally halted, taking refuge behind a massive windbreak rock. Gasping for breath, the overwhelming sensation of having survived washed over them like a tide, nearly rendering them unconscious. Damn it! Tommen leaned against the frigid rock, his chest heaving violently as he wiped the snow and cold sweat from his face. The rugged features bore the lingering marks of terror and pallor. We truly emerged alive from that accursed place. His voice was thick with disbelief as he recalled their recent experience, still feeling as though it had been a grotesque and terrifying nightmare. The Legion of the Dead, imbued with an undeniable sense of order. The colossal skeletal bear akin to a mountain, the bizarre divine sword that intertwines life and death, and the simultaneous manifestation of a power derived from both ice and fire. Each scene etched itself into his soul like a searing brand. Yegarite remained silent, seated quietly in the snow, her arms wrapped around her knees, burying her head within them. Her fiery red hair trembled in the swirling snow, obscuring her expression from view. Yet, Tommen could sense that her entire aura had transformed, becoming distinctly different from before. If the former Yegarite was a blazing fire, vibrant and unruly, exuding brilliance, then now she resembled a heated iron cast into the frigid northern sea, all flames extinguished, leaving only coldness, hardness, and a hidden ember of warmth deep within, known only to her. Redhead, are you all right? Tommen inquired with concern. Having known Yegarite for many years, he had never witnessed her in such a disheartened state. Yegarite slowly lifted her head, the wind and snow tousling her hair, revealing a pale face devoid of color. Her gaze was hollow yet intricate. Tommen, she spoke softly, her voice raspy. What do you think a god is like? Tommen was momentarily taken aback by her seemingly nonsensical question. A god? What kind of god? The free folk worship the old gods, the faces that grow on trees. No. Yegarite interjected, shaking her head, her eyes seemingly piercing through the storm toward the direction they had come from. I am not referring to those wooden figures that merely shed tears of blood. I seek to know about the true, living gods who can walk upon the earth. Tommen fell silent, understanding precisely whom Yegarite was alluding to. Indeed, what is a god like? Before today, he would have considered such a question utterly foolish. Gods were mere legends, stories spun by shamans to frighten. But now, the image of that dark-clad figure on the black horse, a man of ethereal beauty, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He could command the dead, summon monsters, manipulate ice and fire, and discern the depths of the human heart with a mere glance. Was this not the very dominion attributed to deities and demons in legend? I do not know. Tommen finally replied, shaking his head in resignation. He anxiously tugged at his unruly beard. All I know is that fellow is certainly no human. He is definitely not some powerful ally. He is a devil, a demon that crawled from the depths of the abyss, one that devours men and leaves no bones behind. With a sudden burst of anger, he slammed his fist against a nearby rock, dislodging a cascade of ice and snow. Sacrifice an entire tribe. How dare he make such a demand? What does he take us for? Livestock to be slaughtered at will? Mance would never agree. None of us would ever consent. His emotions flared, as if he sought to mask his inner dread with fury. Yet, Ygritte remained surprisingly calm. She gazed silently at Tormund until he had exhausted his outburst, then slowly spoke a phrase that struck Tormund like a thunderbolt. What if Mance agrees? What? Tormund leaped up as if his tail had been stepped on, incredulously staring at Ygritte. What nonsense are you uttering? How could Mance possibly agree? He is our king. His conviction is to unite all free folk. Conviction? The corners of Ygritte's mouth curled into an exceedingly complex smile, tinged with both mockery and sorrow. Tormund, our king, before he became a king, is first and foremost a man driven to the brink. Her voice grew strikingly clear and calm, as if she had suddenly extricated herself from the depths of shock, beginning to analyze the situation before them from a cold, novel perspective. Consider what we are currently facing. It is the others. It is the long night. It is hundreds of thousands of mouths crying out in hunger. Our warriors diminish day by day, our food supplies dwindle, and our hope wanes with each passing moment. Mance knows better than any of us that if this continues, within 2 years, we shall all become fodder for those wretched creatures. His so-called unity is merely a final struggle to huddle together for warmth in the face of death. At that moment, a peculiar glimmer sparkled in her eyes, conjuring forth a deity capable of commanding the dead, of wielding ice and fire. He possesses the very power we both crave and fear. If we could secure his support, not only could we breach that wall, but launching a counteroffensive against the land of eternal winter might not be impossible. On one side lies the doomed unity leading to gradual extinction. On the other, a painful sacrifice that might yield a glimmer of hope for survival. Tormund, if you were Mance Rayder, what would you choose? Ygritte's series of rhetorical questions pierced Tormund's heart like the sharpest of ice picks, rendering him momentarily speechless. Indeed, if he were Mance, what would he decide? To lead everyone toward annihilation for the sake of an ethereal belief, or to sacrifice a portion to grant the majority a chance at survival? It was an exceedingly brutal, yet starkly realistic dilemma. Tormund opened his mouth, only to find himself at a loss for words. His once proud bravado and valor seemed utterly impotent in the face of such a crucial political decision concerning the survival of their entire kin. He was horrified to discover that he could not ascertain whether Mance Rayder would indeed acquiesce to the devil's terms. He struggled in vain, insisting, Mance, he is not that kind of man. People can change, Ygritte interjected, her gaze deepening and becoming distant, especially after witnessing true divine power. She rose to her feet, brushing off the snow that clung to her, and the look of despair that once consumed her had vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented calmness and determination. She had made a decision, a reckless gamble that might either shatter her completely or offer a slender thread of hope. Tormund, she stated, casting a glance at her companion who was still entangled in his own turmoil, upon our return, we must exercise discretion regarding everything we witnessed today. Discretion? What do you mean? Tormund raised his head in confusion. We can report truthfully about that man's undead army. We cannot conceal the bloody terms he proposed. In Ygritte's eyes sparkled a glimmer of wisdom and cunning, the true essence born from her fiery kiss. However, the matters concerning his dual mastery over ice and fire, his divine sword, and the miraculous display he exhibited before the weirwood must remain buried within us. We cannot utter a word. Why? Tormund was utterly bewildered. Sensing the true terror of the situation, we must make Mance aware of the nature of the entity we face. No, you are mistaken. Ygritte shook her head, a faint, unfamiliar smile gracing her lips, revealing the very essence of that terror. It is precisely because of that terror that we must remain silent. For fear breeds reverence, even submission. However, should that fear surpass the limits of mortal comprehension, it will only give rise to one thing, a reckless, consequence-defying rebellion. She paused, lowering her voice as though sharing a devil's secret. If we inform Mance that the man is merely an extraordinarily powerful necromancer or an aberration, he will place himself at an equal negotiating table, weighing his options and contemplating whether he might eliminate him after utilizing his power. But if we reveal to Mance that we are confronted by a deity capable of wielding both ice and fire, an entity that surpasses the king of light and the others, what do you think Mance will conclude? As Tormund followed her line of thought, a chill surged from his spine to his mind. He would be utterly despondent. When mortals realize they are up against something they can never comprehend or conquer, all their schemes and negotiations become utterly meaningless. The only choices left are to either submit completely and without reservation, or to resist with reckless abandon. Given Mance Rayder's proud nature, he would likely choose the latter, attempting to unite all the tribes against an existence they could never hope to overcome. The result would be nothing less than the total annihilation of the free folk. I comprehend. Tormund swallowed hard, gazing at the red-haired woman before him, who had unraveled everything in such a brief span of time. For the first time, his eyes reflected profound reverence. You wish to leave a path for Mance, and for ourselves. Indeed. In Ygritte's eyes flickered a primal light, akin to that of a beast. We cannot reveal all of our cards to Mance. The terror of that man must remain a shared secret between the two of us. This hidden card serves not only as our talisman, but also as our sole bargaining chip for survival amidst any future upheaval. The unspoken continuation of her thought was that this very card might become the stepping stone for her to attain a unique status in the presence of that godlike man. She had wagered everything, her life and the future of all free folk, on a grand gamble, betting that although that man was as cold as a deity, he still required mortals like them to execute his designs upon the earth. And she, Ygritte, aimed to be the first to perceive the situation clearly and to be the most valuable piece in this game. Very well. Tormund remained silent for an extended period before finally nodding heavily, though his mind did not turn as swiftly as Ygritte's. His trust in his companion and his instinctual sensibility compelled him to believe in her judgment. Once they reached a consensus, they wasted no further time. Discerning the direction of Frostfang and, dragging their weary bodies, set forth on the path back. Behind them, the wind and snow intensified, gradually obscuring the traces of their passage. What tumultuous waves would the deluded message they carried, along with the bloody condition, stir within the realm of the wildlings? A bloody drama revolving around humanity, power, and survival was about to unfold. Chapter 56. Mance Rayder's Dilemma. Frostfang is the largest wildling settlement beyond the wall. It is not a city but a vast encampment spanning several miles, built against the backdrop of the formidable mountains of Frostfang. Hundreds of tribes are scattered across this expansive valley and tundra like stars, erecting rudimentary tents and huts, enduring the ceaseless companionship of cold and hunger. At the very heart of the encampment stands a grand tent, constructed from the bones of colossal beasts and dark volcanic rock, exuding an aura of primal ruggedness. This is the royal tent of Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, and the epicenter of power for the entire Free Folk Alliance. At this moment, the atmosphere within the royal tent felt as oppressive as frozen ice. Dozens of leaders from various tribes sat encircled around a roaring bonfire. They were a diverse assembly. Some, like Tormund, were robust and bearded, while others, resembling giants, were large and taciturn. Among them were even a few from the glacier tribes, their skin exhibiting a peculiar grayish hue, known as cannibals. They were the most unruly souls on this land, free folk who even caused headaches for the kings of Westeros. At this moment, the tribal leaders, who would typically draw their blades at the slightest disagreement, maintained an unusual silence, their faces a tapestry of solemnity, shock, anger, and even fear. Their gazes were fixed on the other side of the fire pit, where Tormund and Ygritte knelt, recounting their recent experiences to Mance Rayder, who sat regally at the head of the gathering. Mance did not possess the typical stature of a wildling king. He was neither imposing in physique nor fierce in countenance. Clad in simple black leather armor, he bore an average build and a gaunt face, adorned with a neatly trimmed brown beard. He resembled more of a minstrel from the south or a fallen noble than a chieftain of savagery. Yet, in his gray eyes sparkled the wisdom of worldly insight and the weariness of age. It was these eyes, coupled with his extensive experience as a ranger of the Night's Watch, that earned him the respect of all free folk. He listened intently, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the intricately carved armrest made from a single piece of fishbone wood, his expression betraying no emotional turmoil. Tormund's voice reverberated within the hushed tent as he struggled to convey his report about a man who called himself Meryn. This man commanded an ever-growing army of the undead and other monstrous beings, and he had agreed to meet, contingent upon the offering of a powerful tribe as a gesture of goodwill. The utterance of gesture of goodwill from Tormund's lips plunged the atmosphere in the tent to an icy chill. Foolishness. A thunderous voice erupted, akin to a clap of thunder. A towering figure, with ashen skin and blood-red tattoos, sprang to his feet. He was Stag, the leader of the Glacier tribe, notorious for his brutality and cannibalism. A formidable shamanic white ape. A southern crow. A coward hiding among the dead. How dare he propose such demands to the king beyond the wall? Stag's murky eyes blazed with ferocious rage as he glared at Mance Raider, his voice dripping with provocation and disdain. Mance, surely you cannot be contemplating such preposterous terms. We free folk do not kneel to anyone. We will not engage in fratricide on behalf of some unknown wretch. His words resonated with many tribal leaders present. Stag is right. Why should we heed a crow? Indeed, what of his undead army? We have hundreds of thousands of warriors. A single spit from each of us could drown him. Mance, do not let a southerner intimidate you. In an instant, the tent buzzed with fervor. The voices of dissent and skepticism crashing upon Mance like a tidal wave. Mance Raider did not respond immediately. Instead, his gaze transcended the agitated crowd, settling upon Ygritte, who still knelt upon the ground. In contrast to Tommen's report, which was laced with anger and fear, the demeanor of Ygritte appeared remarkably serene. Throughout the entire ordeal, she kept her head lowered and remained silent, resembling an outsider. Ygritte, Mance Red began slowly, his voice soft yet imbued with an unusual penetrating power that instantly quelled the surrounding clamor. Do you have something to say? Ygritte gradually lifted her head, her sharp gaze locking onto Mance Red's, her voice cold yet resolute. My lord, I shall only speak of what I have witnessed. I beheld a skeletal giant bear that, with a single swipe, shattered an adult snow bear king. Its strength surpasses that of Mag, the king of giants. I observed an army composed of hundreds of tundra wolves, disciplined and unwavering, far more formidable than our most elite reconnaissance team. I saw him silence the entire forest with merely a glance. All living beings before him lacked even the courage to wail. Her words struck each heart like 3 heavy hammers. The tribal leaders, who had just been vociferous, fell into an immediate hush, their expressions betraying a mix of skepticism and disbelief. Steg's countenance also darkened. He could challenge Tommen's exaggerations, yet he could not disregard Ygritte's testimony. Everyone knew that this woman, born of the fire kiss, never uttered falsehoods. And so, Steg scoffed, attempting to argue. Even if he possesses some ability, what of it? He is but one man. We have hundreds of thousands of troops. No matter how strong he is, can he slay us all? He does not need to slay us all. Ygritte's voice, like the chilling wind of the ghost shadow forest, sent shivers down Steg's spine. He only needs to eliminate you. She stood slowly, her gaze sweeping across all the tribal leaders present, enunciating each word with clarity. You are all the heads of your respective tribes. Should he succeed in killing you, the so-called hundreds of thousands of troops will swiftly dissolve into disarray, even turning against one another in a struggle for the new throne. You. Steg was caught off guard by her piercing words, his face flushing crimson as he struggled to find a counterargument. Ygritte, disregarding him, directed her attention back to Mance Red, her eyes reflecting an unprecedented gravity. From what I have personally witnessed, he possesses such capability. Combined, you all might not withstand a single blow from his skeletal giant bear. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Ygritte's words were brutally candid and stark. She mercilessly tore away the facade of bravery that the wild leaders had cloaked themselves in, laying bare a bloody truth they were reluctant to acknowledge. In the face of absolute power, numbers hold no significance. A glimmer of approval flashed in Mance Red's eyes. He recognized that Ygritte had grasped the essence of the situation. He rose slowly, pacing back and forth by the fire pit. The flickering light of the bonfire elongated and shortened his shadow, casting it upon his lean yet resolute face. Within the royal tent, all gazes shifted in unison with his footsteps. They awaited their king's ultimate decision. Stag Mance Red suddenly halted, calling out a name. King. The leader of the Glacier tribe, Stag, immediately straightened his back. Your tribe is the mightiest among all. Is that not so? Mance Red inquired. A proud expression instantly illuminated Stag's countenance. Renowned for their cannibalistic prowess, the warriors of the Glacier tribe were forged in the fires of brutal combat, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. He unabashedly thumped his chest, declaring, Indeed, my warriors could take on 5 of yours. Excellent. Mance Red nodded, then shifted his tone. But your tribe is also the most unruly among all. Last month, which tribe's scout was devoured by your people in our shared hunting grounds? Stag's expression shifted abruptly. And the month prior, who disregarded my orders and audaciously assaulted the Night Watch patrol, resulting in the loss of over 30 fine warriors. Melisandre's tone remained calm. Yet each word struck Stag's heart like a sledgehammer. Cold sweat began to bead on Stag's forehead as he realized Melisandre was dredging up past grievances. King, that was all a misunderstanding, he stammered in defense. A misunderstanding? Melisandre's lips curled into a chilling smile. Well then, there is an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. He slowly approached Stag, his penetrating gray eyes locking onto him, his voice resonating like that from the abyss. Mr. Muron desires a gift upon our meeting, does he not? I believe there is no offering more fitting than the mightiest glacier tribe of the Outer Realms. Boom. Melisandre's words detonated like a bomb upon the serene lake's surface, instantly stirring a tempest within the royal tent. Everyone was utterly stunned by his audacious and ruthless decision. They had contemplated the possibility of Melisandre refusing or bargaining, yet they never anticipated he would acquiesce to the devil's terms. Moreover, the first selected sacrifice was none other than the glacier tribe, ranked among the top 3 in strength. No, King, you cannot do this. This is treachery. This will divide us. Melisandre, have you lost your mind? The tribal leaders, now aware of the gravity of the situation, rose in unison, voicing their alarmed protests. They feared that if today the glacier tribe was to be sacrificed, then tomorrow, would it be their own turn? Stag, the very subject of this grim fate, felt as if struck by lightning, rendered immobile. He gazed at Melisandre in disbelief, his pallid face devoid of color, leaving only an abyss of terror. No, no, Mance, you cannot. I can. Melisandre interrupted him mercilessly, his voice imbued with an undeniable regal authority. He slowly turned to face the panicked tribal leaders, delivering his proclamation as the king beyond the wall in an unprecedented, cold, and resolute tone. Esteemed leaders, our adversaries have never been one another. They reside beyond the wall, the crows that haunt us, and the others from the land of eternal winter. For the sake of victory, any sacrifice is justified. Stag and his glacier tribe have repeatedly undermined our unity, weakening our strength. Rather than allow them to become a peril within our ranks, let us extract their final value in the pursuit of a future for the free folk. That Lord Moran possesses unfathomable power. He is our sole hope against the long night. To earn his support, we must demonstrate our sincerity. His voice reverberated within the royal tent, rife with incitement and irrefutable logic. He adroitly cloaked a ruthless political purge as a necessary sacrificial act for the greater good. As his gaze swept over the silent tribal leaders, he declared, as long as you remain loyal to me, loyal to our shared cause, I, Melisandre, swear by the old gods, will never betray any one of you. Now, I require your strength. Join me at Eagle's Cry in Frostfang to prepare a grand welcome for our imminent guest. As his words settled, an oppressive silence enveloped the royal tent. No one dared to dissent, for they beheld in Melisandre's eyes an unfamiliar sight, the cold ruthlessness of a tyrant willing to pay any price to achieve his ends. They understood that from this moment forth, the once hopeful bard who sought to unite them all had perished. What remained was a true king beyond the wall, one who comprehended the intricacies of power and the necessity of iron resolve. Thus, a bloody trap was set against the glacier tribe, and this internal slaughter among the free folk would soon herald the true Dark Lord, Moran, as he ascended to the stage of the north. Chapter 57. The undercurrents of Black Castle. Moran had departed from Black Castle nearly half a month ago. His presence vanished as if it had never graced the walls, lost within the vast, snowy expanse of the forest beyond. Yet the impact he left behind permeated the castle like the chill of the haunted forest, infiltrating every corner and transforming everything therein. Black Castle, the ancient bastion that had stood at the world's edge, safeguarding the realm of humanity for 8 millennia, was undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis from within. The most palpable change lay within its defenses. 300 Night's Watchmen, transformed into black iron wights, had supplanted the living, becoming the most loyal and tireless sentinels upon the wall. They donned the black armor of their former lives, wielding long spears and crossbows, patrolling the frigid walls day and night without respite. The biting winds and relentless snow could not erode their very bones, nor could the chill freeze their indomitable spirit. They required neither sustenance nor rest, nor any words of encouragement. In their eyes burned 2 flickering flames of ethereal blue, embodying an absolute devotion to their sole master. Moran, etched deep within their souls. With the presence of these eternal sentinels, the Night's Watch was finally liberated from the burdensome and despairing duty of surveillance. The casualty rate plummeted overnight to its lowest point in nearly a century. Yet this brought not joy, but a profound and complex emotion, intertwined with both dependence and fear. Each living member of the Night's Watch, upon passing by the silent forms of their fallen comrades, instinctively averted their gaze, quickening their steps. Unwilling to meet the hollow eye sockets that burned with soul fire, they understood that their comfort by the warm hearth, sipping ale and savoring hot soup, was afforded by the sacrifice of those departed brothers, who continued to uphold the Night's Watch's vow in an incomprehensible manner. The architect of this reality was that man, the one who, in a mere month, had utterly upended the 8,000-year tradition of the Black Castle. The name Mo Ran had become a taboo. People dared not speak of him in public, yet felt his presence at every moment. He loomed like an invisible deity above the Black Castle, observing the humble mortals below with his gaze, one eye pitch black and the other ice blue. Commander Giamormont felt this acutely. At that moment, he stood atop the command tower, peering through the narrow window at the castle below, both familiar and foreign. His wrinkled visage bore the weight of exhaustion and impotence. He sought to reclaim order. The day after Mo Ran's departure, he summoned all officers to deliver a fervent address. He reiterated the honor and mission of the Night's Watch, emphasizing the boundary between the living and the dead, and attempted to frame Mo Ran's actions as an understandable heretical force necessitated by extraordinary circumstances. He aimed to instrumentalize Mo Ran, to integrate his terrifying power within the existing framework of the Night's Watch. However, he faltered. His speech received no anticipated response. Those officers who had once held him in high esteem merely listened in silence, their eyes flickering with conflicting thoughts. No one echoed his sentiments, nor did anyone challenge him. This silence, more chilling than open defiance, revealed to him the fracturing of loyalty. Before his departure, Mo Ran had shattered Jon Snow's pride in an overwhelming duel, dismantling the traditional values centered on honor and courage that had long been held dear by all members of the Night's Watch. When the valor of mortals is rendered utterly impotent in the face of divine might, the old beliefs shall crumble with a resounding crash, making way for the emergence of new faith. "My Lord Commander," a soft yet fervent female voice resonated from behind him. Giamormont did not turn, fully aware of the identity of the speaker. Within this castle, steeped in masculine vigor, only this woman would speak in a tone reminiscent of a hymn. Melisandre, the Red Priestess from High, who claimed to be a servant of the Lord of Light, had become the most dynamic and captivating presence in the Black Castle since Mo Ran's departure. "Is there something you wish to discuss, my lady?" Mormont's voice bore an almost imperceptible note of detachment and vigilance. His feelings towards her were exceedingly complex. On one hand, he felt gratitude. It was she who had introduced Mo Ran, a variable that, in a sense, had salvaged the entire Night's Watch. Yet, on the other hand, he harbored deep-seated apprehension towards her and her beguiling religious doctrine. He perceived this woman as a serpent lurking in the shadows, weaving an immense web of faith from the remnants of Mo Ran's influence. "I have come to report some good news, my lord," Melisandre said, gracefully approaching his side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Her gaze was similarly directed towards the castle, now enveloped by Mo Ran's power, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with fervent light. "This very morning, news arrived from Eastwatch. 30 more wanderers and criminals from the southern lands have voluntarily journeyed north after hearing of the King of Eternal Night's miracles, wishing to join the Night's Watch." The title King of Eternal Night, bestowed by her upon Mo Ran, was both novel and, in her estimation, most fitting. This marked the third such influx this month. She turned her head, a sacred yet fervent smile gracing her beautiful visage. "It has been many years since the Night's Watch has witnessed such an enthusiastic surge of newcomers. This is all a gift from our Lord." Mormont's heart sank heavily. He was, of course, aware of this development. In fact, the number of new recruits to the Night's Watch over the past fortnight had nearly surpassed the total from the preceding year. Yet, this influx did not bring the joy of increased martial strength, but rather a profound sense of unease. For he understood that these newcomers were not pledging their allegiance to the Night's Watch, nor to the North, and certainly not to the Seven Kingdoms. Their loyalty was to the one who commanded the undead, providing them with a sense of security, the King of Eternal Night. They were devotees. "Lady Melisandre." Mormont finally turned to face her, his murky eyes fixed intently on the woman before him. His voice was deep and laden with caution. "Mr. Mo Ran is an ally of the Night's Watch, our guest. But please remember, this is the Black Castle, a land that venerates the old gods and the Seven. I wish not to hear any discourse regarding the new god in this place. He endeavors to suppress this perilous emergence with the authority of his command." Yet, Melisandre merely smiled, shaking her head. Her smile bore a trace of pity, as if observing a stubborn and forlorn elder. My lord, do you not yet comprehend? Her voice grew ethereal and beguiling. A god requires no permission from mortals. When he descends, his existence is the singular truth. Slowly, she raised her hand, and a cluster of golden red flames ignited spontaneously within her palm. The flames radiated warmth and light, yet instilled a profound chill deep within Mormont's soul. In the past, I believed this fire to be a blessing from Lawler, but now I understand. Melisandre's gaze turned fervently devout, as if she beheld an exalted being. The flames are merely an illusion. The ice is but a facade. They are tools wielded by our Lord to purify this tainted world. Light and shadow, life and death, hold no distinction before him, for he is the very essence of law. She stepped forward, her fire-lit eyes locking onto Mormont's. Commander, open your eyes and behold this world. The old deities have long fallen silent. The hypocritical seven have never answered their followers' prayers. Winter has come, the long night approaches. Who stands against the legions of the dead? Who shelters the peace of the wall? Who brings the sole hope to immortals struggling in the dark? Each of her words struck like a heavy hammer upon the already wavering heart of Mormont. It is not the old gods, nor the seven, much less the distant king of light. It is he, the Lord of eternal night. It is the great one of darkness. His arrival is the greatest miracle. His will is the only doctrine we must follow. Melisandre's voice crescendoed, growing increasingly fervent. Behind her, a colossal and indistinct statue formed from the interplay of light and shadow seemed to emerge. The era has shifted, Commander. She extinguished the flames in her palm, resuming her elegant and composed demeanor. To obey him, to follow him, to believe in him, we shall attain eternal life amidst the long night. To defy him, to question him, to forsake him. The corners of her mouth curled into a cold, pitying arc. We, along with our entire decaying kingdom, shall be utterly consumed by eternal darkness. Having spoken, she no longer regarded Mormont as pallid visage, offering him a slight bow before gracefully departing the tower. Mormont stood alone, rooted in place, motionless for an extended period. The cold wind outside tousled his graying hair, chilling the heart that once stood resolute as stone. He knew Melisandre spoke the truth. He was powerless to prevent it. From the moment the first ghostly flower blossomed upon the soil of the Black Castle, from the instant he transformed the bodies of the Night's Watch into eternal sentinels, and from the moment he shattered all the pride of Jon Snow with merely 2 fingers, everything was irrevocably fated. The Black Castle, the last bastion that has safeguarded the realm of humanity for 8 millennia, has seen its foundational faith thoroughly excavated. It no longer belongs to the Night's Watch. It is beginning to transform into the first sanctuary established by the Lord of the Long Night upon this earth. And he, Jeor Mormont, the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, is neither the guardian of this sanctum nor its master. He is merely a gatekeeper, swept along by the currents of time, ensnared against his will. Meanwhile, at the other end of the Black Castle, within the tower of the Citadel, a markedly different sermon is quietly unfolding. Chapter 58. Jon's new battlefield. The tower of the Citadel is the warmest and quietest corner of the Black Castle. The ever-burning hearth keeps the biting cold at bay beyond the windows. The air is suffused with the unique aroma of aged parchment, dried ink, and a melange of herbs, an essence of scholarly tomes. Here lies the sanctuary of knowledge, the witness to history. Yet, for Jon Snow at this moment, it feels more akin to a cage, a tomb constructed from books and silence, entombing all his pride and past. He sits before the massive oak desk of Maester Aemon, diligently transcribing an ancient document from the freehold of Valyria with a quill. His movements are slow and deliberate. The hands that once wielded the Valyrian steel sword Longclaw now struggle to control a mere quill. His right wrist is bound in thick bandages. Though the bones shattered by the inhuman strength of Mance Rayder have mended, the excruciating pain of shattered bones and the humiliation of losing his sword linger like a nightmare, torturing his nerves day and night. He is lost, utterly and completely. Mance did not kill him, he even healed him. Yet this inflicts a deeper agony than death itself. For it signifies that in Mance's eyes, Jon Snow, the bastard son of the Lord of Winterfell, the self-proclaimed honorable ranger of the Night's Watch, lacks even the qualification to be considered an adversary. He is merely a hindrance, brushed aside with indifference. Since that day, he has been irrevocably transformed. He no longer trains in the yard, no longer shares laughter with his comrades. Even his closest companion, the direwolf Ghost, has been confined to his quarters. He has obeyed the commander's orders and has come to the Citadel, serving as Maester Aemon's personal scribe. His daily tasks consist of organizing mountains of tomes, grinding ink, and transcribing forbidden texts written in High Valyrian. words he cannot comprehend. He believed this to be a form of exile, a punishment. Until today, John, a frail yet gentle voice shattered the stillness of the room. John lifted his gaze to behold the slender, withered figure seated in the rocking chair by the fireplace, Maester Aemon Targaryen. This venerable elder, who had lived for over a century, was a living legend within the Black Castle and indeed all of Westeros. He was the great-uncle of the Mad King Aerys, possessing the purest blood of House Targaryen. Yet he relinquished the throne to come to the wall, donning the Maester's chain, dedicating his life to the Night's Watch. Though his eyes had long since lost their sight, John always felt that those pale, sightless orbs could see deeper and further than any other. Maester, John said, rising respectfully. Sit down, child, Aemon smiled, gesturing with his gnarled hand towards the scroll John was copying. Do you know what it is you are transcribing? John shook his head. I cannot comprehend the words upon it. This is the Song of Ice and Fire, a fragmented epic penned by the Dragon Lords of Valyria. Aemon's voice carried a hint of distant reminiscence. It chronicled not war, nor history, but the essence of power. The essence of power? John queried, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, Aemon nodded, his blind eyes seemingly gazing out into the snow-laden world beyond the window. The power we are familiar with manifests as swords, armies, and crowns. Yet these are merely the superficial facades of power. Beneath lies a more profound force, magic. He paused, continuing, the Valyrians could tame dragons, could forge rock with magic to create everlasting wonders. They relied on their understanding and application of this deeper power, which they collectively termed blood magic. Blood magic, John silently repeated, an inexplicable chill rising within him. Yes, using blood as a medium and the soul as a guide to manipulate the laws of the world. Aemon's voice grew somewhat ethereal. They believed that within the blood and soul of powerful beings lie fragments of the primal laws. Through sacrifice and ritual, these fragments could be extracted and utilized. John's heart raced. The words blood, soul, and laws uncontrollably conjured memories of that man, the spectral flowers blooming at his fingertips, the terrifying visions of him devouring the souls of wights, and that eerie sword, half black and half emerald, seemingly woven from death and life. Are you suggesting? John's voice trembled slightly with excitement, that the one known as Meryn, he too employs blood magic? No, Aemon's response surprised him. What he wields is not blood magic. The elder slowly shook his head, a complex expression of awe and reverence illuminating his wrinkled visage, an expression John had never encountered before. He himself is the law. The blood magic of the Valyrians resembles that of a thief, requiring meticulous care to pilfer a modicum of power from the world's pocket. Scholar Aemon paused for an extended moment, seemingly in search of a suitable term to encapsulate his thoughts. He resembled the master of this house. He did not need to steal, for he could directly rewrite the rules governing it. John was utterly awestruck by Aemon's words. The master of the house? To rewrite the rules? Such a horrifying and incomprehensible concept. I do not understand. Of course, you do not, Aemon replied with a hint of a wry smile. For all of us, including those self-assured dragon lords, are merely tenants residing within this house. We never contemplated that one day, the master of the house would descend personally. He turned in his rocking chair, his blind eyes gazing at John. John, are you still tormented by the duel of that day? John's body stiffened abruptly. He lowered his head, tightly clenching his fists in silence. Do you believe you lost to him due to a lack of skill in swordsmanship, insufficient strength, or wavering courage? Aemon's voice resonated like the tolling of a bell, striking John's heart with each word. No, child, you are mistaken. You did not lose to him as a person. You lost to the chasm of life experience that exists between you and him. It is akin to an ant. No matter how much it trains its mandibles or summons its courage, it can never hope to prevail against someone who could effortlessly crush it with a mere fingertip. This is not a disgrace, it is merely a fact. Aemon's words cut into John's deepest wounds with the precision of a scalpel, brutally laying bare the reality he had long refused to confront. Pain. Exquisite pain. Yet, following this agony, an inexplicable sense of relief quietly surged within him. Indeed, it was not a duel, it was an assault from a higher dimension. The honor, courage, and martial prowess he had always cherished were rendered utterly meaningless in the face of such overwhelming, crushing power. He had not lost. He had merely come to terms with reality. What then shall I do? John's voice carried a note of confusion and emptiness. Everything I believed in has collapsed. I do not know what else I can do. No, child, it has not collapsed, Aemon said, a gentle smile gracing his features. It has simply been reshaped. He gestured toward the ancient parchment on the table. Your past battlegrounds, on the training field, beyond the wall in the icy plains. What you must do is wield your sword to vanquish your enemies. And your current battleground lies here. His finger traced slowly along the neatly arranged bookshelves, gliding over the dusty, ancient scrolls that contain secrets of millennia. Your current adversary is no longer the savage, nor the otherworldly foe, but the unknown. What you must do is utilize your eyes and your intellect to learn, to comprehend, and to decipher the true rules of this world. You need to unravel the enigma of our landlord. Who is he? Where does he hail from? What are his intentions? This is the genuine purpose for which the commander has dispatched you to me. The voice of Master Eamon resonates with wisdom and the power of guidance. Jon Snow. You may never surpass him in strength, yet you might become the first in this world to truly understand him. And comprehension, in itself, is a form of power. His words, akin to a revelation, rekindled a flicker of hope in Jon's heart, which had long since sunk into the abyss. He raised his gaze to the scroll upon the table, inscribed in High Valyrian, titled A Song of Ice and Fire. In the past, those distorted characters had only brought him headaches and disdain. But now, he perceived a doorway to an entirely new realm. He was no longer that impulsive bastard, solely focused on proving himself. His honor, pride, and beliefs had been shattered by that man in the most brutal manner. Now, upon the ruins built of knowledge and history, he must learn to forge a completely new soul for himself, one resilient enough to endure in this brutal new age of gods and demons. His resolve reasserted itself. He grasped the quill, dipped it in ink, and set it upon the parchment. This time, his hand was steady. A fresh battlefield unfolded before him, and he, Jon Snow, was about to engage in a struggle far more arduous and significant than any previous battle. Chapter 59. The Rallying Call of the Frostfangs. The Frostfang Mountains, named for their peaks that rise sharply like the teeth of a predator, are perpetually cloaked in ice and snow. This region serves as the most formidable and defensible natural fortress beyond the wall. Eagle's Cry Gorge, a narrow and lethal passage, lies within the heart of this vast mountain range. On either side of the gorge stand towering cliffs, hundreds of meters high, their surfaces as smooth as glass, rendering even the nimblest of mountain goats unable to find purchase. The only route is the winding, narrow riverbed at the gorge's base, less than 50 meters wide. Due to the terrain, the winds and snow here are relentless, shrouding the area in low visibility. Even the soaring eagle often loses its way in these treacherous conditions, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and plummeting to its demise, hence the name Eagle's Cry Gorge. This place is a natural ambush site. Today, this deathly gorge is poised to witness a bloody feast set for a king. Thousands of wildling warriors, like wolves lurking in the shadows, silently lie in wait on the ridges flanking the gorge. They hail from a multitude of tribes, including the towering giant killer Tommen and his band of red-bearded warriors, the swift wolf-skin archers of the Glacier tribe, and the taciturn yet immensely strong stone-footed slingers. They represent the most elite and loyal forces under Mance Rayder. At this moment, they are all camouflaged with thick furs and snow, blending seamlessly with their surroundings, braving the biting cold winds, patiently waiting. Their weapons gleam with a pristine polish. Bows are drawn, blades unsheathed, and massive slings are loaded with boulders as large as millstones. An oppressive and deadly atmosphere envelopes the entire Eagle's Cry Canyon. On the highest ridge of the eastern side of the gorge, Mance Rayder stands against the wind. He makes no effort to conceal himself, his plain black leather armor starkly visible against the vast whiteness of the snow. Beside him stands Tommen, whose expression is a complex mix of emotions, and the unsettlingly calm Jadgerit. Will they come? Tommen exhales a puff of white vapor, uncertain. To lure the Glacier tribe into this trap, Mance Rayder has exerted considerable effort. He publicly proclaimed that he would hold a formal meeting with the enigmatic Lord of the Dead in Eagle's Cry Canyon and invited all tribal leaders to witness this historic moment. Simultaneously, he discreetly issued ambush orders to a select few of his most trusted tribal leaders. This is a classic case of open deception. For Stag and his Glacier tribe, it presents a dilemma. If they do not attend, it would be tantamount to openly defying the command of the king beyond the wall, rendering them cowards and traitors in the eyes of all other tribes. However, if they do come, they will be met with a meticulously orchestrated banquet of doom. He will come. Mance Rayder's voice is calm and confident, as if everything is within his grasp. I understand Stag. He is cruel, foolish, yet exceedingly arrogant. He will never believe that I would strike against him for the sake of an outsider. He will think this is merely a show of force to intimidate him. He pauses, a glint of icy coldness flashing in his gray eyes. Moreover, he will bring his finest warriors. For him, only strength earns respect. He will attempt to showcase his so-called might to Mr. Mo Ran and to me during the meeting. He will view this encounter as an excellent stage to elevate his tribe's prestige. Unfortunately, a cruel smile creases Mance Raider's lips. He has chosen the wrong stage and greatly overestimated the weight of his role. Listening to Mance Raider's script-like analysis, a chill once again surges within Tomment. He realizes that he is increasingly unable to see through this king before him. After deciding to purge the Glacier tribe, Mance Raider seems to have undergone a profound transformation. He was no longer the troubadour who sought to unite the masses through ideals and beliefs. He had transformed into a ruthless, precise tactician, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his objectives. Each of his commands struck directly at the most vulnerable weaknesses of the human heart. Every scheme he devised was imbued with a bloody yet efficient elegance. This transformation instilled a sense of dread in Tomment, yet simultaneously evoked an involuntary reverence. Perhaps only such a man could truly lead them through this interminable night of despair. Yegarite, however, remained silent. Her gaze transcended the canyon below, directed toward the more distant shadows of the ghostly forest. She was never concerned with the outcome of the ambush, for the result had long been predetermined. Her true concern lay with that man, the one who had proposed this gruesome condition, the true mastermind of the game. Where was he now? Would he come? In what manner would he accept this grim offering, presented with the blood and lives of a tribe? The thought of encountering that otherworldly presence once more sent Yegarite's heart racing uncontrollably. It was a tumultuous mix of fear, anticipation, curiosity, and a hint of morbid excitement that even she was reluctant to acknowledge. Time flowed in oppressive anticipation, each second dragging on. The wind and snow intensified, threatening to envelop the world in a blanket of pallid white. Just as the patience of all began to wane, a writhing shadow finally emerged at the entrance of the western canyon. They had arrived. On the ridge, the scouts on watch emitted a suppressed, owl-like hoot. Instantly, the spirits of the hidden warriors surged. They tightened their grips on their weapons, held their breaths, and buried themselves deeper into the swirling snow. The shadow drew nearer, becoming increasingly distinct. It was indeed the Glacier tribe. Leading the way were a dozen scouts mounted upon enormous woolly mammoths. Their thick fur was adorned with frost and human skulls, exuding a nauseating aura of bloodshed and savagery. Behind them marched hundreds of towering warriors from the Glacier tribe, their skin a pallid gray. Bare-chested, their bodies were painted with crimson totems, wielding crude, serrated weapons fashioned from beast bones and obsidian. Their gazes were filled with a feral ferocity and brutality, their mouths issuing unintelligible howls laden with provocation. At the heart of the procession was a mobile throne, dragged by several mammoths, crafted from the bones of colossal beasts and human skin. The white ape stagger sat imperiously upon this throne, steeped in the aura of bloodshed and malevolence. Draped in a complete polar bear pelt, he clutched a shamanic staff made of fishbone, its top adorned with a massive skull. His face was a mask of haughty arrogance and triumph. He indeed brought with him his most elite forces, and in such a flamboyant manner. He sought to showcase his uniqueness. Fool. Upon the ridge, Mance Raider observed the ostentatious procession below, coldly uttering two words through gritted teeth. The Glacier tribe, unsuspecting, stepped cautiously into the narrow depths of the Eagle's Despair Canyon, a chasm akin to the maw of a colossal beast. They appeared utterly oblivious to the shadow of death that had already enveloped them from all directions. Allow them entry. Through the language of flags, Mance Raider issued commands to the various ambush points, instructing them to strike when the enemy reached the narrowest part of the canyon. The narrow passage represented the most lethal segment of Eagle's Despair Canyon. Its width was scarcely 20 meters, insufficient even for two mammoths to pass side by side. Once the escape routes at either end were blocked, those caught within would find themselves trapped like fish in a barrel. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Each concealed wild warrior could distinctly hear the frantic rhythm of their own heart, racing due to tension and excitement. At last, Steg's enormous mobile throne slowly entered the confines of the narrow passage. Now is the moment. A deadly glint ignited in Mance Raider's eyes. He abruptly raised his right hand, and then swung it down with great force. Engage. The assembly horn was sounded at that instant. The mournful yet bloodthirsty blast of the horn instantly pierced the howling winds and snow, echoing throughout the expanse of Eagle's Despair Canyon. Thunderous roars. The stone throwers of the Stonefoot tribe, who had long awaited this moment, launched their assault. Dozens of boulders, each the size of grinding stones and cloaked in snow, hurtled down from the ridges flanking the canyon with a terrifying whistle that tore through the air. Their targets were not the warriors of the Glacier tribe, but rather the entrances at both ends of the canyon. The boulders struck the ground with a cataclysmic crash. Countless snow and debris were thrown high into the air, instantly sealing off the canyon's entrance and exit. The sudden turn of events plunged the previously triumphant glacier tribe into utter chaos. What is happening? Is it an avalanche? Enemy attack. An enemy attack. The warriors screamed in terror, while the mammoths beneath them trumpeted anxiously, causing the entire procession to descend into disarray. As the leader, Steg, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure. This is no natural disaster. It is a meticulously planned ambush. Melisandre. He leapt from his throne, emitting a roar filled with rage and disbelief, akin to that of a wounded beast. You treacherous coward from the south. How dare you conspire against me? His roar was soon drowned out by the deluge of death raining down from above. The air was rent with a cacophony as thousands of flaming arrows cascaded down like a rain of fire-laden locusts from the ridges of the canyon, enveloping the valley in a terrifying spectacle. The flames illuminated the faces of the glacier tribe warriors, each contorted with terror and despair. Cries for salvation echoed through the canyon, mingling with the anguished wails that filled the air. Countless warriors fell, pierced by the initial barrage of arrows, collapsing into pools of crimson. Their once mighty bodies, resilient against the bitter cold, now lay as fragile as parchment before the merciless tips of those lethal projectiles. Thus commenced a one-sided and bloody massacre. On the ridge, Melisandre observed the hellish scene below with an emotionless visage, devoid of any compassion. He understood that the moment he made this fateful decision, there was no turning back. He could either tread upon the fallen bodies of his enemies in pursuit of a glimmer of hope for the free folk, or he could lose everything in this perilous gamble, facing eternal damnation. At this moment, he was merely casting the first bloody chip in his wager. The savage cleansing among the savages unfolded in the most brutal manner, all in anticipation of a singular arrival, a grand welcome ceremony steeped in death and blood. Chapter 60. The solitary wanderer in the snowstorm approximately 20 miles from Eagle's Cry Canyon, on a vast expanse of snowy plains. A small yet primal and ferocious battle had recently concluded. A dozen or so wild men, clad in rudimentary leather armor and wielding bone spears and stone axes, lay in a grotesque posture upon the snow, frozen in the moment of their charge. Their expressions were forever etched in a final grimace of madness. Yet, their life force had long since vanished, leaving no trace of battle wounds, no gashes from blades, no punctures from arrows. The only peculiar detail was the delicate layer of frost, akin to exquisite artistry, adorning each of their foreheads. It was as if their souls had been instantaneously frozen by an invisible, extreme chill during their charge, ripped from their corporeal forms. In the midst of this eerie tableau of death stood a solitary figure, clad in black, astride a black horse. With a black sword at his side, Melisandre, the lone emissary. At his feet knelt the last of the wild scouts, trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. The scout's face bore no trace of the wild man's typical fearlessness. Instead, it reflected an abject horror, eyes wide in terror, as if confronted by a phantasm. He had witnessed firsthand the moment when his companions, howling like the fiercest of wolf packs, charged from all directions toward the seemingly frail man before him. They presumed this would be a one-sided massacre devoid of suspense. Yet, that man remained utterly still throughout the ordeal. He sat quietly atop a warhorse, ablaze with a ghostly blue flame. His gaze, one eye pitch black and the other icy blue, swept across the scene with an air of indifference. And then, there was nothing more. An intangible, indescribable chill of terror descended instantaneously. This chill was not a mere drop in temperature, but rather a profound extinguishment that penetrated the very soul. The comrade at the forefront felt his expression freeze in place. And then, as if all his bones had been extracted, he collapsed limply to the ground. Following him were the second and third, the entire process silent. Not even a single scream escaping their lips. It was akin to a mischievous child effortlessly crushing a cluster of ants that dared to provoke him. The lone surviving scout owed his existence not to strength or fortune, but rather to the fact that the man required a messenger, a harbinger to convey this dread back to his master. "What are you?" The scout's voice trembled, distorted by overwhelming fear, his teeth chattering. Melisandre did not answer. He merely dismounted from the back of the magnificent, enchanted steed named Jing-Mo. The sound of his specially crafted black military boots, made from shadow cat hide, crunching on the thick snow resonated sharply across the desolate expanse. He approached the thoroughly broken scout, towering over him, his strikingly handsome visage maintaining an ever-present, calm indifference. "Return and inform your master." Melisandre's voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion, whether it be for Melisandre or anyone else. To attempt such trifling maneuvers in front of me would be nothing short of foolishness. This band of scouts had clearly not come for him, but were merely cannon fodder sent by a self-important barbarian tribe to gauge his capabilities. Mo Ran could scarcely be bothered to inquire about their tribal affiliation, for it was irrelevant. In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or test was rendered meaningless. Begone. He waved his hand lightly, akin to swatting away a fly. The scout, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to his feet, not daring to glance back at Mo Ran, and fled towards the distant mountains in a frenzied escape. Mo Ran observed the scout's hasty retreat, a barely perceptible smirk flickering in his eyes, while internally he scoffed. TSK. Are NPCs nowadays so impolite? At least leave the experience orbs behind before you run off. Such fresh, top-tier souls imbued with resentment and fear, what a waste. Don't you understand? As he lamented, he extended his hand, gently beckoning towards the more than a dozen corpses on the ground, frozen in their charge. With a mere gesture, he summoned forth a multitude of grayish-white, writhing soul orbs, forcibly extricating them from the lifeless bodies, akin to iron filings irresistibly drawn to a magnet. They soared into his palm, only to be unceremoniously devoured by him. The taste was quite pleasing. Mo Ran smacked his lips, donning a satisfied expression. Although the quantity was modest, it was undeniably wild. Compared to the souls shackled by the Night Watcher's conventions, these primal, beastly essences provided a significantly superior nourishment for the soul-devouring technique. He could distinctly perceive that his shattered golden elixir was mending, albeit slightly, after assimilating the souls of these wild scouts. Though it was still a mere drop in the ocean, every little bit counts. It appeared that this banquet of fate was fortuitously timed. He remounted his steed, casting his gaze towards the distant Frostbite mountain range, its peaks resembling the jagged fangs of a colossal beast. He could vividly detect a potent aroma emanating from that direction, a heady blend of blood, death, fear, and despair. The scent was irresistibly sweet, tantalizingly alluring, causing the soul-devouring technique within him to stir uncontrollably with excitement. It seemed the main course was about to commence. The corners of Mo Ran's mouth finally curled into a cold, expectant smile. He gently squeezed the horse's flanks. Mo, let us see how splendidly Melisandre has prepared our welcoming gift. With a thrilling, battle-ready neigh, the demonized steed Mo's eyes, ablaze with azure soul fire, sparkled with newfound brilliance. It propelled itself forward, transforming into a streak of black lightning, racing towards the Frostbite Mountains with astonishing speed. The velocity was beyond imagination. As it galloped, it stirred up a tempest of snow, resembling a colossal black dragon soaring just above the ground. The 20-mile distance was but a fleeting moment for Mo. When Mo Ran's figure emerged at the blocked entrance of the Eagle's Cry Gorge, the brutal slaughter unfolding below had reached its most harrowing phase. The warriors of the Glacier tribe, though fearless, found themselves in an inescapable plight. Besieged by foes many times their number, with arrows raining down upon them. Hundreds of corpses littered the narrow valley floor. The stark white snow now stained a shocking dark red with blood. The few remaining warriors of the Glacier tribe, backs pressed together, formed a small circular formation, valiantly led by their king, the formidable shaman Steg, as they prepared for their final stand. Roar! Steg let out a roar akin to that of a beast, wielding a shamanic staff that emanated an eerie crimson glow. Beside him loomed a colossal phantom of a white ape, towering 10 meters high, formed from snow and vengeful spirits, fiercely swinging its massive fists to fend off the arrows and boulders raining down from all directions. This frost-bitten white ape was the totem spirit revered by the Glacier tribe, serving as the very essence of Steg's formidable power as a shaman. Yet, in this moment, even this mighty totem spirit appeared wavering and ethereal, on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of thousands of barbarian warriors. Melisandre, you despicable coward, if you have the courage, come down and face me in a fair fight. Steg, with disheveled hair and a visage resembling a madman, raised his voice in a furious cry of defiance and despair. On the ridge, Melisandre remained impassive, his expression as cold as ice, unaffected by the provocation. He merely gestured dismissively to his warriors to intensify their offensive. What he desired was not a duel, but a thorough cleansing. At that moment, a figure, like a ghost, quietly materialized behind Melisandre. It seems I have not arrived too late, a chilling, emotionless voice whispered in his ear. Melisandre's body tensed abruptly. His typically calm gray eyes constricted to the size of pinpoints. A frigid sensation, capable of freezing his very soul, surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He whirled around, and there he saw him, the man he had plotted against for so long, even willing to instigate a bloody purge for a mere glimpse. Clad in black, With dark hair and mismatched eyes, he stood there quietly, as if seamlessly merging with the tempestuous winds and snow behind him. Though devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, his presence bore a weight far more oppressive than the blood-soaked battlefield below. When had he arrived? How had he traversed the layers of defenses Melisandre had meticulously established without a sound? Countless questions detonated in Melisandre's mind. Yet soon, they were eclipsed by a more potent emotion, an overwhelming, inescapable reverence. He had finally encountered the one described by Wight as a being capable of commanding the undead. You are. Despite Melisandre having prepared himself mentally, the moment he faced ran, his voice trembled involuntarily, betraying a quiver he himself had not anticipated. Ren offered no response. His gaze transcended Melisandre, settling upon the beleaguered, frost-bitten white ape totem spirit in the canyon below. For the first time, a glimmer of intrigue flickered within his mismatched eyes. Is this the gift you present upon our meeting? His voice, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. The quality is quite commendable. Therefore, as a token of reciprocity, a chilling smile graced his lips, casting a pall over the very heavens. Allow me to unveil to you the true essence of the undead. At the moment his words fell, he slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 61. The Resurrection of the Skeletal. The Descent of the Demon Lord. As Ran lifted his pale and elongated right hand, the tempestuous winds and snow of Eagle's Cry Gorge seemed to pause in that instant. Time appeared to thicken, dragging on with a languid pace. Upon the ridge, Melisandre, Tomant, Yejeret, and all the nearby wildling leaders and warriors held their breath, their gazes fixated upon the man. They were unaware of his intentions, yet an instinctive warning surged from the depths of their souls, foretelling that they were about to witness a scene that would shatter their lifelong beliefs. A horror that could haunt them for eternity. Down in the gorge, the beleaguered stag and the remnants of the Glacier Tribe warriors sensed the suffocating atmosphere that had suddenly enveloped them. They instinctively ceased their howls and resistance, looking up in bewilderment toward the now eerily silent ridge. Then they beheld it, the figure cloaked in black, descending from the mountaintop like a deity. They witnessed his right hand, raised slowly, as if it wielded dominion over life and death itself. Ran's expression remained one of chilling indifference. His heterochromatic eyes resembling twin solitary stars suspended in the firmament, gazing down upon the small stage below, composed of blood and corpses. His thin lips parted gently, and an ancient syllable, devoid of any known language from the continent of Westeros, rich with the essence of death and decay, flowed from his mouth. Rise. The utterance, though softly spoken, seemed to embody a supreme law that commanded reality itself. In the very next moment, a scene unfolded that shattered the hearts and souls of the thousands of fearless wildling warriors present. Creak. A series of spine-chilling sounds, akin to the grinding and twisting of fragile bones, erupted unexpectedly from the valley floor, beneath the blood-soaked snow that lay over the bodies of hundreds of Glacier Tribe warriors. Initially, the noise was faint, reminiscent of ice cracking during a freeze. Yet soon, it grew increasingly dense and resounding. With a sudden burst, pale hands, stained with blood and dirt, clawed violently from beneath the snow. They frantically scraped the ground, as if demons from the depths of hell were struggling to claw their way back to the realm of the living. Immediately following was a skull, stark and desiccated, accompanied by rusted armor and the severed bones of arms that still clutched their weapons. 1, 2, 10, 100, in the span of merely a few breaths. The valley floor of Eagle's Sorrow was alive with the staggering corpses of hundreds of slain warriors from the Glacier Tribe, rising unsteadily from the pools of blood and snow. Their flesh was visibly decaying at an alarming rate, peeling away. Scarlet muscle fibers and ashen fat mingled with dark purple fragments of viscera, sliding off their skeletal frames, revealing ghastly, complete human remains. The last flicker of life in their eye sockets had long since extinguished, replaced by two pinprick-sized flames, glowing with a ghostly azure light. The dead were resurrected. The departed had returned. This was no longer a mere understanding of the undead. The transformed revenants, while fearsome, required a process of conversion and were slow-moving, relying on sheer numbers and reckless bravery to prevail. Yet, these compatriots, freshly departed, were drawn back from the realm of death in a manner far more eerie, swift, and artistically grotesque. They retained their battle stances from life. In their hands, they still grasped the weapons with which they had perished. Demons, malevolent spirits. The warriors of Stag had all become wretched fiends. Oh, ancient gods, what sorcery is this? What curse of the devil? Upon the ridge, the once ferocious barbarian warriors, confronted with this hellish spectacle, witnessed their psychological defenses shatter in an instant. They emitted screams of terror that warped into an unrecognizable pitch, their weapons clattering to the ground, and many were so frightened they lost control of their bowels, turning to flee. Even Mance Raider, the king of the north who remained unflinching in the face of towering mountains, now stood pale-faced, his body involuntarily retreating a few steps, his eyes brimming with an indescribable blend of shock and fear. He had anticipated that Mo Ran would wield great power, even preparing himself to witness the summoning of a few skeletal giants. Yet he could never have fathomed that the opponent's might was so utterly unreasonable. This was no mere summoning. This was blasphemy, a stark dominion over death itself. He could instantaneously transform those he had slain into his most loyal undead soldiers. What did this signify? It meant that for every enemy you vanquished, it would all be in vain. For the very next moment, he would rise again, bearing the fruits of your recent conquests, and become your new nightmare. Your army would not diminish through battle, while his forces would infinitely expand. How could one possibly contend against such odds? This is a force so formidable that it would plunge any army or monarch into utter despair, an absolute enigma. Is this the truth you perceive? Mansred laboriously turned his head, gazing at the red-haired wild woman beside him, who maintained an unsettling calm throughout. In a hoarse voice, he inquired, "What do you see?" Jägerite's body trembled slightly, yet her eyes were devoid of the fear and collapse that marked the others. Instead, they sparkled with an almost morbid fervor. She understood. She comprehended that the terror embodied by that man transcended the mere elements of ice and fire. This manipulation of death, wielding it at will, transforming foes into instruments of his own power, that was the true essence of his strength. "No, my king," Jägerite shook her head, her voice laced with a dreamlike tremor. "What I perceive is far more terrifying than this. This is merely the beginning." Beneath the canyon, as the sole objective of this necromantic ritual, Steg and his remaining 10 or so guards were utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. They stared blankly at their former comrades, now rising unsteadily, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with ethereal blue flames. Their minds were devoid of even the thought of escape. "Impossible. This cannot be real," Steg murmured, fear etched for the first time upon his blood-marked visage. "This must be an illusion. Spirit of the frost ape, tear apart these false souls." In a frenzy, he summoned his shamanic powers, and the already elusive spirit of the frost white ape let out a reluctant roar, fiercely swinging its colossal fist toward the nearest skeletal warrior, striking it down with a resounding crash. Boom! The sound reverberated. The recently resurrected skeletal warrior was instantly reduced to a pile of shattered bones. However, there was no trace of joy upon Steg's face, for he witnessed the dark-clad sorcerer atop the ridge, merely beckoning with a finger toward the fragmented remains. In the next heartbeat, those scattered bones, as if endowed with life, began to writhe. They reassembled in a manner defying the laws of physics, swiftly piecing themselves together, and within the blink of an eye, transformed back into a pristine skeletal warrior. Moreover, the soul flame within its eye sockets seemed even more radiant than before. A desperate groan escaped Steg's throat, reminiscent of a deflating bellows. He understood. It was futile. Everything was in vain. In that man's realm, death could be undone. Destruction could be reshaped. He was death incarnate. And in that fleeting moment of Steg's mental collapse, the hundreds of skeletal warriors stirred. They no longer wavered as they had before. They all turned their heads in unison, fixing their hollow eye sockets, ablaze with ethereal blue flames, upon the lone living figure standing in the heart of the canyon, his last remaining kin. Then, they began to advance. The synchronized, bone-chilling sound of their skeletal feet echoed through the silence of the canyon. They formed an impenetrable circle, step by step, slowly closing in on Steg and his final guardians. There were no howls, no roars, only the silent, methodical march of death, each footfall resonating with an eerie sense of order. This oppressive silence, laden with despair, was far more harrowing than any charge of 1,000 soldiers. Let us fight them. At last, a guardian of the glacial tribe, succumbing to sheer terror, shattered completely. He let out a frenzied scream, brandishing his bone axe as he lunged at the nearest skeletal warrior. Yet, what awaited him were dozens of rusted blades and bone spears, thrusting in from all directions. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from his body like a fountain. He did not even have time to utter a cry before he was torn asunder, reduced to a gruesome puddle of flesh and blood. His demise served as a signal. The remaining skeletal warriors charged forth in unison. No longer slow, they transformed into a wave of white death, moving with a speed and agility that surpassed their former lives. swiftly engulfing Steg, his last guardians, and the massive totem spirit of the frost white ape. No. Steg's final scream, filled with unwillingness and dread, emanated from the center of the skeletal tide, but it was abruptly silenced. Upon the ridge, everyone fell silent, their faces drained of color as they beheld the one-sided slaughter of the living by the dead below. The entire ordeal lasted less than a minute. As the wave of white bones receded like a tide, the center of the canyon was left devoid of any living creature, merely a heap of freshly picked bones. Stripped clean, stained with blood. Alongside them lay the remnants of the frost white ape's spirit, slowly dissipating, bereft of all sustaining power. What a splendid performance. M.O. Rand's voice softly broke the suffocating silence as he surveyed the deathly domain he had utterly mastered, a faint, godlike smile of compassion gracing his lips. He slowly turned. His eyes, one a deep obsidian, the other an icy blue, sweeping over the now thoroughly terrified so-called kings and chieftains of the wild. Then, with an undeniable tone, as if pronouncing a divine oracle, he spoke slowly. Now, can we converse? Chapter 62. Negotiations beneath the throne. There were no negotiations. Or rather, from the moment M.O. Rand descended upon the peak of Eagle's grief, and, through his otherworldly means, instantaneously transformed hundreds of fallen warriors from the Glacier tribe into his undead servants, the concept of negotiation had lost its most fundamental significance. Negotiation is a game built upon the relative equality of power between the parties involved, or at least upon the existence of mutual checks and balances. Yet now, upon the ridge, one side comprised thousands of wild men whose spirits were on the brink of collapse, struggling even to grasp their weapons. On the other side stood an enigmatic entity that, with merely a glance and a word, commanded hundreds of undead warriors and could even reverse the very nature of death itself. This was not negotiation. It was akin to receiving a divine oracle. As M.O. Rand's inhuman, heterochromatic gaze swept across every individual present, not a single wild leader dared to meet his eyes. They all lowered their once proud heads, resembling a flock of sheep trembling before a ferocious tiger. Previously, in the royal tent, those hardline leaders who had clamored to show M.O. Rand a thing or two now wished for nothing more than to find a crack in the earth to hide within, fearful that the terrifying demon lord would notice them. Even Mance Raider, the once-versed king beyond the wall who had united dozens of tribes, felt a bitter pang in his heart, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had believed that by sacrificing the Glacier tribe, he could showcase his iron-fisted resolve and sincerity, thus securing a modicum of initiative in this encounter, or at the very least, achieve a relatively equal status as an ally. But now, it was evident how utterly mistaken he was. All his machinations and political strategies appeared as nothing more than a childish farce in the face of the other's absolute, irrational power. The adversary was indifferent to his sincerity. The blood-soaked condition he had proposed may have merely served as a pretext for him to justifiably partake in an appetizer composed of the souls and bodies of hundreds of wild warriors. And they, including Mance Raider, were merely waiters at this grand feast. It seemed there were no objections. M.O. Rand regarded the group of silent wild leaders before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He relished this efficient mode of communication. He strolled leisurely to the very edge of the ridge. Atop the massive stone that had previously been Mance Raider's, the one with the finest view, and casually seated himself. His movements were so natural, as if he were destined to occupy this vantage point overlooking all. The rightful owner of this position, Mance Raider, sensibly took 2 steps back, respectfully relinquishing the seat that symbolized royal authority. In light of this, let us discuss the specifics of our collaboration. M.O. Rand's voice returned to its cold, emotionless tone. He crossed his legs, adopting an exceedingly relaxed posture, observing the skeletal warriors below, who remained unwaveringly loyal, encircling the remnants of Stag, as though appreciating a flawless work of art that belonged to him. I can assist you in resolving all the challenges you currently face. His initial words fell like a boulder into stagnant waters, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the despondent wildling chiefs, whether it be the others or sustenance. He paused and redirected his gaze towards Mance Raider. I can provide you with exquisite weapons sufficient to arm 100,000 men, and enough food and clothing to ensure that every elder and child can weather this prolonged winter in safety. I could even lead you to breach the wall, allowing your people to return to the warm lands that belonged to your ancestors. Each condition proposed by M.O. Rand struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within the hearts of the wildlings. Weapons, food, land. Was this not the very essence of what these free folk had yearned for across generations? In that moment, every breath grew rapid, and the flicker of flame in their eyes, which had just been extinguished by fear, was reignited by this sudden, overwhelming temptation. Even Mansrader, upon hearing Mo Rant's promises, found his pupils constricting in shock. He had anticipated demands that would reduce them to servitude. Yet the very first words offered them everything they desired. How could this be? There is no such thing as a free lunch. This truth is an unassailable reality in the harsh lands beyond the wall. Indeed, Mo Ran's subsequent words doused the rekindled flame of hope with a chilling deluge. Of course, he said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, all of this comes at a price. I do not seek your gold, I do not desire your women, nor do I covet your laughable loyalty. His gaze swept over everyone present, his heterochromatic eyes shimmering with a light that seemed capable of devouring all, akin to an abyss. What I seek is quite simple. I require your souls. The very utterance of souls fell like the most malevolent of curses, causing the faces of all wildlings to shift dramatically. Even Ygritte, who had maintained an unusual calm, trembled at these words, her eyes reflecting disbelief. In any culture or belief system within the realm of Westeros, the soul is regarded as a sacred and inviolable taboo. To pledge one's soul to another signifies eternal damnation, reducing one to the most abject of servants, with death offering no reprieve. This fate was 1,000 times more terrifying than mere enslavement. No, this was utterly impossible. A tempestuous leader from the Jiao tribe, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out his thoughts. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when poof, a slender, black thread, coalesced from an essence of ultimate death, shot forth instantaneously from Mo Rant's fingertips, piercing with unparalleled precision through the leader's brow at a speed that transcended the limits of perception. The expression on the leader's face abruptly froze. He could not even muster a scream before the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. And like a marionette bereft of all its bones, he collapsed limply to the ground. A grayish-white sphere of soul energy drifted from his lifeless body, irresistibly soaring towards Mo Rant, who gently inhaled it, swallowing it whole. Ah, the taste is rather delightful. Mo Rant smacked his lips, as if merely having accomplished a trivial task. He then cast his cold, emotionless gaze upon the other tribal leaders, who had been rendered mute by fear. My earlier statement was a declaration, not a negotiation. Does anyone dare to voice dissent? Silence. An oppressive stillness, as death itself. No one dared to utter another word. The once wild and defiant tribal leaders now appeared as docile as a pack of toothless tigers. Excellent. Mo Rant nodded in satisfaction. He slowly rose, extending his arms as if to embrace the realm shrouded in death and dread. His voice rose, becoming impassioned and beguiling, akin to a demon reciting the verses of creation. I am aware of your fears. You dread that surrendering your souls signifies eternal servitude, a complete obliteration. The wisdom of mortals is invariably so shallow, so lamentable. In his eyes glimmered a profound pity, akin to a deity gazing down upon mere ants. What do you call life? Is it a struggle for sustenance with beasts upon this barren land, battling the chill, living daily under the shadow of hunger and death, only to decay into a heap of bones in some nameless corner, devoid of dignity? And what do you deem death? Is it becoming fodder for the claws of ghastly beings, transforming into soulless, mindless husks that assail your erstwhile kin and compatriots? No, that is not life. That is mere survival. And it is certainly not death. That is an eternal torment far worse than death itself. Mo Rant's voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing in everyone's ears, deafening and profound. He mercilessly tore away the flimsy veil of freedom woven by the savages, laying bare their tragic and desperate existence before their very eyes. And I shall bestow upon you true immortality. With a shift in his tone, a sacred and solemn aura infused his words. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the skeletal warriors in the valley below, those whom he had just personally slaughtered. Behold them. Once you offer me your soul's mark, your existence shall no longer be shackled by this fragile, mortal flesh. While you live, you shall be my fiercest warriors. You will receive the strength I bestow upon you, becoming tenfold, 100-fold more powerful than before. You shall no longer fear blades, nor the biting cold. And when you meet your end in battle, a beguiling smile, imbued with a sinister charm, curled at the corners of his lips. You shall not encounter true death. Your souls will find sanctuary within my divine realm. Your body shall rise again in a form more powerful and perfect as the undead. You will retain the wisdom of your former lives, the glory of your past, and the skills you once wielded. You shall become eternal warriors, the foremost chosen of my eternal night dynasty. You will no longer dread death, for it shall become the ladder to your immortality. This, indeed, is the true gift of eternal life I bestow upon you. Mo Rant's voice resonated with an enchanting power throughout the Eagle's Grief Gorge. His revolutionary and seductive theory of the undead order detonated like a mental nuclear bomb within the minds of all the wild men. Living can make one stronger. Dead can transform into a mightier undead form, reborn. For these wild men, who danced daily with death, this was an enticingly lethal temptation. They feared death. Yet they feared even more a meaningless demise, akin to that of a wild dog, fading into obscurity. And now, this godlike man offered them a novel path to convert death into glory. In an instant, the breaths of all the wild leaders grew heavy. The fear that had recently consumed their eyes was swiftly replaced by a more intense flame, a desire that burned brightly. Even Melisandre, after hearing Mo Rant's sermon, was shaken to the core, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. He finally understood. What the others sought was not their souls. What he desired was to establish a new, absolute order centered around him, transcending life and death. In this order, he would be the sole deity, and all of them, whether living or dead, would become subjects within his divine dominion. What a grand and terrifying ambition this was. Chapter 63. The birth of the skeletal hero. The winds of Eagle's Grief Gorge seemed to still. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, coupled with a more intense and fervent essence known as desire. The sermon delivered by Mo Rant regarding immortality was akin to a spark igniting a pile of dry kindling, instantly igniting the most primal desires that had been suppressed for countless years within the hearts of all the wild leaders present. To live, to fight until death. After death, to return in a stronger form and continue the battle. This cycle, simple yet brutal, imbued with a sense of glory and fate, was a veritable paradise for these free men who revered strength and viewed dying on the battlefield as the highest honor. Their gazes towards Mo Rant had irrevocably transformed. Initially filled with fear, reverence, and confusion, their eyes now reflected an almost frenzied worship, akin to that of fervent believers gazing upon their deity. Even the most unruly among them, Tamand, was now breathing heavily, his blue eyes shimmering with a struggle and a stirring desire. He cast a glance at the somber-faced Melisandre beside him, and then at the uniformly arranged skeletal legion below, exuding an aura of cold death as he swallowed hard. Unable to control the movement of his throat, as a pure warrior, he understood better than anyone the deadly allure of immortality. Mo Rant observed everyone's reactions keenly, aware that the time was nearly ripe. The allure of words was ultimately but an ephemeral illusion. To ensure these wild men, who believed solely in strength, would surrender completely and unreservedly, he needed one final step, an irrefutable miracle that would fulfill all his promises. I know you harbor doubts in your hearts. Mo Rant's voice resounded once more, faint yet penetrating, as if he could see through to the innermost thoughts of each individual. You may question whether this is merely a fabrication of lies devised to enslave you. He slowly rose, his gaze, half pitch black, half ice blue, sweeping over the blood-soaked battlefield below the canyon. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon a particular corpse. It belonged to a warrior of the Glacier tribe, one of the last loyal guards of Steg. In the recent one-sided slaughter, he had taken numerous arrows to protect his king, his body pierced by several bone spears, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. However, his death was markedly different from that of his panicked kin. He did not flee, nor did he wail, until the very last moment of his life. He maintained a charging stance, using his battered body as a shield before Steg. His face bore no fear, only the unwavering loyalty and honor befitting a warrior. A commendable soul, Mo Rant mused, a trace of approval curving the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand and gently beckoned towards the lifeless form. Come. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of thousands, the once cold and rigid corpse seemed to be lifted by invisible hands, slowly rising from the bloody battlefield. It passed through the silent remains of fallen warriors, traversed steep cliffs, and ultimately, like a sacrificial relic, silently settled upon the ridge at Mo Rant's feet. This miraculous feat of levitation elicited suppressed gasps from all the wild men present, as they finally comprehended the true meaning behind Yiguriti's earlier proclamation that all he needed was to kill them. In the face of such unfathomable power, their so-called tactics of overwhelming numbers were rendered a mere farce. Their adversary did not even need to approach to claim the heads of their commanders amidst the chaos of battle. Mo Rant, indifferent to the astonishment surrounding him, knelt and gently pressed his fingertip against the forehead of the fallen warrior. His voice took on an ethereal and solemn tone, akin to that of someone presiding over a sacred ceremony. Though this warrior is my foe, he has perished with great dignity. His soul is imbued with an unwavering devotion to loyalty and honor. Such a soul is the finest material. As his words resonated, a pure force, a paradoxical blend of inky darkness and vibrant vitality, began to flow from his fingertips into the lifeless body. A faint sizzling sound, reminiscent of meat roasting, emanated from the corpse. All eyes widened in disbelief, unwilling to miss a single detail. They observed that the flesh upon the corpse did not decay and peel away like that of the previous skeletal warriors. On the contrary, the once gruesome wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. The gaping holes pierced by arrows and the rents torn by bone spears swiftly mended and vanished, as if they had never existed. Then, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. A layer of pitch-black, metallic-like carapace began to grow rapidly beneath the skin. This armor enveloped the entire body, forming a seamless black exoskeleton that exuded both an aerodynamic elegance and fearsome spikes. The muscles, once devoid of life, began to swell and surge beneath this formidable shell, becoming more powerful than in life. At last, the lifeless eyes burst open. This time, the fires igniting in their depths were not the mere pinprick-sized azure flames of ordinary skeletal warriors, but instead, a molten, vibrant crimson flame, teeming with ferocity and martial spirit. A roar, brimming with strength and authority, erupted from his throat, reverberating with an inhuman intensity. This roar was a stark contrast to the previous silence of the skeletal warriors. It was filled with will. It was filled with self. He gradually rose from the ground, his towering frame, enveloped in black bone armor and exceeding 2 meters in height, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread that far surpassed the terror he instilled in life. He flexed his limbs, relishing the unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, while a flicker of human confusion and astonishment shone in his eyes, ablaze with crimson soul flames. Then, he performed an unexpected gesture that left everyone astounded. He turned to face Moran, kneeling on one knee and bowing his fierce yet proud head, with a voice steeped in ancient reverence. A ceremonial gesture reserved solely for his king from the Glacier tribe, he solemnly uttered, "Master." The 2 words resonated with absolute loyalty. Silence enveloped the eagle-esque cry gorge, plunging it into an eerie stillness once more. Everyone was utterly stunned by this miraculous scene. If the earlier resurrection of the skeleton had instilled fear and despair, this moment, the birth of the skeletal hero, kindled a fervor and yearning that made their very souls tremble. He retained his corporeal form from life. He had acquired even greater strength. He preserved the wisdom and consciousness of his former self. This was not a mere specter. It was unmistakably a rebirth. Everything Moran had spoken was true. He had not deceived them. Death was indeed just a staircase leading to immortality. "What is his name?" a tribal leader among the crowd asked instinctively, his voice trembling as if in a dream. Moran turned to glance at the leader, who appeared utterly dumbfounded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "A name is merely a designation. However, since you wish to know." He looked down at the magnificent being kneeling at his feet, a perfect creation imbued with power and the aesthetic of destruction, pondered for a moment, and then, with a naming taste that could be deemed catastrophic, casually declared, "From this day forth, you shall be called Dienwei." "As you command, Master," the skeletal hero, bestowed with a new name, responded respectfully. "Dienwei, what a splendid name," the questioning tribal leader murmured, unknowingly captivated, his gaze now brimming with intensified fervor. Meanwhile, Mansreed, upon hearing this name, felt his perceptive gray eyes narrow sharply. The pronunciation was steeped in an ancient charm, reminiscent of a tongue he had never encountered before. In that moment, the last fragment of doubt regarding Moran's origins was dispelled within him. He was indeed unlike those crows from Westeros. He hailed from a realm far more distant, mysterious, and powerful. Now, the voice of Moran once again reverberates slowly, akin to the final, decisive judgment. "Is there anyone who still harbors doubts regarding my sincerity?" No one answers. All doubts, all fears, all struggles have been utterly crushed before this ironclad truth. Thud! A muffled sound resounds. Among the crowd, a slight figure, the leader of the cave-dwelling tribe, is the first to kneel, pressing his forehead deeply against the cold, icy ground. With a voice trembling with fervor and devotion, he proclaims aloud, "I, the leader of the cave-dwelling tribe, the thin monkey, humbly offer my soul to you, great king of eternal night. I beseech you to grant my people the glory of eternal life in this long night." His act is akin to the first domino falling. Thud, thud, one after another. All the tribal leaders present, including the giant slayer Tommen, kneeled down before Moran like harvested wheat. They laid down their weapons, relinquishing the last vestige of pride as free men, burying their heads deeply in the snow beneath their feet. A thunderous voice of fervent loyalty and worship resounds throughout the skies of Eagle Cry Gorge. We, your subjects, humbly offer our souls to you, great King of eternal night. We implore your protection. We seek the glory of eternal life. Only 3 individuals remain standing: Mance Raider, Ygritte, and the King, Mo Ran, who has maintained a detached gaze upon this entire spectacle. Chapter 64. The Feast of Cannibals. The echoing voices of loyalty, akin to the most ferocious avalanche, reverberate through every corner of Eagle Cry Gorge. Thousands of once indomitable wild warriors now lie prostrate, resembling the most devout of followers, upon that ridge cloaked in blood and snow. In their eyes burns a singular flame, a newfound understanding of death, and an insatiable yearning for eternal life. With merely a meticulously orchestrated miracle, Mo Ran has completely conquered these souls that worship strength alone. He stands atop the ridge, his garments billowing in the frigid wind, calmly accepting the adoration from all directions. His mismatched eyes remain devoid of emotion, as if the scene before him, capable of driving any Westerosi king to madness, is merely an inconsequential and natural occurrence. Yet, amidst this fervent atmosphere filled with the promise of a new order, from the depths of the valley, a place long forgotten by all, an exquisitely discordant roar emerges, steeped in endless resentment and madness. No, the sound emanates from the remains of Stag, whose corpse has been devoured to mere skeletal fragments by the bone warriors. However, this voice does not arise from a fleshly throat. It resonates directly within the minds of all present. It was a soul-rending howl, a tremendous wave of ethereal energy, imbued with a fierce and chaotic essence, erupted violently from the shattered bones of Steg. This energy was vast and remarkably pure, instantly manifesting as a visible grayish-white shockwave that spread wildly in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The once mighty skeletal warriors encircling Steg were swept away by this pure soul shock, as if they were mere straw men tossed by a tempest. Their skeletal frames, forged from the laws of death, crumbled effortlessly before this force, with many skeletal warriors disintegrating midair into a cascade of scattered bones. On the ridge, the wild chieftains and warriors who had just knelt down felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, as though an invisible hammer had struck their minds. Many of the weaker individuals even bled from their mouths and noses, collapsing into unconsciousness. Was this the soul explosion of a shaman? No, it could not be. Mansreed endured the piercing pain in his mind, bracing himself against a nearby rock, one hand shielding his head, revealing an expression of incredulous horror. As a former night watchman, he possessed a certain understanding of the shamanic sorcery among the wild tribes. The soul explosion was a dire forbidden technique wherein a shaman, on the brink of death, detonated their life's soul power to perish alongside their enemies. Yet, the force of Steg's explosion was terrifyingly overwhelming. This power even surpassed all the formidable shamans he had ever known. Furthermore, it was laced with an even older, more primal, and malevolent aura. As everyone stood in stunned disbelief, the grayish-white soul energy in the center of the canyon began to rapidly contract and coalesce. A colossal translucent spirit, towering 10 meters high, slowly rose from Steg's remains. It was the totemic frost white ape of the glacier tribe. However, this spirit was utterly transformed from the phantasm summoned by Steg before. Its form had become incredibly solid, as if sculpted from pure crystalline energy. Its white fur bristled like the sharpest of ice spikes. No longer were its eye sockets hollow. Instead, they burned with 2 blazing orbs of blood-red flames, filled with boundless resentment and madness. Most chilling of all was its face. The visage that once belonged to an ape had now grotesquely melded with that of Steg, the white ape. One half bore the savage features of the ape, while the other half radiated the bitterness of humanity. Had he sacrificed himself to the totem? Yegaretha's pupils constricted sharply. She recalled the oldest legend in the tribe concerning the shaman's forbidden techniques. In legend, the most formidable shaman possesses the ability, just before death, to merge his soul with the totemic spirit revered by his tribe through a blood-soaked sacrificial ritual. In this manner, he relinquishes all human attributes, transforming into the totem itself, a pure energy entity that exists in the liminal space between divinity and malevolence. In this transcendent state, the shaman acquires an overwhelming power that surpasses his mortal existence, a terrifying force capable of cataclysmic destruction. Yet, the price for such power is eternal damnation. His soul is forever imprisoned within the totem until the energy dissipates, ultimately vanishing into the void of existence. This is the true bargain with the devil. Clearly, Steg, upon recognizing his inevitable demise, unhesitatingly invoked this most nefarious forbidden art. He sought to use his final breath and soul to embody a vengeful specter, exacting the most frenzied retribution upon the demon lord who had driven him to despair, as well as those who had betrayed him. Melisandre. Moran. The totemic spirit of the man-ape let out a deafening roar to the heavens. This time, its voice morphed into a bizarre amalgamation of stegs and the white ape's furious howls, imbued with a duality that could rend souls with its terrifying penetrative power. You shall all perish. I will consume your souls. Amidst the roar, its colossal form, composed of pure energy, surged forward with tremendous force. Boom. The entire eagle's cry gorge trembled violently. The hard, frozen earth and rocks crumbled beneath its immense power, yielding like tofu to create a terrifying pit over 10 meters in diameter. It moved. Its target was not the demon lord perched high upon the ridge, but rather the skeletal warriors that had just been scattered by its soul explosion, now desperately reassembling themselves. It was astute, or rather, the entity fused with Steg's soul understood well that these undead legions, formed by the laws of death, constituted the foundation of that man's power. If it could eliminate these bothersome minions, it would pave the way for a direct confrontation with the demon lord. Die! The frost-white ape spirit unleashed a furious roar. Its energy arms, resembling towering pillars, swept violently towards the ground. Whoosh! Two enormous crescent-shaped energy shockwaves, composed of pure soul energy and piercing cold, formed instantaneously. They skimmed the ground, surging forth with the might of a thunderbolt, sweeping in all directions with unrestrained ferocity. Wherever they passed, the air was torn asunder, and rocks were obliterated. The ground was carved into horrific chasms several meters deep. The skeletal warriors, having only just reassembled, stood no chance against these cataclysmic energy shockwaves. In an instant, they were once again reduced to a cloud of bone dust. Just a single strike. The skeletal legion, recently conjured by Moran and composed of hundreds of Glacier Clan warriors, has been utterly annihilated. Witnessing his own creation's demise, the frost-white ape spirit erupted into a cacophony of laughter, brimming with delight and madness. Do you see it, Moran? This is the fate that befalls one who provokes a shaman. Your skeletal frames are nothing more than refuse in the presence of my totemic divine power. Turning away, those eyes ablaze with blood-red flames, filled with malice and provocation, locked onto the still figure clad in black upon the ridge. Now it is your turn. The wild tribesmen atop the ridge stood frozen in shock, witnessing this sudden spectacle, a confrontation that could only be likened to a clash of deities. They gazed, pale-faced, at the colossal spirit below, exuding an aura of destruction, then glanced back at the black-clad sovereign who remained poised and indifferent, their minds paralyzed. It was over. This single thought echoed in their hearts. The new deity they had just pledged allegiance to had his undead army obliterated in an instant by the enemy. Had their recent choice been a grave error? Even Melisandre and Jägerite felt their hearts racing, cold sweat pooling in their palms. They recognized Moran's strength, yet Stagger's reckless, soul-costing transformation into a totem surpassed their expectations. This was no mere mortal confrontation. It was a true clash of gods and demons. However, Moran, one of the protagonists in this confrontation, once again surprised everyone with his reaction. Faced with the formidable spirit below, boasting of devouring his soul, he displayed no anger, nor any hint of anxiety. Instead, he regarded the creature, a fusion of souls and totem, with keen interest, his mismatched eyes sparkling with the appreciation of a connoisseur savoring exquisite ingredients. Indeed, he even nodded gently, as if offering a commendation, to forcibly merge his soul with this pseudo-divine entity. Formed from a medley of faith, energy, and fragments of celestial laws, though coarse and fraught with side effects, could indeed unleash a power far beyond his limits in an instant. More importantly, a smile, imbued with a yearning that even the frost-white ape spirit found unsettling, crept upon his lips. This pure essence of soul energy, a rare delicacy for me, represents an unparalleled feast. And in that moment, he finally moved. He made no defensive gestures, nor did he summon the undead once more. He gently stepped forward from the ridge, taking a step into the void. Yet, his body did not plummet. Instead, it was as if he treaded upon an invisible staircase, leisurely descending from the towering cliff of several hundred meters with the grace of a stroll. He walked upon the air. This scene once again caused the eyes of all the wildlings present to nearly pop from their sockets. Below, the frost-white spirit of the ape, upon witnessing Moran's celestial maneuver, felt for the first time a flicker of unease, reflected in its eyes ablaze with crimson flames. But the arrow was already nocked. and it had to be released. It roared, suppressing its internal trepidation, and concentrated all its spiritual energy into its right fist. With a hum, its massive energy fist instantly radiated with a brilliance akin to the sun. An extreme chill coalesced around the fist, forming a visible, rapidly spinning storm of ice crystals. Die! It bellowed, channeling all its might into this punch, a culmination of its lifelong cultivation and resentment, launching it fiercely towards the diminutive figure clad in black, who was descending from the sky. A true feast of the man-eater was about to commence. Yet, who was the predator, and who was the banquet, remained to be seen. Chapter 65. The Devouring of the Totem Spirit, a punch capable of obliterating heaven and earth. This was a pure energy attack, forged from the lifetime of a powerful shaman's soul, grievances, and the accumulated totemic power of faith from the entire glacier tribe over centuries. Before the fist even made contact, the terrifying pressure, composed of ultimate cold and a storm of souls, caused the entire Eagle's Cry Gorge to tremble. Countless massive icicles and rocks along the steep cliffs crumbled and fell under this irresistible force, producing thunderous roars. On the ridge, the wildlings who had just pledged their allegiance were already terrified to the core by this scene, akin to a calamity descending upon them. They huddled tightly to the ground, burying their heads in the snow, their bodies trembling like chaff in the wind, lacking even the courage to glance upward. In their eyes, that radiant energy fist, shining like the sun, embodied the wrath of the divine, an unassailable ultimate judgment capable of erasing all of them, along with the mountain, from the face of the earth. And their new god, the King in Black, stood at the very center of this tempest of judgment. Mansreed and Jägerite felt their hearts rise to their throats. They struggled against the terrifying pressure that threatened to tear their souls apart, fixated on the battlefield. Their reason told them that since Rand dared to be so audacious as to walk upon the air, he must possess unimaginable trump cards. Yet, their senses screamed at them to flee in a frenzy, because the force contained in that fist has utterly transcended their comprehension of mortal power. It is an assault that no flesh and blood could possibly withstand. Yet, in stark contrast to the terror and apprehension of all present, Rand, at the eye of the storm, maintained a demeanor of serene indifference, as if he were merely strolling through his own garden. He even found the leisure to deliver a remarkably precise scientific assessment of the colossal energy fist hurtling toward him, capable of shattering mountains. The energy concentration is commendable. Reaching the initial stage of the golden core, the method of attack is simplistic and brutal, a pure energy impact devoid of any variation in the realm of laws. Its advantage lies in its immense power, while its drawbacks are glaringly apparent. While he mentally critiqued this assault, he slowly raised his right hand. There was no summoning of the undead, no formation of shields, and he even felt no inclination to draw his life and death fusion treasure, the Silent Night, from his waist. Instead, he extended his seemingly pale, slender hand, exuding an air of scholarly frailty. Then, he spread his fingers wide, lightly pressing forward against the energy fist, which was 100 times larger than his entire being and descending like a meteor. Stabilize. This single word, imbued with supreme authority and absolute order, resonated as if it were a divine decree from the celestial king. With the utterance of this word, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before the eyes of all present, including the frost white ape spirit that had initiated the attack. Time appeared to stretch infinitely in that moment. Space seemed to twist profoundly. The energy fist, brimming with apocalyptic might, halted abruptly less than a meter from Rand's diminutive palm. Indeed, it came to an unexpected standstill in midair without any forewarning. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening roar, and not even a ripple from the collision of energies. It was as if a film playing at high speed had been abruptly paused by an unseen hand. The icy storm composed of extreme cold continued to swirl at high velocity, yet it could advance, not even a fraction. The brilliant light, condensed from overwhelming soul energy, flickered wildly, but could never cross that final meter. Rand's pale palm stood as an absolute, insurmountable barrier, a law of nature that effortlessly suppressed the devastating force at the threshold of reality and illusion. This is impossible. The frost white ape spirit emitted a distorted roar filled with boundless astonishment and disbelief. On its face, the half belonging to Steg was etched with a fear akin to that of a mortal encountering a ghost. The other half that belonged to the white ape was imbued with the primal tremors of a beast confronted by its nemesis. It could distinctly sense that its strength had not vanished. On the contrary, its formidable energy, akin to a mountain torrent, surged wildly towards its fists. However, Before the opponent's palm lay an abyss, an unfathomable black hole capable of devouring all energy and distorting every law. The moment its power encountered that abyss, it dissipated without a trace, akin to a clay ox sinking into the sea, unable to even stir a ripple. What kind of power is this? It was beyond any force it could comprehend, whether it be the chilling frost of the Great Other or the sacred flames of the King of Light. They were ultimately manifestations of energy. Their collision would yield annihilation and explosions. Yet, the man before it wielded not energy, but a superior rule that transcended all forms of energy, a rule of absolute control. The game must come to an end. Mo Rant's voice resonated softly, akin to the final decree of death. He gazed at the colossal sphere of energy suspended in midair, and within his heterochromatic eyes flickered an unmistakable avarice, reminiscent of a glutton beholding a grand feast. He parted his lips and gently inhaled towards the energy sphere. Devour. A force, 1,000-fold more terrifying than the previous black hole, erupted from his mouth, a domineering and unparalleled devouring power derived from the most primordial essence of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique. If the previous restraint utilized the laws of space to forcibly imprison energy, then this moment's consumption dragged the entire confined space, along with all energies and laws within it, mercilessly into his boundless abyss of the Nine-Yin. No, the frost white ape's spirit emitted a final, blood-curdling scream filled with infinite dread and despair. It could vividly see its own energy fist, forged from a lifetime of strength, deflating rapidly like a punctured balloon, collapsing at a visibly swift pace. The immense, pure soul energy transformed into streams of grayish-white energy, uncontrollably swallowed by that diminutive figure in black. And this was merely the beginning. After consuming the energy fist, the overwhelming devouring power surged up its arm, relentlessly consuming the entirety of its spiritual essence. No, let me go? You demon, what are you? The frost white ape's spirit struggled frantically, attempting to sever its own arm, striving to flee backward. However, it was far too late. Before the supreme dark art of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, specifically crafted for the consumption of souls and hailing from a higher dimensional realm of cultivation, this pseudo-divine entity, forged from a chaotic amalgamation of fragmented beliefs and shattered souls, stood utterly defenseless. It resembled a pat of butter cast into a cauldron of corrosive acid, being dismantled, dissolved, and consumed at an irrevocable pace. Its corporeal form began to wane, starting from its arms, swiftly transforming into an ethereal, translucent apparition. Its roars, once filled with rage and resentment, morphed into pitiful wails of despair and pleas for mercy. No, please, spare me. I was wrong. I am willing to submit. On the ridge, all the wild men were left utterly stupefied by the scene before them, a spectacle that could only be described as divine retribution. They gaped, their mouths agape and eyes wide, transfixed by the figure clad in black, suspended in midair, as if witnessing an ancient malevolent deity feasting. Is he consuming a god? Murmured a wild warrior, his voice laced with a dreamlike quality, saturated with boundless terror. Indeed, he was devouring, in the most direct, brutal, yet graceful manner. A pseudo-deity, an entity that, in their eyes, should have been invincible. Forged from the fusion of totems and shamanic souls, transforming it into a source of nourishment to restore his own strength. The visual impact, the profound upheaval of their worldview, far surpassed any prior experience, leaving an indelible mark upon their souls. Gulping hard, Melisandre struggled to swallow, feeling as though his throat were parched to the point of igniting. At that moment, he comprehended fully why Wight had chosen to conceal the truth from him. The image of consuming a divine being as one would a meal was beyond description. It defied articulation without having witnessed it firsthand. This transcended mere fear. It embodied an ultimate blasphemy capable of driving any sane mortal to madness on the spot. He had no doubt that had Wight revealed this scene in all its gruesome reality, he would have rallied the forces of all free men, heedless of the consequences, to confront this demon that ought not to exist in their world. And then, they would have been devoured whole, along with their entire race, as a sumptuous feast. The thought sent a chill of sweat cascading down his back. He turned to the red-haired wild woman beside him, who maintained an unusual calm, and for the first time, his gaze conveyed profound gratitude. This woman, with her wisdom and courage, had saved him, and all others. Meanwhile, Wight remained oblivious to Melisandre's gaze, her entire being captivated by the figure of the demon in the sky, consumed by a fervor that bordered on obsession, devoid of fear or relief. She beheld as the colossal frost white ape spirit was gradually consumed. The man in black began to emanate an unprecedented, grand, and formidable aura. His once jet-black hair began to sway without a breeze, and at its tips, strands of visible grayish-white death arcs began to swirl. The already shattered golden core within him, nourished by this remarkably pure and restorative soul energy, was frantically mending itself at an extraordinary pace. 40%, 50%, 60%. Accompanied by the final cry of the frost-white ape spirit, filled with resentment and bitterness, it was utterly obliterated into nothingness. Ran had finally digested this exquisite feast completely. Burp. He even audaciously let out a satisfied belch. Then, he slowly descended from the air back to the ground. He closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the unprecedented, almost overflowing surge of power within him. His shattered golden core, having consumed the totem spirit comparable to an early-stage golden core practitioner, had remarkably been restored to nearly 70%. Although still a distance from full restoration, it was sufficient for him to unabashedly unleash some truly terrifying forbidden techniques characteristic of the soul-devouring mid-stage. He gradually opened his eyes. Those orbs, one pitch black and the other ice blue, had become more profound and indifferent than ever before. His gaze swept across the valley below, where the remnants of the skeletal army lay, reduced to bone dust by Steg's soul explosion and totem divine power. The corners of his lips curled into a cold, confident arc. Now, it was time for you to witness the true terror of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art in the mid-stage of soul devouring. Chapter 66. A gift from man's as Ran's eyes, now deeper and colder than ever, scanned the valley filled with death and submission. The entire world seemed to plunge into an absolute silence. The wind and snow ceased. The breath of the wild men halted. Even time seemed to freeze under his sovereign gaze. The visual shock and mental tremor from the recent battle of devouring totems had not yet fully dissipated. At this moment, all present resembled quails with their throats constricted, daring not to take a breath. Merely gazing up at the young monarch who had just accomplished an unfathomable feast with a mix of extreme fear and boundless reverence. They were unaware that this being, now seemingly elevated to a new terrifying deity, was poised to take further action. The heart of Melisandre was gripped with trepidation. He keenly perceived that the aura emanating from Ran had transformed drastically from what it once was. If previously Ran had resembled a legendary sword concealed within its sheath, its brilliance subdued yet still exuding a chilling presence, now, that sword had emerged from its confines. Half an inch unsheathed, the terrifying pressure, inadvertently radiated, seemed capable of freezing souls into dust, instilling an unsettling sense of dread and suffocation even within Melisandre, who prided himself on his vast experience as the king of the wilderness. He harbored no doubts that should Ran desire to annihilate every soul present, he could achieve it with but a mere thought. Amidst this suffocating atmosphere, laden with tension, Ran stirred. He no longer cast his gaze upon the ridge where the wild men had fully succumbed to his influence. Instead, his eyes gradually descended to the valley floor below, where chaos reigned. The skeletal legion, awakened by his necromantic arts and composed of hundreds of warriors from the Glacier tribe, had been utterly obliterated in the frenzy of Steg's last stand. The once formidable bones lay shattered, ground into fine powder by the violent energies of the souls and totemic powers, mingling indistinguishably with the blood and snow on the ground. To any necromancer of Westeros, these remnants had lost all value for reuse. Yet, an enigmatic smile, filled with intrigue, graced Ran's face. Trash? He mused, seemingly addressing the scornful taunt of Stag in his dying moments. In this world, there exists no true refuse, only resources misplaced. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, leaving them in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the meaning behind his words. In the next moment, Ran would demonstrate through his actions a lesson in alchemy that would etch itself into their memories, potentially transforming their very perceptions of life and death. He slowly raised his left hand. This time, his palm was not empty. Wisps of inky blackness, seemingly coalesced from the purest essence of death and the laws of the abyss, began to pour forth from his palm. These mists, distinct from the sheer death energy he had previously wielded, were far more viscous, more corporeal, more alive. They slithered and coiled like serpents within his grasp, exuding a terrifying aura potent enough to erode the very fabric of space itself. This, indeed, is the newly unlocked, more tyrannical forbidden divine ability, the Nine-Nether Corpse refinement technique, which becomes available only after the soul devouring technique reaches its mid-level, and the golden core repair rate attains 70%. The resurrection of bones is merely the most rudimentary of necromantic spells. It merely stitches together the remains of the deceased using death energy and infuses them with the most basic soul fire, transforming them into mindless, growth-devoid cannon fodder, known as the skeletal soldiers. In contrast, the Nine-Nether Corpse refinement technique embodies an entirely different concept. It transcends mere skeletal remains. It can utilize any substance infused with the essence of death found throughout the universe, whether it be corpses, bones, vengeful spirits, or even pulverized bone dust and tainted earth. Then, using the practitioner's own Nine-Nether demonic energy as a crucible, and with a more advanced soul flame at its core, it forcibly refines and reshapes these materials. Ultimately, it creates a new, superior form of undead construct, the Black Iron Corpse Puppet, whose defensive capabilities, offensive power, and potential for growth far surpass those of the skeletal soldiers. With the name of the Nine-Nether, it commands all existence. Mo Rand begins to chant an ancient incantation filled with a rhythm of demonic allure. His voice deepens, resonating with a magnetic quality, as if a dark lord from the depths of hell is declaring his absolute dominion over this world. Decay signifies rebirth. Death signifies eternity. Refine. The final syllable crashes down. In his palm, the inky black Nine-Nether demonic energy instantly transforms into a massive black beam of light, akin to a cataclysmic divine punishment descending from the heavens, fiercely striking the already pulverized, blood-soaked battlefield below. Boom! A resounding echo, heavy and profound, erupts from the canyon's depths as if the very heart of the world has been tightly clenched. There is no explosion, no shockwave. Everyone witnesses the moment the black beam of light touches the ground. The entire valley floor of Eagle Cry Gorge, an expanse of several hundred meters, covered in bone dust, blood, and ice, appears to dissolve as if drenched in the most potent concentrated sulfuric acid at a visibly rapid pace. Yes, it melts. Whether it be the hardened frozen earth, the frigid rocks, or the already worthless bone dust and bloodstains, all forms lose their original shapes under the influence of that black beam. Infused with corrosive and reshaping laws, they transform into a viscous, swamp-like primordial magical liquid, bubbling with black gas, saturated with the essence of death and ominous foreboding. Gurgle, gurgle. Massive bubbles continue to rise from the black swamp, bursting forth and releasing a stench vile enough to rot the very soul. Upon the ridge, the wild warrior folk were rendered pale and trembling by the horrifying spectacle before them, a sight that seemed to embody both the creation and destruction of worlds. Many among them succumbed to their fear and retched uncontrollably. Even Mance Raider felt his pupils quake and his throat dry, as his understanding was mercilessly shattered and reshaped time and again. What sorcery is this? No, this transcends mere sorcery. This is alchemy, the legendary divine art employed by the ancient Valyrian dragon lords, who forged immortal marvels from molten mountains with dragon fire. No, it is even more sinister and bizarre than that. As all present grappled with their profound shock and stupor, the dark swamp began to transform anew, with a resounding splash. New forms, coalesced from the viscous black magical liquid, began to emerge slowly from the mire. Their shapes retained a humanoid aspect, yet their substance was entirely different. No longer were they frail skeletons. Instead, they had become perfect war machines, cast from a substance as black as ink, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. As though forged from a blend of obsidian and dark iron, their surfaces were adorned with fluid, muscular lines of power, and where their joints met, sharp bony spurs had sprouted like blades. Their visages had long since lost any semblance of their former selves, replaced by expressionless masks embodying absolute indifference and a will for slaughter. In the voids of their eye sockets, no longer burned the faint ghostly blue flames of the soul, but rather a more stable, brighter, and profoundly wise indigo soul fire. Black Iron Corpses. This was what Mo Rand truly aspired to forge, the core legion of his eternal night dynasty. 1, 2, 10, 100. However many warriors of the Glacier tribe had perished here. Now an equal number of Black Iron Corpses, their combat capabilities fully enhanced, rose anew from that deathly swamp. They formed a precise, orderly phalanx, standing silently at the valley's bottom. With their eyes ablaze in indigo flames, they turned their gaze in unison towards the ridge above, where their sole master, the one who had granted them new life, stood. Then, they executed a movement that sent shivers down the spines of all the wild men. In perfect unison, they raised their right hands into fists and struck heavily upon their ironclad chests. Boom! Hundreds of deep, Powerful sounds converged into a war drumbeat that resonated with iron and blood, enough to make the very mountains tremble. This was the most profound and terrifying pledge of fealty they offered to their king. Upon the ridge, an eerie silence prevailed. The wildlings stood utterly awestruck before the legion of demons, forged from the depths of hell and glistening with a cold metallic sheen. Their hearts were devoid of any flicker of hope or thought of rebellion. They had come to a profound realization. From this day forth, they and all free folk would be under the dominion of a king, one who could govern both their lives and deaths. At that moment, the previously silent Mance Raider stirred. He slowly approached Mo Ran, and under the astonished gazes of all present, including Ygritte, this king beyond the wall, who had united numerous tribes and led hundreds of thousands of free folk in defiance of the entire realm of Westeros. Never bowing to anyone, gradually knelt on one knee. He removed the ancient sword, a symbol of his kingship, from his waist, lifted it high above his head with both hands, and bowed his once proud head. In a tone imbued with unprecedented reverence and submission, he solemnly intoned, "Great, eternal Night King, allow me, Mance Raider, to present this belated tribute on behalf of all free folk." Chapter 67. Negotiations within the tent as Mance Raider. The man revered as king by hundreds of thousands of free folk knelt humbly before Mo Ran, offering the sword that represented his power. An uncanny yet natural silence enveloped the entire Eagle's Cry Gorge. The tribal leaders, who had just pledged their loyalty, did not feel humiliation or anger at their king's actions. Rather, they exhaled in relief. Their eyes reflected a sense of inevitable acceptance. For having witnessed Mo Ran's formidable might, devouring totems and transforming corpses into an army, they understood that while Mance Raider remained a respected leader, only the young figure standing atop the mountain, gazing down upon the Black Iron Army, truly deserved the title of king. Mance Raider's submission was not an act of betrayal, but rather an alignment with fate. Mo Ran slowly turned, his eyes, one as dark as night, the other a chilling blue, calmly scrutinizing the former king beyond the wall kneeling at his feet. He did not immediately take the sword. He sensed an intricate tapestry of emotions within Mance Raider: reverence, fear, helplessness, but above all, a rational decision made for the future of his people. Acknowledging reality with the wisdom of a leader. "You are a wise man." Mo Ran spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet distinctly resonant in the ears of Mance Raider, revealing a cleverness far superior to that of the brutish fool below, who only knew how to resolve issues through sheer force. The fool he referred to was, of course, Steg, whose ashes he had transformed into a black iron corpse puppet. Mance Raider's body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head even further. "Before your supreme power, the wisdom of any mortal is but a flickering glow of fireflies," he responded in an exceedingly humble tone, fully aware that his previous ploys of sacrificing the Glacier tribe and employing deceit were utterly transparent to this entity capable of discerning hearts. The other party merely chose not to expose him. "Rise." Mo Ran's tone remained unperturbed. "Keep your sword for yourself. My people do not require such formalities to demonstrate their loyalty." As he spoke, he gently raised a hand. A soft yet irresistible force instantly lifted Mance Raider's imposing figure from the ground. Mance Raider stood up in response, his face a mixture of gratitude and trepidation. He sensed that the words of the other were both a comfort and a reprimand. Form is inconsequential. What truly matters is absolute obedience. All right. The welcoming ceremony here has concluded. Mo Ran turned away, redirecting his gaze towards the distant, unending frost-snow Teeth Mountain range. As if the monumental battle between divine and demonic forces that had just transpired was nothing more than a trivial appetizer to him. The main course should be savored in a more formal setting. His voice, though soft, clearly reached the ears of every tribal leader present. "Lead the way, Mance Raider. Take me to your royal tent. I wish to discuss our shared future with all the leaders of your tribes." Half a day later, within the colossal royal tent of the Wildman Alliance, constructed from the bones of great beasts and black volcanic rock, an atmosphere starkly different from the previous gathering filled with doubt and dissent enveloped the space. Dozens of tribal leaders, who typically commanded respect and authority within their clans, now resembled the most obedient of schoolchildren, kneeling upright upon their firm mats. Their backs were straight, hands resting on their knees, and not a breath dared escape their lips. Their gazes, filled with awe and fervor, were fixated on the very center of the royal tent. There, upon the grand throne, intricately carved from a single massive piece of fishbeam wood and originally belonging to the Outland King Mance Raider, sat a strikingly handsome young man clad in black, utterly incongruous with the rugged style of the tent. It was Mo Ran. He reclined casually against the broad throne, one hand resting on the armrest while the other rhythmically tapped against his knee. His mismatched eyes calmly surveyed the so-called tribal leaders below, whose spines had been thoroughly broken by him. Beneath his throne, Mance Raider, the former king, knelt respectfully in his position, just like all the other tribal leaders. His proximity to the throne signified both his residual exalted status and his role as the first chieftain to submit to the new king, Tormund, Ygritte. And all the other wildling leaders who had witnessed the miracle of the Eagle-S Cry Canyon were also present. This was a coronation ceremony for the victor, a paramount summit that would determine the fate of the entire land beyond the wall and the north. First, I must correct a misconception. M.O. Rand's voice gently pierced the oppressive silence within the royal tent, instantly invigorating everyone's spirits. I am not your ally. His cold gaze swept over each person present as he spoke deliberately. From the moment you knelt before me, you and all the free folk behind you have but one identity, my subjects. I shall be the sole king that you must revere and follow on this land. Such dominion, unapologetically, absolutely, as if ordained by divine right. Yet, this time, his words evoked no resentment or opposition. On the contrary, the overwhelming majority of tribal leaders displayed expressions of fervent pride and honor upon hearing this declaration. To be subjects of such a divine king was not a humiliation, but rather an unparalleled privilege. We will forever follow in your footsteps, great king of eternal night. Please lead us to shatter the wall and reclaim our rightful lands. Bestow upon us the glory of immortality. In an instant, the royal tent was filled with echoes of loyalty and praise. M.O. Rand nodded in satisfaction, aware that the conquest of the spirit had been achieved. Next, they would discuss the practical details of cooperation. Very well. He raised his hand lightly, and the cacophony ceased abruptly. The tent returned to a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This absolute control over the atmosphere sent a shiver through all the tribal leaders. Since we have reached an understanding between king and subjects, let us now discuss the obligations you are to fulfill as my subjects, as well as the rights you shall receive. A glimmer of logical clarity, reminiscent of his previous life as a scholar, shone in M.O. Rand's eyes. He had no interest in nebulous slogans. What he sought to establish was an efficient, stable, and new order that would continually empower him. First and foremost, there lies an obligation. His voice turned cold, imbued with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, all tribes of free men are strictly prohibited from engaging in any form of private duels or internal strife. Every conflict must be reported to Melisandre, who shall render a unified judgment. Those who defy this decree. His gaze swept over the remnants of the stag, recently transformed into black iron corpses. The consequences have been made clear. A tremor ran through the hearts of all tribal leaders, causing them to bow their heads, fearful of dissent. Secondly, he continued, all tribes must unconditionally heed my summons. I require warriors. Thus, you must promptly gather your most elite fighters. I demand resources, hence, you must offer all your stored provisions and minerals. My will is the paramount edict of war. Thirdly, and most critically, he paused. A flicker of a profound light glimmered within his heterochromatic eyes, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. I have previously stated my desire for your souls. From this day forward, all warriors who voluntarily join my Eternal Night Legion must, in my presence, present a fragment of their soul's imprint to me. Only in this manner can you attain genuine protection within the eternal order I bestow. This stipulation constitutes his true core objective. The soul-devouring art of the nine hells consumes entire souls, providing immense benefits but leading to their complete annihilation, rendering it a one-time consumable. Conversely, the collection of soul imprints is entirely different. It effectively establishes a colossal cloud network, with him as the server within this realm. All who offer their soul imprints will forge a tenuous yet unbreakable bond of souls with him. Through this connection, he can issue irresistible divine mandates at any time and place. More significantly, he can draw a continuous and purer form of energy from these devotees. A source imbued with faith, reverence, and loyalty, the essence of the soul. This is the fundamental resource for his establishment of the Eternal Night Dynasty. It represents the most terrifying upgrade method of his newly devised soul-devouring art of the nine hells, which intertwines divine and demonic practices. He seeks not a one-time harvest, but sustainable cultivation. He aims to transform the entirety of the northern lands into his personal soul pasture. The three obligations laid out by M.O. Rand, particularly the last, can be said to utterly strip the free men of their most basic human rights. They shall lose their freedom, their property, and even their autonomy over their very souls. Yet, paradoxically, dozens of tribal leaders present, after hearing the terms that can only be described as a slave contract, felt not fear or resistance. Instead, each displayed expressions of excitement and eagerness. Great King, I, Tommen, willingly offer my soul's mark first. The giant slayer, Tommen, the burly man with a fiery red beard who usually cherished freedom, was the first to stand amidst the crowd. He knelt on one knee, gazing up at the dark figure on the throne with fervent eyes. Please, grant me the honor of becoming one of your chosen. With his lead, the other tribal leaders responded in kind, hurriedly expressing their loyalty. And I am willing to. My king, choose me first. Our Ice River tribe's archers are the finest in the land. Nonsense. Our Stonefoot tribe's warriors are the strongest. In an instant, the royal tent erupted into chaos as they clamored to be the first to offer their souls. This was the brilliance of Mo Rand's strategy. He first shattered their spirits of resistance with overwhelming power, then lured them with the temptation of immortality, establishing a distant yet attainable, frenzied goal. Finally, he presented these seemingly harsh obligations, which paled in comparison to the rewards of eternal life. With this series of maneuvers, these simple-minded savages stood no chance of resistance. They would even regard this opportunity for enslavement as an unparalleled honor, vying for it with fervor. Observing the tribal leaders below, their faces flushed with fervor as they vied to sell themselves, Mo Rand felt no turbulence within. In fact, he was somewhat amused. Oh, is this not the essence of modern-day hunger marketing and fan economy? It seems that business models are indeed universal laws that transcend realms. Just as everyone was engulfed in this fervent atmosphere, a heavy, thunderous, discordant voice suddenly resonated from a corner of the royal tent. I still refuse to comply. Chapter 68, King of Giants. Magu, I refuse to comply. The thunderous voice instantly silenced all noise and fervor within the tent. The entire structure seemed to tremble under this booming declaration. All eyes turned to the source of the sound. In the least conspicuous corner of the royal tent, a figure as colossal as a mountain slowly rose from a specially crafted chair made from a single massive tree trunk. He was extraordinarily tall, standing over 4 meters high, threatening to burst the tent constructed from the bones of giant beasts. His mere presence cast a vast shadow, enveloping several tribal leaders in an oppressive, suffocating aura of terror. He was none other than the current leader of the Outer Giants, the universally acknowledged strongest among giants, King Magu. Unlike ordinary giants with low intellect, Magu was an exceptional rarity among giants, possessing wisdom closely akin to that of humans. It is precisely for this reason that he has been able to lead the waning giant tribe to survive in the harsh wilderness until now, earning the respect of other barbarian tribes. At this moment, the usually taciturn king of giants is fixated upon Mo Rand seated upon the throne, his coppery eyes deeply set within his rough skin, scrutinizing him intently. His gaze lacks the fervor and adoration seen in other tribal leaders. Instead, it is imbued with the raw, unvarnished scrutiny and skepticism characteristic of the strong. Mark, what do you intend to do? Quickly sit down. The closest ally, Tommen, gasped in alarm, urgently lowering his voice in an attempt to dissuade his reckless friend. He was acutely aware of Marg's temperament. The giants are among the earliest creations of the old gods, venerating only the most pure and primal essence of power. Any ostentatious tricks or beguiling words are deemed a display of weakness in their eyes. To compel their submission, there exists but one method: to overpower them with sheer force in a manner they can comprehend. Evidently, the astonishing displays Mo Rand had previously exhibited, be it the resurrection of skeletal remains, the summoning of ghostly entities, or the devouring of a totem, were regarded as mere flamboyance by Marg, who dismissed their significance. Tommen, step aside. Marg's voice rumbled with an undeniable will. I have words to exchange with that little figure upon the throne. The atmosphere within the tent became palpably tense. Other tribal leaders regarded Marg with the gaze reserved for the deceased, perceiving this straightforward giant as one courting his own demise. How dare he openly challenge the fearsome sorcerer who had just consumed the spirit of a totem deity? Yet, the provoked Mo Rand's reaction defied all expectations. There was no trace of anger upon his visage. Quite the contrary, a glimmer of intrigue danced within his half-onyx, half-icy blue eyes, suffused with a playful light. He even gently waved off the anxious Tommen. It's all right. He spoke softly, his voice clear yet unobtrusive, resonating in the ears of all present. Let him speak. He understood that to fully conquer this unruly tribe of barbarians, the mere submission of clever individuals like Melisandre would not suffice. He must instill genuine awe within the simple-minded majority. And the giant king who had stepped forth was undeniably the prime candidate to serve as an example. With Mo Rand's permission, Marg disregarded Tommen's objections. He strode to the center of the tent, his tree trunk-like legs causing the ground to tremble with each step. Little one. He halted, towering over the shadowy figure on the throne that appeared childlike in his eyes, and with a deep voice articulated each word. I, Mark, concede that your tricks are impressive. You can raise the dead. You can consume the spirit of that full stag. However, his tone shifted, the gleam in his coppery eyes igniting with the purest essence of warrior spirit. None of this constitutes true strength. True strength is this. With that, he raised his right fist high. It was a fist several times the size of an ordinary human head, calloused and scarred, resembling a fearsome hammer hewn from granite. He expended no energy, nor did he invoke the power of any totem. He simply raised his fist. A wave of primal, unadulterated ferocity erupted from his clenched hand. A terrifying force visible to the naked eye. The violent gust swept through the entire royal tent, causing the heavy canvas, stitched from the hides of colossal beasts, to flutter ominously, as if it might be torn asunder at any moment. Nearby tribal leaders were caught off guard, staggering back under the sheer force of this raw fist wind. This was the might of a giant. Marg roared, his voice brimming with absolute confidence and pride. This was the true power capable of shredding foes and shaking mountains. Your ostentatious tricks are utterly insignificant in comparison. He aimed his colossal fist toward Ran, a savage grin of provocation etched upon his rugged visage. Silence enveloped the scene. In the face of Marg's terrifying punch, pure enough to crush the very air, all the tribal leaders instinctively held their breath. Their gazes toward Marg shifted subtly. Fear still lingered, yet it was entwined with an unrecognized anticipation. Yes, anticipation. They too yearned to witness what would become of the seemingly frail Southern sorcerer when confronted with such unadulterated, primal, and unreasonable physical force. Would he remain as composed as before? Mansreed, kneeling at the front of the crowd, felt his heart leap to his throat. He knew better than anyone the terrifying nature of Marg's punch. He had witnessed Marg obliterate a rampaging mammoth's head with the same fist. It was a force of sheer destruction beyond any siege hammer. Instinctively, he cast his gaze toward the throne. He saw Ran smiling, not the previous mocking smirk, but a genuine expression of delight, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. How intriguing. He rose slowly from the massive throne, finding it all exceedingly entertaining. As he laughed, he descended the steps of the throne with an air of calm elegance, as if he were embarking on a leisurely afternoon stroll rather than a life-and-death duel. Pure physical power, you say? He approached Marg, a behemoth towering nearly 3 times his height, gazing up into those mismatched eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a scientist's fascination at a flawless specimen. Perfect timing. I too wish to test the limits of my newly reshaped body. As he spoke, he gently raised his right hand. No magical energy coalesced, no laws were invoked, not even the slightest ripple of power. He simply clenched his seemingly delicate, fragile hand, so slender compared to Marg's granite-like fist, into a fist of his own. Then, he beckoned Marg with a simple flick of his finger. Come, big fellow. A confident and audacious smile graced his lips. Show me the so-called true power of yours, and let me demonstrate what it means to strike from a different dimension. Roar. Marg's self-esteem was utterly ignited by Ran's nonchalant and contemptuous demeanor. He let out a deafening roar, no longer hesitating. The veins on his arm, thicker than that of an ordinary man's thigh, bulged like coiling dragons. He summoned the primal, colossal power within him to its utmost potential. Then, with a terrifying fist capable of shattering a mammoth's skull, he unleashed a visible shockwave of white sound, tearing through the air towards Ran's face, which he perceived as insignificantly small. He poured all his strength into this blow. He aimed to reduce this oblivious little figure, along with his annoyingly ever-smiling face, to mere pulp. In the face of this earth-shattering, landscape-altering, lethal strike, Ran did not even blink. He simply raised his seemingly unremarkable right fist to meet it calmly. One large and one small, one black and one white, the two fists, forming an exaggeratedly comical contrast in size, finally collided with tremendous force under the watchful gaze of dozens within the royal tent, filled with tension, anticipation, fear, and disbelief. Boom. Silence. An absolute stillness akin to the deepest abyss of eternal winter, where neither light nor sound could penetrate. At this moment, tens of thousands of wild men from Frost and Snowtooth appeared as if their souls had been siphoned away, frozen in place upon the ruins of the utterly destroyed royal tent. Their gazes were all fixated on one spot. There, the giant king Marg, with a physique as colossal as a mountain, was half-kneeling amidst the swirling snow. His remaining left arm strained against the ground, with veins bulging like gnarled tree roots. attempting to support his broken body anew. His right shoulder bore a gruesome, gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone. That right arm, once capable of pulverizing a mammoth and symbolizing the pinnacle of giant strength, had vanished entirely from this world. Vivid crimson blood, still steaming, gushed from the wound like a torrent, staining the ice and snow beneath him a shocking dark red. Defeated. Defeated so thoroughly. Defeated in such absurdity. Yet even in the face of such grievous injury, even having experienced a force that belonged to a dimension beyond comprehension, Mard's colossal, bell-like eyes still burned with a flicker of the last, indomitable flame of a king. He was the last king of the giants. He could not fall. He absolutely could not lower his proud head to a little figure he deemed not even as tall as his calf. A series of low, deep roars erupted from his bloodied throat, akin to a wounded beast, filled with endless pain and unwillingness. His body trembled violently. The left arm he pressed against the ground began to emit the unbearable sounds of straining bones under the weight. Yet still, he persistently attempted to rise once more. This scene rekindled a flicker of profoundly complex emotions in the eyes of the previously terrified savages. Admiration, sorrow, and a faint glimmer of hope they themselves were reluctant to acknowledge. Perhaps the King of Giants still had a chance. As everyone was captivated by Mard's tragically heroic final struggle, the instigator of it all, Ran, merely stood in silence. His expression as serene as a clear sky. He gazed at the colossal figure, reminiscent of an indomitable titan from an epic, striving against fate, and in his heterochromatic eyes, there was not a trace of admiration, but rather a hint of mild impatience. What a foolish obsession. He gently shook his head, as if lamenting the futility of the other's persistence. Clearly, mere physics was insufficient for these simple-minded primitive beings to fully comprehend the dimensional chasm that lay between them. Very well. He lifted his gaze, surveying all the savages present. His eyes were cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion, akin to a deity surveying a cacophony of ignorant ants. Let them witness the essence of despair. The moment the words left his lips, he slowly extended his right hand. With a resonant hum that seemed to echo from the primordial abyss, a sword-esque cry, imbued with supreme authority, suddenly reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The long sword, previously shrouded in black cloth and exuding an air of mystery and foreboding, transformed into a streak of luminous darkness and emerald, materializing in his palm. The instant he grasped the sword, the entire world seemed to shift. The winds ceased, the snow halted. The once dreary sky grew even more somber and oppressive in that moment. An indescribable silence, seemingly drawn from the world's edge, descended upon them. All the savages acutely felt the air thicken, their breaths becoming labored. An invisible, mountainous weight of terror surged towards them from all directions, pressing down with relentless ferocity. Thud, thud, thud. The hundreds of savage warriors closest to him could scarcely react before their legs weakened, and they knelt upon the ground in unison. Their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind, their faces etched with sheer horror. This was not a pressure of the physical realm. It was a suppression that directly affected their souls, a higher dimensional force. Manslayer, who had retreated to a distance, stared intently at the ominous sword radiating from Ran's hand. His lips trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a coherent word. He had once again encountered the cursed sword that had shattered his worldview before the Fishlungut. Yet this time, the oppressive aura emanating from it was terrifying beyond measure compared to the last time. If previously Ran had merely nudged open a crack in the door, allowing them a glimpse into the terrifying abyss known as the law, now he had placed the entire abyss before them. Was this truly his power? Yeagerite's body trembled slightly, but her eyes burned with an even more fervent, almost pathological flame than before. She knew it. The man's true strength has never resided in his astonishing fists, but in the profound power of the laws that can warp reality and suppress the soul, rendering the world into silence. This is the authority of a deity. As the sole target of this divine retribution, the pressure borne by the King of Giants, Mard, is undoubtedly the most immense. His colossal form, which had been struggling to rise once more, froze entirely the moment the sword of eternal night appeared. A weighty terror, seemingly emanating from the very cosmos, descended upon him like an invisible, transparent prison, pinning him mercilessly in place. He could feel every bone within his body groaning and wailing under the crushing force of this dread. Each drop of blood coursing through his veins felt as if it had frozen, ceasing to flow. He even sensed that his defiant and proud soul, belonging to the King of Giants, was being ground down, piece by piece, beneath the cold, lifeless pressure of the sword that hinted at finality. He yearned to move, even to twitch a finger, but was powerless. He longed to roar, even to emit a sound of defiance, yet was equally unable. Under the absolute sword pressure infused with the law of annihilation, this proud king of giants found himself stripped of even the right to struggle. Rand slowly raised the sword of eternal night. He did not direct the sharp blade at Marg, but simply pointed the pitch-black blade, like eternal night, towards the heavens. Then, with a tone devoid of emotion, as if proclaiming a certain truth, he began to speak. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly like divine decree within the depths of every soul of the utterly despondent savages present. Behold, in the face of the law, so-called power is insignificant. At the instant his words fell, he forcefully pressed down with his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword. Kneel. 2 words, imbued with unmatched authority and absolute command. Boom. This time, there was no physical impact, yet all the savages present distinctly heard a soul-shattering sound, more terrifying than any preceding explosion. They witnessed the once indomitable king of giants, Marg, whose massive form trembled violently, even as he struggled, having lost an arm. Under the gaze filled with profound humiliation, defiance, and utter despair, his remaining left arm, the last bastion supporting his body, gradually bent. The once proud head, which had never bowed before the world, slowly drooped. His towering knees, like pillars of the sky, sank towards the earth. Thud! A muffled sound resonated, shattering the hearts of all savages present. The king of giants, Marg Magnug, knelt. He completely prostrated himself before the feet of the man in black, like the most humble and devout of worshippers. Chapter 71. The first chosen of the undying as the colossal form of the giant king Magna, akin to a mountain, finally collapsed beneath the supreme pressure of the demon's sword. The last vestige of resistance belonging to the free folk dissipated into nothingness. Tens of thousands of wild men stood in dazed silence, their minds an empty void, as they beheld this momentous scene, reminiscent of a mythical epic. Their king, Melisandre, had submitted, and their mightiest warrior, the giant king Magna, had knelt. What choice remained for these humble mortals, struggling to survive in the harsh wilderness? But to offer their loyalty and faith? None. From this moment forth, the young king clad in black, with a beauty surpassing that of mere mortals, was no longer seen as a collaborator or an outsider in any sense. He had become the sole deity of this land. Rand slowly retracted the silent night sword. As the overwhelming pressure that suppressed the very heavens and earth receded like a tide, all the wild men prostrated on the ground felt the invisible mountain upon them vanish in an instant. They gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the air that had returned to freedom, yet their faces remained etched with the lingering terror and pallor of having survived a cataclysm. The giant king Magna, who lay at the center of the ruins, could no longer sustain his mountain-like form after the absolute suppression had lifted. He collapsed heavily onto the cold, snowy ground, no longer attempting to rise, but lying quietly, his once defiant and proud copper-ringed eyes now devoid of spirit, leaving only a smoldering resignation behind. He had been defeated, not merely in strength, but on a dimensional scale. Excellent. Rand surveyed the territory now fully enveloped by his divine might. A faint smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a chess master completing the final arrangement with a sense of control. He understood that the conquest through force had concluded. It was time to employ grace to bring this coronation ceremony to a perfect close. He turned slowly, his gaze sweeping over the tribal leaders still kneeling, too fearful to lift their heads. His voice regained its cold, yet strangely alluring tone. Lift your heads, my people. Fear is the punishment for the weak. For those who choose to follow me, my loyal warriors, the corners of his mouth curled into an enigmatic smile, I am never stingy with my rewards. All the tribal leaders trembled. They gradually raised their heads, gazing up at the figure upon the throne's ruins with awe and anticipation. What kind of grace would this terrifying king, who could devour totems, shatter giants with a single punch, and subdue the world with a sword, bestow upon them? Just as the crowd held its breath in expectation, a weak and pained groan suddenly emerged from the throng. Ugh, cough, cough. All eyes were drawn to the source. There, beside Tommen, a white-haired elder clad in tattered bronze scale armor lay curled in the snow, his body convulsing uncontrollably. A broken spear from the glacier tribe pierced his chest, and the crimson blood had already stained the ice and snow beneath him a dark red. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and his lips had taken on a ghastly shade of blue due to excessive blood loss. His life force was visibly ebbing away at an alarming rate. Broken spear oral. Tremors of dread coursed through Tommen as he rushed forward, kneeling to carefully cradle the frail body of the elder in his arms. Old man, how are you? Hold on. Tommen's voice was laden with urgency and sorrow. Broken spear oral was a living legend among the wildlings, the former king of the Outer Realms and Tommen's revered mentor. His life had been a relentless battle for the survival of the free people, his body etched with hundreds of scars, each a testament to a bloody victory. In the recent calamity caused by the clash of Mag and Mo Rant's fists, this aged hero had been struck in the back by a shattered rib of a colossal beast while protecting several young warriors, only to be further wounded by a flying spear from the glacier tribe that pierced his lung. At that moment, he was utterly spent. Cough, cough, it's futile. Aurel struggled to open his increasingly clouded eyes. He gazed at his most cherished disciple, a bittersweet smile of relief and contentment gracing his wrinkled face. My era has come to an end. His breaths grew ever weaker, the spark in his eyes gradually fading. All the wildling chiefs and warriors who witnessed this scene wore expressions of sorrow and reverence. Broken Spear Aurel held an exalted place in their hearts, a symbol of the indomitable spirit of the free people. Now, this hero of a bygone age was on the verge of departing before them. Yet, just as everyone believed this old hero was about to embrace his glorious final demise, a voice, indifferent yet imbued with supreme authority, suddenly resonated from above them. No, I have not permitted it. Your time has not yet come to an end. All were taken aback, their heads snapping up to behold the figure of the dark-clad monarch who had descended from the ruins of the throne. Mo Rand stepped forward, his eyes, one obsidian, the other icy blue, calmly fixed upon the old wildling hero lying in Tommen's embrace, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. An intriguing soul, he mused, a chilling smile gracing his lips, filled with admiration and the tenacity of one who had survived countless battles, a steadfast dedication to guardianship until death. Such a soul should not be so easily extinguished. He gently shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of regret akin to that of a collector witnessing a rare gem on the brink of destruction. That would be a tremendous waste. With that, he slowly extended his right hand towards Aurel. No, what do you intend to do? Tommen's expression shifted dramatically at the sight of Mo Rant's movement. Instinctively, he shifted Aurel's body backward, positioning himself protectively in front of his mentor, his blue eyes filled with wariness and desperation. He feared Mo Rand sought to seize his mentor's formidable soul in this moment of vulnerability. However, to his astonishment, the ailing hero Aurel summoned the last vestiges of his strength to push Tommen aside, his once murky eyes fixed intently on the young monarch, who extended a hand resembling that of a deity. In his gaze, there was no fear, no resistance, only a profound understanding of life and death, coupled with a final gamble characteristic of a true hero. He coughed laboriously, expelling a mouthful of blood, and then spoke with a raspy yet resolute voice. Clear and unwavering, great king, if my death can grant my kin the glory of the eternal life you have promised, then I, Aurel the Broken Spear, shall offer you my shattered soul and decayed bones with the last smile of honor and determination upon my aged visage. He willingly volunteered to be the first to undergo transformation as a chosen one. In that instant, silence enveloped the assembly. All the wild men were utterly awestruck by Aurel's final words, steeped in tragic nobility and self-sacrifice. Even in Mo Rant's stoic, multifaceted gaze, a fleeting spark of genuine admiration flickered for the first time. As you wish, he nodded gently, as if acknowledging a worthy adversary. Then, his hand rested lightly upon Aurel's chest, where the half-broken bone spear protruded, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. This time, he did not employ the corrosive and reshaping art of the Nine Nethercorp's refinement. Instead, he summoned an entirely different force from within, one that emanated from his innate treasure, the divine sword of Silent Night, embodying the verdant power of life and order. A soft yet powerful surge of emerald light erupted from his palm, radiating with a vibrant life force akin to that of jade. The warmth and sanctity of this glow instantaneously dispelled the chill and aura of death pervading the bloody battlefield. Every wild man enveloped by this luminescence felt their long-standing wounds, remnants of countless battles, smoothed as if caressed by gentle, warm hands. Their spirits, too, found unprecedented tranquility and serenity beneath this life-affirming essence. This was not the power of a demon. It was unmistakably the divine creative force of the god of life. As the focal point of this divine power, Aurel felt his frail, fading body undergoing a miraculous transformation akin to rebirth. The ghastly wound on his chest healed at an observable pace, his long-dried blood revitalizing with vigor, and his once brittle bones, weakened by age, grew more resilient than tempered steel. His soul, on the verge of dissolution, regained substance and strength, even surpassing his youthful vigor, nourished by this divine life force. This was not mere transformation, it was the grace of the gods. When the emerald light faded, a powerful roar, filled with the exuberance of rebirth, erupted from Aurel's lips, resonating with vibrant energy. He leapt from Tommen's embrace, standing once more before all. He was still he, the venerable wild man, his hair and beard white, his face etched with the passage of time. Yet, he was also transformed. His formerly stooped back now stood straight as a spear. His once murky eyes now blaze with a golden flame as brilliant as the stars. The frail body, long worn by age, emanates a life force more commanding than any young warrior present. In an ephemeral moment, his strength has surged by more than tenfold. He has become the first chosen spirit to retain all that he was in life, yet has embraced a new existence, achieving immortality. Chapter 72. The submission of the free folk. In this instant, time seems to acquire a sacred significance. The icy winds of frostbite tooth appear gentler, swirling and howling as if singing an ancient epic of rebirth. Thousands of wild men gaze in awe at the figure now standing resolutely upon the earth. Like a god of war, Aurel, the living legend who had once been thought lost, now rises again, stronger, more perfect, and more divine than before, a manifestation beyond their capacity for description. His hair remains as white as snow, and his face still bears the resolute marks of time as passage. Yet, the essence of his being has transformed entirely. His skin no longer bears the rough texture of age, filled with wrinkles and calluses, but shines with a luster akin to ancient jade, smooth and resilient. Within his eye sockets burn two radiant flames of gold, reminiscent of the rising sun, filled with wisdom and the fervor of battle. The body, once ravaged by age and injury, now radiates an overwhelming presence, more imposing than that of the giant King Marg, whose arm had been severed in battle, a strange aura woven from the threads of life and death. Tommen, closest to him, stands in stunned disbelief, his rugged face a canvas of shock and incredulity. He extends a trembling hand, quaking with excitement, cautiously touching the arm of his teacher, which feels as resilient as stone. Warm, elastic. He can even distinctly sense the powerful heartbeat beneath that smooth skin, resonating like a drum. Teacher, you are alive? Tommen's voice is hoarse and distorted, laced with the surreal quality of a dream. Alive? Aurel slowly lowers his head, glancing at his hands, now flawless and brimming with explosive power, and feeling within him a force unprecedented, as if he could shatter mountains with a single blow. A complex smile, mingling sentiments of nostalgia and relief, emerges on his otherwise impassive face. No, Tommen. He gently shakes his head, his eyes ablaze with golden flames, casting their gaze beyond his proudest disciple toward the black-clad monarch who has granted him this wondrous rebirth. His eyes shine with an unwavering, fervent devotion emanating from the depths of his soul. I have died 39 times and risen anew. At this moment, I am 39. Immortal 39. Immortal. These two words struck like golden lightning, cleaving through the eternal night, penetrating the very souls of the tens of thousands of wild men present. Boom. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. If previously, the displays of power by Mo ran, be it the resurrection of bones, the refinement of corpses from the underworld, or the devouring of totems and shattering mountains with a single punch, evoked fear and reverence. Now the resurrection of the skeletal hero Aurel ignited within them an insatiable thirst and madness for hope that could set them all ablaze. Mo Ran had not deceived them. Everything he promised was indeed true. Death was no longer an end. Dying in battle could truly lead to a more powerful rebirth. For these free folk, who lived daily alongside death and regarded dying honorably on the battlefield as the highest glory, this was an irresistible and ultimate temptation. Immortality. It is indeed immortality. Lord Aurel has attained eternal life. Long live the king. It is the king who has bestowed upon him immortality. I too desire it. I too wish to be chosen by the divine. I too yearn for the glory of eternal life. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long erupted at this moment like a volcano that had accumulated all winter's fury. Tens of thousands of wild men, whether ordinary warriors or lofty tribal leaders, rose from the ground as if possessed by frenzy. They no longer knelt, but instead prostrated themselves in the most devout manner, like a sacred religious ritual, fervently worshipping the black-robed king standing at the center of the ruins. Their voices erupted like a roaring tide, filled with fervor and adoration. In their eyes burned a singular, searing flame of faith capable of melting ice and snow. At this moment, they no longer regarded Mo Ran as a powerful ally to cooperate with, or even a king to submit to. In their hearts, Mo Ran had become synonymous with the ancient gods they had worshipped for thousands of years, and those who could only weep blood. No, He was even more real and magnificent than those old gods who could only offer ephemeral protection. For he was the first to truly reveal miracles to them and guide them on a path to immortality, a living god, a black god walking upon the earth. Amidst the crowd, someone first shouted this new title with a voice trembling with reverence and fervor. Soon, this title spread like wildfire throughout the frost and snow fawn. Black God. It is the Black God. The Black God has descended. Black God, please accept our most humble faith. Eternal Black God. The clamorous shouts converged into a tangible, immense, milky white torrent of faith. This torrent, formed from the purest, most primitive, and fervent beliefs of tens of thousands of wild men, seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, rushing from all directions towards the figure clad in black at the eye of the storm. Rand stood quietly in place, his arms outstretched and eyes closed, surrendering himself to the warm and powerful torrent of faith that engulfed him completely. He could distinctly feel the shattered golden core within him, which had been restored to 70%, being nourished by this pure and potent force of faith, more revitalizing than even the totem spirit he had encountered before, repairing itself at an unprecedented pace. 71%, 72%, 75%. It was a truly wondrous sensation. A genuine smile, brimming with joy, graced Rand's lips. He realized that from this moment on, he was no longer alone. He had acquired the first true believers in this world, forming the most solid foundation of faith for the establishment of his eternal night dynasty. Meanwhile, Melisandre, standing at the forefront of the crowd, felt his heart, a heart belonging to a hero, settling into a profound acceptance after witnessing the fervent scene before him. Akin to the arrival of a divine being welcomed by the masses, he slowly turned around, observing the former compatriots and subjects who had succumbed to religious fervor, then glanced back at the godlike figure, immersed in the torrent of faith, seemingly merging with the very essence of heaven and earth. A complex smile, tinged with bitterness, relief, and absolute submission, appeared on his lean yet resolute face. He understood that from this day forth, there would no longer be a King Melisandre of the Outer Lands. Only the first and most devoted high priest of the Dark God remained. He gradually knelt down, as all the wild men did, prostrating himself fully, burying his once proud head deep into the land that bore witness to the birth of a new king, a land marked by ice and blood. The free folk had fully submitted. A new era belonging to the Dark God had dawned. Chapter 73. The emergence of the blood feast throne. As the fervent tide gradually subsided with the arrival of night, frostbite, the vast settlement of wild men underwent an unprecedented transition of power and reconstruction of order, both internally and externally. Once, this place had been a chaotic realm, barely maintaining the facade of peace under the fragile treaties of King Melisandre. Now, with the descent of the Dark God, all previous rules had been utterly and mercilessly shattered. A new, efficient order, imbued with absolute will, was being forcibly established in a manner akin to divine decree. In the night, the ruins of the once thriving royal tent, completely destroyed, were not abandoned but instead became more vibrant than ever. Thousands of wild men, led by their tribal chiefs, toiled tirelessly like the most devout worker ants, clearing the rubble and transporting massive stones. Their faces bore no signs of fatigue or complaint. Rather, they radiated a sacred sense of mission and glory, reveling in their participation in the reconstruction of the holy ground. Because their dark deity, Rand, has bestowed upon them his first divine decree since ascending to his throne. He intends to establish an eternal city here, one that belongs to him and to all the chosen people of the gods. This location, destined to become the most fearsome city of the dead across the north and indeed the entirety of Westeros, is imbued with Rand's unique pragmatic aesthetic. He did not select a picturesque site or one that is easily defensible. Instead, he chose a place that, in the eyes of all wildlings, is laden with death and ominous taboos. The heart of the Frost Snow Teeth mountain range, a vast volcanic crater ominously referred to by locals as the Devil's Throat. This immense circular pit, formed eons ago by volcanic eruption, spans over 5 kilometers in diameter. Surrounding the crater are sheer cliffs, rising 1,000 meters high, carved as if by the hand of a giant. At the bottom of the pit lies an abyss, perpetually shrouded in inky darkness and thick fog, reeking of poison and sulfur. Legends say it is the gateway to the 7 layers of hell, where any living being that draws near is ensnared by the invisible hands of demons lurking within, unable to escape even with their souls. This is an absolute forbidden zone for all creatures beyond the wall. Yet, what appears to mortals as a realm of death and terror in Rand's eyes is a perfect, tailor-made feng shui treasure. At this moment, Mo Ran stands with his hands clasped behind him at the edge of the immense crater, gazing down upon the swirling black mists that resemble the gaping maw of a chasm. In his eyes, one half black and the other half ice blue, glimmers a spark akin to that of a real estate developer who has discovered a prime piece of land, filled with excitement and satisfaction. The pure essence of deathly energy, the rich scent of volcanic sulfur, and the countless remnants of creatures that have fallen here over the millennia accumulate to create an unparalleled sight. He inhales deeply, and the toxic miasma, which would be instantly lethal to ordinary mortals, enters his body like the sweetest nectar, causing the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique within him to hum with delight and exhilaration. What is this, if not the devil's throat? His inner thoughts mockingly scoff. This is clearly a grandiose, naturally formed necropolis, complete with a built-in spirit-gathering array. In the world of cultivation, such a confluence of deathly energy, volcanic malice, and the grievances of countless souls is a coveted haven for all practitioners of the dark arts, a top-tier celestial paradise for establishing sects and sanctuaries. Cultivating here is exponentially more effective than consuming potions. And now, this prime piece of feng shui land, which would have driven even the mightiest of dark sorcerers in his past life to bloodshed, lies before him, utterly unguarded. Moreover, is it truly untouched by anyone? It is an utter waste. Here lies the scene. A smile of satisfaction, filled with the joy of discovery, graced Mo Ran's face. He turned to Melisandre, who was respectfully standing behind him, already embodying the role of the high priest, along with several other core tribal leaders, and issued his command, "Relay my divine decree." His voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, this chasm shall become the inaugural stronghold of our eternal night dynasty in this realm. I shall bestow upon it a new name. He paused, his profound gaze directed toward the dark abyss that he was about to transform entirely. City of Eternal Night. At your command, my esteemed sovereign. Melisandre knelt without hesitation, respectfully accepting the first decree regarding the city's construction. Yet, his heart remained fraught with confusion and doubt. Although he had long since placed unwavering faith in Mo Ran's divine powers, the prospect of establishing a city capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of free citizens in such a desolate and harsh environment seemed overwhelmingly daunting. This was no mere endeavor that human effort could accomplish. It required a true miracle. As if perceiving Melisandre's inner turmoil, Mo Ran's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. I understand your concerns, he said slowly, extending his hand toward the turbulent black abyss below. What you lack has never been the courage and determination to build a home. Rather, you are merely missing the appropriate tools and the correct methods. And today, a glimmer of pride and grandeur, reminiscent of the infrastructure-obsessed race from his former life, flickered in his eyes. Let me demonstrate to you what it truly means to accomplish something efficiently and effectively. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor to one more befitting of his divine king persona, exuding an air of majesty and mystery. The construction of the divine. At that moment, the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art within him surged into action. The extraordinary golden elixir, now restored to nearly 80% of its power, erupted with an unprecedented and magnificent aura of nine-nether demonic energy. Command, he bellowed, directing his focus toward the ominous darkness below. With a decisive gesture, he pressed downward. The ley lines shall be mine to command. Spirits, heed my summons. Arise. A tremendous rumble resonated, as if the entire Frost and Snow-Tooth mountain range had been struck by an unparalleled earthquake. All the wild men felt the ground beneath them shaking violently, resonating with a thunderous roar. They staggered, their faces etched with profound terror, as they gazed towards the colossal chasm known as the Throat of the Demon. What they beheld was an unforgettable, mythic spectacle, akin to the very act of creation itself. The once tumultuous, toxic black fog was suddenly pressed downwards, as if by an invisible, colossal hand descending from the heavens. In an instant, the noxious mist was forcibly driven back into the unfathomable abyss, unveiling the chasm's depths, an expanse of earth untouched by any living being. It was a vast, boundless plain of solidified black volcanic rock, strewn with countless ancient, weathered bones of colossal creatures long lost to time. But this was merely the beginning. With a resounding roar akin to the wrath of the earth itself, the expansive black plain at the chasm's base began to liquefy. Great fissures, reminiscent of gaping abyssal maws, crisscrossed the surface of the plain. Soon after, titanic skeletal titans, tenfold, even 100-fold larger than the king of giants, Mag, began to emerge from these enormous rifts. These behemoths, formed from the purest essence of solidified death energy and the remnants of countless beings, were the guardians of this opulent necropolis, having slumbered for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. They embodied the most primal and unadulterated will of death in this land. Now, they were forcibly awakened from their eternal slumber by the imperious command of Mo-Ran, wielding the unparalleled decree of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art. They would become the first and most formidable necromantic engineers of the City of Eternal Night. Chapter 74, Melisandre's Eastern Campaign, as Mo-Ran conquered tens of thousands of wild men at Frostbite Tooth with the might of gods and demons. Setting about to establish his city steeped in death and ominous foreboding, a silent yet profound revolution of faith was transpiring hundreds of miles away at the desperate Long Wall. The leader of this revolution was none other than the enigmatic red-robed priestess Melisandre from Ashar. At this moment, she stood atop the lofty Tower of Light, constructed of black stone, overlooking the eastern sea. The biting cold wind swept across the trembling ocean, lifting her flame-like crimson robe and stirring her hair, more radiant than rubies. Behind her stood dozens of newly devoted followers, clad in the black garb of the Night Watch, their eyes ablaze with the same fervent fire that burned within her. Before her, in the vast square beneath the tower, gathered thousands of Night's Watchmen, the kin of free folk, and those wandering souls and pilgrims who had journeyed from the south, drawn by tales of miracles. They raised their hands high, gazing up with eyes filled with reverence and yearning at the figure clad in red, standing like a goddess of flames atop the tower. They waited, anticipating the latest oracle regarding the Night King, who had vanished for nearly a month. Since Mo-Ran departed from the Black Castle, Melisandre had shifted her missionary focus from the relatively conservative and closely monitored Black Castle to East Watch, which she had saved and where a broader base of followers resided. Here, her words were regarded as divine decree. Here, she was the sole earthly representative of the divine. She skillfully harnessed the pure essence of the primordial power interwoven with the laws of life and death that Mo-Ran had left her. She carefully infused this power into her flame magic. Thus, her flames transcended the mundane, which once merely brought light and warmth. Her flames now bore the attributes of the divine. With this sacred fire, she could effortlessly heal the Night's Watchmen, whose bones had been eroded by the biting cold. She could summon a majestic yet indistinct statue of a king, woven from light and shadow, in the depths of night. She could even, under the guidance of the holy fire, make prophecies so precise they were almost unfathomable. A storm would arise at sea in 3 days. A lost merchant ship would reach the port of Eastwatch in 5 days, and in 10 days, a multitude of fish, fit for winter, would appear on a frozen lake beyond the walls. The continuous manifestation of miracles elevated Melisandre's reputation to unprecedented heights within a mere fortnight. The Night's Watchmen of Eastwatch had already begun to regard her as a spiritual leader on par with, if not superior to, Commander Mormont. The ordinary folk, who felt despair in their lives, revered her as a living saint capable of delivering them from their suffering. Thus, a new and chaotic dark faith emerged, with Mo-Ran as the supreme deity and Melisandre as the saint and chief priestess, burgeoning wildly and fervently in this desolate land, long forgotten by the old gods and the Seven. Today, Melisandre was to conduct her first true grand sermon since assuming the role of chief priestess. A meticulously planned campaign to sow the seeds of faith across the southern lands. My brothers, my sisters, Melisandre opened her arms wide, her voice, imbued with the power of fire magic, resonated ethereally and penetratively, echoing in the ears of everyone in the square. Look around you. Behold the land we have guarded for generations. The cold is intensifying, the night is growing longer, and our enemies, those true shadows from the lands of eternal winter, are drawing near. Her voice, imbued with compassion, enveloped the square in an atmosphere of oppression and despair. We pray to the old gods. Yet, all that answers us is the cold silence of the fishbone tree. We confess to the Seven. Yet, the only response we received was the merciless mockery of the wealthy nobles from the south, their bellies full and their hearts cold. We have been forgotten. We have been cast aside. We are like a forsaken flock of orphans, abandoned in the shadows of the world, helplessly watching as the long night threatens to engulf us entirely. Such words resonated deeply with many of the Night's Watch and the families of the free folk present, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, and some had even begun to weep softly. Observing the emotions she had successfully stirred below, Melisandre's lips curled into a satisfied smile. She sensed the moment was ripe. It was time to grant them hope. But suddenly, her voice soared an octave higher, piercing through the eternal night like a thunderclap. reverberating deep within the souls of all present. Just when we found ourselves in the depths of despair, just as the long night was about to completely consume us, he descended. She abruptly raised her right hand, and a sacred flame, more resplendent, divine, and paradoxically beautiful than ever before, ignited in her palm. Intertwining gold and black, the fire surged skyward, reaching a height of 10 meters. Beneath the ashen skies, it formed a colossal, indistinct statue radiating the majesty of a supreme ruler. It is he, the Lord of the Long Night. Our God. He has returned. In that instant, all the faithful in the square, upon witnessing the statue, fell into an ecstatic frenzy, as if injected with a potent stimulant. They knelt in unison, prostrating themselves before the statue woven from light and shadow in a fervent display of worship. It is he, Melisandre's voice, amidst this fervent atmosphere, brimmed with the passionate cadence of a sacred hymn. It is the Lord of the Long Night, our one true deity. It is he whose holy gaze, half mastering death and half life, perceives our suffering. It is he who has descended from the depths of an eastern horizon even more profound than the eternal night to our forsaken land. It is he who, with the strength of one, has repelled the calamities of the undead from the eastern sea. It is he who, within the Black Castle, shattered all doubts and conventions with absolute power. It is he who transformed our fallen brothers into an unyielding great wall, granting them eternal life in a far more glorious form. Now, her voice rose once more, filled with incitement and undeniable resolve. Just moments ago, within the sacred flames, I once again heard the divine oracle of our Lord. She turned, her ruby eyes ablaze with fire sweeping over every face in the square, filled with longing and fervor. Then she slowly proclaimed the oracle that would send tremors throughout the entirety of the north. Our Lord has conquered all the free folk in the land beyond the wall, rife with death and savagery. He is establishing an indomitable kingdom of God, belonging to him and all of us believers. Boom. This news detonated like a true bombshell, unleashing a tidal wave of astonishment among the crowd. Conquering all the free folk? Establishing a kingdom beyond the wall. What unfathomable divine power this is. Let it be known. The free folk are a fiercely independent people who could not be fully subdued even by the Targaryen Dragon King. Yet their sovereign has achieved this unprecedented and terrifying feat in less than a month. At this moment, the faith of all the believers in Ran remained unshakable. They had come to a profound conviction that they were following a truly omnipotent deity. And what of us? Melisandre seized the moment, her voice imbued with a captivating allure. As our God forges new territories and establishes his divine kingdom beyond these walls, shall we, his blessed subjects, remain forever cowering behind this frigid barrier? No. A deafening, synchronized roar erupted from the crowd. We shall follow in the footsteps of our king. We shall offer our loyalty to the divine. We shall spread the brilliance of our monarch across the entire world. Excellent. Melisandre nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect she desired. Slowly, she raised her right hand, pointing southward, toward the 7 kingdoms still enmeshed in the game of power, blissfully unaware of the impending long night. Her voice took on a cold tone, imbued with the sacred mission of a crusade. Thus, in the name of our Lord, I, Melisandre, hereby declare the formation of the first Holy Fire Expeditionary Force belonging to the King of Eternal Night. Our first destination is neither Winterfell nor King's Landing. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of space, landing upon the ancient tomb in the heart of the north, shrouded in mystery and the essence of death. Where the King of Winter is said to be interred, the holy fire guides me. There lie the first and most powerful ancient heroes our Lord requires. And we shall awaken them. We shall liberate them. We shall present our Lord with the first spoils of our crusade eastward. For the King. For immortality. For the eternal night. The fervent cries of thousands of devotees in the square coalesced into a storm of faith, capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Thus commenced a bloody expedition driven by belief, aimed at dismantling the ancient order throughout the continent of Westeros. Chapter 76. The necromancer and the giant laborers. The fervor of the coronation ceremony would eventually dissipate, yet the transformation brought forth by the King of Eternal Night, Ran, was merely beginning. As the first rays of dawn pierced the leaden clouds above the Frostfang Mountains, an unprecedented monumental endeavor in the annals of Westerosi history was officially set in motion. The construction of the City of Eternal Night commenced. Tens of thousands of free folk, like devout believers receiving a divine revelation, surged from every corner of the Frostfang Mountains toward the colossal volcanic pit known as the Maw of the Demon. They arrived bearing all the tools from their tribes: crude stone axes, bone picks, and the rough ropes passed down through generations. Their faces bore no signs of coercion or weariness. Instead, they radiated the fervor and pride of those who would personally construct a divine kingdom. However, upon reaching the precipice of the pit and witnessing the unfathomable horror below, even the most fervent believers felt a twinge of confusion and helplessness. Before such a majestic and perilous miracle, what could their meager tools and mortal strength accomplish? Were they to HEW that 1,000-meter sheer cliff with mere stone axes? Must we rely on these fragile ropes to transport construction materials into the abyss shrouded in toxic miasma? Such a task is beyond the capacity of mere mortals. Just as confusion and self-doubt enveloped the crowd, their deity, the eternal night monarch Ran, imparted the first lesson of divine engineering through action. With a thunderous roar akin to the earth's very heart, the vast plain of black volcanic rock at the bottom of the pit suddenly fissured, revealing countless bottomless crevices. Following this, under the astonished gazes of thousands of wildlings, colossal skeletal titans, 10 times larger than the king of giants, Mag, emerged from the yawning chasms. Formed from pure deathly energy and the remnants of millennia-old creatures, they were the incarnations of death's will, slumbering beneath this land for eons. Possessing the terrifying power to shake mountains and rend the very earth, they were forcefully awakened by Ran's supreme, divine might from their eternal slumber. They would become the first and most formidable necromantic engineers of the city of eternal night. My people. Ran's voice resonated like a divine decree within the depths of every soul. Do you see them? He gestured towards the terrifying behemoths, resembling moving mountains. As they crawled forth from the fissures, they shall be your most reliable tools. They will carve through the mountains and transport colossal stones, laying the first cornerstone of this eternal city. At that moment, a glimmer of cold, resolute light flashed in Ran's eyes. He issued his first, irrefutable command to the newly awakened skeletal titans, still infused with the essence of the wilderness. Decree, break the mountains. These 2 words, akin to a soul imprint containing the highest laws, were forcefully branded upon the soul cores of each skeletal titan, forged from pure soul fire. Dozens of skeletal titans, seemingly receiving an absolute command, erupted with a soul fire of deep azure, embodying total obedience and a will to annihilate. In unison, they turned, directing their massive forms toward the steep cliffs rising 1,000 meters around the pit. Then, they wielded their enormous bony claws and fists, capable of effortlessly shattering a castle. With a resounding roar, an extraordinarily efficient mountain-cleaving operation commenced, one that would appear cataclysmic to the eyes of mere mortals. Boulders rained down from the cliffs like droplets of rain, while the mountains cried out in anguish under the relentless onslaught of these necromantic engineers, heedless of the cost. In just half a day's time, the once smooth cliffs surrounding the pit were transformed into a wide spiral mountain road, ample enough for dozens to traverse side by side. Thanks to the efforts of these formidable skeletal engineers, the colossal boulders, weighing tens of thousands of tons and pried from the mountainside, were meticulously sorted and arranged by the skeletal titans, their immense hands treating the stones as if they were mere toys, stacking them upon the vast plains of the chasm below. The larger stones were destined to become the foundation of future city walls, while the smaller ones would pave the roads within. The entire operation was executed with an astonishing efficiency and order that sent shivers down one's spine. The multitude of wild warriors, armed with rudimentary tools and initially prepared for a grand endeavor, stood dumbfounded before the divine spectacle unfolding before them. Their mouths agape. They stared at the bustling construction site below, oblivious to the sound of their stone axes and bone picks clattering to the ground. A singular thought occupied their minds. Is this how the gods build their homes? What purpose do we mortals serve in this creation? Seemingly perceiving their disappointment and self-doubt, the commanding voice of Ran resonated once more, filled with authority. The skeletal titans were responsible for creation, while you, his gaze swept over the genuine giants, led by the towering figure of Mag, who appeared lost in their idleness, were tasked with transportation and construction. With a gentle lift of his hand, a granite block, as large as a house, floated upwards from the depths of the chasm as if lifted by an invisible force, eventually landing silently before King Mag. Ran intoned softly. Yes, my great king. The giant king, who had lost one arm, quivered at the sound of his name. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, striking his chest with his remaining left arm, his enormous eyes brimming with excitement and fervor at the prospect of being entrusted with a divine mission once more. Led your kin, Ran directed, gesturing towards the expansive plain, now transformed into a series of stone mountains by the skeletal titans. Transport these selected foundation stones to the location I designate. You shall become the first and most illustrious royal construction team of the City of Eternal Night. Upon hearing the title of Royal Construction Team, though vague, it resonated with an undeniable sense of honor. Mag's simple mind ignited with fervor. He let out a roar filled with supreme glory and absolute obedience. Rising abruptly, he effortlessly hoisted the enormous granite block, weighing several tons, upon his remaining pillar-like left arm. Turning to his fellow giants, equally stirred by the divine decree, he issued his first command as their king, imbued with pride and martial spirit. Did you all hear that? Move it now. For our king. For the glory of our royal construction team. The chorus of dozens of giants erupted in a resounding roar. They strode forth with legs as robust as tree trunks, charging down the nascent mountain road recently hewn by the necromantic engineers towards the abyss below. Before the awestruck gaze of thousands of wild men in Frost Snow's teeth, an unprecedented tableau of fantastical infrastructure unfurled in the annals of Westerosi history. Beneath the chasm, dozens of colossal skeletal titans, resembling moving mountains, tirelessly excavated the mountainside, functioning as the most precise machines driven by the inexorable laws of death. Along the path, numerous mighty giant laborers bore boulders the size of houses, traversing with heavy steps akin to the most reliable heavy-duty trucks composed of flesh and bone. Surrounding them, countless ordinary wild warrior men, under the unified command of Mance Rayder and Orell, undertook more intricate auxiliary tasks. They laid small stones to pave the road, wove cables from resilient beast sinew, and skinned and dismembered the great beasts they hunted, providing a continuous supply of sustenance for the laboring giants. The undead, giants, and humans, three disparate races, miraculously intertwined under the divine decree of the Black God Moran, forming a terrifyingly efficient machine of infrastructure with clearly defined roles. A grand, Gothic-style magical city, steeped in the aesthetics of the undead, rose with an efficiency that surpassed the imagination of the era upon this once ominous land. Chapter 77. The Soulforge and Rune Technology. If the combination of the necromantic engineers and giant laborers showcased the terrifying creativity of Moran's divine infrastructure system on a macro level, then the subsequent actions of Moran, following the emergence of the City of Night's embrace, unveiled a far more intricate and subversive display of divine power on a micro level to all wild men. On the seventh day, as the circular walls of Night's embrace coalesced, Moran summoned dozens of wild men endowed with shamanic talents and strong mental faculties to the city center at the bottom of the chasm. Among them was the living corpse Samastag, who had lost his self-awareness and retained only the instinctual use of totemic power. These wild shamans, who typically served as bridges between their tribes and the divine, found their meager sorcery paltry in the presence of the true god Moran, who could devour deities. With fervent yet apprehensive hearts, they knelt upon the plaza paved with black stones, awaiting the latest divine oracle from the Black God. This time, Moran intended to impart to them a practical technique from a past life in the world of cultivation. A piece of black technology capable of propelling the productivity of Westeros forward by millennia, the Rune Array. What is it that you refer to as shamanic power? Moran stood with hands clasped behind his back, his heterochromatic eyes calmly surveying these pupils, whom he regarded as primitive beings. You draw trivial power from the heavens and the earth through chanting, sacrifices, and totems, beseeching the elements for rain, healing the wounded, and cursing your enemies. A smirk of disdain, filled with the superiority of a dimensional strike, curled at the corners of his mouth. This method is exceedingly inefficient, rife with uncertainty. It resembles a group of beggars kneeling by the river, beseeching the river deity for favors. When the deity is in good spirits, they may receive a few fish. But when displeased, they are left with nothing. This precise and derogatory analogy renders all shamans abashed, their heads bowed in shame. Indeed, their sorcery is capricious, contingent upon luck. What I intend to impart to you is a novel science that will liberate you from this mendicant state entirely. A gleam of logical brilliance sparkled in Moran's eyes. Characteristic of a scholar of the sciences, I shall teach you how to comprehend the essence of power, to dissect it, and ultimately to master it. Let power become a tool in your hands, one that can be meticulously calculated, reliably harnessed, and infinitely replicated. As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand. A pure stream of nether demonic energy surged forth from his fingertips, transforming the sky into a canvas and the demonic energy into ink. Before the bewildered and astonished gazes of all the shamans, he began to inscribe a complex diagram of energy circuits, composed of countless mysterious lines and symbols, suspended in midair. This was, in fact, a simplified version of the commonly used gathering spirit runes in the realm of cultivation. Observe closely. M.O. Rand's voice took on the tone of the most meticulous of instructors. All energy in this world, be it the natural forces you speak of or the death energy I command, is not chaotic or random. They all flow according to specific laws. These runes are the keys to unlocking those laws. Each line represents a direction of energy flow, and each symbol signifies a note of law. When you are able to correctly combine these keys with your mental prowess, he completed the final stroke. The gathering spirit rune, composed of pure demonic energy, resonated into being in the air. A faint yet profound hum of energy reverberated throughout the square, shaking the very souls of all the shamans. They could clearly see the invisible natural energies flowing freely around them. Whether it was the dense death energy from the depths of the sinkhole or the elemental forces wafting through the air, all converging into visible streams of energy, as if responding to an absolute command, madly rushing toward the suspended black rune. Ultimately, they coalesced at the center of the rune into a radiant energy orb, gleaming like a star, pulsating with tremendous energy waves. All the shamans were utterly astounded by this miraculous creation that seemed to manifest from thin air. Their mouths agape and eyes wide, they beheld what they considered the most astonishing miracle in existence. No incantations were needed. No sacrifices, no totems. Merely the drawing of an incomprehensible pattern could so dominantly seize the surrounding heavenly and earthly energies. This was no longer a mere borrowing, it was outright plunder. This is the essence of rune technology. M.O. Rand regarded the shamans, their worldview shattered, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This is the new power I wish to bestow upon you. Yet, he shifted his tone, a depth of meaning flickering in his eyes. Given your currently feeble mental prowess and your nearly naive understanding of energy, it is premature for you to directly grasp this technique. With that, he gently waved his hand. The ethereal, suspended runes of spirit gathering, along with the concentrated sphere of energy, instantaneously transformed into a stream of light, forcefully imprinting itself upon the obsidian volcanic rock disk at the heart of the square, exceeding 10 meters in diameter. I have devised a more straightforward and brutal solution for you. He gestured towards the rune formation that had completely fused with the black disk, softly declaring, I shall refer to this as the energy conversion core. It possesses the capability to automatically absorb all surrounding energy. However, relying solely on passive absorption proves to be inefficient. It requires a more potent fuel capable of providing a continuous flow of energy. As he spoke, he slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the souls of the hundreds from the Glacier tribe and the Horned clan, whom he had personally vanquished in the Battle of Eagle's Grief. These souls, having been devoured of most of their essence, did not completely dissipate. Rather, he had imprisoned them using the secret technique of the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring art, transforming them into drifting, ghostly orbs of ash-white remnants, akin to will-o'-the-wisps. A cruel smile, one that sent shivers down the spines of all shamans, curled at the corner of M.O. Rand's lips. These shall serve as the finest fuel. In the very instant his words fell, he waved his grand sleeves. The hundreds of vengeful and fearful soul orbs, as if drawn by an irresistible force, emitted a silent yet piercing wail, involuntarily flung into the recently activated core of the colossal rune formation. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy erupted. The entire rune formation, upon receiving this high-quality fuel, unleashed a pitch-black beam of deathly light, 1,000,000 times more blinding than the sun. The beam soared skyward, reaching heights of 1,000 meters, illuminating the depths of the chasm in its entirety. A colossal wave of pure energy, potent enough to make the souls of all shamans tremble, erupted from the core of the formation. This is the soul furnace I have crafted for the city of eternal night. M.O. Rand spread his arms, embracing his greatest creation, his voice resonating with the pride and majesty of a primordial deity. It shall become the inexhaustible heart of this city. It will continuously supply energy for your future rune technology. Chapter 78. The First Barracks. The bone transformation pool, the towering black beam from the soul furnace, persisted throughout the night before gradually subsiding into tranquility. As the feeble dawn light of the following morning struggled to penetrate the leaden clouds above the frost-snow-toothed mountain range, the wild shamans, who had witnessed the divine might of the previous night, remained like puppets bereft of souls, kneeling on the cold square, unable to regain their composure. Their minds echoed with the image of that primordial figure and the rune formation, slowly revolving at the center of the square, exuding an aesthetic of death and order. The shallow understanding they had inherited over millennia was utterly shattered and reformed by Mo Ran in the most direct manner imaginable. They finally comprehended, from the depths of their being, that the chasm separating them from this dark deity was not merely one of strength, but an absolute disparity in the levels of civilization. If they were still in the Stone Age, striking flint to kindle fire, their god had already mastered the precise manipulation of nuclear fusion energy, an advanced technology of the future. This cognitive shock, akin to a dimensional assault, brought forth not merely fear and reverence, but an unparalleled honor and fervor to partake in the process of civilizational leap. They are destined to become the pioneers of rune technology in this world. After successfully establishing the energy foundation for the future magical industrial system and thoroughly indoctrinating these future researchers, Mo Ran did not cease his relentless pursuit of infrastructure. With energy secured, the next challenge was military might, an encampment capable of continuously supplying loyal warriors for his impending Eternal Night dynasty. His gaze fell upon the abyssal depths of the pit. There lay the core of the demonic throat's ley lines, saturated with the most concentrated deathly aura. Shrouded in toxic miasma that had rolled for millennia, a dark chasm untouched by any living being. During last night's display of divine power, although most of the miasma was forcefully repressed back into the abyss by Mo Ran's formidable magic, a trace of ink black, exuding extreme corrosion and the essence of death, seeped forth from the unfathomable cracks like a living serpent. This deathly aura, formed from the fusion of ley-line death energy and volcanic malevolence over thousands of years, was lethal poison to any creature. Even the mightiest giant would dissolve into a pool of pus upon inhaling even a wisp of it. However, what appeared to be an abysmal death trap, a terror far beyond any poison in the eyes of mortals, was for Mo Ran a naturally formed, perfect necromantic pool. Truly a fortuitous discovery. Standing at the edge of the gaping fissure, from which the black deathly aura continuously billowed, Mo Ran wore a genuinely satisfied smile. In the realm of cultivation, those elite necromantic sects would typically require hundreds or even thousands of years, slaughtering millions of beings, to nourish a ley line and barely cultivate a fraction of such pure deathly aura. Yet now, a natural transformation pool, grander and more perfect than any necromantic pit he had ever encountered in his past life, lay before him. Such fortune was akin to that of a chosen one of the planes. It seemed this realm was destined for him to dominate. Mo Ran shamelessly adorned himself with this lofty notion. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to transform this natural treasure into his own armory. The Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique surged within him once more. This time, he summoned not the corrosive and reshaping demonic energy of the Nine Hells, but a more substantial and orderly essence, the true water of shambling. This was a fragment of primordial power he had barely managed to extract from the laws of annihilation after his golden core had been restored to nearly 80%. In the realm of cultivation, a single drop of this true water could freeze rivers, and a bowl could encase vast expanses in ice. It was the ultimate treasure coveted by all water and ice cultivators, as well as the finest adhesive and catalyst for constructing structures imbued with the attributes of Yin and malevolence. Condense. Mo Ran intoned sharply, using his finger as a pen and the purest true water of shambling as ink. He began to swiftly inscribe a colossal array for refining devices at the edge of the vast fissure, a design 100 times more intricate than the previous spirit-gathering runes, infused with the laws of death and transformation. Countless enigmatic and mystical runes flowed from his fingertips, imprinting themselves upon the black rock as if imbued with life, akin to ethereal sprites. As the formation gradually came to fruition, the temperature at the bottom of the chasm began to plummet at a visibly frantic pace. Layers of glistening, azure-hued ice swiftly spread outward from the colossal formation, enveloping the vast area around the gaping chasm, which exuded malevolent, deathly energy. This created a magnificent, translucent ice barrier resembling an inverted giant bowl. At the very heart of this frosty sanctum, the artifact refinement array, meticulously inscribed by Mo Ran, rotated slowly, emanating a chilling aura that threatened to freeze one's very soul. It is complete. Mo Ran withdrew his fingers, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his pale visage. The result of considerable exertion. He realized that he had successfully erected the first true bastion of military might in this world. Melisandre. He turned to issue commands to the high priest, who stood in awe, leading countless wildlings in distant observation of this divine creation. Yes, my great king. Melisandre trembled, rushing forth from the crowd to kneel, awaiting the new oracle. Convey my decree. Melisandre gestured towards the death-laden zone, now shrouded in the icy barrier. From this day forth, this shall become the core military stronghold of our city of eternal night. I bestow upon it the name, the Bone Transmutation Pool. All valiant warriors who gloriously perish in battle, all powerful beasts we hunt, or the corpses of our enemies. His lips curled into a chilling smile that sent shivers down Melisandre's spine, may be cast into this pool. There, through the dual refinement of malevolent, deathly energy and profound true water, they shall be transmuted en masse into the lowest echelon of undaunted skeletal soldiers. This will become the most fundamental and inexhaustible source of troops for our Evernight dynasty. Boom. Melisandre's words shattered the last remnants of the wildlings' understanding of conventional warfare. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back. En masse transmutation? An inexhaustible army. What a terrifyingly audacious concept. This implied that from henceforth, their forces would multiply with each engagement, while their adversaries would dwindle. Any faction opposing them would be ensnared in an inevitably futile war of attrition. Their foes would not only confront the fearless chosen warriors, but also an unending horde of the undead, born from the very corpses of their fallen kin. This was nothing short of a slaughter predestined to be unjust from the very outset. Divine, someone in the crowd murmured, their voice trembling with boundless fervor and absolute reverence. And then knelt. Soon after, a resounding chorus of synchronized kneeling echoed throughout the chasm, a tidal wave of devotion reverberating in the air. This time, their kneeling was not merely an expression of reverence for power and a yearning for immortality, but rather intertwined with an overwhelming sense of security and unparalleled glory that came with following a war god who stood invincible from the very beginning. They recognized that a brand new era of warfare, belonging to the undead, had already dawned with the birth of this skeletal transformation pool. Chapter 79. Whispers of the Silent Night. The emergence of the sword spirit. The construction of Silent Night City advanced at an unimaginable pace. Bolstered by divine infrastructure and necromantic technology, the city's form transformed daily. As the sole sovereign of this future magical metropolis, Melisandre momentarily withdrew from the bustling urban planning to lay the two foundational pillars of energy and military might for his grand blueprint. He entrusted the specific construction tasks to the two loyal and exceptionally capable chief aides, the High Priest Melisandre, responsible for coordinating the workforce, and the chief engineer, the King of Giants, Mag, who led the royal construction team in executing critical missions. Melisandre then entered a state akin to seclusion once more. The place he chose for this retreat was not a lavish tent or a warm cave, but rather the core region of the skeletal transformation pool he had crafted by hand, next to a bottomless crevice that continuously exuded pure and malevolent deathly aura. This was the Dragon's Lair, the most saturated with the scent of death in the Frost and Snow-Tooth mountain range, a place where a single breath would spell instant demise for any living being. Yet for Melisandre, who practiced the Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique, it was a sacred ground for cultivation, allowing him to swiftly restore his strength and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. He casually sat cross-legged at the edge of the crevice, where black deathly mist swirled incessantly. His fateful artifact, Silent Night, shrouded in black cloth and imbued with an aura of mystery and foreboding, lay across his knees. With his eyes gently closed, his consciousness sank deeply into a state of profound meditation, where he became oblivious to both self and surroundings. The Nine-Yin Soul Devouring technique operated autonomously within him with fervor. The surrounding space, saturated with corrosive and destructive deathly energy, coalesced into visible, swirling black energy cyclones, irresistibly drawn towards Melisandre's body. Ultimately, this energy surged through the countless pores of his body, continuously nourishing his half-demon, half-divine extraordinary golden core, which had already been repaired to nearly 80%. In this almost luxurious environment for cultivation, the repair progress of his shattered golden core accelerated with unprecedented ferocity. 81%, 82%, 85%. As his strength continued to restore, a subtle yet earth-shattering transformation began to unfold in Melisandre's aura. His seemingly slender form, enhanced by the might of a neutron star, exuded a terrifying presence, akin to a black hole capable of swallowing all light and perception. His long, jet-black hair danced without wind, and tendrils of visibly gray arcs, suffused with the principles of annihilation, began to swirl around the tips. He sat there in serene silence, seemingly merging completely with the abyss of death and foreboding darkness that enveloped him. He was the abyss, and the abyss was him. Yet, Just as Mo Ran was fully immersed in the exquisite sensation of this burgeoning power, an unexpected and peculiar transformation began to unfold. A faint hum, almost ethereal and resonating with the rhythm of life, emanated without warning from the blade of his innate artifact, the Jia divine sword, which rested horizontally upon his knees. To his astonishment, the sword, which had always been a mere instrument executing his commands, began to emanate a soft, vibrant green light from its verdant side, symbolic of the laws of life, reminiscent of tender sprouts in spring. This green luminescence, while not overwhelming, contained an unparalleled essence of life that starkly contrasted with the pervasive aura of death and desolation surrounding him. It formed a striking and paradoxical juxtaposition against the inky blackness of the deathly energy that permeated the abyss. Mo Ran's consciousness was abruptly jolted from his deep meditative state. He opened his eyes wide, and for the first time, genuine surprise and bewilderment flickered in his heterochromatic gaze, one eye as dark as night and the other a chilling ice blue. What was happening? He lowered his gaze to the sword in his hand, which was now spontaneously radiating life, his brow furrowing in confusion. The Jia had been forged from the cold spear of an otherworldly being and fragments of a wild man's fishload, catalyzed by the regal soul power of the king of Ice Tomb, employing the crafting techniques of the cultivation world. It embodied the most extreme laws of life and death. This Mo Ran understood well. Yet, until now, the Jia had merely passively accepted his commands, resembling a lifeless object of immense potential. Now, it had autonomously triggered the life force within, without any directive from him. This was as bizarre and illogical as a gun in one's hand suddenly blossoming into a flower. As Mo Ran grappled with his bewilderment, an exceedingly faint wave of consciousness, filled with a sense of dependency and intimacy, akin to that of a newborn, slowly flowed from the sword hilt into his mind. Master. It was not a language, but rather a pure whisper transcending species and form, a communion at the level of awareness. A tempest surged within Mo Ran's mind. The icy visage, which had remained unperturbed even in the face of divine battles, now bore the unmistakable signs of profound shock and disbelief for the first time. A sword spirit. He gasped in astonishment. These two words represented an unattainable, legendary dream for any practitioner from the cultivation realm. The innate artifact is a weapon intertwined with the very essence of one's life. Yet, for the vast majority, such artifacts remain powerful tools throughout their existence. Only a select few extraordinary weapons, either by fortuitous circumstances or by virtue of their innate spiritual essence, possess the potential to develop independent consciousness, known as weapon spirits or sword spirits, through the continual nurturing of their master's immense spiritual energy and profound understanding of the laws. A treasured artifact that has attained a sword spirit transcends mere lifelessness, evolving into the most devoted companion and the most harmonious ally of its master. It gains the capacity for independent thought, autonomous combat, and even limitless possibilities for self-evolution. The disparity in value compared to ordinary artifacts is nothing short of astronomical. In his previous life within the realms of cultivation, Mo Ran, the formidable soul-devouring demon lord, had encountered countless treasures and formidable weapons. Yet, he had never truly possessed a fated artifact that birthed a weapon spirit. Now, astonishingly, his Jia divine sword, forged merely from scraps of a low-tier martial world, manifested a faint yet undeniably real sword spirit consciousness, despite his cultivation not being fully restored. This was utterly preposterous, a level of absurdity one could hardly fathom. What could possibly account for this? Mo Ran forcibly suppressed the tumultuous waves of excitement and joy surging within him. His scientifically inclined mind began to race, attempting to decipher the true cause behind this anomaly that defied the principles of cultivation. Was it the material? Impossible. The ice spear of the otherworldly demons, while imbued with a fragment of the law of annihilation, remained fundamentally mundane. The Fishlamub, though brimming with life energy, had yet to reach the celestial grade required for the birth of a weapon spirit. Nurturing? Even less likely. He had only traversed into this world for a few months, most of which he spent in a state of depleted spiritual energy due to the shattering of his golden core, providing scant nourishment to the Jia. With all impossible factors ruled out, the remaining explanation, no matter how incredible it seemed, must be the truth. Mo Ran's gaze sharpened with realization. He contemplated the only plausible possibility. It was because of himself. Indeed, it was not the material of the artifact nor the nurturing it received, but rather the unique essence of Mo Ran himself as its singular master. He was a fusion of a scientific soul from Earth, demonic cultivation methods from the realm of cultivation, and the fantastical laws from Westeros. These three supreme sources from entirely disparate dimensional worlds coalesced within him, creating an unprecedented and unparalleled balance, rife with chaos and infinite potential. Thus, the Jiued Divine Sword, as his fated artifact, became the perfect vessel and embodiment of this extraordinary balance from the moment it came into existence. It inherently occupied a higher starting point than any weapon in the cultivation realm, carrying not only Mo Rant's power, but also the singular path of this amalgamation from three different worlds. This is why it could so swiftly manifest its own spirit under such humble conditions. Having come to this understanding, a profound clarity washed over Mo Rant's eyes, illuminating his heart with a sense of revelation and relief. He slowly extended his hand, adopting an unprecedentedly gentle demeanor as he tenderly caressed the cold sword, its blade emanating a verdant glow. He could distinctly perceive the waves of consciousness radiating from the sword, filled with joy and affection, intensifying with each moment. The master relished this. The faint sword spirit seemed incapable of complex thoughts, only able to express the simplest emotions akin to those of a newborn. Yet, that was more than sufficient. Indeed, a genuine smile, untainted by ulterior motives or pretense, graced Mo Rant's face for the first time since arriving in this world. I cherish you too, my companion. Chapter 80. Samwell's discovery. While Mo Rant engaged in a transcendent communion of souls with his newly awakened sword spirit beside the abyss of Gia City, reveling in the exhilarating surge of power hundreds of miles away. In the shadowy black castle, perpetually enveloped in the aroma of ancient tomes and herbs, another exploration of the essence of power was quietly unfolding. However, this exploration lacked the grandiosity of divine might or the terrifying spectacle of devastation. Instead, it was characterized by a trembling, rotund figure embroiled in a silent struggle against a pile of ancient parchment, exuding the scent of decay and dust. Samwell Tarly sat upright, or rather reclined, upon a wooden chair that seemed on the verge of collapse beneath his considerable weight. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his face bore the marks of torment and struggle, as if he were enduring some unspeakable torture. Before him, a massive oak desk was cluttered with stacks of tomes, each half his height, inscribed in various archaic languages he could scarcely comprehend. There were texts from the freehold of Valyria titled Embers of Blood and Fire, scrolls from the Gisker Empire bearing the title hide of the Scorpion Lion, even a few rolls, said to have been salvaged from the sunken ruins of the Long Summer Islands, crafted from sea monster hides, emitting a faint briny scent, titled Deep Sea Rights. These were the true rarities and forbidden tomes that Archmaester Aemon had amassed throughout his lifetime from the far reaches of the world. Each scroll contained knowledge potent enough to earn him 100 executions at the hands of the Seven's clergy for its revelations of ancient sorcery and heretical deities. And now, Samwell Tarly, the most timid recruit in the history of the Night's Watch, who would vomit at the sight of a corpse and cower under his bed at the sound of thunder, was tasked with meticulously transcribing these celestial writings, penned in various ancient tongues, into the common tongue of Westeros under Archmaester Aemon's oral translation. This endeavor was far more daunting for him than facing an army of White Walkers. The Shadowbinders of the Shadowlands believed that the soul was not a singular entity. Rather, it was a composite formed from memory, emotion, and essence. Archmaester Aemon's aged and gentle voice resonated like a lullaby in the quiet room, as he reclined in a rocking chair by the hearth. Though his eyes had long since lost their sight, his inner vision seemed to read the ancient texts that eluded the understanding of ordinary minds. They believed that through an ancient ritual known as soul binding, one can forcibly sever a being's memories and emotions without damaging its essence, subsequently imprinting one's own will upon it like a brand, thereby creating a perfect servant, one that remains absolutely loyal while retaining all its combat instincts from its former life. This servant is referred to as a soul corpse. Sam, are you all right? Suddenly, Scholar Aemon halted his translation, his pale, blind eyes gazing at the unfortunate, pallid figure of the trembling, portly man. Samwell Tarly could no longer contain himself. He abruptly pushed his chair back and rushed to the wooden barrel in the corner, leaning against the wall as he began to retch violently. His stomach was utterly empty, forcing forth only a bitter bile. His complexion was more ghastly than that of the deceased. The horrifying ritual of soul binding, laden with malevolence and blasphemy, echoed uncontrollably in his mind, severing memories, stripping emotions, imprinting will, creating soul corpses. It involuntarily reminded him of the dark-clad, otherworldly handsome demon lord. He recalled the terrifying scene in the Black Castle, where, before all, he transformed the fallen Night Watch brothers into mindless, emotionless black iron puppets that merely obeyed commands. It was identical. No. Even more perfect and terrifying than the soul corpses described in the ancient Ashen texts. For the Ashen Shadowbinders required complex rituals to barely create a soul corpse. Yet that man merely waved his hand. "Scholar, I cannot bear this any longer," Sam Wiltari implored, his voice tinged with desperation and sorrow. "These things are too wicked. My mind feels as though it might explode." He was on the brink of madness. Ever since he began to delve into these forbidden truths about the world under the guidance of Scholar Eamon, he felt as though he had unwittingly fallen into the realm of Cthulhu mythos, spiraling into insanity daily. He learned how the Dragon King of Valeria fed their dragons and forged Valyrian steel with the blood and souls of millions of slaves. He discovered how the son of the Harpy from the Gyges Empire sacrificed infants to gain control over the horrors of sand and plague from the abyss. He even became aware of the amphibious race known as the Deep Ones, living in the trembling depths of the sea, and how they fused captured humans with terrifying sea beasts to create indescribable flesh-bound servants. This world was not the idyllic realm of knightly honor and romantic pastoralism he had envisioned in the warm library of Jalan City. It was a dark forest built upon endless blood, cruel sacrifices, and unspeakable horrors. And now he understood that the revered and feared Eastern ally possessed a grotesque ability to control corpses, strikingly akin to the most nefarious and ancient Ashen Shadowbinders. How could he possibly be devoid of fear? The voice of Bachelor Eamon remained gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable, soothing power. Raising his head to gaze upon me, Samwell struggled to lift his tear-streaked, perspiring visage. "Tell me, child," said Bachelor Eamon, his grayish-white blind eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the veil of illusion and gazing into the depths of Samwell's soul. "Do you perceive a knife as benevolent or malevolent?" Samwell was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry. "A knife is merely a tool. Eamon interrupted him, nodding slowly. "Indeed, it is just a tool. In the hands of a chef, it can create delectable dishes. In the hands of a doctor, it can save dying lives. In the hands of a soldier, it can protect one's homeland. Yet, in the hands of a brute, it can equally wreak havoc upon the innocent." He paused, his tone deepening with significance. "Power itself harbors no inherent good or evil. It is the will of the wielder that determines its moral compass. The soul binders of Asha enslave the innocent, indulging their sordid desires, and thus, they embody malevolence." However, a complex expression of awe and confusion flickered across his wrinkled face. "What of our landlord?" he inquired, with equal, if not greater, potency. "He transformed our deceased brother, resurrecting souls that ought to have found peace, compelling them to stand once more upon that frigid wall, fulfilling the protective vows they left unfulfilled in life. He has made them eternal sentinels, safeguarding all of us who remain." Then, Sam, he slowly posed a soul-searching ultimate question to the now utterly speechless man. "Is he good or evil?" Samwell was rendered completely speechless, his mind a blank slate. The simplistic, binary morality instilled in him by the Seven Gods' teachings crumbled before Eamon's dialectical and philosophical quandary. Indeed, is Ran good or evil? He manipulated the souls of the departed in the most nefarious and profane manner. Yet, he employed these very souls in the most sacred and honorable act of guardianship. He resembled a coin, one side embodying the deepest, all-consuming darkness, while the other radiated the most resplendent light, illuminating the long night. This extreme contradiction, this chaos that defied any known moral or logical definition, left Samwell feeling as though his mind were on the verge of combustion. "I do not know," he ultimately confessed, his voice tinged with confusion and helplessness as he slumped despondently into the chair. "Excellent," Bachelor Eamon remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. "Not knowing is the first step towards wisdom, for it demonstrates that you have begun to think with your own mind rather than blindly accepting the answers imposed upon you by others." He rose slowly from the rocking chair. He groped his way to the towering bookshelf, his fingers, as parched as an eagle's talons, gliding slowly over the ancient spines of books. Eventually, they came to rest upon a tome bound in an unknown, pitch-black leather, devoid of any words. "Come, Sam," he urged, laboriously lifting the weighty volume from its perch. "Our lesson is far from over. Having acquainted ourselves with the shadows of the north, we shall now delve deeper." He placed the ominous black tome heavily before Samwell, his gray-white blind eyes gazing out at the northern expanse, now fully enveloped in the cloak of night. His voice took on an unprecedented gravity. "Let us become familiar with our true neighbors, the shadows of the land of eternal winter, the others," and he paused, articulating a name that would send tremors throughout the continent of Westeros, a name that spoke of their creator, the Great Other. Chapter 81. The Raven from Winterfell. As the winds of the north began to soften, and the delightful sounds of cracking ice returned from the frozen white knife, spring finally made its tardy arrival upon this vast and resilient land. Yet, the warmth of spring's sun could not dispel the heavy, oppressive clouds of war that loomed over Winterfell. Since the execution of Lord Eddard Stark in King's Landing under baseless charges by House Lannister, his eldest son, the resolute Robb Stark, at merely 16, rallied all the bannermen of the North, raising the sigil of the dire wolf in a quest for vengeance against the Iron Throne. This young wolf lord, proclaimed king in the North by his peers, exhibited a military prowess and regal spirit far beyond his years. He ambushed the Lannister forces in the Whispering Woods, achieving a stunning victory against overwhelming odds, and captured the legendary knight Jaime Lannister, infamous throughout Westeros as the Kingslayer. Subsequently, he defeated Tywin Lannister's reinforcements at the banks of the Green Fork, liberating his mother's family from their besieged plight. Each exhilarating triumph spread the name of Robb Stark like wildfire across the Seven Kingdoms, reminding the realm of the young Eddard Stark, the indomitable wolf of Winterfell, who had once thrived in the War of the Usurper. However, war is never merely about victories on the battlefield. In the spacious study that once belonged to Lord Eddard Stark, the young wolf lord, brimming with vigor on the field, now bore a furrowed brow, echoing his father's sense of honor and responsibility, etched with fatigue and worry that belied his youth. Before him lay not military maps, but rather an array of financial and resource reports from the North's great houses, filled with dense figures, such as the state of affairs, my liege. A hoarse voice, laden with anxiety, gradually resonated within the tranquil study. The venerable scholar, Maester Luwin, a man with hair as white as snow who had devoted his life to serving House Stark, pointed toward the alarming reports spread across the table, conveying in a grave tone the stark reality that loomed even more ominously than the Lannister armies to the young wolf lord he had nurtured. Our victory at the Torrentine, though it uplifted our spirits, has nearly depleted the last of our stored provisions from the previous autumn to forge sufficient weaponry and armor. House Manderley of White Harbor has already advanced their iron reserves for the next 3 years. Meanwhile, House Karstark of Carhold has resorted to mortgaging their future to the Iron Bank of Bravos to gather the necessary funds for our troops. If this continues, within half a year, even if we achieve further victories on the battlefield, the entire North shall succumb without a fight due to the exhaustion of resources and the collapse of our finances. Each word from Maester Luwin struck Lord Robb Stark's heart like a heavy hammer. He recognized the veracity of the scholar's statements. Warfare is waged on the foundation of logistics. Although the North boasts fierce warriors and valiant hearts, it pales in comparison to the bountiful Westerlands and the populous Riverlands, suffering from an impoverishment that undermines their efforts. While he had garnered the facade of triumph in war, he was gradually losing the essence of victory. Is there truly no alternative? Robb's voice was tinged with a reluctant hoarseness. There is, Maester Luwin replied after a moment of contemplative silence. Withdrawing a letter sealed with black wax from the voluminous sleeves of his scholar's robe, an intelligence missive from the wall. Yet, a complex expression of mingled hope and fear flickered across his wrinkled visage. This method may prove even more perilous than the predicament we currently face. He slowly slid the letter from Castle Black before Robb. With a hint of confusion, Robb accepted the missive, tearing open the black wax seal adorned with the Night's Watch's crow sigil, revealing a parchment that radiated a faint chill. His gray eyes, filled with a sense of honor, froze upon reading the brief yet profoundly impactful content penned by the Lord Commander, Jorah Mormont. In the letter, Commander Mormont relayed, with a restrained but unmistakable urgency, a series of extraordinary events that had unfolded at the Wall. A mysterious ally from the East, who referred to himself as M.O. Ran, had single-handedly repelled thousands of wights from the shores of the Eastern Sea. This ally possessed the divine power to transform the fallen members of the Night's Watch into eternally loyal sentinels. He even ventured alone into the Shadowlands beyond the Wall. And in the final missive from Commander Mormont, he penned a speculation laden with implications, yet shrouded in unspoken truths, capable of driving any northern lord to madness. It appeared he possessed a power that could compel the free folk to submit. Robb abruptly rose from his chair. He gazed incredulously at the thin sheet of parchment in his hand, feeling as though he were perusing an absurd and fantastical epic filled with the colors of myth and magic. How could this be possible? His voice trembled slightly with overwhelming shock. Maester Luwin, is this letter genuine? Absolutely, my liege, Maester Luwin replied, nodding slowly. His aged visage mirrored the profound astonishment that could not fade. This letter was transmitted through the most secretive three-eyed raven channel between us and the Black Castle. Moreover, it bore Commander Mormont's personal blood seal. More importantly, he lowered his voice further. Just 5 days ago, our spies placed at Eastwatch returned through clandestine means with identical intelligence. In fact, it was even more extravagant than Commander Mormont's account. It is said that this man's raider is revered by the Night's Watch and the local populace as the king beyond the wall. Silence enveloped the study like a shroud. Rob numbly resumed his seat, his mind a blank slate. The worldview he had constructed from childhood, infused with notions of honor, responsibility, and realism imparted by his father and Maester Luwin, lay shattered before this fantastical and surreal intelligence. A being capable of repelling an army of the undead single-handedly? A deity who could transform the deceased into eternal sentinels? A king who may have already subdued hundreds of thousands of unruly wildlings? What manner of existence is this? Is he truly an ally? A fear far more potent than that which he felt in the face of Tywin Lannister's vast host descended upon the young king of the north, an immense and intangible weight pressing upon his heart. Yet, this fear was swiftly supplanted by a sharper, more potent political instinct befitting a ruler. A glimmer of bright ambition and opportunity sparked in his eyes. He recalled the greatest predicament he currently faced: a scarcity of resources, a fiscal collapse, and this enigmatic Eastern ally. If he indeed possessed the godlike powers described in the intelligence, might he not also wield extraordinary abilities to alleviate his plight? For instance, could his power to turn the dead into eternal sentinels be applied elsewhere, such as mining the rich deposits buried beneath the frozen soil of the north, inaccessible to mere mortals? Or perhaps he could employ those tireless spectral laborers to cultivate the vast lands that had been forsaken due to a lack of manpower. Even if he were to truly subdue all the wildlings, might the expansive, resource-rich territory beyond the wall also unveil its enigmatic gates, overflowing with untold treasures to him, the king of the north? One after another, tantalizing and frenzied thoughts surged through Robb Stark's mind like mushrooms sprouting after a rain. His breath quickened, and the gray of his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. He recognized this as a formidable threat, yet simultaneously, it presented a rare opportunity capable of liberating him and the entire North from their plight, perhaps even turning the tide in their favor. He must seize it. Maester Luwin. Robb slammed his palm upon the table, the youthful determination and confidence of the young wolf rekindling upon his visage. It is my command, in the name of Robb Stark, King in the North, to respond to the Night's Watch at once. His voice resonated with an undeniable royal authority. The letter must be heartfelt. I wish to extend an invitation to this mysterious and potent Eastern ally. He paused, enunciating each word with gravity, to come to Winterfell for a meeting. Chapter 82. Jon's mission. The ravens of Winterfell traversed snow and mountains, ultimately delivering the heartfelt and hopeful invitation from King Robb Stark to the Night's Watch at Castle Black. This ancient fortress, perpetually shrouded in ice and silence, once again found itself enveloped in a subtle yet turbulent atmosphere. Within the office of Commander Jeor Mormont, the crackling of the fireplace bathed the room in a warmth reminiscent of spring. However, the ambience within was far colder and more oppressive than the millennia-old ice walls outside. Commander Mormont sat alone behind his broad oak desk, his weathered face etched with unprecedented struggle and fatigue. Before him lay Robb Stark's handwritten reply from Winterfell, alongside another missive that had just arrived through clandestine channels from Eastwatch, a red report. The contents of this report sent a chilling shiver through the very soul of this venerable guardian of the wall. Melisandre, the red priestess he had always regarded with trepidation, had established the nascent form of a dark cult in Eastwatch, venerating the Night King as their supreme deity. She had even assembled a so-called Holy Fire Expedition, its aim directed straight towards the ancient tomb that housed the buried kings of Winterfell. Madness, utter madness. Mormont rubbed his aching temples with his roughened hands, letting out a low whisper filled with helplessness and bitterness. He felt akin to an aged and weary captain, witnessing his lifelong command, the Night's Watch, being violently torn apart by two incomprehensible and irresistible divine storms from opposing directions. A force emanating from beyond the wall, led by a sovereign who has utterly subjugated all wildlings, is in the process of establishing a city of eternal night, steeped in death and foreboding. Conversely, another force arises from within the wall, represented by a high priest who, under the banner of kingship, fervently disseminates the dark gospel through miracles and prophecies. Caught between these two terrifying tempests are he and the thousands of Night's Watchmen behind him, who, under the weight of divine power and miraculous displays, have lost their capacity for independent thought, finding themselves in a precarious predicament, helplessly ensnared. Now, the Southern Wolf Lord, Robb Stark, has extended an invitation to this once mighty commander, now reduced to a mere puppet. The letter, seemingly earnest yet rife with tests and stratagems, beckons the most formidable and unpredictable variable of the North, the King of Eternal Night, to Winterfell for a meeting. This invitation is akin to requesting a ravenous, blood-sated prehistoric beast to partake in a tea gathering hosted by trembling sheep. The outcome is all too predictable. A calamity awaits. Yet can he refuse? A flicker of profound resignation crosses Mayormont's eyes. He cannot. Officially, the Night's Watch remains an independent military organization under the protection of the North. And as the newly crowned King of the North, Robb Stark's invitation carries the highest degree of formality, leaving him with no grounds for denial. More importantly, given the king's unfathomable depths and unparalleled assertiveness, would he dare to decline? No, he would not. In fact, he might have been anticipating such an opportunity to legitimize the infiltration of influence from beyond the wall into the realm within. To him, Robb's invitation is akin to a pillow delivered during a moment of drowsiness. Thus, this impending encounter between North and South, fraught with uncertainty and peril, is inevitable. The only recourse for this minor commander is to exert his utmost effort in selecting the most suitable envoy, one who can represent the Night's Watch's stance, comprehend the king's mindset to a certain extent, and prepare his young nephew, still basking in the glory of the Wolf Lord, for the harsh realities ahead. A figure emerges in his mind, filled with contradictions, yet seemingly the sole choice: Jon Snow. Within the tower of the citadel, Jon sits like a weary stone statue before his desk, poring over a tome bound in black leather, exuding an ominous aura concerning the Great Other. His quill dances rapidly across the page, transcribing fervently. It has been over a month since that fateful day when his pride and convictions were shattered by Maegor's 2 fingers. During this period, he has transformed, abandoning the training yard, where he once cherished his Valyrian steel sword, Longclaw, now sheathed and hung upon the wall, untouched. He has nearly severed all ties with his comrades, devoting his entire time and energy to the forbidden and dark new world that Maester Aemon has opened to him. His progress is remarkable. Under the sagacious guidance of Maester Aemon and bolstered by the indomitable spirit of House Stark, he absorbs the knowledge of the underworld at a pace akin to a sponge soaking up water, knowledge that would drive an ordinary person to madness. He came to realize that the White Walkers were not the mindless embodiments of pure malice depicted in legends, but rather highly intelligent beings endowed with their own language, civilization, and a chillingly beautiful social structure. Their ability to transform the dead into wights stemmed from the same essence as Mo Rant's necromantic powers, both derived from the manipulation of the laws of world annihilation. However, the White Walkers employed a more primitive and brutal method, imbued with attributes of infection and assimilation, whereas Mo Rant's approach was more refined and efficient, characterized by control and transformative intent. In a tattered scroll of the Song of the Long Night, inscribed with ancient runes from the time of the ancestors, he encountered a chilling account. When the eternal night descends, the skies shall weep blood. The children of the forest will wield dragonglass as daggers and the heart tree as an altar, giving rise to the first Night King, whose eyes gleamed like the stars of a frigid winter. Astonishingly, the White Walkers were crafted by the very hands of the legendary forest dwellers who cherished peace and nature. One horrifying truth after another pierced Jon's already fractured worldview like the sharpest of ice picks. Yet, this time he did not crumble. His heart had grown numb. Like the most devoted scribe, he recorded these revelations, capable of driving the entirety of Westeros to madness, word by word, expressionless. In doing so, he was forging anew cold armor to shield his shattered soul against the cruelty of the world. Knock, knock, knock. A steady rap on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," Jon said, not lifting his gaze. The door creaked open, revealing a tall figure draped in a black bear fur cloak, who entered with measured grace. Jon inhaled the familiar scent of leather and strong spirits that signified the presence of the commander. He set down his quill and rose slowly. "Commander," he greeted, his voice calm yet hoarse. Mormont studied the young man before him, who seemed to have aged a decade in just over a month. A complex expression flickered in his authoritative eyes: pain, guilt, and, most prominently, relief. He recognized that this young man, though stripped of the youthful fervor and impulsiveness of a Stark, had acquired the steadiness and resilience befitting a king. He had matured into a man capable of shouldering a heavier burden. "Jon," Mormont stated directly, forgoing pleasantries, As he handed over a letter from Winterfell, Jon accepted the missive and read it swiftly. Upon encountering the name Robb Stark, a barely perceptible ripple stirred in his otherwise tranquil gray eyes, but it soon settled back into calm. He lifted his gaze to Mormont, his voice unwavering. So, what do you wish me to do? He did not inquire as to why, only what action was required. This absolute, emotionless obedience sent another pang through Mormont's heart. Yet he understood that this was the best outcome for Jon, for the Night's Watch, and indeed for the entire North. I require you to assemble a delegation, Mormont articulated with an unprecedented gravity, responding officially to Winterfell's invitation on behalf of the Night's Watch. He seized the moment to declare to the entire southern realm the existence of a name that could irrevocably alter the power dynamics of Westeros, the Night King. The presence of Mo Ran. Yet, he pivoted his discourse, a profound glimmer of meaning sparkling in his murky eyes. Before your descent to Winterfell, you must first journey north to the rising city of Evernight, to pay homage to our true king. I hope that in this journey, you will genuinely discover your place and assist your young kingly brother. He gave Jon a firm pat on the shoulder, now resolutely strong. Be forewarned. Recognize whose era this new age truly is. Chapter 83, A Trap for the King. The message ravens from the Black Castle arrived at the burgeoning Evernight city even before Jon Snow's delegation. When Mance Rayder, fully embodying the role of a high priest and former king beyond the wall, respectfully presented Mo Ran with the humbly worded letter from J.O. Mormont, the Night King. Just emerging from a profound meditation, stood at the edge of the bone transformation pool he had crafted with his own hands, keenly observing the inaugural trial run of his undead armory. Dozens of unfortunate wildling laborers who perished during construction, along with the remains of hundreds of mammoths and snow bears slaughtered to sustain the giant laborers, were being unceremoniously discarded by towering giants into the vast pool. Shrouded in a frostbound barrier, bubbling with the Black Death energy, the sound of corrosion echoed, akin to sizzling meat in hot oil, as the powerful flesh of both mortals and beasts disintegrated at an observable speed upon contact with the lethal amalgamation of necrotic energy and volcanic malice. Flesh transformed into sustenance for the pool, while bones, subjected to the dual refinement of necrotic energy and pure water from the nether realms, became more resilient and pure than the finest tempered steel. Soon, under the automatic guidance of the enormous crafting array at the pool's bottom, these meticulously refined materials, as if endowed with life, swiftly reassembled. Within a mere incense stick's burning time, newly formed skeletal soldiers, radiating an eerie blue-cold light and exhibiting a terrifying visage, emerged unsteadily from the roiling black waters. They marched in orderly formation, silently exiting the transformation pool, led by a Black Iron Corps captain personally assigned by Mo Ran, stepping in synchronized precision towards their designated new barracks. The entire process was efficient and merciless, imbued with a haunting beauty unique to the realm of undead industry. As the sole overseer of this armory, Mo Ran scrutinized the freshly produced entities, nodding or shaking his head like the most discerning quality inspector. The bone density is still insufficient. It appears that mere biological remnants are insufficient to fully harness the capabilities of this transformation pool. The war beast, derived from the bones of a mammoth, is rather intriguing and could serve as a viable alternative for future heavily armored siege units. However, the skeletal warriors transformed by the wild men possess a soul strength that is far too feeble. Their rigid bones are of no use when their combat instincts pale in comparison to the Black Iron corpses I have meticulously refined. It seems imperative that the dissemination of soul imprints be expedited. While he evaluated and summarized the situation with a discerning eye, he spoke nonchalantly to the respectfully awaiting Mansreed behind him. Read it. Yes, my illustrious king. Mansreed responded without hesitation as he opened the letter and recited its contents in a tone devoid of personal emotion. To the esteemed former Lord of Eternal Night, His Majesty Mo Ran, Commander Geomorm of the Black Castle extends to you his highest regards. The king in the north, Robb Stark of Winterfell, has been drawn to your supreme might in the north and has dispatched a messenger to sincerely invite you to journey south to Winterfell for a discussion on forming an alliance against the Long Night and the Lannister family. To demonstrate sincerity, the Night's Watch will send their chief ranger, Jon Snow, as the leader of the delegation. This party will bring gifts meticulously prepared by Winterfell in anticipation of your presence at Silent Night Castle. We humbly request your audience, for it would be a boon not only for the north, but for all the realm. The reading concluded, yet Mo Ran remained unresponsive. He gazed intently at the vast armory below, which continually produced undead fodder for him, his eyes, one black as night and the other ice blue, twinkling with an inscrutable depth. The atmosphere fell into a delicate silence. Melisandre knelt, holding the letter aloft, bowing deeply, afraid even to breathe. He pondered the capricious God King's attitude towards the invitation from the mortal realm. Would it be dismissed, or did he harbor more profound schemes? After a long pause, a subtle yet mocking chuckle finally escaped Rand's lips. He slowly turned to survey the burgeoning necropolis below, a realm of beauty intertwined with death and order, then lifted his gaze to the southern world, rife with power and desire, separated by the Frostfang Mountains. A cold smirk, imbued with the condescension of one who gazes down upon inferiors, curved his lips. An alliance? He savored the word, pondering how a fledgling wolf, barely able to sustain its own territory, dared to discuss alliances with dragons. Though his words dripped with disdain, Melisandre astutely detected a hint of intrigue in his tone. Are you implying? Melisandre ventured cautiously. Commander Giamorm appears to be growing increasingly astute, Rand remarked, choosing not to answer directly, but instead expressing interest in the commander's foresight to send gifts for an audience prior to his arrival. This awareness of duty as a vassal was commendable. As for the young fool known as Jon Snow, a fleeting glimmer of amusement, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, flickered in Rand's eyes. Very well, let me witness with my own eyes what form the shattered glass heart, which I had personally crushed, has taken after being mended by that old fox, Eamon. With this thought, he slowly approached Melisandre, extending his hand to receive the letter from Winterfell. Under Melisandre's gaze, filled with shock and confusion, a burst of inky black hellfire erupted from his palm, instantly reducing the missive, symbolic of the highest will of the North's king, to a handful of ashes. Return and inform that raven who delivered the message. Rand clapped his hands, as if merely engaging in a trivial task. His voice turned cold, imbued with an undeniable regal authority. I have consented to Mormont's plan. Jon Snow's delegation may come, and I will graciously accept the gifts from Winterfell. However, he shifted his tone, and a fierce, possessive light sparkled in his heterochromatic eyes. I have a small request as a prerequisite for my agreement to this asymmetrical meeting. I demand the actual garrison rights of the impregnable fortress of Carhold, the southern gateway to the north. Boom. A thunderclap resonated in Melisandre's mind. He dared not believe his ears, lifting his gaze to the king before him, whose words were anything but trivial, his gaunt face etched with profound shock. Carhold. That was the critical stronghold for the north against southern incursions. There has always been a saying, he who holds Carhold holds the north. To relinquish the garrison rights of Carhold was tantamount to handing over the keys to one's own home to a prehistoric beast that could devour him at any moment. Would Robb Stark, the young wolf who cherished honor above life itself, agree to such a humiliating condition, akin to ceding land? He would. It was as if Rand had peered into Melisandre's innermost thoughts. A chilling smile, filled with absolute confidence and control, spread across his face, reminiscent of a hunter surveying its prey, for he had no other choice. He could either cling to his laughable honor and be suffocated by the Lannisters and the financial burdens within his own territory, or he could kneel and beseech this devil to lend him a hand. Chapter 84. Trade inside and outside the wall. Rand's tyrannical condition soared like a raven with wings, swiftly traversing the Frostfang Mountains back to Black Castle. Upon receiving this news, Jeor Mormont could only sigh in resignation before commanding the ravens of the Citadel to relay this anticipated additional condition verbatim to Robb Stark, stationed at the front line in Riverrun. He understood that this meeting, which he had orchestrated, had completely slipped from his grasp. Now, all he and the Night's Watch could do was wait in silence to see how the Black Dragon from the east would engage in this first cruel game of power and strategy with the emerging young wolf of the north. During the interim of awaiting a response from the south, Rand, the newly crowned Lord of Eternal Night, did not remain idle. Beyond his daily rituals at the Bone Transformation Pool, he devoted the remainder of his time and energy to the internal construction of the rising city of Silent Night. If the previous endeavors of necromancers and the Soul Forge showcased his ethereal and surreal divine technology, then all that he undertook next exhibited a more pragmatic and efficient form of royal wisdom, capable of profoundly enhancing the living conditions of his subjects in a remarkably short span of time. On this day, a grand trade assembly, unprecedented in scale, was convened in the expansive central square of Silent Night City, composed of black volcanic rock. The trading party was led by High Priest Melisandre, accompanied by representatives from over 100 barbarian tribes, while the opposing side was a caravan of Night Watchman merchants, personally overseen by Chief Officer Bowen Marcy, comprising dozens of sledges laden with goods. This marked the first true instance of peaceful trade in millennia, both within and beyond the Great Wall. And it was their mutual sovereign, Ran, who facilitated this historic transaction. At this moment, the monarch who had ushered in this momentous event sat upon a temporary platform, crafted by skeletal titans and hewn from massive obsidian blocks, located at the northern side of the square. To his left stood the Reverend High Priest Mansreed, while to his right was the Chief Officer Bowen Marcy, whose demeanor remained anxious and apprehensive. "Your Majesty," Bowen Marcy said, carefully wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Despite the frigid temperature that could freeze an ordinary person in an instant, he felt as though he stood beside an impending volcanic eruption, enveloped by an invisible and suffocating aura of dread. He dared not raise his gaze to the youthful figure on the throne, whose beauty transcended that of mortals. Instead, he stammered in a tone of humble report, "In accordance with your instructions, we have brought 1,000 bags of rye from the new gifted land, 500 coarse linens from Mole Village, and 300 long swords along with 500 steel arrowheads crafted overnight by our Black Castle-esque smiths, as well as some salt, barley wine, and herbs for treating frostbite." With each item he mentioned, the eyes of the barbarian representatives in the square sparkled with fervent desire. Food, fabrics, ironware. These everyday commodities, so commonplace and inexpensive in the southern world, were for these free men, who lived year-round amidst snow and beasts, more precious than gold, essential luxuries that would allow them to survive the long winter. Now, these treasures, sufficient to incite tribal wars for acquisition, lay before them in mountainous heaps. In exchange for these goods, they were prepared to offer items they deemed utterly worthless, stones. Indeed, stones. On the opposite side of the square, there were also piles of pitch-black or resembling small hills. These ores were forcibly extracted by the tireless skeletal titans during their excavation of the Frostbite Mountains. Delving deep into the Earth's core, they were entirely black, remarkably hard, and their surfaces shimmered with an eerie, oily luster. The wild men were oblivious to the significance of these stones. To them, the black stones, which could neither be consumed nor worn, and were deemed too fragile to serve as weapons, appeared no different from the gravel by the roadside. However, upon first laying eyes on these ebony stones, Bowen Marsh, the chief officer of the Night's Watch, was instantly struck with astonishment, his eyes, dulled from years of ledger-keeping, widening in disbelief. Without regard for decorum, he leaped from the sled and scrambled towards the rocky outcrop, extracting a small, glass-like, transparent crystal from his pocket. With a reverence akin to that of a pilgrim, he carefully approached one of the black stones with the crystal in hand. Suddenly, the innocuous transparent crystal erupted with blinding white light, as if infused with life. "Dragonglass," Bowen Marsh exclaimed in a pitch of utter shock and disbelief. No, this was not dragonglass. It was obsidian, the legendary or capable of slaying the others. This revelation struck him like a divine thunderbolt, shaking him to his core. Obsidian, commonly known as dragonglass, was an exceedingly rare strategic resource in Westeros. It was widely acknowledged as the only sacred weapon, alongside Valyrian steel, that could inflict fatal damage on the others, yet its yield was lamentably scarce. The entire stockpile of the Night's Watch, accumulated over millennia, amounted to merely a few hundred dagger-sized shards. A mere drop in the ocean compared to the impending tide of the other's army. And now, a mountain comprised of pure, high-grade obsidian with over 90% purity had inexplicably appeared before him. In that moment, Bowen Marsh truly grasped why even the resolute Lord Commander Mormont displayed a complex expression of awe and helplessness when speaking of the enigmatic king beyond the wall. For this mysterious monarch wielded not only the power of the dead, but also a decisive force capable of fundamentally altering the course of the millennia-long war between the living and the deceased. With this inexhaustible mine of dragonglass, the Night's Watch would be able to equip every soldier with weapons capable of vanquishing the others. They would no longer be relegated to passive defense. They would possess the means to strike back. This was a monumental boon for the Night's Watch, which had endured in the darkness for 8 millennia. Consequently, a trade was struck that seemed to benefit both parties immensely. The wild men exchanged what they deemed worthless black stones for enough supplies to see them through the harsh winter, while the Night's Watch traded their most inconspicuous conventional resources for an invaluable strategic asset that could reshape the future of warfare. Both sides rejoiced. As the sole intermediary and architect of this transaction, Ren effortlessly garnered the unwavering support and faith of the wild tribes, who found resolution to their survival concerns, as well as the reliance of the Night's Watch, who, now filled with hope, would increasingly depend on his leadership in the times to come. He effortlessly bound the two massive forces, which were destined to be mortal enemies, both within and beyond the Great Wall, to his slowly advancing chariot of eternal night, expending almost no cost in the process. Truly, it was a flawless transaction. As Mo-Ran gazed upon the harmonious scene below, filled with laughter and the exchange of goods, a satisfied smile reminiscent of a cunning merchant reveling in a staggering profit graced his face. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After addressing the fundamental issues of food and weaponry, Mo-Ran swiftly elevated the technological prowess derived from an alternate world, rich in wisdom, to unprecedented heights. He began instructing the thoroughly indoctrinated tribal shamans on how to inscribe the most basic runes onto everyday objects. Thus, self-heating thermal stones replaced the ever-hungry bonfires. Filtering runes that purified water allowed all tribesmen to drink clean water, and illuminating stones that emitted a gentle glow banished the darkness that had plagued their camps for millennia. One by one, these seemingly trivial, yet fundamentally transformative rune technologies began to proliferate throughout the city of eternal night. The entire society of free people was catapulting at breakneck speed from the Stone Age into an era filled with magical and surreal industrial marvels. The architect of this metamorphosis, the man revered as the Dark God, saw his renown reach unprecedented heights in the hearts of all free men. Chapter 85. The People's Will. The birth of the Dark God as the scarcity of resources was thoroughly addressed by the continuous influx of materials from the south and the ceaseless emergence of rune technologies. And as the spiritual confusion was completely supplanted by the tangible hope of immortality and irrefutable miracles of rebirth, the status of the eternal night monarch, Mo-Ran, underwent a profound transformation in the hearts of all free men. He was no longer merely a conqueror to be feared, endowed with divine and demonic powers. He had become a guardian capable of bringing them sustenance and hope. A genuine, pure, and almost instinctual reverence and affection blossomed within them, akin to wild grass flourishing in spring, taking root and growing in the hearts of each free man. They began to spontaneously do everything for him. Skilled women would fashion exquisite and warm black robes from the most precious snow bear pelts of their tribes. Masterful artisans would carve totems and statues from the hardest obsidian mined from the mountains by skeletal titans, symbols of supreme power, and the oldest bards, who once sang the epics of ancient gods, began to compose new heroic ballads filled with primal and epic beauty, chronicling the miracles he wrought, be it the resurrection of the bones in Eagle's Woe Canyon or the groundbreaking of the city of eternal night. The Black God, hailing from the east, with eyes that held both eternal night and glacial cold, shattered the hypocritical throne, ignited the undying divine fire, and compelled death to kneel before him while life crowned him in glory. Follow him, O people of the frontier. We shall attain immortality in the long night. As dusk descends upon the city of silent night, the camps of wild men, warmed by countless rune-inscribed stone slabs radiating a steady glow, collectively resonate with the fervent and reverential melody of the Black Goddess ballad. The harmonious voices coalesce into an ocean of faith, transforming into the purest essence of soul energy, which transcends spatial barriers and surges towards the young monarch, who sits cross-legged beside the bone transformation pool, engaged in profound cultivation. This energy nourishes his body, now a remarkable fusion of demon and deity. Mo-Ran welcomes this phenomenon with open arms, fully aware that this faith, constructed upon the pillars of hope and mutual benefit, is far more stable and exquisite than the chains of servitude forged in fear. Employing a subtle yet masterful sociological approach, he meticulously reshapes the entire free society into a form most conducive to his harvest. The hearts of the people are secured. Next, his aim is to select the first and most elite shepherd dogs from this thoroughly tamed flock, a loyal guard that heeds only his command and boasts combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary warriors. On this day, Mo-Ran concludes his training. Rising slowly from the bone transformation pool, steeped in death and transmutation laws, he stands tall. After nearly a month of indulgent cultivation, he has successfully surpassed the 90% mark in repairing his shattered golden core, with only one final step remaining to achieve completeness. His strength has surged to a level that even he finds terrifying. Although he is still nominally in the mid-stage of Soul Devourer, his true combat power is now perilously close to that of the perfected Soul Devourer demon lord of his past life. He possesses absolute confidence that, should he face the frost white ape totem spirit, born of the sacrificial soul of Steg, he would not need to employ his life-bound artifact, Silent Night. He could effortlessly toy with it using sheer physical strength. It is time. A glint of cold, unwavering confidence flickers in Mo-Ran's eyes. With a mere thought, An edict of supreme authority instantaneously traverses the invisible soul link to the high priest Melisandre, who is currently attending to matters in the city. Melisandre, convey my command. Gather the most elite warriors from each tribe, aged under 20 and over 40. Assemble them in the central square. I shall personally select my undead hunters. Half an hour later, in the central square of Silent Night City, thousands of meticulously chosen elite wild warriors stand in disciplined silence before the colossal soul furnace, their faces alight with excitement and fervor. The divine decree has already resonated throughout the city. They are aware that they are on the verge of participating in a sacred selection that could alter their fates and that of their entire tribe. They have the opportunity to become the first truly loyal guardians beneath the Black Goddess throne. What unparalleled honor this is. All warriors stand with backs straight as arrows, presenting their most formidable spirits to the monarch who is about to inspect them. Upon the elevated platform at the northern edge of the square stood Melisandre, his hands clasped behind him, his heterochromatic eyes surveying the thoroughly tamed elite force below. His gaze was discerning. He sought not mere brutes endowed with raw strength, but true artists of slaughter, possessing both the feral instincts of beasts and the calm intellect of hunters. His eyes slowly traversed the eager and fervent faces, ultimately resting upon a strikingly petite, yet powerful red-haired figure, Jagerite, who stood incongruously among the towering male warriors at the front of the ranks. Since witnessing Melisandre's transformative prowess in the Eagle's Cry Gorge, this once fiery and rebellious warrior had undergone a profound change. She had grown more reticent and perilous, her once flame-like wildness replaced by a deeper, more restrained fervor. No longer did she display her brilliance outwardly. Instead, she resembled a finely honed dagger, concealing all her lethal intent and glory within an unremarkable sheath. Yet, Melisandre could perceive the fierce heart hidden beneath her calm exterior, a heart that yearned for strength more than anyone else present and possessed a profound understanding of power. Moreover, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Melisandre sensed that this red-haired woman harbored a unique potential, an extraordinary quality that resonated vaguely with the green aspect of his fated artifact, Jia, which represented the laws of life. Intriguing, he mused, a playful smile gracing his lips. He extended his hand, pointing toward the conspicuous figure in the crowd. You, step forward. Jagerite's body jolted. In disbelief, she lifted her gaze to behold the dual-toned eyes of her sovereign, one black as night, the other an icy blue, staring impassively at her. In an instant, an indescribable euphoria, as if chosen by destiny, surged through her being like the most potent current. Without hesitation, she stepped out from the ranks, kneeling on one knee beneath the envious and covetous gazes of thousands, bowing her proud crimson head. Jagerite, I pay homage to my great king. Her voice trembled with overwhelming excitement. Excellent. Melisandre nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, he declared in an undeniable tone, akin to pronouncing a divine edict. You shall become the commander of my first squad of undead hunters. This unit will comprise the most elite of the living and the most formidable of the undead. It shall serve as my eyes, my claws. It will scout the unknown corners of this world for me and hunt down all who dare to defy my will. And you, his gaze deepened, as if seeking to penetrate the very soul of Jagerite, shall receive my personal blessing. I shall awaken the slumbering flame within you. Chapter 86, The Ascension of Jagerite. Awaken the slumbering flame within you. Melisandre's words struck like a thunderbolt imbued with supreme laws, piercing deep into the very soul of Jagerite. Her body quivered violently, and her keen, eagle-like eyes widened in utter disbelief. Fire? The dormant flame within her? The term fire-kissed refers to those among the free folk blessed with fiery red hair, believed to have been kissed by the ancient fire god, possessing extraordinary luck and charisma. Jagerite had held this belief since childhood, and indeed, her exceptional intuition and agility had made her one of the finest scouts and archers among the free folk. Yet, she had never imagined that this so-called fire kiss had truly left a dormant power within her, waiting to be awakened. Now, this king, revered as the dark god, declared his intention to personally awaken this slumbering flame, a power she had never even sensed. This was no mere appointment, but rather a divine grace bestowed upon the most devout and beloved of chosen ones by the gods of legend. Jagerite's lips trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with excitement to the point where she could scarcely utter a complete sentence. She felt akin to a destitute gambler who had just struck the jackpot, blissful to the brink of fainting. The gazes of the thousands of elite wild warriors surrounding her shifted upon hearing S divine decree. Jealousy still lingered, but it was now accompanied by a profound sense of admiration and reverence for the chosen one. They understood that from this day forth, this petite yet powerful red-haired warrior would no longer be an ordinary member among them. She was destined to become the first true saint blessed directly by the dark god. Raising his head, S voice remained calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though he were merely preparing to perform a trivial task. Wight took a deep breath, suppressing the tempest of emotions swirling within her. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, filled with unwavering faith and fervor, to behold the deity who would alter the course of her life. Moron descended from the high platform, approaching the kneeling Wight. Under the watchful eyes of thousands filled with awe and anticipation, he extended his right index finger, the very same that had effortlessly countered Jon Snow's all-or-nothing gamble. The finger that had once unleashed a chilling aura capable of freezing the souls of several wild scouts in an instant. At that moment, however, this finger radiated an entirely different aura, a faint yet pure emerald light, brimming with life and the principles of order, gradually coalesced at his fingertip. This glow was so gentle and warm, so sacred, forming a stark and contradictory contrast with his half-black, half-ice blue magical gaze. He gently touched this life-infused finger to Wights' forehead. As his fingertip met her smooth brow, an indescribable warmth erupted from his touch, a torrent of life surging forth like a river breaching its dam, flooding into Wights' limbs, bones, and deep within her soul. Wight involuntarily emitted a strange moan, filled with excruciating pain, yet intertwined with an exquisite sense of relief. Her body convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. She felt as though she were a stubborn iron shard cast into the molten depths of a volcano. A torrent of searing heat, unlike anything she had ever experienced, surged through her, reshaping every cell and fiber of her being. Her blood simmered. Her bones cried out in agony, and her very soul seemed on the brink of being utterly torn apart and reformed under the overwhelming force of life's primal energy. The pinnacle of torment. Yet, following this excruciating ordeal, a more intense sensation, a euphoric rebirth akin to being reborn, frenziedly stimulated every nerve within her. She could distinctly feel her already extraordinary physical prowess escalating at an unparalleled pace. Her strength amplified, her speed quickened, and her senses sharpened to an unprecedented degree. She could even hear the heartbeat of a flea 100 meters away in the snow and see the intricate patterns of each feather on an owl's wing from a kilometer away. And this was merely the beginning. What truly astonished her was the awakening of a long-dormant golden speck, a flicker of light buried deep within her transformed soul, ignited by the pure essence of Wan's life force. Boom! A surge of radiant warmth, a pure flame energy, erupted from within her, its essence starkly contrasting Wan's deathly attributes. Whoosh! A golden-red blaze filled with divine aura shot skyward from her, a holy flame capable of purifying all darkness. This flame was so resplendent and warm that it instantly rendered her already fiery red hair even more vibrant, illuminating her fierce and defiant visage. Reminiscent of a legendary Valkyrie walking among mortals, the wild warriors in the square, enveloped by this sudden divine flame, were utterly awestruck by this miraculous scene. Rather than experiencing any discomfort or pain, they felt an inner comfort and tranquility akin to basking in the warmest sunlight of winter. The old wounds and ailments born from years of battle appeared to be cleansed and healed beneath this holy flame. Laro, a voice, filled with utter astonishment and disbelief, rang out from an inconspicuous corner at the back of the crowd. The speaker, a devout follower of the red god Laro from the continent of Eros, clad in a crimson monk's robe, knelt fervently, almost frenziedly, worshipping the red-haired warrior engulfed in golden flames. It is the grace of the King of Light. The saintess has descended. It is the prophesied flame maiden. Although most of the wild warriors did not comprehend his words, they could sense his absolute reverence for the divine in his fervent demeanor. Their gazes towards her transformed entirely. If their previous envy had been tinged with a hint of hope that they too might achieve greatness, now all that remained was the mortal's absolute veneration for the Chosen One. As the architect of this miracle, Moron slowly withdrew his finger. He gazed upon the first saint reborn, and for the first time, genuine astonishment flickered in his otherwise calm, heterochromatic eyes. So it was, the so-called fiery kiss of life, in essence, revealed itself during their brief soul contact. He had completely discerned the true secret of the flame within Wight. It did not stem from the blessing of the fire god, but rather from an exceedingly rare ancestral resurrection, buried deep within her bloodline. Within her veins flowed a faint trace of the Valyrian dragon blood, long extinguished from the annals of history thousands of years ago. Though this bloodline had thinned to the brink of oblivion, it lay dormant within her, akin to the most tenacious seed. What Ran had just accomplished was to forcibly awaken this slumbering dragon seed, utilizing the superior life principles from the realm of cultivation. How intriguing! It becomes ever more fascinating. A playful, enigmatic smile graced Ran's lips as he gazed upon the first necromancer commander, who was slowly rising from the ground, reveling in the new, radiant, and potent energy coursing through her. In an undeniable royal tone, he slowly commanded, "Go forth. Choose your warriors. Familiarize yourself with your power." Then, a glimmer of cold anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Bring me the first enemy head worthy of my personal gaze." Chapter 87. Jon's journey north. The heavy gates of the North's Passage, forged from steel and black oak, creaked ominously as they began to rise. A thin ray of pale, cold daylight pierced the eternal darkness of the tunnel, akin to a sharp blade illuminating the white world beyond, fraught with mystery and the scent of death. Jon Snow sat astride a nervous black steed, quietly lingering in the shadows of the tunnel. Behind him trailed an envoy composed of the Night's Watch's most elite rangers, flanked by a dozen sledges drawn by mules, laden with various supplies. The sledges bore not weapons and provisions for battle, but rather exquisite gifts hastily transported from White Harbor by Winterfell, including fine Dornish red wine, warm silks from Myr, and several chests of luxurious armor and weaponry, meticulously crafted by artisans from King's Landing, adorned with gems. These treasures, capable of igniting envy and excitement in any noble of the southern realm, were now destined for the wild and barren lands beyond the wall, presented to a mysterious monarch whom they had only heard whispers about, yet felt compelled to appease. This peculiar mission, which should have been suffused with a sense of solemn duty, instead felt absurd and surreal. "Jon," a hoarse, anxious voice called from beside him. Samwell Tarly, perched atop a mule nearly overwhelmed by his considerable bulk, panted as he trailed alongside. This timid, portly scholar, who was meant to reside in the Citadel's tower among ancient tomes, had unexpectedly sought to join this uncertain northern expedition. As he expressed to Commander Mormont, "The history found in books is ultimately lifeless. Witnessing the birth of history is what a true scholar ought to do." At this moment, the future chronicler of history gazed anxiously at the expressionless profile of his once loquacious friend, who had grown taciturn since that fateful duel. He whispered, "Are you truly prepared?" His inquiry transcended mere logistical readiness. It delved into the psychological realm. Was he ready to confront once more the man who had shattered all his pride and convictions with just 2 fingers? Was he prepared to approach the sovereign who had, in effect, become the sole true deity of the North, in the guise of a messenger or even a vassal? Jon did not respond immediately. He gradually lifted his gaze, allowing it to traverse the narrow, oppressive tunnel before resting upon the vast, snow-laden expanse beyond. Once, this treacherous and challenging realm beyond the wall had been his most coveted battlefield. He had envisioned himself leading the Night's Watch deep into this uncharted territory, engaging in honorable combat against wildlings and wights, proving his worth. Yet now, the landscape remained unchanged, but his perspective had been irrevocably transformed. Honor? Worth? After experiencing the staggering chasm of absolute power and glimpsing the dark and profane truths of this world through the eyes of Maester Aemon, these words he once held dear now seemed painfully hollow and absurd. He was no longer the impulsive bastard eager to prove himself. He had become a reluctant witness swept along by the currents of history, a chronicler on the brink of witnessing the emergence of a terrifying new era ruled by the undead and divine entities upon this ancient land. "I am ready, Sam." He finally spoke, his voice calm and hoarse, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Let us proceed." With a gentle nudge to his horse, he uttered no further words, leading the charge as they emerged from the dark tunnel that marked the last boundary of the civilized world. Stepping into the white wasteland infused with uncertainty and the King's formidable presence, the northern path proved far smoother and eerier than Jon had anticipated. He had traversed the haunted forest beyond the wall with Uncle Benjen and other Night's Watch parties numerous times. In his recollection, this had never been a tranquil land. It was fraught with ever-present madness, wildling scouts, enormous wolves lurking in the snow, and the most terrifying of all, the half-transformed wights wandering aimlessly under the influence of the cold god. Danger was an omnipresent shadow, and death was the eternal refrain of this forest. Yet this time, everything had changed. Their sizable convoy, composed of over 50 living men and several sleds laden with enticing supplies, traversed the haunted woods for a full 5 days without encountering a single noteworthy attack. No wildlings, no beasts, and even the most common of wights seemed to have vanished overnight from this forest. The world was reduced to the mournful whispers of the wind and snow, punctuated only by the monotonous creaking of their advancing party. This profound silence, this uncanny peace, instilled a sense of dread in the seasoned Night's Watch Rangers far more unsettling than any known danger. The atmosphere was eerily silent as one of the most seasoned rangers whispered nervously to his companion. I have spent 20 years beyond these walls and have never witnessed the Shadow Forest in such a state. Indeed, another ranger gravely concurred. It feels as though every living and dead entity in this forest has been preemptively cleared away by some unseen force. Leading the group at the forefront, Jon Snow remained resolutely silent, yet his understanding of the situation surpassed that of anyone else. He could perceive the eyes lurking within the twisted shadows of the sentinel trees lining the path, eyes ablaze with an eerie blue ethereal flame. Some belonged to corrupted snow wolves, others to transformed wights, and even those enormous frost spiders, composed of bones and ice crystals. They lay in quiet ambush within the darkness, akin to the most loyal and silent sentinels, observing the mortal intruders encroaching upon their divine domain. Their inaction was not due to ignorance of the intruder's presence, but rather a calculated wait for their soul master to deliver the final decree. Jon understood with unsettling clarity that their peaceful passage thus far was not a testament to their strength, but merely a reflection of his status as a marked guest in the eyes of that king. The sensation of being manipulated and monitored, of existing under the total control of another, filled Jon with profound humiliation and helplessness. Yet, he could do nothing but maintain a stoic demeanor as he led his oblivious comrades step by step toward the predetermined destination. After enduring a lengthy and peculiar 7-day march, they finally arrived at the fabled heart of the Frostfang Mountains. There, they beheld the fantastical city described in awe-stricken terms by Commander Mormont and Maester Eamon before their departure. Upon witnessing the impossible city with their own eyes, they truly grasped the inadequacy of human language when confronted with genuine miracles. Oh, old gods! At the rear of the procession, Samwell Tarly, his corpulent form akin to a mound of flesh, suddenly tumbled from his mule with a thud, collapsing into the frigid snow. His small eyes, squished by his obesity, widened to an unprecedented size. His mouth hung open unconsciously, drool trickling down the side of his face, oblivious to the spectacle. His expression reflected the bewilderment of a seeker who, upon witnessing the total upheaval of a lifetime's knowledge, felt a tumultuous blend of shock, elation, and boundless self-doubt. The elite Night's Watch Rangers beside him, who prided themselves on their worldly wisdom, fared little better. They stood frozen as if struck by a collective petrification. Reins slipping from their hands, mouths agape, eyes vacant. Their minds fell into a void, their souls seemingly siphoned away by the magnificent and imposing Gothic miracle that should not exist in this world. Only Jon Snow remained quietly seated atop his mount. His countenance did not bear the profound shock that characterized others. Instead, it was marked by a numbing bitterness and resignation, having long anticipated the inevitable conclusion. He lifted his gaze, his eyes traversing the grandiose walls of the city, constructed from colossal ebony bones and shimmering runes, exuding an aesthetic of death and order. His attention settled upon the royal palace at the heart of the city, soaring skyward like a tower that pierced the heavens. He was acutely aware that the man who had shattered all his pride was currently seated at the pinnacle of that palace, gazing down upon him with a pair of eyes, one as dark as night and the other as icy blue, regarding him and the other mortals who had come to pay their respects.